Chapter 1. A Curse. Hurry and spread your malice elsewhere. Sue. This marks the 7th drug dealer you have eliminated this week. The last criminal you dispatched left behind 250 grams of bullet casings after cremation. We are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, not mere thugs. Nick Fury slammed the folder onto the desk with great force, pointing at the Asian man before him, unleashing a torrent of anger. The volume of his voice was sufficient to convey his ire, his bald head resembling a boiled egg. They'll switch to a larger caliber firearm next time, one that guarantees a fatal shot, sir. The tall man standing before Nick Fury was named Zhou, a level 3 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Originally, he was an undercover operative placed within S.H.I.E.L.D. by Hydra, and one of the rare Asian faces among them. However, he perished due to a common cold while on his way to the hospital, and now his body was commandeered by another soul named Zhou. This Zhou was a seasoned Marvel fan who swiftly accepted his new identity after his transmigration. After all, as a novice traveler, it was nearly impossible not to recognize the face that resembled that of Robert Downey Jr. on the newspaper. It was clear that the charming playboy Tony Stark would eventually become the savior of the universe. Iron Man, he also awakened the standard ability of a transmigrator item known as the Justice Value Lottery system. As long as his actions were deemed just by the system, he could accumulate justice points for lottery draws. Every 100 justice points allowed for one draw, with the rewards entirely subject to fate. Apart from the initial lottery granted upon binding the system, which bestowed upon Zhou the skill of Deadshot, he had yet to accumulate enough justice points for a second draw. After an entire month of transmigration, the reward wheel contained not only skills from the Marvel Universe. Zhou had seen extraordinary abilities such as Iron Body and Phoenix Force. In a world where human life was undervalued, merely wielding firearms did not provide Zhou with a sense of security. He needed to possess abilities that could rival Thor's in combat. The Purple Potato Demon would soon arrive on Earth, and lacking any means of self-defense would be perilous. Furthermore, the Marvel Universe would inevitably transition into an era of the multiverse. Without multiversal-level strength, one could easily become mere ashes if not in the protagonist's spotlight. Having barely experienced transmigration, it would be a tragedy to die, so soon what a waste that would be. Fortunately, his outward identity as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent allowed him to frequently interact with various criminals. He was bound to accumulate sufficient justice points for lottery draws in due time. The more he drew, the stronger he would eventually become. A streak of bad luck was inconsequential as long as he amassed enough justice points. A diligent effort would one day yield results. After testing his abilities, Zhou discovered that capturing criminals and sending them to prison did not always result in acquiring justice points. This meant that some criminals might evade legal repercussions, leaving him without any justice points. However, directly eliminating a criminal would guarantee the acquisition of justice points. What a bloodbath! Due to the skill known as Death Shooter, Zhou found himself thriving in the land of freedom. Regardless of the type of firearm he wielded, a sense of familiarity enveloped him, and he invariably struck his targets. A laundry detergent dealer? Neutralized. A zero-cost purchase at a store? Eliminated. A gun-wielding robber? An empty magazine in an instant. In summary, within a mere week of his arrival, Zhou had dispatched 17 or 18 criminals, rapidly ascending to notoriety within S.H.I.E.L.D. This drew the ire of superiors from both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. The Hydra leadership reprimanded him, asserting that an undercover agent should not act so recklessly, even in pursuit of accolades and promotions. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s leadership warned that agents ought to refrain from such actions, as the eradication of all villains would lead to budget cuts for the agency. In response, Zhou drew his pistol and pressed it against the head of the S.H.I.E.L.D. leader, exclaiming, "You parasites! Are you truly willing to overlook the crimes occurring right beneath your noses simply for the sake of those damned funds?" The outcome? Zhou was swiftly subdued by a dozen special operations team members and confined to a holding cell. Subsequently, his tale reached the ears of Agent Phil Coulson, the right-hand man to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing of an individual bold enough to confront a corrupt superior with a firearm, Coulson requested a thorough review of Zhou's entire dossier. Hydra's methods of falsifying documents, however, were impeccable, and thus, Coulson found himself face-to-face with Zhou in the holding cell. With a towering stature and piercing, resolute gaze, aside from his jet-black hair and distinctly East Asian features, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Coulson's idol, Captain America. Hence, Coulson promptly decided to lift Zhou's confinement and recommended him to his superior, Nick Fury, for the role of the bodyguard. Yet who was Zhou? For the sake of justice, he would stop at nothing. Accompanying Coulson on an outing, he witnessed police pursuing a fugitive. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired at the fuel tank of the fugitive's vehicle, resulting in an explosion that left Coulson momentarily stunned. Consequently, he was assigned a desk job, colloquially referred to as guarding the office door. Even so, during his commutes to and from work, Zhou would still eliminate 1 or 2 gang members from Hell's Kitchen, instilling fear within the criminal underworld to the extent that they dared not roam freely. Had it not been for S.H.I.E.L.'s generous salary, Zhou would have barely managed to afford ammunition for his firearm. Despite this, he accumulated a commendable 68 points of justice. Another week passed, and Coulson finally reached his breaking point, leading to the earlier scene. Enough! I do not wish to hear your nonsensical rambling. Nick Fury's forehead, dark as night, throbbed with veins as he glared at the resolute Zhou. The two locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, but ultimately, Coulson faltered, for he possessed but one eye. Realizing that a show of strength would not suffice, he resorted to softer words, stating S.H.I.E.L.D. is fundamentally a clandestine organization. Your actions will bring trouble upon us. Sir, I displayed my CIA credentials while firing. That does not mean you can shift all the blame onto them. At times, I also display my FBI credentials. Occasionally, I show off my NYPD badge. Chief, believe it or not, this fellow indeed possesses an air of meticulousness, even if the matter escalated to a military tribunal. Zhou would undoubtedly emerge victorious, perhaps even receiving a substantial compensation. After all, Zhou's actions strictly adhered to the agent's code, leaving no room for criticism. With the privilege of executive powers, he could act first and report later. Such is the nature of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Moreover, having a blunt yet devoted subordinate like Zhou is quite advantageous. If he were to dismiss him, Nick would genuinely feel a twinge of regret. Adding to this is Zhou's Asian heritage with the current uproar over LGBTQ issues. Mismanagement could easily lead to significant turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, Nick conceived a rather brilliant idea. Zhou, are you familiar with the renowned playboy Tony Stark? He is embarking on a journey to the Middle East tomorrow, and your new assignment is to ensure his safety throughout. Nick Fury believed this to be a splendid plan, hoping that the winds of the Middle East would awaken this obstinate young man. More importantly, to distance this troublesome lad from his immediate vicinity. Zhou did not immediately accept the assignment. Rather, his mind raced through various thoughts. Tony Stark's upcoming expedition to the Middle East would mark the beginning of his life post-Iron Man. Were it not for that abduction, Tony would not have crafted the Iron Suit, nor would he have comprehended the harsh realities of war. Realizing that arms dealing only brings suffering to the world, as for the KB individuals responsible for the kidnapping, aren't they merely embodiments of justice? With this in mind, Zhou nodded in agreement to Nick's assignment. Understood, Chief. Specific mission details will be provided by Coulson. You may consult him. Farewell, Chief. Zhou opened the office door and stepped out, but just as the door was about to close, he poked his head back in and, with a tone laced with menace, addressed Nick Fury. Chief, I've noticed you've been reallocating significant funds lately that I suspect you may be embezzling from the agency. Even if you send me to the Middle East now, it won't matter. Upon my return, I shall continue my investigation. This matter is far from over. Bang! The door slammed shut with great force, startling Nick. What a calamity! Hurry and go cause trouble for someone else. Chapter 2. Oh, the charming values of justice. I shall escort you home. Gazing upon the endless expanse of the desert, accompanied by the desert-painted off-road vehicle, Zhou felt an unperturbed calm within, even stifling a chuckle. It had been a full 3 months since the renowned playboy's mysterious disappearance in the Middle East, and Zhou had spent the same duration in the region collaborating with other agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. on the search and rescue mission. The notorious Tony Stark, in a moment of exuberance, had abandoned his loyal friend Rhodes, reveling with his fans over champagne, capturing photographs, and singing in a Hummer, only to be suddenly intercepted by bandits, a faction of KB elements. Upon Zhou's arrival at the scene of the incident, he found merely a few Hummers reduced to charred skeletons and numerous craters from rocket explosions, with all traces of blood meticulously cleaned away. The members of the Ten Rings gang demonstrated a commendable level of professionalism. As an undercover agent for Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., Zhou found no embarrassment in his role. After all, a significant portion of S.H.I.E.L.D. consisted of Hydra operatives. One might as well call it Serpent S.H.I.E.L.D. without much contention. For Zhou, this identity proved advantageous, allowing him to acquire intelligence from Hydra, eliminate its operatives for justice points, and gain recognition within S.H.I.E.L.D. for what could be deemed Hydra's missions, all in the pursuit of gaining Nick Fury's trust and fulfilling the sacrifices required for his undercover assignment. 1 mission, 2 rewards. What a splendid arrangement. Currently, S.H.I.E.L.D. had assigned him the task of rescuing Tony, while Hydra had its own objective of abducting him to secure Stark Industries' innovative weaponry and the Playboy's immense fortune. Zhou calculated the situation. Tony would inevitably transform into Iron Man. After all, without superheroes, there could be no supervillains to contend with. If Tony did not assume the mantle of Iron Man, his uncle Obadiah would not ascend to the role of the formidable villain, Ironmonger. Eliminating a common murderer would yield a mere point of justice. Surely vanquishing a supervillain would warrant more than just one, to amass his justice points. It was prudent to endure a little hardship with Tony, encouraging him to embrace his destiny as Iron Man. Moreover, since he was already within S.H.I.E.L.D, opportunities to encounter a plethora of superheroes loomed ahead. Presently, the storyline revolved around the first Iron Man film, and soon enough, it would transition to the narrative of the Incredible Hulk. The thought of the invulnerable Green Giant made Zhou feel somewhat inadequate in his abilities. It was impossible to defeat the formidable antagonist with mere firearms. He needed to expedite his quest for more powerful skills through the lottery. As for Tony's current whereabouts, S.H.I.E.L.D is unable to trace him. However, this does not imply that Hydra lacks the means to do so. A week prior, Hydra had already pinpointed Tony's location. Under Zhou's meticulous observation, the stronghold of the 10 Rings, which held Tony captive, was thoroughly investigated. Approximately 100 combatants were stationed there, equipped with a comprehensive array of firepower, ranging from heavy machine guns to anti-tank rocket launchers. Should the combatants possess even slightly superior skills, this 100-strong contingent could easily overthrow the regime of a small African nation. Yet, this is the Marvel Universe, where Tony can fashion an armored suit with his own hands to escape peril. For Zhou, however, he currently possesses nothing but the death shooter skill. In the face of 100 armed thugs, some preparatory measures are essential. After all, the time is drawing near. Tony's handcrafted iron suit is nearing completion. If his rescue efforts are delayed, each 10 Rings member Tony eliminates would represent a significant loss for him. Equipped with 2 M9 handguns, an M24 sniper rifle, an M4A1 assault rifle, along with 4 magazines, 3 grenades, 3 smoke bombs, the most advanced bulletproof vest, a ballistic helmet, a tactical mask, and goggles, Zhou, armed to the teeth, surveyed the stronghold 200 meters away and took up a pre-selected sniping position. There was no option for him to take bullets with his body. He had to leverage his strengths. As Zhou peered through the scope, he noticed the KB members within the stronghold began to stir, seemingly alerted to some disturbance. Rushing towards a cave. Zhou, how fortuitous. The only thing capable of stirring these individuals is the discovery of Tony's armor fabrication. Bang! Pulling the trigger. The M24 sniper rifle emitted a sharp crack as the nearest KB member collapsed, a gaping hole in his skull. A 10 Rings member has been eliminated. Justice points 1. Observing the long-awaited increase in justice points, a smile crept upon Zhou's lips. It had been 3 months, not to mention criminals. Finding a single person in the vast desert was no easy feat. At last, he had emerged from the shadows. Bang, bang, bang. A 10 Rings member has been eliminated. Justice points 1. A 10 Rings squad leader has been eliminated. Justice points 2. With each shot from the sniper rifle, a 10 Rings member fell, and notifications echoed in Zhou's mind. He continued until the magazine was emptied, but during the reload, the remaining 10 Rings members hastily concealed themselves, complicating Zhou's sniping efforts. However, Zhou took solace in the fact that squad leaders were more valuable than ordinary members. The higher the rank of the defeated foe, the greater the strength and the more justice points earned. This theory proved to be correct. In a recent bout of precision shooting, Zhou had successfully sealed off the entrance to the cave that was likely harboring Tony. He then focused his firepower on strategic points and the commanding personnel. Now, at the cave's entrance lay 4 lifeless bodies, their heads shattered, serving as a grim warning to any who dared approach. This was their fate. Having reloaded his magazine, Zhou resumed firing into the stronghold. The tactical proficiency of this group left much to be desired. They had yet to master the art of seeking cover. After dispatching several unfortunate souls with inadequate skills, he shifted his aim directly at the fuel tanks of the vehicles within the compound. Bang, bang, bang. The fuel tanks of several modified pickup trucks, equipped with heavy machine guns, were ruptured, and flames swiftly engulfed the entire vehicles, culminating in a series of violent explosions that transformed the trucks into colossal fireballs. Due to Zhou's audacious assault, members of the 10 Commandments gang finally pinpointed his location. At the command of a leader hidden behind cover, a few reckless members drove towards him, while one even leaned out from the passenger seat, brandishing an anti-tank rocket, ready to launch it at Zhou's position. Bang! Another shot rang out from the sniper's rifle, and the driver of the gang's vehicle was struck down, causing the truck to flip and crash into the sandy ground. The rocket, now lacking its target, veered off course and struck another vehicle speeding towards them. 4 members of the Ten Commandments gang were eliminated, justice points. 4. With the enhancement of the death shooter skill. Even a moving target was easily hit. As for taking out 2 vehicles with a single shot, that was sheer luck rather than skill. Zhou discarded his sniper rifle and seized the M4A1 assault rifle. Utilizing the smoke from the explosions as cover, he advanced towards the Ten Commandments stronghold like a specter. Indeed, firearms can prove to be incredibly effective. Dear Justice Points, I shall lead you home. Chapter 3. Who is the unfortunate one? Is there anyone as dashing as I am among the unfortunate? With an automatic rifle in hand, Zhou displayed his terrifying marksmanship without even bothering to take cover. Any member of the Ten Commandments gang daring to peek out from their hiding spots was greeted with a bullet, succinctly termed, "Show your face, and you're done for." Only when Zhou reloaded did they muster the courage to venture out, taking potshots at him from behind their barricades. Hitting him would be nothing short of a miracle. When Zhou replaced his magazine for the second time, the members of the Ten Commandments gang who dared to expose themselves found themselves staring down the dark muzzles of 2 M9 pistols. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunfire erupted like popping beans, and several members of the gang met their demise, each bullet finding its mark in their foreheads, rendering any hope of rescue futile. This relentless barrage from Zhou shattered their morale. Not a single person dared to retaliate, even as Zhou casually reloaded his weapon. Though his movements appeared effortless and relaxed, his back was drenched in sweat, whether from the sweltering desert heat or the adrenaline surging through his veins. The original inhabitant of this body had excellent physical conditioning, evident from the frequent training he must have undergone. It was no wonder he was a level 3 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, part of an external operations team. Beep. Justice value has reached a maximum of 100. Would you like to proceed with a lottery? Draw after executing justice in this round. Zhou was finally able to take advantage of his second lottery opportunity, hidden behind cover. As he activated the hard-earned chance, a sound reminiscent of cheap effects echoed in his mind, and the lottery will spun rapidly. Moments later, the pointer landed on a skill. King of MT. Akina, as long as you hold the steering wheel, you can catch up to any vehicle, except for Benz. Zhou, is this Benz for real? Can it even climb trees? It seems the powerful skills on that lottery can only be viewed but not obtained. However, Zhou reconsidered. The King of MT. Akina skill was conceptual, and if utilized correctly, it could indeed be formidable. Securing a high-tier skill like Phoenix's power in a mere second draw would not be easy. Receiving a conceptual skill was already a boon. The Iron Overlord was on the verge of making an appearance, and Zhou was determined that his third lottery would land on this foe. He was far easier to dispatch than Abomination without that battle armor. A single shot would suffice. A feast awaited him, and even the small side dishes would not escape his grasp. Having reloaded, Zhou resumed his mission to collect justice points. After tossing out 2 grenades, he emerged from his cover, and in an instant, gunfire and explosions erupted in a cacophony. Meanwhile, Tony had been suffering greatly over the past 3 months. After a life steeped in hedonism for nearly half a lifetime, his greatest desire now is simply to savor a cheeseburger. At this moment, he had donned the handcrafted first-generation armor, encasing himself within its confines. Clenching his fists, he anxiously fixated on the slowly progressing bar on the antiquated monitor, with only a sliver remaining to completion, just a bit more. Confined alongside Tony in the cave for 3 months, the Mediterranean man named Ethan had taken up an AK-47 assault rifle, charging out to buy him time. Immediately, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from outside, sounding as if hundreds were engaged in fierce combat, accompanied by the violent explosions that Tony, an expert in weaponry, quickly identified as anti-tank rockets and grenades. Yet, the armor remained inert, and the gunfire outside eventually ceased, plunging the cave into an eerie silence. As the final segment of the progress bar completed, the handcrafted suit gained mobility. Securing the steel mask over his face, Tony took heavy steps towards the cave's entrance, with his flamethrower poised and ready to unleash a fiery welcome to any sudden adversaries. However, within the cave lay only the bodies of foes, and Ethan, crouching behind a makeshift cover. Seeing that Ethan was unharmed, Tony couldn't suppress his joy, exclaiming, "Ethan, thank God you're all right." Ethan replied, "Tony, it seems someone has come to rescue us. Not a single villain has made it into this cave. They all appear to have perished at the entrance. Look over there. The ground is strewn with them." Ethan scratched his balding head, gesturing towards the cave's mouth. Following Ethan's finger, Tony beheld a ring of corpses. Each one shot through the forehead, indicating a professional hand behind the deed. "Let's not rush. I have the armor. I'll check it out first." Tony, still uncertain if the Ten Rings gang was truly dead, knew that there was no assurance the assailants were indeed good Samaritans. Perhaps they were even coming for him. With heavy footsteps, Tony finally emerged from the cave before his energy reserves were entirely depleted. Blinding sunlight streamed through the cracks of his helmet, causing him to instinctively squint. Once acclimated to the brightness, Tony was met with a scene reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The kidnappers who had taken him lay sprawled on the ground, each shot through the forehead, their brains and crimson blood splattered everywhere. In the densest cluster of bodies stood a tall man wielding an M4A1, methodically inspecting each corpse, executing any that still showed signs of life without hesitation. This man exhibited decisiveness and ruthlessness, unmistakably not of noble character. However, his gear was unmistakably standard issue for the U.S. military. Even his tactical vest and helmet were special editions reserved for elite forces. Tony's extensive knowledge stemmed not from mere experience, but from the fact that these exclusive editions were products of Stark Industries, renowned for their premium quality and performance. Tony aimed the flamethrower of his armor at the man, his voice resonating through the mask as he inquired, "Hey, you there, who do you belong to? Tony Stark?" Upon witnessing the formidable figure before him, the man relinquished his firearm, removed his helmet and tactical mask, revealing a head of thick black hair and a handsome Eastern visage that broke into a smile directed at Tony. Tucking the helmet under his arm, he introduced himself. "I am Agent Zhou from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Supply, and Logistics. You may call me Zhou, or simply Sue." Tony replied, "What a lengthy title. I can hardly remember it. However, I suspect this individual's combat prowess may surpass that of the super soldier from years past, having single-handedly decimated a 100-member organization. Is it possible that superhumans truly exist in this world? Lower your dangerous weapon," Zhou warned Tony with a steely gaze, "or I may be compelled to arrest you on charges of attempting to assault a U.S. agent." Then he produced a satellite phone and dialed his superior, Agent Coulson. With utmost seriousness, "Report. I have located the unfortunate playboy who went missing. Please remember to bring 2 cheeseburgers when you come to retrieve him." Tony interjected, "Playboy. I can accept. But who is this unfortunate soul? Is there anyone as dashing as I?" Chapter 4. "You two had better clean yourselves up." Zhou. "Who exactly are you?" Tony reluctantly set aside the flamethrower, his instincts signaling that Zhou was not a malevolent figure. In truth, it was not that he wished to seize. Rather, the handcrafted armor could only function for a limited duration. Now, the very armor that was supposed to protect Tony had transformed into a steel prison, ensnaring him within its confines. Tony sighed, "If you wouldn't mind, could you assist me in extricating myself from this?" Zhou shrugged and, along with Ethan, who had been hiding behind Tony, began to unfasten the rudimentary armor. Once Tony regained his freedom, Zhou curiously tapped the mini-reactor embedded in Tony's chest and inquired, "What is this contraption? Did the 10 Rings gang implant a living bomb in you? Would you like me to disarm it? I possess quite the skill in bomb disposal." Tony furrowed his brow, the fleeting joy of liberation dissipating instantly. Indeed, he was in constant peril, the fragments lodged within his body threatening his life at any moment. What was the difference between this and carrying a bomb? "This is not a bomb. It is a medical device," Tony replied, his tone somber as he caressed the reactor, a wave of melancholy washing over him. However, Zhou's attention was evidently elsewhere, as he produced a notepad from seemingly nowhere. "If it is a medical device, do you possess a medical device usage permit? Furthermore, since it is an imported medical device, you would require customs clearance and tax payment. Also, who performed the surgery? Do they hold a medical license?" Ignoring the bewildered expressions of the 2 men, Zhou turned to Ethan. "Sir, you wouldn't happen to be the one who operated on Tony, would you? Would you mind presenting your medical license?" Tony, in dismay, remarked, "Oh no." While Ethan stared in incredulity. Is this person seriously concerned about such matters at a time like this? Seeing the 2 appear as if they had frozen, Zhou felt a surge of irritation. He had laboriously toiled for half the day without so much as a word of gratitude. And now they refuse to cooperate with his inquiries? "I can tell you 2 are criminals," he declared. "Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for following protocol." With that, Zhou brandished an M9, pointing it at the still-dazed duo, and retrieved 2 sets of handcuffs from his pocket. "Get down with your hands on your heads." When Rhodes and Coulson arrived at the scene via helicopter, they were met with the sight of Zhou diligently jotting down notes, alongside 2 individuals handcuffed and sprawled over the hood of an SUV. Meanwhile, the 10 Rings stronghold had transformed into an inferno, with explosions echoing intermittently and the billowing black smoke visible from several kilometers away. As the helicopter had yet to land, Rhodes and Coulson hurriedly disembarked. "Sir." Zhou saluted Coulson, interrupting him, and pointed at the 2 figures sprawled over the car hood. "The rescue mission was a resounding success. Tony Stark is lying over there on the car hood, and I've also apprehended an unlicensed practitioner and a wealthy scoundrel attempting tax evasion." Coulson and Rhodes followed Zhou's gesture, recognizing one of the figures as none other than Tony himself. "Tony, how did you end up handcuffed? Who did this to you?" Rhodes strode over to Tony's side, only to find him unconscious, his lips parched and bearing the unmistakable signs of dehydration, appearing as though he were on the brink of death. "You little rascal, you better unlock those handcuffs quickly. If anything happens to Tony, I swear I'll hold you accountable. Sir, do you require the handcuffs to be removed from this suspect? Without orders from my superior. Zhou maintained his professional demeanor. However, before he could finish, Coulson swiftly covered his mouth, discreetly retrieving the key from Zhou's person and tossing it to Rhodes. He then pulled Zhou aside and, lowering his voice with a hint of exasperation, said, "Have you lost your senses in the sandstorm over the past 3 months? We are here to save lives, not to apprehend suspects. What purpose does it serve to handcuff a hostage? Kidnapped individuals can also be suspects. There is no contradiction," Zhou retorted, adamant in his role as S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Coulson, feeling a headache coming on, continued to speak softly to Zhou. "This is a well-known playboy, the largest arms dealer in the country, capable of influencing not just state legislators but even the president. Even if you manage to arrest him, he could be out of the precinct in 10 minutes. Oh, I understand now." Zhou nodded earnestly, grasping the nuances of American politics where capitalists not only evade punishment but also manipulate the political arena. Without further ado, he unslung his assault rifle. Capitalists and politicians collude. Only through force can they receive the punishment they deserve. I shall proceed as you suggest and eliminate them. Coulson exclaimed, "Is that truly what I just implied? You certainly possess a remarkable aptitude for misinterpretation." He swiftly pulled Zhou back, disarming him. "Even if you cannot tolerate a grain of sand in your eyes, you must learn to respect your superiors. Prior to my arrival in Afghanistan, I had already been conducting an investigation into your superior, Nick Fury. He has been orchestrating significant reallocations of funds within S.H.I.E.L.D. And you, my esteemed superior, exhibit signs of involvement as well. However, I have yet to uncover concrete evidence. Now, I must return to my homeland. It would be prudent for both of you to ensure that your affairs are in order." Zhou removed his tactical vest and thrust it into Coulson's embrace, casting a menacing glare at the innocent Mediterranean before turning to board the helicopter. Coulson remarked, "In the ancient East, there is a saying, it is easy to invite a deity, yet difficult to send them away. Had I known Zhou possessed such keen insight, I should have confined him indefinitely to the isolation chamber." Coulson was well aware of the financial misappropriation. Director Fury had initiated the creation of a space carrier without the approval of the upper echelons. However, the project had yet to materialize, only to be discovered by an impetuous youth. Reflecting on this, Coulson dialed the egg's number. "Director, it seems you are in considerable trouble. Zhou is returning home." Chapter 5. Even if the other party is the president, I dare to arrest. On the flight back to the United States, Tony, having succumbed to dehydration, finally regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he observed Zhou sitting rigidly beside him, gazing down with an air of authority. "The young man with black hair, I've taken note of you." Struggling against his restraints, Tony discovered himself bound to a stretcher. "If possible, might you consider unbinding me once more?" "Certainly. However, I have a few remarks to convey." Zhou's words were agreeable, yet he showed no inclination to act, presenting his nostrils directly at Tony with a distinctly displeased expression. "Firstly, rescuing you was merely my duty. Yet you failed to express even a modicum of gratitude. This irks me. I did not anticipate that you lacked such basic courtesy. Secondly, restraining you was also my directive. After all, you are the most notorious executioner of this era. Not to mention the allegations of tax evasion and the suspicion of bringing undisclosed medical equipment back to the country. Do you concede?" It was only now that Tony grasped the essence of Zhou's character, exceedingly principled to the point of excess, for reasons unbeknownst to him. He was reminded of his late father, who had spoken countless times of a certain individual, the Captain America clad in the stars and stripes, a type he despised. Nevertheless, bound to the stretcher, his immediate priority was to secure his release. Where on earth was Rhodey? Why wasn't he the one attending to him? First and foremost, thank you for saving my life. Secondly, I assure you that I possess the finest tax team. I guarantee that I have not evaded a single cent in taxes. As for this on my chest, it pertains to my very survival." Tony's tone was earnest. Despite his aversion to Zhou, he acknowledged that the latter was correct. He truly was the greatest arms dealer of this era. It was only when the bomb marked with Stark Industries exploded beside him that he realized what the world required was not a weapon merchant, but perhaps a hero. Under your influence, Tony Stark has resolved to shut down the arms division of his company. Justice points, 100 Zhou. So, it turns out one can acquire justice points without resorting to murder. Encouraging virtue suffices, compared to the ordinary underlings. The benefits derived from these narrative characters are far more substantial. Ding. Justice points have reached a total of 100. Would you like to proceed with a lottery? Not at this moment. Having derived some advantage from Tony, Zhou suddenly found the latter considerably more agreeable. He took the initiative to loosen the restraints binding Tony and propped him up. Suddenly recalling something, he opened the thermal box beside him and retrieved 2 still warm hamburgers, extending them toward Tony. "I surmise you are quite yearning for this, even if it has cooled somewhat." Is it a cheeseburger? Please let it be a cheeseburger. Tony gazed at the two hamburgers with astonishment, snatching them from Zhou's hands. Having been sustained solely by intravenous fluids, he felt capable of consuming an entire cow. As he tore open the wrapping paper, an intense aroma of cheese tantalized his nostrils. Before long, 2 large cheeseburgers vanished into Tony's cavernous mouth. Once the burgers were consumed, Tony found himself regarding Zhou with a newfound appreciation. Zhou, your Asian names are quite challenging to pronounce. If possible, may I have another burger? Zhou nodded and retrieved another burger from the thermal box. Our Strategic Defense Supply and Logistics Bureau has prepared an ample supply of hamburgers for you, should you desire them until you disembark. You need a new name, Tony remarked, still accepting the burger from Zhou's hand, realizing he was still quite hungry. After devouring the food, he patted his round belly, letting out a satisfied belch, and smiled at Zhou. All right, lad, tell me what you need from me for your bureau. Tony, being a businessman, quickly understood why it was Zhou who was tasked with his oversight, at least for the U.S. military. Their organization wielded considerable power, one he had never even heard of before, with a name so cumbersome it was almost laughable. If you cannot recall our name, you may refer to us as S.H.I.E.L.D. Initially, S.H.I.E.L.D. required your assistance, but I have changed my mind. I need you to hack into the S.H.I.E.L.D. system. I suspect my superior is embezzling funds from the Bureau to construct weapons of mass destruction for nefarious activities. Zhou's bold declaration piqued Tony's interest. For the Pentagon's archives felt like his own backyard, easily navigable at his whim. Yet, now there was a mysterious organization he had never heard of, coupled with a rather intriguing individual, suggesting that his superior might be up to no good. This was decidedly fascinating. However, Tony retained a degree of pride, well aware that business negotiations could not be settled so easily. Otherwise, he would lose leverage. So, what isn't it for me? After World War II, under the guidance of America's top scientists, an organization was formed called the Strategic Scientific Reserve, which absorbed German scientists and technological resources. This was the precursor to S.H.I.E.L.D. America's top scientists? You mean, indeed, your late philandering father, Howard Stark. Zhou cast out this bait, intent on ensnaring Tony. Although he was already aware of Nick Fury's embezzlement for the purpose of building an aerospace carrier, he needed solid evidence. Among the Avengers, while one might debate who possessed the strongest sense of justice, it was indisputable that Tony held the most insatiable curiosity. The mere mention of Howard Stark's name was sure to hook him. Howard Stark, one of the founding figures of S.H.I.E.L.D., is the reason I have been entrusted with the mission to rescue you. How could a scientist, renowned since the era of World War II, perish in a mere automobile accident? Regrettably, my status as an agent limits my access to pertinent information. The resolution to this mystery lies within your own capabilities. Tony, goodness gracious, I must exclaim. While it is true that my father had a penchant for infidelity, that fateful accident also claimed the life of my mother. If their demise was not merely an accident, but rather a calculated murder, then he is in dire need of a formidable ally. Before me stands a sharpshooter capable of eliminating hundreds of armed adversaries, and devoid of any sentimentality. It is settled. Your words have piqued my interest. I, too, have a condition, should we uncover the truth of that fateful day. After hearing Tony's words, Zhou revealed the M9 nestled in her holster and the handcuffs at her waist, stating boldly, even if the opponent were the president, I would not hesitate to make an arrest. Chapter 6. No organization would ever choose someone as deranged as Zhou to be an undercover agent. If this statement had been uttered by anyone else, Tony might not have placed his trust in them. However, this was Zhou we were talking about. Merely for possessing unregistered medical equipment, he had chained himself to a single-minded obsession. I understand now. Tony had no reason to reject Zhou, as they now stood on the same battlefield. Zhou nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his elaborate scheme had not been in vain. It was fortunate that he had confidently assured Coulson that he would not cause any trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D. Wasn't he just a playboy? I could handle him in a heartbeat, and perhaps even secure some sponsorship. Now, judging by the outcome, I indeed had managed to win over Tony. However, if Coulson were to learn how I achieved this, he might regret it to the point of bruising his thigh. As Zhou and Tony descended the airplane, laughing and chatting, Rhodes and Coulson stood behind them, utterly bewildered. How could a rigid, no-nonsense youth become such good friends with a playboy? Even if Tony had narrowly escaped death and felt gratitude towards the one who saved him, wasn't the pace of this rapport rather swift? Upon disembarking, they naturally encountered Tony's future wife, the fiery Pepper Potts, though at present, she was merely Tony's assistant. Damn office romances. Beside Pepper stood Happy, the burly bodyguard. Though in another world he might be a director, in this Marvel universe, he was just a hefty bodyguard. Tony waved farewell to Zhou and then hastened towards the smiling Pepper. Are your eyes red from shedding tears for your long-lost boss? Is it because my return means you must resume work? I detest work. Well then, the holiday is over. Tony and Pepper walked toward the car that had come to collect them, but before getting in, he cast a glance back at Zhou. Zhou, wearing sunglasses, smiled and nodded at Tony, also waving in their direction. Pepper observed Tony's demeanor with great curiosity and soon noticed Zhou's distinctive appearance, dressed like an active duty soldier but with a rare Asian visage. Tony. That Asian young man is quite handsome. What is his name? How do you know him? That lad is called Zhou, an annoyingly capable individual. He single-handedly eradicated an entire base of KB elements and rescued me. Wow, should we not express our heartfelt gratitude to him? Pepper exclaimed, her mouth agape upon hearing that Tony had been saved solely by Zhou. Tony instinctively chuckled, as if recalling something joyous. Perhaps if you were aware that shortly after saving me, he cuffed me and nearly caused me to suffer from dehydration and shock, you would reconsider your inclination to thank him. Cuffed you? Why? Because he suspected me of tax evasion and of using unapproved medical devices. Little Pepper, is this world truly gone mad? How can one rescue hostages like this? As Tony and Little Pepper engaged in their discourse while departing, Coulson approached Zhou. Although his sunglasses obscured his gaze, Zhou discerned a hint of joy from his prominent hairline. Zhou, do you have anything to say about the armor Tony crafted in that cave? I am an agent, not a scientist, sir. Zhou feigned ignorance, asserting his lack of understanding regarding the contraption. A suit of iron armor donned by a human, equipped with 2 flamethrowers, is hardly a pinnacle of advanced technology. Substantial muscle would suffice. Absent those flamethrowers, one might as well have returned to the Middle Ages. Coulson, albeit acknowledging the validity of the young man's argument, reflected on Tony's past among the frivolities of life. Despite his eventual redemption, he hardly seemed the type to possess sufficient muscle. It is essential to recognize that a metal suit capable of enveloping a person and bearing heavy weaponry is not something a mere prisoner could wield. Moreover, you previously mentioned that he became trapped within that armor, and it was you who liberated him. So, that armor must have utilized some form of energy. Investigate the energy source employed by Tony. This is your new assignment. Thus, dear Sue, you may proceed to seek out Tony. Coulson gestured toward the black Audi parked on the opposite side of the airport, retrieving a set of keys from his pocket and tossing them to Zhou. The vehicle contains all the equipment you require. You have 3 days to complete the task. Upon receiving the keys, Zhou examined them before removing his sunglasses. Unless you and Director Nick can clean up your mess in 3 days, I doubt that delaying me will resolve anything. Even 3 months wouldn't suffice for you to tidy up. What can you possibly achieve in 3 days? Zhou made no effort to conceal his thoughts. His sole intention was to see his superior imprisoned, motivated solely by the corruption of S.H.I.E.L.D's funds. As he watched Zhou drive away, Coulson shook his head in resignation. Zhou's rank precluded him from knowing about the Insight project concerning the construction of the helicarrier. However, if the truth were not disclosed to this troublesome young man, by the time he unearthed what he deemed the truth and arrived armed to apprehend Nick Fury, any resistance from the director would likely provoke Zhou to draw his weapon. This young man is not one to tolerate injustice, and his marksmanship is formidable. According to the rescued Tony and Ethan, every member of the Ten Ring stronghold was eliminated by Zhou, each shot precisely to the forehead, leaving no survivors. To that end, Coulson once again perused Zhou's profile, discovering that during the agent assessment, he did not exhibit such terrifying marksmanship. This left only 2 possibilities. Either Zhou is an undercover agent sent by another organization, concealing his true abilities during the evaluation, or his irksome personality has offended his assessment instructor, resulting in a tampering of his results. After a thorough discussion between Coulson and Egg, it became evident that the second possibility was far more plausible. The notion of S.H.I.E.L.D, a clandestine organization, being infiltrated seemed less credible than the idea that Zhou's abrasive temperament had drawn ire. With this thought in mind, Coulson once again dialed Director Nick Fury's number. Even after enduring 3 months of the harsh winds of the Middle East, he remained resolute in his investigative pursuits. No organization would be foolish enough to select a lunatic like Zhou as an undercover agent, unless they too were deranged. Nick Fury's voice resonated through the phone, and Coulson could sense his current state of distress. If he were not influenced negatively by that infamous playboy, Tony, it would serve as a testament to his character's worthiness of respect. Wouldn't you agree, the foremost admirer of Steve Rogers? Chapter 7. I have plenty of such things at home. When Zhou arrived at Stark Industries, impeccably dressed in a suit, Tony was just announcing the closure of their weapons department. A throng of journalists surrounded him, leaving no room for escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou drew his firearm to signal a warning, leading a bewildered Tony away from the stunned reporters, along with a similarly flabbergasted Pepper Potts. Approaching Tony's vehicle without a care for onlookers, he unceremoniously ushered both Tony and Pepper inside before taking the driver's seat himself. As he settled in, Zhou removed his sunglasses and lowered his voice to Happy, stating, "This vehicle is now requisitioned by me, and your boss did not object. Mr. Zhou, you truly are the most special law enforcement officer I have ever encountered," Pepper exclaimed, slightly taken aback by Zhou's audacity. Recalling Tony's prior words, she found Zhou's actions rather reasonable, indeed fitting with his character. Once Happy took his place in the passenger seat, Zhou pressed the accelerator down hard, launching the car forward with a jolt, swiftly vanishing from sight. Remarkably, he did not exceed the speed limit. Those journalists infringed upon your personal safety. If I had more handcuffs on me, not a single one of them present today would have escaped legal repercussions. Zhou's driving prowess, reminiscent of that of a skilled racer, allowed them to navigate through traffic effortlessly, as smooth as if they were seated in the comfort of their own home. Happy diligently guided him from the passenger seat, and by the time they reached Tony's residence, he had become an ardent admirer of Zhou. He had seen fast drivers before, but none could arrive at their destination swiftly, safely, and smoothly without violating traffic regulations, an essential quality for a bodyguard. As the vehicle came to a halt, Happy seized Zhou's hand, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, if the opportunity arises, may I seek your wisdom on the art of driving?" "Once I take a break," Zhou replied with a smile, nodding at Happy before turning to the two seated in the back. Pepper had been voicing her concerns to Tony throughout the journey, emphasizing the imminent issue regarding Stark Industries stock. A corporation built on arms manufacturing, now shutting down its weapons division, was akin to McDonald's ceasing to sell fried products. This was not merely a matter of stock prices plummeting. It raised the critical question of whether Stark Industries could continue to survive. Yet Tony remained silent, simply gazing at Pepper with a smile. After 3 months of confinement, her once grating nagging now sounded like a melodious tune. "This, lovely lady. Perhaps we should find a different venue for our conversation?" When Zhou spoke, it dawned on little Pepper that there was indeed a stranger in the car, prompting her to feel a bit embarrassed and fall silent, a blush creeping up her neck. "I apologize, Mr. Zhou. I seem to have lost control of my emotions." "No need to apologize to me. After all, I am not the owner of this vehicle." Zhou expressed indifference towards such matters, as long as no crimes were committed. Or perhaps it would be more apt to say, as long as no sense of justice was compromised, he was more than willing to befriend her. As everyone settled into Tony's grand mansion, Zhou promptly declared he had a task at hand, wishing not to intrude upon the moment shared between Tony and little Pepper. Despite the teasing glint in his eyes, "If you require 3 minutes, I can wait for you." 3 minutes? Kid, are you insulting the great playboy Tony? Little Pepper felt a tinge of embarrassment, but Tony was visibly taken aback. "Perhaps just 2.5? Damn it." Tony unabashedly flashed Zhou a half-hearted middle finger, recalling the kind of person Zhou was. He might end up pinned to the ground again. "Tony, I forgive your rudeness this time. Although you are a cultured man, your civility is evidently lacking. I sincerely hope you can amend your penchant for profanity." Zhou contemplated the future events of Avengers, Age of Ultron, where Captain America would sternly prohibit the use of foul language. And he resolved to curb it at its root, aiming for a scenario where he would be the sole purveyor of profanity within the Avengers. "Hey, this isn't like you. Shouldn't you be drawing your gun and pointing it at my head, shouting, 'Dare to curse, or give me the finger, and come with me'?" Tony exerted all his effort to mimic Zhou's demeanor, but, upon seeing Zhou's playful smile, suddenly realized he found him less unbearable than he had anticipated. "I am merely a principled agent, not a lunatic." Zhou approached Tony, patting him on the shoulder, and continued, "I merely wish for this world to improve. Combating criminals is simply my vocation. I am a normal person, too, and I can have friends. At the very least, I can distinguish between friendly banter and deliberate insults." This was part of Zhou's experiment. He sought to ascertain whether mere conversation could yield a sense of justice, particularly with someone like Tony, a pivotal character woven throughout the Marvel Universe. "Do you know, Zhou, you now resemble a genuine human being, rather than a mere machine." Tony's expression darkened, not due to Zhou's transformation, but rather because the sudden physical contact made him feel uneasy. "If possible, please refrain from direct physical contact next time. All right? Why? Are you allergic to men?" Zhou continued to jest momentarily before candidly articulating his purpose. "I shall not beat around the bush. My intention for this visit revolves around the object upon your chest. My superior is quite intrigued by a source of energy capable of powering a piece of battle armor, and I have been tasked with acquiring it from you within 3 days. Do you comprehend my meaning?" "Understood. That's your superior's intention. But what is your stance?" Tony recalled the agreement he had struck with Zhou, sensing that Zhou was prepared to take decisive action. The enigmatic S.H.I.E.L.D. and the mysteries surrounding his father's past had long stirred Tony's insatiable curiosity. Within 2 days, procure something capable of breaching their database firewall. I shall take that item into S.H.I.E.L.D, and from there, the subsequent matters rest in your hands. Such items are plentiful in my abode. Tony patted the coffee table before him, and a concealed compartment sprang open. He reached inside, retrieving an object resembling a button, which he tossed to Zhou. As long as you can place this device on S.H.I.E.L.D's computer, the rest will be left to me. Chapter 8. Preventing a profanity from Nick Fury. Justice points. 1. Are you certain? Zhou truly lacks understanding of these technical matters. Despite being merely the early 2000s, Tony's technological prowess evidently places him at the forefront of global advancements, far too advanced for comprehension. Well, although it may seem somewhat disrespectful to you, are you confident that once I elucidate the principles, you will grasp everything I convey without necessitating further explanation? Zhou, winky face, Tony is indeed correct. I feel somewhat insulted. Very well, you make a valid point. Zhou carefully tucked away the metallic button, rose to take his leave, and suddenly recalled something. Tony, could I borrow a vehicle? Your residence is rather remote, and there are no taxis available. I'll have Happy give you a ride, Tony replied. Although your character suggests you would not scratch my car, you have a tendency to abandon vehicles that do not belong to you. Much like that Audi left at Stark Industries. As a wealthy individual, Tony was indifferent to the value of a car, yet he relished the opportunity to vex Zhou. Zhou was driven back to Stark Industries by Happy. After bidding farewell, he received a call from Nick Fury, instructing him to remain on standby as he wished to meet. Shortly thereafter, a black Range Rover came to a halt beside him. When the driver's window lowered, Zhou was met with the gaze of Director Fury. After a brief moment of eye contact, Zhou silently entered the vehicle, and Nick, absorbed in driving, did not utter a word. System, initiate a Justice Points lottery. Zhou mentally summoned the system, activating a lottery opportunity acquired from Tony. Accompanied by a poor quality sound effect in his mind, the lottery wheel began to spin. 10 seconds later, the pointer settled steadily on a skill. Supervision, the ability to perceive all wavelengths of light, including radio waves, ultraviolet rays, X-rays, and gamma rays. Zhou, isn't this akin to Superman's abilities? Does this count as a soul-stirring moment? Regrettably, it is not something as straightforward as iron body or Kryptonian heritage, but this skill, akin to X-ray vision, is a perfect complement to my Death Shooter ability. Death Shooter enables targeting through bullet ricochets, provided the target's location is known. Now that I possess the ability to see through everything, I may indeed achieve extraordinary feats. Delighted, Zhou shifted his focus from the lottery wheel, eagerly utilizing supervision. Indeed, under the influence of this skill, he could discern every vein within his body. Turning to glance at the person beside him, Zhou immediately recognized something amiss. The individual before him was not Nick Fury. However, Zhou did not immediately act. Instead, he utilized his supervision to survey his surroundings. Fortunately, there was no third person in the vehicle. Otherwise, he might have suspected that this was a plot against him. When Nick Fury drove the car to a desolate location, just as the vehicle came to a steady halt and he turned to speak, Zhou swiftly drew his handgun and pressed it against the dark figure's head. Place your hands on the steering wheel and let me see. Who are you? Where is Nick Fury? Zhou cocked the hammer and disengaged the safety, exuding an air of readiness to fire. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on Nick Fury's forehead, as it was evident that Zhou was prepared to pull the trigger at any moment. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he feigned calmness and said, "Hey, kid, have you lost your mind? I am Nick, your superior." Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Nick Fury's head was blown apart by Zhou. However, instead of the expected white matter and red blood, a green fluid erupted from the wound, resembling some kind of insect's bodily fluid. His exterior rapidly transformed, his face turning entirely green, complete with pointed ears. He bore no resemblance to a normal human. Preventing a Skrull invasion of Earth. Justice points. 10. Zhou thought to himself, I knew the Skrulls were no good. Those who are not of my kind must have different intentions. Yet this figure had the audacity to collaborate with them. Now, I have leverage over you. With so many Skrulls still on Earth, it is time for me to take flight. Motherf, what have you done? Just as Zhou reveled in his triumph, our Motherf or hero emerged from the bushes, another dark figure appearing, though this time it was clear he was genuinely panicked. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou exited the vehicle and shot the figure in the thigh. Director Fury tumbled to the ground, having been struck, yet no blood was evident. Zhou quickly approached, pressing his knee firmly against the back of his neck and swiftly restraining him, then aimed his gun at the figure. Nick Fury, I now suspect you of colluding with extraterrestrials to invade Earth. I can't breathe. Get your leg off my neck. Yet Zhou seemed deaf to his pleas, his knee firmly maintaining pressure on Fury's neck. A minute passed, and Fury felt as if his lungs were on the verge of exploding from the prolonged lack of oxygen. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Noting the stillness of the man beneath him, Zhou finally removed his knee from Fury's neck. After a moment's contemplation, wary of misidentifying his target, he drew his tactical knife and made a small incision on Nick's skin, satisfied to see red blood flow forth, nodding in approval. Taking out his phone, Zhou dialed Coulson's number. "Director, are you aware of Nick Fury's collusion with extraterrestrials?" "Extraterrestrials? All right. It seems you are not involved in this matter. Hurry over here. You can track my location after all, as I have not removed the locator from my suit." Upon acquiring supervision, Zhou discovered that his suit concealed no fewer than 3 locators, even one in his shoes. After ending the call with Coulson, Zhou noticed that the egg-shaped creature on the ground had lost its breath, its heartbeat slowing to a near halt. Realizing it was on the brink of death, he stepped on its back and performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation. As the creature gradually regained consciousness, Zhou retrieved a bundle of rope from the trunk of the Land Rover. He secured one end around the creature's neck, creating a noose, while the other end was looped around a nearby branch, forming a gallows. While Zhou busied himself with the preparations, the creature slowly regained its senses. Observing Zhou as he readied the instruments of punishment, Nick emitted a series of interrupted groans. "Zhou, you wicked mother." "Gah?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou tightened the rope, plunging the creature into darkness once more, preventing Nick Fury from uttering foul language. Justice points 1. Zhou, the plan is successful. Chapter 9. Get down and put your hands on your head. When Coulson arrived at the scene with his team, Zhou had already performed CPR on Nick for the 11th time. The interrogation was progressing remarkably well. Nick had not uttered a single coherent curse. Zhou had even acquired 10 points of justice from him. Just as he was on the verge of drawing a 4th prize, the system seemed to glitch, refusing to grant any more justice points after the 11th interruption of Nick's profanities. At that moment, Coulson arrived, and it was time to get down to business. However, the team Coulson brought consisted of 9 operatives, all of whom Zhou recognized as Hydra infiltrators. Zhou remarked, "I can only say that the S.H.I.E.L.D. is aptly named. There are no good people here. Coulson, you should take a look at the alien corpse inside that Land Rover." "I shot it dead." Immediately afterward, our director Nick Fury appeared, cursing in a rather unfriendly manner. He even managed to shoot me. But his attire seemed to possess alien technology with excellent bulletproof capabilities. Thus, I could only restrain him and hang him here. Zhou straightforwardly recounted the events. Coulson, accompanied by the Hydra agents, inspected the Land Rover and indeed discovered the Skrull's corpse, clearly a testament to Zhou's handiwork. He holstered his weapon and approached Zhou, gazing at the unconscious Nick Fury, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Did you manage to extract anything from him?" "Nothing at all." The moment he regained consciousness, he started cursing at me. "You know how I am, sir. I simply cannot tolerate such insults, so I opted to silence him with a noose. Moreover, I suspect that Nick Fury has undergone alien modifications. I mean, even a highly trained agent would struggle to endure 11 instances of asphyxiation. Yet this guy managed to hold on, even having the energy to hurl insults. Just look at how I woke him." Zhou drew his gun and fired a shot into Nick's thigh. Though his pants had bulletproof properties, the tremendous impact of the bullet was still effective. The sharp pain jolted Nick awake, but this time, he refrained from cursing. Zhou's training methods proved remarkably effective. The king of agents had learned to keep his mouth shut. When Nick Fury saw Coulson, tears nearly welled up in his eyes from agitation. At that moment, he wished he could shoot the subordinate he had single-handedly promoted. Zhou was indeed an unhinged individual. How could such a twisted character be personally sent to him by Coulson? He felt that executing Coulson would hardly do justice to the torment he had endured that day. After adjusting his emotions, Nick regained his authoritative demeanor. "Coulson, is this the outstanding subordinate you found for me?" "Nick, I represent S.H.I.E.L.D, and I am arresting you on charges of colluding with aliens in an attempt to invade Earth. You may remain silent, but anything you say will be used as evidence in court." Coulson wore a stern expression. He was aware of the Skrull situation. However, having been caught in the act by the reckless Zhou, he had no choice but to continue with the charade. Otherwise, he too would suffer the same fate as Nick. "Have you lost your mind, Coulson?" "I am innocent." It was that madman Zhou who said. Nick realized in an instant what Coulson meant. He was uncertain whether he could confide in Zhou about the Skrulls, and with so many field operatives present, he had to play along. Just as he began to speak, Zhou tightened the noose again, interrupting him. "A corpse of an alien transformed into your likeness is in the vehicle. Do you comprehend the implications of this? These aliens can take your form, mine, or even that of the president. We, at S.H.I.E.L.D, exist to manage such extraordinary incidents. As the director, not only do you fail to address this, but you also collude with these extraterrestrial beings, and you dare claim innocence? If I didn't require intelligence from these aliens, I would have ended you by now." As Zhou tightened the rope, he retaliated with a fierce slap to Nick's face, his brows furrowed and chest heaving with indignation. Speak. Where are those damned alien invaders? Zhou showcased his adeptness at labeling, transforming the initially ambiguous aliens into outright invaders. The Skrulls had indeed conducted a covert invasion, and Zhou saw an opportunity to amass justice points while simultaneously thwarting an alien incursion, a remarkable accumulation of virtue. To elicit a response, Zhou loosened the rope slightly, allowing Nick to catch his breath. Dare to curse again, and I shall break your fingers. Nick, falling into his old habits, was met with another stern warning from Zhou. As Nick's eyes rolled back in exasperation, Zhou loosened the rope once more. After a bout of intense coughing, Nick finally regained his composure and, after organizing his thoughts, glared menacingly at Zhou. What do you intend to achieve? The Skrulls are classified information within S.H.I.E.L.D. Only those with level 10 clearance are privy to such secrets. They arrived on Earth decades ago as friendly extraterrestrials, and you, Zhou, you've just killed one of our alien operatives. With a sudden crack, Nick Fury's left pinky finger contorted grotesquely in Zhou's grip, seemingly broken. I warned you. Utter another curse, and I shall break your fingers. Test me, and I shall see just how foul your tongue can be. At that moment, Zhou remained remarkably composed. After all, Coulson was merely the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., insignificant compared to the multitude of Skrulls. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Now is the moment for him to confront the ruthless egg. Zhou, have we wronged Director Nick? At this juncture, Coulson sensed that the progression of events was somewhat amiss. Why did it seem as though Zhou had transformed into the antagonist? What had initially been mere theatrics was unbeknownst to Zhou. With a single utterance, he had shattered the director's finger, rendering the performance all too authentic. Director, how could you place your trust in a traitor's words rather than the reality before your eyes? Zhou's gaze was filled with incredulity, his portrayal remarkably immersive. Even Coulson's comrades from Hydra, positioned behind him, were captivated by the unfolding drama, astonished that a routine field mission could yield such a monumental spectacle. How splendid it would be if a bottle of beer were at hand. Zhou tightened the noose, pulling Nick's disdain into plain view, and then aimed the firearm at Coulson, declaring, since you choose to believe this wretched traitor, I have nothing further to say. Get down on your knees and clasp your hands behind your head. Chapter 10. My warning remains eternally valid. Should you choose to disbelieve it, you may proceed. Coulson? Hydra, are you truly refusing to play along, my friend? We Hydra are an underground organization. Your blatant intentions to confront us are puzzling. Was not your mission to infiltrate and gain the trust of Nick and Coulson? If it were merely a matter of assassination, we could handle it ourselves without your assistance. For now, we all present ourselves as agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and we cannot afford to remain indifferent to Zhou's actions. Lower your weapon. Raise your hands. The Hydra operatives behind Coulson raised their weapons, aiming at Zhou, who pressed his gun firmly against Coulson's high hairline, ensuring control over Nick while his free hand brandished another pistol aimed at the agents, embodying the essence of battlefield dominance. Fire. I can take you down first. Zhou seethed with barely contained fury, were it not for his inability to withstand the bullets. He would have engaged in a firefight with these Hydra agents rather than be reduced to this predicament. Now, he could only pin his hopes on the next lottery. He felt exceptionally fragile, his health bar alarmingly short, the shadow of inadequate defense ever looming over him. Having watched countless superhero films, Zhou understood the archetype of the superhero. While they might not be invincible, they must at least endure punishment. Take Black Widow, Natasha. For instance, after being struck by a punch from the Hulk, she could sit on the ground, recuperating for a few minutes before rising to take down Hawkeye. While it could be argued that Hawkeye faltered, Natasha's honed physique is a quintessential trait of any superhero. Zhou, even if Director Nick has ties to extraterrestrials or collaborates with them, you cannot enact personal justice. He must be turned over to S.H.I.E.L.D. for interrogation. As an upright individual, how could you not grasp this? Even with Zhou's gun pointed at his head, Coulson exhibited no signs of panic. A truly guiltless person remains unperturbed by the threat of Zhou's firearm. Although Zhou harbored a strong desire to kill, he had never aimed at an innocent soul. Director Coulson, Zhou noticed an opportunity to relent and promptly withdrew the gun from Coulson's head, yet his expression remained conflicted, ensnared in an endless turmoil. Observing Zhou's change of heart, Coulson gently patted his shoulder, saying, Zhou, you are a remarkably principled individual. At times, you even evoke a sense of shame within me. However, this world is not merely black and white, but rather a delicate shade of gray. Rest assured, if you hand Nick Fury over to me, I will extract the truth from him. You may take him, but I must observe the entirety of the process. Zhou pointed his gun at the unconscious egg and said, he is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. There may be other infiltrated members within the organization. That alien can disguise itself as him or any other person. If anyone intends to use force to rescue Nick. You need me. Coulson pondered in silence, realizing the validity of Zhou's words. Had it not been for Zhou's astonishing marksmanship, Director Nick would not have deemed him a subject of close scrutiny. Once Zhou's background and psychological assessments were cleared, he would be inducted into the Avengers Initiative, becoming the first Avenger of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, there was no time for contemplation. Nick Fury had been unresponsive for nearly a minute. Thus, Coulson nodded in agreement to Zhou's request, spreading his hands and saying, I agree. Can we release the ropes now? Nick seems to be in distress. Of course. No problem. Zhou lifted his foot and loosened the ropes, causing the suspended Nick Fury to fall to the ground with a thud. It appeared that our Director Nick had been enhanced by aliens, exhibiting physical prowess surpassing even that of trained agents. Before your arrival, he had already suffocated and lost consciousness over 10 times, so there is no need for concern. A mere kick or two will revive him. Coulson exclaimed, Oh my God, is this even human? The extent of Zhou's ruthlessness surpassed Coulson's imagination. Yet, Nick's condition was indeed concerning. Even the most rigorously trained agents would have lost control after such repeated suffocation, spilling secrets indiscriminately. However, Nick remained unfazed, even retaining the strength to curse. Despite being referred to as the so-called king of agents, such terrifying physical resilience was not characteristic of a normal human. So, the director secretly upgraded his own body. Take Director Nick away and secure him with the full set of restraints. Yes. The Hydra agents surged forward, binding the egg with ropes, and together they hoisted him away, tossing him into the black bin they had arrived in. Zhou holstered his gun under his arm and silently took a seat in the van, his gaze fixed intently on the unconscious egg. Seeing this, Coulson shook his head helplessly and took the passenger seat, leaving 2 agents behind to clean up the aftermath. As the alien corpse and the Range Rover were both crucial recovery targets. Drive to Base X1 on Manhattan Island, Coulson instructed the agent at the wheel. Given Nick's current condition, we cannot return directly to S.H.I.E.L.D. Understood. The vehicle slowly began to move, and Zhou observed the puzzled expressions of the Hydra agents within. Subtly, he gestured to them, indicating that there were individuals inside monitoring their actions, urging them to refrain from making any hasty movements. Through his enhanced vision, Zhou discerned the presence of listening devices within the cabin, 3 microphones and 4 concealed cameras. He could not yet ascertain who had installed them, but it was imperative that neither Hydra nor Nick discovered his affiliation with the organization, especially since he had yet to reap significant benefits from it. Upon noticing Zhou's gesture, the Hydra agents understood that it was not the opportune moment for conversation. They quietly adjusted their equipment, exuding an air of vigilant preparedness. At that moment, the unconscious Nick Fury regained consciousness, only to realize that he was utterly immobilized, lying within a moving vehicle encircled by a contingent of S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, including the very Zhou who had aimed a firearm at him. Had they all lost their sanity? Where were they taking him? Zhou was the first to notice Nick's awakening. This time, he uttered not a word, but fixed his gaze intently upon the irate bald man, causing Nick to feel a twinge of apprehension. Damn it. Zhou swiftly broke Nick's other pinky finger, interrupting his expletive-laden outburst. My warnings are perpetually in effect. Should you doubt this, feel free to continue. Chapter 11. Today, I must extract your teeth. The few Hydra agents within the carriage were taken aback. Zhou acted with such swiftness that they barely had time to react before Nick's fingers were brutally snapped by him. The sole reason for this act of violence was that Director Nick had merely attempted to utter a profanity common among Americans. In the memories of these Hydra agents, Zhou, upon entering S.H.I.E.L.D., appeared somewhat dazed. However, a few months ago, he underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming intolerant of any slight imperfection. He brandished a firearm towards his superior, inadvertently drawing the attention of Agent Coulson, which led him to the director's side. Now, as the only mole within Hydra, positioned next to Director Nick, he was subsequently dispatched to the Middle East for 3 months. Upon his return, within a single day, he had already captured Director Nick. Had it not been for the discovery of an unidentified extraterrestrial, they would have remained oblivious to how Zhou intended to report back to his Hydra superiors. Nevertheless, Zhou's discovery was of paramount importance. Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. to such an extent that it resembled a sieve. This dark egg could orchestrate such significant events behind the scenes. Remarkably, it seemed as though Zhou was inherently suited for the role of an undercover agent, successfully unearthing substantial intelligence for the organization. Within the secret base established by S.H.I.E.L.D., the interrogation room was surrounded by load-bearing walls. After Zhou had broken 7 of Nick Fury's fingers, Nick found himself bound to a metallic chair. Upon witnessing Nick's oddly shaped hand, Coulson instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow. Zhou's methods were exceedingly ruthless, a rarity among those in S.H.I.E.L.D. Regaining his composure, Coulson initiated the inquiry. Director, may we discuss the matter concerning the extraterrestrials now? What extraterrestrials? Nick Fury's countenance darkened ominously, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Despite Coulson's pressing questions, he feigned ignorance, resolutely clenching his jaw, unwilling to divulge any information. The implications surrounding the scrolls were far too grave. Even as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he could not bear such a colossal burden. Furthermore, based on Zhou's recent behavior, he could not fathom accepting any collaboration with the scrolls. Even if the scrolls had not enacted any overt aggression against Earth, Zhou was correct. Without formidable military power backing them, the scrolls posed a ticking time bomb. Had Captain Marvel not been present, the scrolls would have long since transformed Earth into their colony. Even those Kree pursuing them across the cosmos were repelled by Captain Marvel. As long as the scrolls remained on Earth, Captain Marvel would never relinquish her guardianship over the planet. However, regarding Captain Carol Danvers, he was the sole custodian of that information within S.H.I.E.L.D. It was his final trump card, and indeed, the last bastion for the entire Earth. As long as one activates that pager, Carol will. Nick observed Zhou playing with the pager in his hand and felt as though the sky was about to collapse. This pager, once deemed a communication device, has now become merely an accessory in contemporary times. Why would Zhou take such an accessory from him? When Zhou employed his supervision, he could discern even the color of Nick's undergarments, not to mention the advanced technology of the pager. After inspecting the room with his eyes, he confirmed that there were no cameras or listening devices in the interrogation room. He placed the pager into his pocket and leaned closer to Coulson, whispering, "Director, since there are no cameras in this room, does that mean I can resort to coercion?" "No." Coulson immediately reacted with alarm at Zhou's suggestion of torture, loudly preventing him. "Zhou, we are a legitimate organization. You cannot always speak like a villain. But what if our director Nick keeps such a tight lid? What shall we do if coercion is off the table?" Zhou picked up a pair of pliers from the side, approached Nick, and grasped his chin. "This guy has so many teeth. Pulling out 17 or 18 of them wouldn't be a problem. Do you dare? What is there to fear? Pulling out a few teeth won't cost you your life." Nick was genuinely alarmed now. Zhou was known for following through on his words. If he didn't say something now, he might have to rely on dentures for the rest of his life. I'll talk. Upon hearing Nick Fury was willing to speak, Zhou released his chin. Nick collected his thoughts. To get through this with Zhou, he must address Carol's situation, as the formidable threat posed by Captain Marvel was crucial in suppressing the scrolls. Fortunately, Zhou was also one of the candidates for the Avengers Initiative, allowing him to divulge certain details. He had directly eliminated the scrolls, so it was unlikely he was a Skrull infiltrator. During World War II, the United States initiated a super soldier program, the sole outcome of which was Captain America, Steve Rogers. Even though we lost him long ago, he remains the first superhero in this world. Would you like to start from the Big Bang? Such matters are all documented in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files. Director Coulson is a fan of Captain Steve, so just speak about the aliens. Zhou brandished a pair of pliers before Nick, conveying an unmistakable threat that he would resort to action if Nick failed to get to the point. "Let us discuss the matter of the aliens," he began. "They are refugees from the cosmos, the Skrulls, who are being hunted by another formidable empire, the Kree, and have fled to Earth. During my tenure as a young agent, I encountered them. To pursue the Skrulls, the Kree's extraterrestrial warships have already positioned themselves beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Then, a superhero emerged, single-handedly repelling the Kree ships. This superhero reached an accord with the then leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., allowing the Skrulls to reside on Earth. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. could not dismiss the prowess of that superhero, thus they acquiesced. Nick stated this matter-of-factly, leaving no room for doubt. And Zhou had no one to verify his claims. Aside from the pager, there was no means to contact Captain Marvel. Zhou gazed impassively at the loquacious Nick Fury, placing the pliers near his mouth. "Can the current S.H.I.E.L.D. refuse that superhero now?" he inquired. "No, they cannot. Yet you allow the Skrulls to work with an S.H.I.E.L.D. I swear, I will extract your teeth today." Chapter 12. He is the director. If he does not bear the blame, then who will? Agent Coulson. Stop him at once. As Nick Fury found himself once again grasped by the chin by Zhou, he urgently called out the name of Coulson behind him. "You are aware of the events from that time. Please help me explain. This room has been specifically prepared for situations like today, and no one is permitted to learn of the matters within. There is no need to worry about information leakage. Quickly clarify things for this fellow." As Nick Fury uttered these words, Zhou's piercing gaze turned toward Coulson. Coulson felt somewhat awkward. The events of that time were something he and Nick had handled together. Yet now it was Nick alone suffering, and he found it rather gratifying. Zhou, please, do not be so agitated. The matter has already transpired. Even if you were to kill us both, it would be of no avail. Might we first share our explanation? Coulson cautiously sought to soothe Zhou's emotions. After all, this situation was indeed quite vexing. It was precisely due to the arrival of extraterrestrials that Nick Fury had aspired to form an Avengers initiative, intending it as Earth's nuclear deterrent to thwart the covetousness of aliens. Clang. Zhou cast the pair of pliers he held onto the ground, appearing utterly disheartened. Director, please. Go ahead. Subsequently, Coulson recounted the plot of Captain Marvel to Zhou, who pretended to listen as if it were the first time, striving to suppress his laughter. Coulson also took the opportunity to explain the misappropriated funds and the construction of the aerospace carrier, asserting that the aim was to enhance Earth's defensive capabilities, part of which stemmed from technology acquired from the Skrulls. Thus, the collaboration between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Skrulls posed no detriment. Rather, it would expedite Earth's advancement. Once Coulson concluded the narrative, Zhou retrieved his S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials, tossing them coldly onto Nick Fury. Uttering with an icy tone, as of today, I am no longer an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. You have greatly disappointed me. He then turned to leave, leaving behind a solitary figure for Coulson and Nick. Zhou. Coulson, watching Zhou gradually depart, felt a pang of regret and instinctively called his name. However, Zhou seemed oblivious, striding out of the interrogation room. Coulson had no choice but to turn back and free Nick Fury from his restraints, assisting him to stand from the chair, exhaling deeply. Director, we have erred in this matter. Are you still concerned about that reckless youth? You ought to be calling for an ambulance. Nick Fury shook the broken finger Zhou had inflicted upon him in front of Coulson. You have undergone clandestine body modifications. Such a trivial injury does not warrant an ambulance. As Coulson turned to leave, he cast a fleeting silhouette that lingered in Nick's mind. At that moment, Nick Fury felt a twinge of anger. The fact that Fury had concealed his physical enhancements from him indicated that other secrets were undoubtedly being kept. As his most trusted confidant, being left in the dark stirred feelings of unease within him. Damn it. How could that little brat Zhou have led you astray as well? Come back here. When Zhou exited the interrogation room, his expression was as cold as ice. And not a single person dared to approach him. After all, this reckless individual had just apprehended their director, and they had all witnessed the director's contorted fingers. Given Zhou's foul mood, anyone who dared to approach would likely face his ire. Consequently, the personnel within the secret base instinctively averted their gazes from Zhou, granting him the opportunity to act. He casually placed the metallic button Tony had entrusted to him atop the computer's mainframe and strode out of the secret base. Hailing a taxi to Tony's villa. Sitting in the taxi, Zhou gazed out the window, replaying his recent performance in his mind. Unable to suppress a grin that threatened to spread across his face, he felt as though he deserved a small golden trophy for his antics. His ruckus had undoubtedly earned him a perfect impression in the eyes of Nick Fury and Coulson. They must now harbor doubts about his identity as they sent him off to the Middle East. While he was untroubled by Hydra's capacity for forgery, he knew that upon relinquishing his credentials and voluntarily departing from S.H.I.E.L.D., any doubts would dissipate. His current priority was to cultivate a good relationship with Tony. When Iron Man emerged, that fool would discover that this former agent was, in fact, Tony's closest friend. Surely, to ensure Tony's cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D., that fool would come knocking. Moreover, the formidable shooting skills he had displayed would undoubtedly qualify him as a candidate for the Avengers. That mere fool would be entirely within his grasp. As he observed the flow of traffic and the signs retreating into the distance, a familiar emblem crossed his view. Zhou thought. Was that the logo of the New York Sanctum? He had yet to unlock any magical talents and deemed it unwise to disturb the ancient one at this time. When he eventually acquired abilities such as telepathy or Phoenix Force, he would seek out the Earth's mightiest sorcerer. Surely, Master Wong would not turn away a gifted apprentice. But for now, he needed to resolve matters with Tony first. Before the vehicle could reach Tony's villa, Zhou's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. It had barely been 20 minutes since he resigned from S.H.I.E.L.D., and already Hydra's leader was reaching out. He could only lament that the Marvel fans were right to refer to S.H.I.E.L.D. as Snake Shield. Indeed, there were only misnamed titles, not misnamed nicknames. What astonished Zhou even more was that S.H.I.E.L.D. had become so infiltrated yet still managed to function. That black fool certainly had some tricks up his sleeve. Hello, I am Zhou. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated it. This is a component of the plan, and your rank is far too low to possess the privilege of knowing its details. If you wish to avoid being silenced, it would be prudent to cease these futile inquiries. Alternatively, you may directly contact Director Alexander Pierce. Farewell." Upon concluding his statement, Zhou abruptly terminated the call. The act of using a tiger skin as a banner posed no psychological burden for him. Ever since he became Nick Fury's bodyguard, he had transitioned to a direct line of communication with Alexander Pierce. As one of the highest-ranking members of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D, Alexander Pierce had been instrumental in Nick Fury's rise, initially seeking to enlist him into Hydra. However, he soon discovered that Nick possessed a certain assertiveness. Ever since he assumed the role of director, Nick had consistently procured funding from unseen sources, most of which he allocated to the Hydra members. When the time comes for Hydra to cleanse its image, they could simply cast the egg to take the blame. After all, he is the director. If he does not bear the burden, then who will? Chapter 13, is it not akin to Batman and his faithful butler Alfred? In that case, I should be the Batman. When Zhou once again stood before Tony's villa, even Pepper Potts was rendered speechless. "Mr. Zhou, what brings you back?" "It's a long story. I have a matter to discuss with Tony." "Is he available?" Tony had once stated that as long as it was you, he would always have time. With a cheerful demeanor, Pepper opened the grand door for Zhou and guided him into Tony's residence. One cannot help but note that in this era of flip phones, Tony had embraced the age of smart homes, boasting his own AI butler, Jarvis. It seems Tony is indeed bound by the times. The items scattered throughout his room could easily be likened to golden egg-laying hens. Yet, our future Iron Man harbors the noble ambition of advancing green energy technology, striving for pollution-free power generation. How remarkably eco-friendly. Pepper escorted Zhou to the entrance of Tony's garage laboratory, where Tony was engrossed at his computer, a chaotic array of data flashing rapidly across the screen. Incomprehensible to any onlooker. "Tony, Zhou is here to see you. Are you busy?" Pepper gently tapped on the glass door of the laboratory, using her fingerprint to unlock it. Tony remained captivated by the data before him, hardly acknowledging her presence. "Just leave the drinks on the table. I can't step away right now." "Tony, it's me." Upon hearing Zhou's voice, Tony finally turned his head. Zhou, standing behind Pepper, waved at him and flashed a smile at her. "May I have a glass of juice, dear lady?" "Of course," Pepper replied, pleased with Zhou's courteous address. And she nodded before departing to prepare beverages for the two men. She was a remarkably astute woman. Understanding that Zhou's visit must pertain to something important he wished to discuss with her employer, likely related to the metallic button Tony had given to Zhou. As a professional assistant, it was prudent for her to refrain from prying into her boss's affairs. Tony felt a weight upon him as Zhou bypassed him to assign Pepper a task. It was akin to watching a cherished vegetable in his garden being eyed by an outsider. "Hey, Pepper is my assistant. You haven't paid her a salary." "It's merely a glass of juice," Zhou replied, hastening to Tony's side. He noticed the files on the monitor bore the emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D, confirming that the items he had placed in the secret base were now operational. Meanwhile, Tony was not idle. He immediately began to breach the S.H.I.E.L.D database, already bypassing the firewall and commencing the transfer of data to his home. Zhou found himself utterly bewildered by Tony's maneuvers. It was no disgrace to acknowledge one's limitations. Impressive efficiency. How do you manage this? "Allow me to introduce you to my personal butler, Jarvis." Tony proudly lifted his head, resembling a child eager to flaunt his high-tech toys. As he did so, a smooth male voice resonated, indistinguishable from that of a real person, save for a faint electronic undertone. "Good day, Mr. Zhou. I am Jarvis, Mr. Tony's personal butler. Following Mr. Tony's instructions, you have been granted access to the entrance of this villa. However, other areas are temporarily off-limits. Please refrain from wandering about alone." Zhou, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Such a petty Tony. Is it because of one incident of dehydration that he holds a grudge?" "The most infuriating part is that my system, despite having restrained Tony, does not grant me any justice points. Even a modicum of justice points would suffice. Do not look at me with such disdain. This is my private villa." Tony, thoroughly pleased with Zhou's current expression, felt reassured upon returning to his abode. This was no longer the dust-laden expanse of the Middle East. Here lay the playground of the affluent Tony Stark. The device you installed serves primarily to establish a connection with S.H.I.E.L.D's internal network. As for breaching their firewall, that task requires no assistance from me. Jarvis can handle it effortlessly. I must admit, S.H.I.E.L.D's firewall is considerably more robust than that of the Pentagon, but this is Tony Stark we're speaking of. Such challenges are trivial. However, I have yet to uncover the information regarding your director's embezzlement, though it is merely a matter of time. No need, Tony. I already know where that black egghead has funneled the funds, Zhou interjected, recounting a tale he had just learned from Coulson, much to Tony's intrigue. Well, aliens and superheroes, Tony exclaimed, captivated by Zhou's narrative, only to suddenly furrow his brow upon encountering a word he did not understand. J-A-R-V-I-S. What does black egghead mean? It refers to a type of ancient Eastern cuisine, though I believe Mr. Zhou is alluding to S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, J-A-R-V-I-S, clarified. Please display a picture of the black egghead alongside one of Nick Fury. As Tony observed the images on the monitor, he instinctively nodded, then turned to Zhou with sincerity. Zhou, you have successfully earned my friendship. That nickname suits you remarkably well. Zhou, bewildered, questioned, is this how a super AI operates? Is Tony's friendship so easily attainable, simply through a fitting moniker? What would you say if I were to invoke Coulson's nickname? Do you recall Agent Coulson, who returned with us? I dubbed him Mediterranean. Mediterranean? I have been there. Why call him that? Tony, in his exuberance, prompted Jarvis to investigate the meaning of the Mediterranean in the S.H.I.E.L.D language. He then pulled up a picture of Coulson, bursting into laughter at his receding hairline, exclaiming, "My goodness, Zhou, you are truly a genius. The S.H.I.E.L.D language is simply fascinating. Is this humor uniquely Eastern?" Jarvis, please grant Mr. Zhou the same privileges as Pepper. He may come and go from my villa at will. Zhou was taken aback, realizing that even after leaving S.H.I.E.L.D, his two superiors continued to offer their silent support from the shadows. It was profoundly moving. Next time I restrain them, I promise to be gentler. By the way, Tony, if possible, could you assist me in locating information about Hell's Kitchen? Hell's Kitchen? The inhabitants there are certainly not saints. I have already resigned from S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony. Zhou suddenly raised his voice, startling Tony. However, this will not waver my resolve to combat crime. Hell's Kitchen shall be my next battlefield. Tony, can you assist me? Just like Batman and his butler Alfred? Surely. I should be the Batman in this scenario. Chapter 14. Yet my initial desire was merely to acquire a set of equipment. In this Marvel universe, where Batman and Superman comics exist, Zhou had previously worked as a security guard for S.H.I.E.L.D. Passing his time at work by immersing himself in comics, he was quite familiar with them. After all, his overwhelming sense of justice did not hinder his ability to slack off at work. Tony, how proficient are you with firearms? Well, generally, I don't need to shoot. Are you skilled in close combat, undercover operations, or disguise reconnaissance? Do you possess any of these abilities? How about we discuss how I could assist you instead? Tony, ever adaptable, realized that since he could not be Batman, playing the role of a butler hero would suffice for the time being. However, Zhou raised a valid point. What exactly set him apart from Bruce Wayne? Both were billionaires and notorious playboys, and moreover, J.A.R.V.I.S. was far more formidable than any mere butler. Tony recalled the armor he had painstakingly crafted in that cave, with just a few design refinements and material upgrades. It could surpass Batman's equipment by leaps and bounds. Procure some gear for me, including but not limited to firearms, bulletproof vests, and vehicles. Also, provide me with the necessary information on those wretched criminals. After that, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Zhou wasted no time in articulating his desires. Although he currently lacked S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials, he still possessed those from the FBI and CIA. Whether the criminals deserved death was uncertain, but nothing could prevent him from seeking justice. Vehicles are manageable, but unfortunately, Stark Industries' weapons division has just been shut down, effective immediately. Stark Industries will no longer sell even a single bullet. Tony did not forget his statement from the press conference earlier that day, clearly rejecting Zhou's request. In response, Zhou chose to respect Tony's decision, asserting that he would never purchase weaponry. If I don't pay, can it still be considered a purchase? Tony, bewildered, responded, I understand all these words, yet strung together, they elude my comprehension. Are you certain you're speaking coherently? Is this even human language? Observing Tony's perplexed expression, Zhou realized that his demands were somewhat excessive. After all, he had only known Tony for a few days, despite their enjoyable conversations. Asking to receive his possessions without compensation felt a bit awkward. Fortunately, his forward-thinking mindset allowed him to enlighten Tony with insights from his past life. How about this, Tony? Since Stark Industries is no longer in the weapons business, I could offer a few lucrative ideas in exchange for that equipment. What do you think? Such as? How about venturing into the internet industry? There is something called non-deadly. Zhou then elaborated on the concept of Facebook, along with anecdotes from his previous life about short videos, comedic sketches, and the phenomenon of self-promoting individuals. Initially, Tony found these ideas captivating, but he soon realized that they lacked a medium. Merely browsing these websites on a computer would not capture the essence. When Tony posed this question to Zhou marveled at Tony's business acumen. Thus, the first step you must take is to create a superior mobile device, a task for which you possess the requisite technology. Just imagine, in the future, everyone will aspire to purchase the most advanced smartphone from Stark Industries and log into its operational website. What an immense user base that would be. With the largest user demographic in the world, you would undoubtedly ascend to the status of the wealthiest individual on the planet. It must be said that Zhou's insights were quite astute, even though Tony is already one of the wealthiest individuals in America. The prospect of becoming the richest person in the world piqued his interest significantly. You are indeed a genius, possessing not only a sense of humor characteristic of the East, but also a visionary perspective capable of transforming the world. So what should I do now? Wait until tomorrow when Stark Industries stock plummets, then acquire all the shares available on the market. In the future, your shares in Stark Industries will become the most valuable in the world. Observing that he had swayed Tony, Zhou reiterated his request. May I possess a set of equipment of my own? What a jest. You have already secured the friendship of the future world's wealthiest man. Tony Stark, is it merely a set of equipment? Jarvis, please notify the warehouse to send over the most expensive individual combat gear. Tony glanced at the computer still downloading S.H.I.E.L.D. data and then threw his arm around Zhou's shoulder. Today marks not only the rebirth of Tony Stark, but also the renaissance of Stark Industries. We must raise a toast. Or how about I throw a party instead? Where is your rebirth? Are you not still a playboy engrossed in revelry? Zhou remarked with a hint of disdain, brushing off Tony's hand while exclaiming, Tony, I can see that you are quite taken with Pepper. She is indeed a beautiful and remarkable woman. If you cannot relinquish your frivolous lifestyle, your assistant may very well end up marrying someone else. Perhaps you are correct, but I cannot ascertain Pepper's feelings. Moreover, pursuing her now would feel as though I were coercing her due to my status. After being confined for 3 months, Tony had dreamt of his assistant on numerous occasions and gained clarity about his own heart. He had come to realize that this woman, who had always been by his side, was the one for him. Jarvis, have you noted everything Zhou just said? Please compile it into a proposal and send it to Pepper's personal terminal. Understood, Mr. Stark. Since you are not inclined to attend a party, shall we enjoy a drink at home? Surely, you would not refuse that? Tony once again draped his arm over Zhou's shoulder, guiding him towards the living room, where they unexpectedly encountered Pepper, who was bringing 2 glasses of juice. Without hesitation, Tony tossed the juice from Pepper's hands, uncorked a bottle of champagne that looked extravagantly expensive, and impulsively raised a toast with her. Pepper was perplexed by Tony's actions, merely watching him with concern. Tony, the stock of Stark Industries is bound to plummet tomorrow. This is not the moment for champagne. If you are feeling overwhelmed, I can assist in contacting a psychologist. Excessive drinking is not the solution. The more the stocks fall, the better, Tony exclaimed. Tony, take a look at this. He picked up a tablet from the bar and handed it to Pepper, revealing a document titled Stark Industries 10-Year Development Plan. Pepper gazed at the ambitious proposals, her jaw dropping in astonishment. Turning to Tony, who was incessantly toasting with Zhou, she incredulously inquired, my goodness, if this plan materializes, Stark Industries will become the most lucrative company in the world. Did you conceive all of this yourself? Of course not. All of this came from Zhou, Tony replied, excitedly gesturing towards Zhou, who, having put down his glass, shook his head in mild exasperation. Zhou remarked, it seems like I've gotten a bit carried away. My original intention was merely to create a set of equipment. Chapter 15. The Batman? Is he back? What did you say? A Batman has recently emerged in Hell's Kitchen? Nick Fury, with his hand encased in plaster resembling that of a robotic feline, found himself in a foul mood. As he listened to Coulson's report, he felt not only the pain in his hand, but also a pang in his heart. Indeed, all eyewitnesses described the figure clad in all-black gear, with a wide cloak and a mask adorned with pointed ears. Do you believe this is some sort of comic book scenario, or perhaps the work of an ardent Batman enthusiast? No, sir, I believe that individual is Zhou. Coulson stood at the crime scene, marked off by police tape, gazing at the grotesque array of bodies strewn across the alley. Each bore the mark of a single gunshot to the head, with blood splattered across the walls. The duffel bags scattered about were filled with packets of laundry detergent, while the suitcase contained bundles of knives. Upon the arrival of the police, the scene was quickly determined to be a hub of gang activity. In Hell's Kitchen, dealings in laundry detergent and black market trades were commonplace. However, it was exceedingly rare for an incident to transpire without a single survivor. Moreover, the deceased were all individuals with criminal records, including several fugitives. Strikingly, the laundry detergent and knives had not been taken, indicating the involvement of a third party. The only trace left by this enigmatic entity was a bat symbol spray-painted in black upon the wall, a design that had appeared for the 5th time this month. The NYPD, feeling overwhelmed, escalated the matter to S.H.I.E.L.D. As Coulson gazed at the bat symbol on the wall, he felt his blood pressure rise. Suzhou's locker at S.H.I.E.L.D. was filled with Superman and Batman comics, unequivocally marking him as a fan of the Dark Knight. Yet, the execution style evident in this massacre indicated he had not embraced Batman's no-kill philosophy, opting instead for a decisive approach. Thus, Zhou was not idle. After departing from S.H.I.E.L.D., he had chosen to pursue his own brand of justice. The origins of his equipment were of little consequence. Given his marksmanship, even a weapon found on the street could achieve a fatal shot. Coulson placed his hand upon the black bat symbol on the wall and sighed in resignation. On the other end of the line, Nick Fury echoed the sentiment with a deep breath. Zhou should have been the first member of his Avengers initiative, yet following the recent turmoil, he had begun an internal investigation into the Skrulls. It became clear that Zhou's assertions were not unfounded. Certain Skrulls had indeed been engaging in clandestine maneuvers, attempting to gain absolute control over the nation, with some even ascending to the ranks of Congress, including the Skrull who was eliminated by Zhou with a single shot. It was discovered that he had been covertly issuing numerous commands beneficial to the Skrulls under his own name. Some research findings from S.H.I.E.L.D. had also been misappropriated, notably the serum belonging to Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk. It was at this juncture that Nick Fury realized the error lay with him. Everything Zhou had articulated had materialized into stark reality. Now, Zhou resembled a tiger unchained, though he professed not to harm ordinary individuals. His approach leaned towards better to slay the innocent than let them escape. If left unchecked, Hell's Kitchen would inevitably be erased from the map by his hand. I understand now. Returned from the scene, Nick Fury concluded his call with Coulson before dialing another number. Care to join me for a cup of coffee? I never share coffee with men. Then how about a bar? Surely you could grant me an opportunity to apologize. Not a chance, goodbye? The line went dead, and as Nick Fury listened to the incessant busy tone, both his heart and head throbbed in unison. Since Zhou departed from S.H.I.E.L.D., he had not concealed his whereabouts. He first visited Tony Stark's villa before returning to his own apartment, leaving nightly without alarming anyone, only to reappear the following day to procure food and watch television before sleeping. Occasionally, he would even knock on the door of the apartment across the hall to inform the agents surveilling him of his return, explicitly stating that if they failed to apprehend him on site, he would continue this routine indefinitely. With no other recourse, Nick Fury dialed Zhou once more. Zhou, if you persist in this manner, I will have to bring agents to capture you. Then come and capture me. I await your arrival. Remember to advise your people to secure good insurance with you as the beneficiary. That way you can profit from it. Bear in mind, I mean it. Take down anyone who approaches. Zhou exhibited no concern for the threats posed by the director. Since his collaboration with Tony, both he and Tony had amassed a trove of compromising information concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. Just the revelation of a single incident could suffice to dismantle the entire agency, and Nick Fury, as the scapegoat, would face no less than 20 years in prison. After all, the misdeeds belonged to Hydra, their wrongdoings meticulously documented, ensuring that when S.H.I.E.L.D. was exposed, Nick Fury would bear the brunt of the fallout. More importantly for Zhou, through a month of diligent effort, he had finally accumulated the requisite 100 justice points for a lottery draw, thereby acquiring his fourth skill. Bullet time. There is still a trace of blood coursing through your adrenaline. The skill originated from the film Wanted, featuring a youthful incarnation of Professor X, who possesses the remarkable ability to secrete vast amounts of adrenaline in a brief interval, accelerating his heart rate and thereby slowing down the world around him. This enhancement allows him to elevate his physical reflexes to such an extent that even bullets appear to move in slow motion, enabling him to evade them with mere eyesight. Since acquiring this extraordinary ability, Zhou has employed it on one occasion, wielding two M9 pistols simultaneously to eliminate 5 criminals within a single second. However, the aftermath was dire. His heart abruptly faltered, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed to the ground. Had he not succeeded in dispatching all the assailants, he might very well have found himself in the morgue. His body, unfortunately, remains too frail, and despite rigorous training, one cannot condition the heart directly. Nevertheless, this skill serves as a formidable last resort for self-preservation. Even when faced with a gun pointed at his head, Zhou is confident in his ability to dodge the bullet while simultaneously retaliating against his assailant. Suddenly, the phone rang once more, and Zhou found Nick Fury somewhat exasperating. As he contemplated ending the call, he glanced at the incoming number and decisively answered. An anxious voice on the other end pierced through. Hello, is this Zhou? It seems Tony has been kidnapped by a robot. Zhou, looks like it's time for action. Chapter 16. Could this fellow truly be a lunatic? Is he truly losing his mind? I am Zhou. The sky isn't falling. There's no need to panic. Please, take your time and explain what has happened to Tony. As Zhou reassured Pepper on the other end of the line, he swiftly donned his gear. Upon hearing his words, Pepper seemed to regain her composure and began to speak slowly. Since the last time Tony handed me that project proposal, I haven't visited the villa in quite some time. This time, I came solely because Tony needed to sign something personally, but I saw a metallic figure with smoke trailing behind it leaving the villa. Tony is not even at the villa, and I can't open the front door. Oh, that should be fine. Please refrain from calling the police. I will be there shortly. Recalling the plot of Iron Man, Zhou realized that this must be the moment when Tony had just crafted his armor and was flying to the Middle East to seek vengeance against the Ten Rings. There shouldn't be any trouble, and Tony would be reveling in the thrill of being a superhero. He probably doesn't need any gear. Wait a moment. When Tony returned from the Middle East, didn't he destroy an F-22 fighter jet? Moreover, he did not file a flight plan for this journey. Does this mean I have the opportunity to apprehend Tony once again? This time, I should be able to earn some justice points as well. After contemplating, Zhou removed his tactical vest and donned a sharp suit, though he concealed a holster beneath it, along with a directional explosive. 45 minutes later, the impeccably dressed Zhou arrived at the villa's entrance. After all, this was New York, even with his skills as the king of Aquina Mountain. He still found himself helplessly caught in traffic. Pepper, clutching a handbag, anxiously glanced at her wristwatch, clearly growing impatient. If Zhou did not arrive soon, she would truly have to call the authorities. Oh my goodness, Zhou, you finally made it. Pepper hurriedly approached him, pointing at the villa's locked door. It seems Tony has changed the code for the entrance. Even I cannot get in. And that figure, which resembled a rocket. Okay, I understand. Zhou gently patted Pepper's shoulder, preparing to say something when he noticed a flash of light approaching from the east, akin to a missile hurtling towards the villa. A quick glance revealed that it was not a missile but Tony's latest suit, adorned in striking gold and red, exuding an air of flamboyance. As Tony piloted the suit overhead, he spotted both Zhou and Pepper, feeling as though he had been caught in a misdeed by his parents. Without uttering a word, he promptly descended into the villa's backyard, eager to conceal his new toy. Little Pepper grasped Zhou's sleeve, pointing at Tony in the sky, exclaiming, Zhou, that's what I saw before. It has returned. Zhou responded, I understand. Step back for now. He swiftly drew a gun from under his arm and retrieved a bomb, glancing back to see Little Pepper merely cowering 2 or 3 meters behind him. Why hide so close? Move further back. As she retreated a few more steps, noticing Zhou still watching her, she complied. Further, even further. It wasn't until she was 20 meters away that Zhou affixed the bomb to the entrance, hurriedly rushing to her side, signaling her to turn away quickly. Boom. The Stark Industries product truly lived up to its reputation, originally intended as equipment for Zhou by Tony. It now served to blast open the door of his own home, a boomerang thrown away a month ago, now striking Tony right at the back of his head. A small mushroom cloud arose as the villa's entrance vanished. Ignoring the shockwave from the explosion, Zhou, gun in hand, charged into Tony's villa, disregarding Jarvis's frantic warnings, and barreled into the backyard where Tony, alongside the battle armor he had created, stood bouncing in surprise. Tony, Zhou, Little Pepper. Following Zhou's lead into the villa, though unarmed and shielding her eyes with her small handbag, burst into the backyard. Upon seeing the scene, she realized there was no danger. It was merely Tony engaging with a new gadget. Boss, no matter what research you're conducting, you cannot close the villa's door on me. You have no idea how worried I am. I cannot afford to lose my boss for another 3 months. Little Pepper slammed her handbag down in front of Tony, exclaiming with exasperation, Sir, the entrance to your villa has completely vanished. It was produced by Stark Industries, all right. Jarvis, I know, Tony replied, finally managing to extricate himself from the armor, directing his gaze towards the instigator of this KB attack. I was merely studying personal flight devices. Was it necessary to blow up my front door? Zhou, seemingly oblivious to Tony's words, advanced swiftly, delivering a sweeping kick that brought Tony to the ground, promptly cuffing him. Oh my god. Zhou, what are you doing? Little Pepper's already startled heart was hit once more, unable to accept Zhou's excessively hardcore rescue mode, prompting another earth-shattering scream. Tony Stark, I am arresting you for unlicensed flight. You have the right to remain silent. But anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. So, what punishment shall I face? Tony had become accustomed to Zhou's character, seemingly fierce, yet surprisingly measured in his actions. Even if he were to fall to the ground, he would feel no pain. The handcuffs dangled carelessly from his wrists. This time, he harbored unwavering confidence in his ability to exonerate himself. At the very least, a detention of 15 days awaited him. Just wait to savor prison life. However, are you not already devoid of any affiliation with the law enforcement agency? Do you possess any legal credentials? Even while sprawled on the ground, Tony maintained his frivolous demeanor, flashing a playful smile at Zhou before calling out to Jarvis. Please contact the police station and inform them that my door has been blown up by some miscreants. My safety is at stake. Let the chief prepare for a taste of prison food. Silence. You are making baseless accusations against the police chief. It was I who blew up the door. The one who should be arrested is me. Zhou removed the handcuffs from Tony's wrists and affixed them to his own. I am a man of my word. I own my mistakes. Please have the police take me away. Tony, could it be that this fellow is truly unhinged? What a bizarre turn of events. Chapter 17. Is this a summons for me to return to S.H.I.E.L.D? What are you staring at? I have unlawfully invaded this place at gunpoint, and I blew the door open myself. You two ought to call the police and have me arrested. Do you still possess any principles? However, let me make it clear that I am voluntarily surrendering, and you two must serve as witnesses for me. With a remarkable sense of self-awareness, Zhou handcuffed himself and expertly relinquished his weapon, which consisted of a single handgun, devoid of any extra magazines or even a single bullet in the chamber, just as depicted in every cinematic portrayal. Once the dust settled, the cleanup crew arrived at the scene. They were greeted by the sight of Tony casually barbecuing in his backyard, alongside Zhou, who was handcuffed yet persistently skewering meat. The officers were left utterly bewildered. One leading officer, observing the overly harmonious scene before him, cautiously inquired, "What on earth is going on here?" "Oh, it is quite simple," Tony replied. "I was conducting a new research project in the villa, and this gentleman, Mr. Zhou, detonated our company's product to breach my front door in order to ensure my safety. Upon discovering that I was unharmed, the Honorable Mr. Zhou felt he had acted improperly and thus voluntarily handcuffed himself, requesting that you take him back to the station." Holding a pair of tongs in one hand and a glass of red wine in the other, Tony shrugged helplessly. "So, officer, I kindly ask you to escort him back to the precinct. By the way, he is surrendering." Tony's implication was crystal clear. Zhou was, in fact, his friend, and his explosive entrance was merely a misguided act of concern for Tony's well-being. Nevertheless, due to Zhou's unwavering integrity, it was necessary for the officers to take him in, and he was even surrendering. As for the subsequent matters of bail or legal proceedings, those would be handled by Stark Industries' legal department. The officer, a seasoned veteran accustomed to navigating the nuances of the affluent neighborhood's police force, grasped the essence of Tony's explanation and respectfully escorted Zhou to the police vehicle. He turned back, assuring Tony, the magnate, that Zhou would not face any unjust treatment. Zhou had intentionally allowed himself to be taken by the police for 3 reasons. First, the commotion he had caused over the past month would not escape the notice of those inclined to investigate, such as Tony's well-connected uncle, as long as he remained visible. The uncle would not take action against Tony. Second, he sought to evade the incessant harassment from that repugnant individual who bombarded him with calls. If he did not find a way to hide, the fabled Black Widow might soon come knocking. Third, it appeared that Hell's Kitchen had some ties to the police department. Once he entered the precinct, the hidden elements he sought might just reveal themselves, allowing him to trace the mastermind behind the plot. Through Zhou's experiments, he discovered that the mastermind was worth significantly more than the typical minion. While a mere henchman yielded 1 point of justice, a squad leader could offer 2. The mastermind, at the very least, would yield 10 points, and if they happened to be a narrative antagonist, it could very well be even more. Tony had already given him a heads up, advising him to be cautious of his safety upon entering the police station. Furthermore, through the recent apprehension of Tony, he had once again garnered a modicum of justice points. After all, as the saying goes, many grains of sand make a tower. Even a small amount of justice is still love, isn't it? Zhou was reveling in thoughts of his impending prison life when he noticed a police car driving directly into a certain S.H.I.E.L.D. outpost. Zhou exclaimed, "S.H.I.E.L.D. truly has personnel from every government agency. I can't even find a quiet place to be." Finally, he encountered Nick Fury again. "Have you missed me recently?" Nick stood outside the vehicle, displaying the cast on his arm. "Thanks to you. I haven't signed any documents at S.H.I.E.L.D. for a month." Zhou pulled open the police car door and mimicked Nick's gesture, extending his hands to display the handcuffs adorning his wrists. "I am now a criminal suspect under arrest. I shall not speak a word until my lawyer is present. Even if you are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury replied, "Indeed, this lad remains quite a challenge. However, you do have the right to remain silent. Yet, there are matters I must address." With a complete finger, Nick handed a file folder to Zhou, who instinctively accepted it, eager to hear what the director had to say. "You are correct. Certain Skrulls are indeed interested in dominating Earth, and they have already commenced their actions. The document in your hands meticulously details their crimes, as well as our strategies at S.H.I.E.L.D. for dealing with these nefarious individuals, including, but not limited to, expulsion from the planet." As Zhou examined the document, He awaited the system's notification. If the system confirmed that he had acquired justice points, it would validate the authenticity of this information. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to break a few of Nick's fingers. Expelled certain extraterrestrial infiltrators. Justice points 66. Current justice points 88. Zhou remarked. Nice. It seems that any just actions I undertake that positively impact others can also yield justice points. My intervention has mitigated the crisis of scroll infiltration at S.H.I.E.L.D. However, I only received these points after becoming aware of the situation. So, does the system collect justice points based on my perspective? In other words, I must ensure my system acknowledges my righteous deeds for them to count. Most importantly, since the system indicated that only certain extraterrestrial infiltrators were expelled, it implies that there's still more wool to be sheared from Nick Fury. The wicked scrolls have not been entirely dealt with, and there are still opportunities to earn justice points in the future. While he was pleasantly surprised, he knew he had to maintain a FAAD. Zhou calmly returned the folder to Nick Fury and stated, "So, the alien I shot dead back then was indeed deserving of his fate, correct?" "Indeed. He once issued commands in my name and diverted a sum of funds from S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, Nick Fury finally acknowledged the errors in his judgment, grasping Zhou's right hand. "Zhou, I concede that you are correct, and I ask you to accept my apologies." "Very well, I accept. Now, may I release my hand?" Zhou, somewhat disdainful, withdrew his hand from Nick Fury's grasp. The warmth of the older man's hand was more than he could bear. What was more troubling was the fact that this man had once attempted to invite him for coffee. "So, have you come to seek my return to S.H.I.E.L.D. today?" Chapter 18. Why are you just standing there? Quickly, fetch me a gun. Indeed, I have an exceptional plan that requires your participation. Nick Fury once again produced a folder from beneath his voluminous trench coat and handed it over, emblazoned with a prominent S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia alongside a massive A logo. However, Zhou did not accept the folder immediately. Instead, he rummaged through his suit pocket and retrieved the key to his handcuffs. Liberating himself. After securing the handcuffs back into the pouch at his waist, he finally took the folder from the hands of the henchman. Nick Fury remarked, "Those handcuffs were somewhat excessive." The Avengers Initiative was conceived by the Strategic Scientific Reserve, the precursor to S.H.I.E.L.D., following the emergence of the world's first superhero. However, in 1945, we lost our super soldier and the scientist who created him, causing the initiative to be shelved. Until the arrival of the Skrulls and that remarkable Captain Marvel, which prompted me to revive the project. I see Carol Danvers' name here. Zhou shook the folder, revealing that, apart from Captain Marvel, only his own and the Hulk, Bruce Banner's, files remained. Even Hawkeye and Black Widow, two of the top agents, had yet to be included in Fury's plans. It seemed he might still exploit this situation to his advantage, to prepare for the potential of an interstellar war. We require a nuclear deterrent. This Avengers team will serve as our new weapon. Through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network, I have scoured the globe for individuals with extraordinary abilities. Yet, apart from the Green Giant, your marksmanship has truly impressed me." Nick regarded Zhou, who had set down the folder, with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "The crux of the matter is that you are exceedingly earnest. As long as you are part of this team, we need not worry about any reckless behavior, for you would swiftly draw your weapon. Among those I know, you are the epitome of integrity. Even the former Captain America could not match your level of unwavering resolve. However, I do not believe a handgun can subdue that Green Giant." Zhou slowly shook his head and articulated his genuine thoughts. "If you wish to establish this Avengers Initiative, it can be spearheaded by S.H.I.E.L.D. or provide various forms of support from the shadows, but S.H.I.E.L.D. must be withdrawn from the forefront. If this organization remains under American control, I shall not participate, and you will struggle to find a second willing participant. You are not forming a special team to protect the Earth, but rather, a sharp blade wielded by S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, Nick Fury realized just how profound the repercussions of Zhou's encounter with the Skrulls were. Even though he had dealt with those Skrulls, Zhou would undoubtedly never place his trust in S.H.I.E.L.D. again. However, this small team required a leader, and it would certainly not be Nick Fury. Zhou showed no mercy to the egg-headed fellow, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Zhou let out a long sigh and inquired about the specific mission of this newly formed team, to combat global terrorism or to address incidents of extraterrestrial invasion. Nick, feeling a surge of joy at Zhou's proactive questioning, hastily responded to his query. Yet, Zhou merely uttered a few words that poured cold water on the recently ignited spark. Who defines the term terrorist? The U.S. government? Or your S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. And how do we define an alien invasion? Can I eliminate all Skrulls? The egg-headed fellow mused. I suspect this guy is deliberately seeking trouble. Is he merely after some benefits? He should just state his terms outright instead of beating around the bush. First, the Avengers shall not be beholden to anyone or any organization possessing independent decision-making authority. Second, should a battle occur resulting in casualties or economic losses, you will be responsible for the aftermath. If you cannot handle it, I shall not partake in your scheme. Drawing from his cinematic experiences in his past life, Zhou understood that the Avengers ultimately served as a violent organization under the auspices of the United Nations. However, the UN seemed more inclined to control and utilize the Avengers rather than concern itself with matters of alien invasions. During the climax of Avengers Endgame, not a single aircraft or artillery was seen. It paled in comparison to the Battle of New York, where a nuclear bomb was even unleashed. Since the formation of the Avengers, it appeared that the government had done nothing but create trouble for them. Therefore, Zhou believed that rather than allowing the entire Avengers to be directed by others, held accountable by various nations, or morally coerced by the uninformed public, it would be far better to operate as an underground organization with purely philanthropic purposes. Essentially, it would follow the path of the DC Justice League, refraining from dealings with governmental institutions. This would indeed honor the name of his system, would it not? Yet, Nick Fury swiftly discerned the flaw in Zhou's argument and remarked, but in that case, wouldn't the entire Avengers become an illegal, violent organization? The problem lies not with me, but with your plan itself. When you have clarified your thoughts, feel free to seek me out. After all, you know where I reside. Zhou resolutely declined Nick Fury's invitation, emulating the ancient emperors of China who would defer 3 times before accepting. He reasoned that if he firmly rejected the offer, Nick Fury, in his pursuit of assembling the Avengers, would inevitably think of him. Moreover, his true identity as a Hydra infiltrator necessitated that he conceal his genuine intentions. Little did this fool realize that someone who repeatedly sought to withdraw from S.H.I.E.L.D. and refused to cooperate with the director could very well be an undercover agent. Zhou's words plunged Nick Fury into contemplation. He recognized that his subordinate possessed a deeper insight and foresight than he himself did. Following the emergence of the Avengers, it was highly probable that the scenario Zhou described would manifest, a transformation into a razor-sharp weapon. The individuals wielding this weapon would be the very politicians and capitalists that Zhou held in disdain. As the classic ringtone echoed, Nick Fury retrieved his Nokia phone. The calm and measured voice of Coulson emerged from the other end, as if he were en route in a vehicle. Sir, Obadiah has just invaded Tony's villa and stolen the arc reactor from Tony Stark. I am on my way to Stark Industries with 4 agents, and I assure you we will apprehend him. However, 5 agents would likely prove insufficient to handle Obadiah. Zhou had already begun to search for equipment, only to discover that this dismal place was devoid of even a single bullet. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and find me a gun. Chapter 19. The activation of Bullet Time. Agent Coulson, accompanied by 4 agents and pepper pots, arrived at Stark Industries, only to discover the entire establishment was under lockdown. Obadiah was nowhere to be seen, though given his baldness, the absence of hair was quite logical aside from the beard adorning his chin. They forcefully breached the premises, only to find it utterly deserted. A sense of foreboding gripped Pepper and Coulson, as they collectively sensed an ominous presence. Thus, when a towering, nearly 3-meter-tall figure of black steel emerged before them, illuminated by a cold light, they instinctively drew their firearms and fired. Yet, when they realized the bullets could not inflict even the slightest damage upon the metallic giant, thoughts of escape consumed their minds. The agents who had opened fire met their demise in an instant, while Coulson, ever the cunning survivor, cleverly retreated to a secluded corner and feigned unconsciousness to evade the ironmonger's pursuit. He then discreetly dialed Zhou, launching into a barrage of questions. Zhou, why haven't you arrived yet? I just got here and am currently witnessing Tony ruthlessly assaulting his beloved uncle. Perhaps it's more fitting to call this a battle of robots, Zhou replied. The technology of the armor is impressive, yet the combat skills of these two are rather primitive, reminiscent of savage tribes. Crouched atop a high-rise opposite Stark Industries, Zhou wielded a sniper rifle, his shoulder cradling the phone as he observed the chaos unfolding below. With his enhanced vision, he could practically utilize his eyes as telescopes, and if he wished, he could even discern the undergarments of the combatants through their armors. The 2 armored figures exchanged blows in a fierce contest. Yet it was clear that the Ironmonger held the upper hand. He effortlessly seized a motorcycle from the street to hurl at Tony, and even lifted a several-ton SUV, wielding it like a mere brick to strike at Tony's face. However, Tony's upgraded armor boasted superior maneuverability and agility. He deftly dodged the incoming motorcycle and caught the flying car, though he was ultimately overpowered, finding himself dragged beneath the vehicle and ignited, propelled far away amidst flames and lightning. All right, Agent Coulson, I must take my leave for now. I need to assist Tony, Zhou declared as he watched the 2 steel behemoths ascend into the sky. He then ended the call and dialed Tony's number, adopting a teasing tone. Tony, didn't I advise you to exercise caution? How is it that within mere moments of my departure, someone managed to swipe your arc reactor? If you're not going to lend a hand, I might just hang up. I'm rather busy here, as a brutish fellow has set his sights on me. And my energy reserves are dwindling. On the other end, Tony appeared somewhat anxious, accompanied by the sound of fierce winds. Yet Zhou couldn't shake the feeling that he was rather pleased with himself. However, I believe that this hulking figure has yet to resolve the issue of ice formation. I intend to utilize the frigid temperatures from above to address him. Perhaps your intervention will not even be necessary. Regardless, I am positioned directly across from Stark Industries, and if I cannot manage him, I shall deceive him into removing his mask. You are aware of my marksmanship, with merely a second to spare. I assure you that this ironmonger will be rendered a mere heap of scrap metal. Zhou did not terminate the call. Instead, he chambered a round in his firearm. However, Tony made a request of his own. Zhou, Obadiah is my uncle, who has watched me grow up. If it were not for him, Stark Industries would have long since crumbled. If possible, I hope you can spare his life and allow him to serve time in prison instead. Zhou thought to himself. Is Tony truly so indecisive at this moment? He must be unaware of the multitude of nefarious deeds Obadiah has committed behind his back. With a gentle cough, Zhou commenced his exposure operation. Obadiah has conducted arms deals amounting to billions of dollars without your knowledge. The clientele of Stark Industries comprises more than just regular military forces. Even rogue factions are willing to pay, and Obadiah dares to sell to anyone. Otherwise, why do you suppose those who kidnapped you possess so many Stark Industries weapons? On the very day you announced the closure of the weapons division, he sold 20 of your prized Jericho missiles. Bang. In truth, I was not well acquainted with him. We share no blood relation, yet I found myself pursued by him. The armor had begun to freeze, sizzle. Suddenly, there was silence on Tony's end, likely due to the signal being lost at such a high altitude. Nevertheless, with my superior vision, I clearly observed Ironmonger clutching a woman in his arms, only to have his suit lose power due to the low temperatures. Though Tony's armor did not freeze, it had also nearly depleted its energy during the recent flight. Soon after, Ironmonger plummeted from the sky, regaining power only just before crashing to the ground, whereupon he took refuge on the rooftop of Stark Industries, lurking with malicious intent. I wished to alert Tony, but it appeared his communication system was malfunctioning. I attempted to call him 3 times, all to no avail, and could only watch as he descended onto his company's rooftop, where Ironmonger ambushed him, tearing off Tony's helmet, preparing for a classic villainous monologue. However, contrary to expectations, Obadiah had no intention of taunting Tony from within the suit. Instead, he remained firmly ensconced within his armored shell, unleashing a hail of gunfire upon Tony with a handheld rotary machine gun. Zhou thought, this is becoming rather complicated. The villain is far too cunning. This Marvel universe is proving to be less manageable than anticipated. Think fast. Obadiah is at least a boss-level antagonist. If I could eliminate him, it would certainly be enough to earn myself another shot at a reward. Thus, one must devise a strategy. Zhou pushed his supervision to its utmost limits, striving to discern the vulnerabilities on the Iron Overlord's form, until he finally spotted the compact missile launcher affixed to the Iron Overlord's left arm. He hastily lifted his sniper rifle, aligning it with the Iron Overlord's left hand. Bullet time activated. In an instant, adrenaline surged through Zhou's veins, and the rhythm of his heart resonated like the roar of an engine. The world within Zhou's gaze slowed to a crawl, as if the play button had been pressed in reverse. The crosshairs of his scope locked unwaveringly onto the launcher, precisely targeting the tip of one particular missile. At that moment, Zhou's heart raced, yet his breathing remained remarkably steady, and he ultimately squeezed the trigger with unwavering resolve. Bang. Chapter 20. I feel as if my heart is stopped. My apologies, Tony, if you were to meet your demise from the missile's catastrophic explosion. It would not be my fault. Bullets soared through the air, striking the rocket launcher on Iron Overlord's left arm just before Zhou's bullet time concluded. With a thunderous boom, the rocket launcher detonated, transforming into a massive fireball. Iron Overlord's left arm vanished into thin air, sending sparks and thick smoke flying far away. Plummeting from the rooftop of Stark Industries, its final resting place unknown. The glass rooftop, which Tony had invested a fortune to construct, was shattered in the wake of this explosion. The shockwave from the missile's blast sent Tony tumbling, fortuitously landing precariously at the edge of the rooftop. His already tattered armored suit was now reduced to a battle-worn version, akin to those supplied in the Middle East. The entire armor lost its power, and had it not been for the lightweight design of the newly upgraded suit, Tony might have found himself entangled in a veritable prison of iron. The phone rang, and Zhou answered immediately. Hello, this is Zhou. I'm quite fatigued and preparing to head home for some rest. Was that shot you just fired? Tony's voice brimmed with excitement. Among all his acquaintances, only Zhou possessed such extraordinary marksmanship. Hitting a moving rocket launcher and igniting the concealed missiles was no simple feat. The aperture of the rocket launcher was but a mere black dot from 200 meters away, and achieving a direct hit required more than mere luck. Even with high-powered optics. Of course it was me. I couldn't possibly allow you to be killed by your well-meaning uncle, could I? Zhou replied. A hint of frustration evident as he set down his sniper rifle. Although he had seen Obadiah blasted away, his system had yet to reward him. Not only had he not witnessed Iron Overlord's demise firsthand, but it was also entirely possible that Obadiah had survived. Your good uncle just fell from the building. And now it seems, he is coming for me. With a keen vision bestowed by supervision, Zhou clearly observed the one-armed Iron Overlord, trailing a thick plume of contaminated exhaust, approaching swiftly. Mid-air, Iron Overlord launched an assault, his left arm's rocket launcher destroyed. Yet his right hand still wielded the Vulcan rotary cannon, unleashing a furious barrage towards Zhou's position. A flurry of bullets struck the rooftop, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air, while shattered concrete and ricocheting bullets scattered everywhere. Zhou had no time to lower his sniper rifle. He rolled behind the rooftop air conditioning unit, instantly enveloped in the swirling smoke. The impact of debris clattered against the unit like a cacophonous symphony. Zhou thought, this is not at all how I envisioned it. Tony is still alive, so why has the animosity shifted toward me? Boom. The formidable figure of Iron Tyrant crashed onto the rooftop where Zhou was taking refuge. Having lost the jet propulsion of his left arm, his descent was somewhat unsteady, and he stumbled a few steps before stabilizing himself. Observing Zhou hiding behind cover, Iron Tyrant aimed a rotary machine gun in his hand at Zhou's position, then retracted his faceplate, revealing his reflective bald head. I know you, sharpshooting lad. You were the one who rescued Tony from that damned hellhole in the Middle East. But now, your life lies in my grasp. The moment you expose yourself, a hail of bullets will shred you into pieces, even if you don't emerge. That air conditioning unit won't shield you for long. It cannot save your life. He cackled. With that, his right hand unleashed a furious barrage from the Vulcan cannon towards Zhou's location. The air conditioning unit was instantly riddled with bullets, on the verge of being obliterated by the storm of gunfire. Yet, Zhou remained remarkably calm. After all, the bulletproof steel armor had been compromised by Iron Tyrant. Although he was under heavy fire, even activating bullet time again would yield no opportunity for a shot. However, this was his singular chance to deliver a fatal blow. His supervision frantically scanned the rooftop for anything he could utilize. Simultaneously, he activated his initial skill, Deadly Marksman, calculating the trajectory of a bullet in his mind. Since he could not directly strike Iron Tyrant's bald head, he resolved to use a ricocheted bullet to deliver the final blow. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his M9 pistol tightly and once more activated bullet time. Employing bullet time consecutively within a short span was a tremendous strain on his body, and he wondered whether his heart could withstand it. Even if it held up, he might still need to lie in a hospital for days recuperating. The thought of exorbitant medical fees in the United States darkened his vision momentarily. He recalled how his previous self had selectively ignored a cold, only to succumb to a fever that ultimately claimed his life. Otherwise, Zhou would not have crossed over. Yet, at that moment, Zhou had no other choice. Even if he could deflect a bullet, it could only be done once. To secure a deadly shot, he had to expose his gun from behind cover. Just 1 second was all he needed. His heart raced like a V8 engine pushed to its limits, and the world around him slowed down. After 2 consecutive activations of bullet time, he felt the effects of the second activation were markedly pronounced. Perhaps it was due to the residual surge of adrenaline in his system, which was now flooding his body once more. If Zhou were to have his blood drawn at that moment, it might contain not a single drop of water, only pure, unadulterated adrenaline. The muzzle of the M9 protruded slightly from behind the cover, and Zhou's eyes widened in alarm. He instinctively maneuvered his body to evade the lethal bullets. Yet he still suffered numerous impacts from the debris that flew about. However, under the overwhelming influence of adrenaline, Zhou remained undeterred, resolutely pulling the trigger. Bang! The sharp report of the gun was instantly drowned out by the thunderous roar of the Vulcan cannon, creating not even a ripple in the chaos. At the very moment Zhou exposed himself, Obadiah's armored suit was already executing its sealing mechanism. He was wagering his life on the hope that Zhou's marksmanship was not as extraordinary as it seemed. The suit closed in an instant. There was barely enough time to complete a shooting action, let alone aim. As the armor sealed, the rotary machine gun in Iron Tyrant's grasp fell silent, and Zhou crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for air like a fish out of water. His hands clutched desperately at his chest, sweat beading on his forehead. Zhou thought, I'm going to die. It feels as though my heart has stopped. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard the voice of someone exclaiming his name. Zhou. Chapter 21. Was that spacecraft hurtling towards Earth also sanctioned by you? As Zhou groggily awakened, he was beset by a sharp pain piercing through his chest. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself encased within an unfamiliar transparent dome, a respirator affixed to his mouth, and his body covered in a multitude of electrodes. Submerged in an enigmatic liquid that sent a chilling sensation coursing through him. Activating his supervision, Zhou swiftly discerned his surroundings. Realizing he was in a therapeutic chamber aboard some sort of spacecraft in the vastness of space, through the transparent dome of the chamber, he beheld an astonishing sight, two distinct continents simultaneously visible, a spectacle utterly impossible to witness from Earth. Where on earth have I been brought? Zhou pondered, bewildered. Just as he was sorting through his thoughts, a familiar voice resonated, one he would recognize even in the depths of oblivion. Nicholas J. Fury. It appears you've emerged from your ordeal unscathed, Fury remarked, his tone a blend of relief and jest. You see, the scrolls are not entirely devoid of utility. Had they not transported you to their medical bay, the medical capabilities of Earth would have surely failed to save you. Fury maintained his characteristic appearance. Clad in black from head to toe, an eye patch obscuring one eye, his face bearing a serious demeanor. The cast that once adorned his hand had been removed. A testament to the scroll's advanced medical technology, which not only revived him, but also healed the finger he had broken, thus circumventing a lengthy recovery process. You were flooded with adrenaline at the time, Fury continued, which, while it preserved your life, exacerbated the strain on your heart. As Fury continued to extol the virtues of scroll technology from outside the therapeutic chamber, Zhou delved into his mind to inspect his system. Before losing consciousness, he had heard a distinct sound, realizing that the shot he had fired was never aimed at Obadiah. Rather, it was directed at the railing before Ironmonger. The bullet ricocheted off the railing, penetrating the armor through a gap before ultimately finding its way into Obadiah's brain. This explained why the armor ceased its movements prior to Zhou's fainting. Though it may sound implausible, Deadshot was indeed a formidable presence within the DC universe, where extraordinary beings abound. Coupled with supervision, to confirm his surroundings and bullet time, to ensure his aim was true, he had executed what seemed like an impossible kill. Defeated the narrative villain, Ironmonger, thwarting his nefarious plans. Justice points. 500 current justice points. 588, Zhou. Incredible. A narrative villain is worth 500 ordinary minions. This time, I'm truly in for a windfall. The system has completely drained my 500 points of justice. Accompanied by a cacophony of low-quality sound effects echoing in my mind, the enormous lottery will begin to spin. The once singular red pointer now split into 5. And amidst Zhou's incredulous gaze, the wheel gradually came to a halt. Character Experience Card Package X5. This is merely an ordinary package containing disposable character experience cards. Gazing at the drawn packages, Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. This wretched system seemed to have grasped the essence of lotteries and probability, directly bestowing upon me packages. System. Open all the packages. Character Experience Card. Bolt, the sprinter with a 9-second 500-meter dash, incredibly fast. Character Experience Card. Sanhua, with a body of bronze and iron. Only fears being sabotaged. Character Experience Card. Qinjejun. Invincible as long as there are enough pieces of furniture nearby. Character Experience Card. Ding Xiu, that girl. Quite suave. Character Experience Card. A Fu. I am the Black Tiger A Fu. Prepare to meet your doom. Note. Each character experience card lasts only 300 seconds. It's called an experience card. What more do you expect? Zhou. If it weren't for my fear of uttering profanities, which would tarnish my righteous image, I would certainly like to express my grievances towards the system's immediate relatives. After all the hard work put into accumulating several abstract draws, which at least yielded a skill. What does it mean to receive a bunch of experience cards? Although I must say that Sanhua's experience card is quite useful, rendering one invincible for 300 seconds in this Marvel universe. The remaining cards leave much to be desired. Bolt, while a world champion sprinter, appears rather sluggish in the Marvel realm. Qinjejun is dubbed the god of Furniture City, and Ding Xiu is renowned for her unparalleled combat prowess with the embroidered spring blade. Yet, as previously stated, they seem somewhat inadequate in this Marvel universe. The only card that stands out with its distinct flair for banter is Black Tiger A Fu, which promises great potential. Even in a world like that of Jackie Chan Adventures, filled with demons and sorcerers, he would still be the strongest henchman by the villain's side. However, a Fu, with his lack of basic attacks and reliance on skills, while delivering witty remarks, risks shattering the carefully crafted persona he has established. The thought alone is rather daunting. Just as I was preparing for an intense battle with Thor, I impulsively launched an attack, shouting, "Crows fly planes." The imagery of such a scene is utterly surreal. I can only imagine my banner echoing from Earth to Asgard. What if I were to encounter Thanos in the future? Would my words resonate throughout the entire universe? Zhou instinctively shuddered and rapped on the transparent barrier before him, interrupting Nick Fury's boasting and signaling for a prompt release. At present, I am devoid of any clothing, and I truly wish to avoid being the subject of such unabashed scrutiny. It is far too explicit. When Zhou was released from the pod, he felt significantly better. Aside from a lingering pain in his heart, he perceived no other ailments. After wiping off the unknown viscous substance with a towel, he wrapped a scarf around his lower body. Is this the warship of the Skrulls? You were aware of its existence all along, weren't you? Indeed. This warship has been flying in stealth mode within Earth's satellite orbit, yet without my authorization, an ordinary Skrull cannot leave the vessel. Nick Fury felt confident in his position, believing that the advanced technology of the aliens would surely persuade Zhou. However, Zhou instinctively patted his body, realizing he was unarmed and could only manage a resigned smirk. Observing Nick Fury still reveling in his own display, he pointed at the spacecraft outside the window and remarked, "Only with your approval can one leave the warship? Is that also true for the craft heading towards Earth?" Nick responded, "What spacecraft?" Chapter 22, The FBI Investigation. Raise your hands. Zhou approached the transparent window, pointing at the spacecraft traversing the atmosphere. Even in the pitch-black expanse of space, the fiery glow produced by the friction with the air remained visible to the naked eye. "Look, that is the one. It seems to be moving at an incredible speed, piercing through the atmosphere." Nick hurriedly joined Zhou, momentarily speechless as he gazed at the blinding flames. It appeared that despite his earlier warnings to the Skrulls, they still regarded him with disdain. Numerous Skrulls were covertly scheming behind his back. Clearly, Zhou's assessment was correct. These extraterrestrial beings, equipped with advanced technology, posed a ticking time bomb for Earth. To the ambitious Skrulls, Earth was merely a convenient sanctuary, far easier to integrate into than to seek refuge elsewhere. Nick Fury erupted into a spontaneous curse, drawing his handgun and preparing for action. Damn it, are there really Skrulls who fear no death? Hey, if you can't provide me with a gun, at the very least, could you arrange a complete outfit for me? I certainly don't wish to meet my end in the nude if the battleship explodes, or I am shot. However, Zhou tightly grasped the towel at his waist with one hand while using the other to clutch Nick's clothing. He hastily donned the attire Nick had brought, which appeared to be a Skrull combat uniform. As for weapons, Nick generously handed over his handgun to Zhou while casually picking up a steel pipe, seemingly salvaged from the battleship. The two moved cautiously toward the control room of the battleship. The medical room where Zhou had been was, in fact, the farthest from the control room. Without Nick, who acted as a living map, it would have been nearly impossible for anyone else to find it. While Zhou remained relatively at ease, Nick Fury grew increasingly apprehensive as they walked. Despite striding confidently down the corridor, not a single Skrull appeared, rendering the battleship eerily silent, as if it had transformed into a ghost ship devoid of any sounds apart from their own. "Wait, there are people ahead." Zhou raised his clenched fist, signaling Nick to halt. Unbeknownst to Nick, Zhou utilized his supervision to survey the entire battleship. Noticing a throng of Skrulls clustered at the corner of the corridor, seemingly evading some danger. They were unarmed, appearing to be a group primarily consisting of women and children, desperately attempting to breach the door of the weapons storage room, but to no avail. With his gun secured, Zhou cast a peculiar glance back at Nick Fury and whispered, "Are Skrulls carbon-based life forms? Do they also experience pregnancy and childbirth? Why bring this up all of a sudden?" Nick Fury was visibly perplexed, as Zhou's remarks seemed utterly nonsensical and difficult to comprehend. He had just discovered another group of Skrull women and children hiding nearby, seemingly evading some threat. Where? Nick Fury instantly straightened his posture and followed Zhou's pointed finger, only to indeed find a considerable number of green-skinned, pointy-eared Skrulls gazing at them with expressions of sheer terror. After scrutinizing these Skrulls for a moment and noting their lack of weaponry, he holstered his firearm. "Nick." The lead female Skrull stepped forward, a flicker of recognition crossing her face as she embraced him. "An evil Earthling has invaded our ship, swiftly taking control of our war vessel. That Earthling is currently in the control room, seemingly stealing our research." What? It was at this moment that Nick Fury grasped the gravity of the situation. The Skrulls had been his ace in the hole, but now their presence had been compromised by another Earthling. This was no trivial matter. Observing the increasingly anxious Nick, Zhou leisurely remarked, "What did I tell you? If I can discover it, so can others. The Skrulls represent a colossal ticking time bomb for Earth. We must expedite their removal." The Skrulls, upon hearing Zhou's words, glared at him with palpable fury, but he remained unfazed, returning their stares with unwavering confidence. After all, with supervision at his disposal, he could maintain his gaze for days without blinking. Meanwhile, Nick's mind raced with frantic thoughts as he instinctively retrieved his communicator, which could only reach one person, Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers. After Zhou had effectively intimidated the Skrulls, he halted Nick's impulse to call for assistance. This was a minor issue that did not necessitate summoning Captain Marvel. Moreover, if she arrived, how would he accrue his justice points? Let us assess the situation first. You're an experienced spy. Why are you so agitated? Zhou withdrew his handgun and advanced towards the control room. Nick Fury hesitated momentarily but ultimately chose to follow in Zhou's footsteps. As they stealthily approached the control room, Zhou observed that the internal systems of the entire ship did not appear to be under the invaders' control. Rather, They seemed to be in a state of paralysis. Even the warship's early warning system had not been triggered, suggesting that the intruder possessed some technical prowess, albeit not exceptionally formidable. Upon reaching the exterior of the control room, they found the door firmly shut. The material of the door was unknown, as it effectively thwarted supervision from penetrating. For a moment, Zhou was at a loss, resorting to tactical gestures to communicate with Nick. Can you open this door? Only one way to find out. Nick also returned a gesture to Zhou, indicating a possibility to try. The entire ship now emanated an air of eeriness. This door, which had never been closed before, was now something he could only attempt to access, hoping his iris verification would still function. Stepping lightly to the iris verifier's entrance, Nick extended his right eye towards it, only to find the device unresponsive, merely illuminating a red light in silence. With a sense of resignation, he removed the eye patch from his left eye, revealing his other eye. Beep. Accompanied by a cold mechanical sound, Nick's verification finally succeeded. The once tightly sealed door to the control room slowly creaked open, and Zhou swiftly darted inside, aiming the dark muzzle of his gun at the only humanoid figure standing within the control room. FBI, raise your hands. Chapter 23, A Little Mouse That Fell into the Rice Bin. When Zhou raised his voice, it was quite imposing. However, upon catching sight of the metallic figure before him, he suddenly felt that his earlier bravado was rather awkward. Tony, what brings you here? Zhou never anticipated that the individual who would appear at this moment would be none other than our Iron Man, Tony Stark. At that moment, Tony donned a flamboyant suit of gold and crimson armor, busily manipulating the control panel of the spacecraft. One part of his suit was connected to the console, seemingly siphoning off some files. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Tony instinctively turned to glance back. Upon realizing it was Zhou, he lifted his mask, revealing his iconic mustache. Zhou, you've been missing for nearly a week. I can't believe you'd be here. Tony did not cease his operations. He continued to engage with the console before him, while Zhou holstered his weapon and approached the industrious Tony Stark. How did you discover this alien spacecraft? I placed a tracking device on you. After the incident with Obadiah, I noticed your tracker had appeared in near-Earth orbit. By analyzing the movement data, I calculated your trajectory in just 30 seconds. Simple mathematics, wouldn't you agree? At this point, Tony finished his task, detached a USB-like device from the interface, and cautiously placed it within his armor. He then affectionately embraced Zhou, exclaiming, "My friend Zhou, you are truly my lucky star, allowing me to witness this extraterrestrial technology. With this data, Stark Industries will soon become the most advanced corporation on Earth." Zhou, is it truly due to me? Why is Tony's approach increasingly reminiscent of Master Wayne? Tony, this is theft. After pondering for a moment, Zhou refrained from drawing his weapon. After all, their positions were different. He had already taken down scrolls, so acquiring some technological data from these alien invaders seemed trivial. Moreover, these extraterrestrial aggressors were not shielded by Earth's laws. Well done. If possible, could you send me an upgraded suit of armor? Haha. I knew you weren't as rigid as you appeared. Tony was thoroughly pleased with Zhou's current demeanor. When he had rescued him from the KB molecule base, he had deemed Zhou to be one of the most ruthless individuals he had ever encountered, exhibiting a better to kill than let go attitude towards enemies. Thus, when it came to adversaries, any actions he took were justifiable. When Nick Fury discovered that Zhou had entered the control room, instead of hearing gunfire, he was met with the sounds of laughter and conversation. And that laughter, how familiar it sounded. Cautiously peering his egg-shaped head around the door, he saw Zhou and Tony with their arms around each other. Tony Stark, what brings you here? I have come in search of evidence that our director of S.H.I.E.L.D. has betrayed Earth, and I am now honored to inform you that I have indeed found it. Tony adjusted his helmet with a swift motion, aiming the palm cannon of his suit directly at Nick Fury. The entire planet demands an explanation. How did you conspire with extraterrestrials to invade Earth? Nick Fury, damn it, Mark. How has Tony, once a charming playboy, transformed into this grim figure? Zhou gently restrained Tony's arm and whispered, Tony, that fool is merely a brainless simpleton manipulated by aliens. He did not intentionally bring the scrolls to Earth. It must be due to Captain Marvel's negligence, as she seems quite preoccupied with other matters. Zhou then recounted the narrative of Captain Marvel to Tony, attempting to exonerate Nick Fury from the ordeal. Yet, amidst Zhou's tale, one detail piqued Tony's interest. What exactly is this cosmic cube you mentioned? Did my late father retrieve it from the Arctic? It sounds like an immense source of energy. Could it be utilized as a power source for spacecraft? Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of a light-speed engine, which sounded extraordinarily impressive. Moreover, it appeared that Carol had absorbed the entire energy of the light-speed engine and subsequently ascended to superhero status. If he were to acquire a light-speed engine, he mused, his combat prowess would surely rival that of Captain Marvel. However, Zhou was not preoccupied with the concept of a light-speed engine. Rather, he contemplated the space stone. He was unconcerned about methods to enhance his own strength. As he had the system at his disposal, he could simply rely on gradual rewards. Yet, possessing such a formidable weapon as the Space Stone was crucial. Instead of allowing Tony to wield it to snap his fingers and save the world, it would be far more advantageous for him to obtain the Space Stone and confront Thanos himself. Nevertheless, the Cosmic Cube must be entrusted to Nick for now. At the very least, it should be after the Battle of New York. Otherwise, the Mind Stone would remain in Thanos' possession. Once Loki arrived on Earth with that scepter, he could devise a plan to acquire 2 Infinity Stones. After the New York battle, he would venture to England to secure the Reality Stone. With 3 Infinity Stones in his possession, along with the Time Stone held by the Ancient One, he would have a significant advantage, 4 against 2. The only missing element would be the Infinity Gauntlet. He needed to devise a method to learn some magic or make a trip to Asgard to see if he could persuade the Dwarf King to forge an Infinity Gauntlet for him. As for materials, he was certain that the enslaved miners in Wakanda possessed ample Vibranium resources. It appeared that a journey to Wakanda must also be scheduled. Nick Fury curiously examined the armor adorning Tony's form. The speed of Tony's upgrades was astonishing. Zhou had been unconscious for a week, and this lad had managed to enhance his suit to the extent that it could fly beyond Earth. So, Tony, are you relying solely on this suit and this spacecraft that can activate its cloaking mode? This suit is capable of flight within low Earth orbit, albeit without any weapon systems installed to ensure flight efficiency. As for how I detected this cloaked vessel, regardless of whether the locator failed, I simply breached the craft and swiftly infiltrated its systems. To be candid, the technological prowess of this spacecraft in electronic warfare is rather unimpressive, akin to a neutered version. Tony gazed at Nick Fury with a sense of pride, but his moment of triumph was short-lived, interrupted by Zhou. Have you detected any traces of the others? Chapter 24. The face of the old egg is truly large. Upon observing, Zhou quickly discerned that Tony had not detected any other intruders. He swiftly replayed the events in his mind. When Tony compromised the ship's exterior, he fortuitously encountered the lurking individual, who, in a bid to seize the small spacecraft for a journey to Earth, employed some method to sabotage the ship's systems. Otherwise, even if they managed to commandeer the small vessel destined for Earth, they would inevitably be intercepted by the battleship's defense systems. In the process of damaging the ship's systems, the remaining Skrulls aboard were inevitably alerted. The elderly, women, and children possessed little to no combat capability. They could not even open the armory doors and could only hide away in an attempt to evade the invaders. At this juncture, the stealthy Tony thrived amidst the chaos. As nearly half of the battleship systems lay in disarray, he stealthily made his way to the control room to commence his thievery. It was at this moment that Zhou awakened and witnessed a small spacecraft ascending towards Earth, while he and Nick Fury rushed into the control room to confront Tony. After Zhou shared his deductions with Tony, both Nick Fury and Tony concurred with Zhou's assessment. Thus, it was evident that Earth was not only plagued by the ill-intentioned Skrulls but also threatened by an unknown entity with the capability to dismantle the battleship systems, most likely the Kree. With a vexed expression, Zhou glared at the old egg, gritting his teeth and vehemently declaring, "I truly wish to put a bullet in your head. For all of this turmoil stems from you. I warned you that the Skrulls harbored malicious intent, and now, instead of resolving the Skrull issue, we face yet another outsider. Likely those Kree. Are you prepared to let these extraterrestrials turn Earth into their battlefield?" At this moment, Nick Fury felt equally disconcerted. Initially, he had intended to exploit the Skrulls for their advanced technology to elevate Earth's own capabilities, while also monitoring the increasingly frequent superpowered incidents. This led him to engage with the Skrulls, suggesting that Earth could accommodate a portion of their refugees. However, this situation implied that Earth was now poised for interstellar conflict. The infiltrator aboard the ship was most likely a scout dispatched by some empire. In the vast universe, only the Kree Empire exhibited such keen interest in the Skrulls. Tony, being a pragmatic individual and a former arms dealer, immediately recognized a significant opportunity. Engaging in arguments here bore little fruit. The priority lay in returning to Earth swiftly. Regardless of whether it was the Skrulls or the Kree, identifying and neutralizing them was paramount. Additionally, he needed to decipher the technology he had just acquired. Should the two alien factions wage war on Earth, the inhabitants could not remain passive. Zhou nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Tony's reasoning. The Kree spy was worth at least 100 points of justice and must not be allowed to escape. Let us proceed. We must return to Earth. As Zhou and Nick descended from the small aircraft in the outskirts of New York, it was already deep into the night. Tony, piloting his armored suit, had followed them all the way, and upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of Zhou and Nick, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Director Nick, your piloting skills are abysmal. How have you mingled with aliens for so long without even acquiring an extraterrestrial driver's license? Zhou felt his heart racing. He pressed his hand against his chest yet again, the experience more exhilarating than riding a roller coaster 100 times over. Had he not secretly utilized Ding Xiu's character card during the flight, he feared he might have found it impossible to stand on solid ground. However, Ding Xiu had never been on an airplane in his life, which implied that he too suffered from acrophobia. Were it not for Ding Xiu's heart being in a better state than Su Xiu's own, he might have fainted on the spot. To his surprise, using Ding Xiu's character card had unexpectedly granted him a new skill, basic knife technique. You have become a proficient street thug. Ding Xiu was a master of knife techniques, and after experiencing the character card for 300 seconds, it seemed reasonable that he had learned to wield a blade on the streets. He still possessed 4 character experience cards. Did that mean he could acquire 4 more skills? Perhaps he could use the character card of Black Tiger Afu and gain the skill, Woody Banter? A chill ran down Su Xiu's spine at this thought, causing him to instinctively gasp, startling both Nick and Tony, particularly when they noticed Su Xiu clutching his chest, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Tony in his armor rushed to support him, inquiring with concern, "What's wrong? Is your heart giving you trouble?" Jarvis scanned Su Xiu's vital signs. "I am well aware of my own body. It merely exhibits signs of sudden cardiac distress." Su Xiu gently pushed Tony's arm away and wiped the sweat from his brow. The skill, supervision, proved invaluable. He had already examined his own heart and noted several cracks due to the aftereffects of repeatedly using bullet time. Though these cracks had been mended in the Skrull's healing chamber, his heart, having been previously injured, was not as optimal as before. Regrettably, the character cards he possessed lacked any restorative abilities. Otherwise, he would have utilized one for healing. The character card of the three-eyed monster provided high defense, but that did not imply enhanced recovery abilities. If only he could acquire character cards for Deadpool or Wolverine, he could resolve his cardiac issues. Alternatively, administering a dose of super soldier serum might suffice. He needed to eliminate that crease soon. A lottery. It was imperative to participate in a lottery. Mr. Su's health is robust. However, the concentration of adrenaline within his body is slightly elevated. Jarvis's emotionless voice resonated within the helmet, offering Tony a measure of reassurance. "I shall first return this small spacecraft, while the two of you seek out that Kree individual. Su Xiu, I have conceived some ideas regarding your battle armor. Do you have anything further to add? Consider the advancements in nanotechnology. The Skrull's technological archive should include pertinent information. Your current armor remains somewhat cumbersome. It would be optimal to ensure it is both protective and easily portable." Su Xiu recalled the Mark 51 armor that Tony had ultimately employed, which epitomized the ideal suit of armor. Thus, he offered Tony a modicum of mature advice, which illuminated Tony's expression. "That makes sense. I shall return to my research forthwith." "Tony, you cannot take this small spacecraft. It belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury interjected at an opportune moment, asserting that any extraterrestrial entity descending upon Earth must be subject to S.H.I.E.L.D's oversight. Su Xiu muttered to himself, "The old coot has quite the audacity. I cannot fathom how he articulates such statements." Chapter 25. Surely, this must be a hellish joke, right? Nick Fury ultimately relinquished his ambition to contest with Tony for possession of the spacecraft. Circumstances proved more formidable than the individual. The weaponry he once bore had been seized by Su Xiu, leaving him unarmed to confront Tony, clad in his iron suit. "I am neither the super serum-enhanced Captain America nor some hulking green behemoth, so it is best to forego this endeavor." Tony strode away with the flying apparatus, while Su Xiu bid a timely farewell to Nick Fury. "I am no longer an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, so you can handle the extraterrestrial tasks yourself. Should you uncover any traces of those aliens, do remember to call me." "Where do you intend to go?" Nick inquired, observing Su Xiu as he scrutinized his attire. "You are without a penny or a phone. What can you possibly do?" "A secret, one that the unworthy shouldn't know." With that, Su Xiu turned and departed, leaving Nick Fury with a silhouette of righteous defiance. Fortunately, luck was on Su Xiu's side. While traversing the streets, he encountered a kind-hearted gentleman armed with a firearm and cash. This generous soul not only bestowed upon him a treasured 1911 from World War II, but also a smartphone acquired at no cost. After a moment's reflection, Su Xiu dialed a long uncontacted number. 10 minutes later, a van, its windows obscured by dark tinting, halted before Su Xiu. The sliding door opened, revealing the visage of someone he least wished to see. Brock Rumlow, known as Crossbones, a notorious adversary of Captain America in the comics and in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The captain of S.H.I.E.L.D's Rapid Response Special Forces, who also served as a covert operative for Hydra. "Su, long time no see. Hop in." Crossbones, clad in a sleek combat uniform, beckoned to Su Xiu with a smile. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Xiu entered the ominous black van and remarked, "Rumlow, we are all acquaintances here. I understand the rules. I will not resist, but could you be a bit gentler when the time comes?" "Of course." Crossbones nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Su Xiu's demeanor. He extracted a black cloth bag from his pocket and draped it over Zhou's head before delivering a swift strike to the back of his neck. True to his reputation as S.H.I.E.L.D's most resilient operative, Zhou fell unconscious without a sound. This exemplifies why Zhou believed S.H.I.E.L.D could not prevail against Hydra. Even a staunch and loyal former member, like him, required subduing to return to Hydra's secret base. While Nick Fury's clandestine locations were nearly all unearthed by Hydra, if victory were possible under such circumstances, it would indeed be unfathomable. Time passed, though its duration was unknown. Before the black bag was removed from Zhou's head, he found himself secured to a metallic chair, his feet firmly shackled. The blinding white light caused a wave of dizziness to wash over him. Despite possessing the extraordinary ability of supervision, Zhou opted to deactivate this enhancement. Otherwise, certain instinctual reactions would be impossible to feign. Zhou, a member of the 38th Hydra undercover training program, once infiltrated the inner circle of Nick Fury. However, a month ago, he resigned from S.H.I.E.L.D, reportedly to engage in a top-secret initiative under my name. Subsequently, he assumed the guise of Batman in Hell's Kitchen to combat crime. Not long ago, he engaged in a fierce battle against Obadiah on the rooftop of Stark Industries, after which he vanished. It was only an hour ago that we received contact from Agent Zhou. Am I correct? Zhou forced his eyes open, realizing that he stood before Minister Alexander Pierce, with a small clip pinched between his fingers and electrodes densely affixed to his chest. The familiar sensation returned. The polygraph was indeed Hydra's most advanced technology. Wetting his parched lips, he furrowed his brow at the elder before him. You are entirely correct, but I am rather thirsty. Could I trouble you for a glass of water? Alexander discarded the folder he was holding and fished out his phone from his pocket. Agent Zhou, is there something you wish to convey to me? My resignation was to join the initiative known as the Avengers. This scheme, executed by Nick Fury, aims to assemble superheroes akin to Captain America to confront the impending alien invasion. Zhou had barely spoken a few sentences when Alexander interrupted him. Alien invasion? What nonsense are you spouting? This leads me to my second point. I just disembarked from a warship after sustaining severe injuries in my battle with Obadiah. As a member of the Avengers, long coveted by Nick Fury, he took me to space. Now, may I please have a glass of water? Zhou recounted everything he witnessed aboard the Skrull ship, omitting Tony's involvement. Besides that, he divulged the long-standing grievances between the Kree and the Skrulls. Alexander turned to the Hydra member seated before the polygraph, realizing that Zhou was truthful. He nodded in satisfaction and instructed Crossbones to release Zhou from the chair. Crossbones, pleased with Zhou's performance, kindly handed him a bottle of mineral water. So, all those actions you undertook in Hell's Kitchen after leaving S.H.I.E.L.D were merely to showcase your marksmanship? Not solely marksmanship. More importantly, to demonstrate my sense of justice to Nick Fury. It is through my unwavering commitment to justice that I can become Nick's bodyguard, reminding them of that super soldier from the Second World War. Zhou drained the bottle of water in one go, then earnestly addressed Minister Alexander. Sir, I believe it is imperative that our Hydra members be included in this Avengers organization. Should you find me unworthy of your trust, feel free to have Rumlow test my capabilities. I harbor no objections. Long live Hydra. Zhou's performance was impeccable. Even as he spoke, the polygraph's electrodes remained attached to him, and the device confirmed that he truly believed what he was saying. Alexander, visibly pleased, patted Zhou on the shoulder and kindly removed the electrodes from him. You are commendable, yet I find myself somewhat dissatisfied with your performance. As a superhero, you must possess not only formidable shooting skills, but also enhance your prowess in close combat. Close combat. Zhou looked quizzically at his superior. Why should I, a long-range support operative, learn hand-to-hand fighting? Indeed, close combat, Alexander affirmed. Due to your recent outstanding performance, I have procured for you a most extraordinary gift, a highly skilled combat instructor. With a smile, Alexander clapped his hands, and the door behind Zhou swung open, revealing a silver-white left arm. Zhou gasped in disbelief. A gift? This must be some sort of hellish joke, right? Chapter 26. I am known as Black Tiger A Fu, and you are prepared to meet your demise. James Buchanan Barnes, affectionately referred to as Bucky, is the steadfast ally of Captain America. During the Second World War, he was a companion and support to Steve Rogers, their bond forged in the fires of conflict. Should Steve fall prey to mind control, a mere whisper of Bucky and Carter's impending nuptials would restore his senses, prompting him to seize one of them as his bride. The choice of whom to abduct is inconsequential to Steve, nor is it of concern to the others. During a mission, he fell from a train into a valley, miraculously surviving only to be salvaged by Hydra. Under the manipulation of Dr. Zola, he was subjected to brainwashing and received a new metal arm to replace one that was shattered, transforming into Hydra's formidable weapon, the Winter Soldier. He had once been tasked with assassinating Howard Stark, the charming father of Tony, and now follows the orders of Alexander, the Hydra leader, with little semblance of personal thought. His combat prowess is nearly equal to that of Captain America, perhaps even surpassing Steve by a hair's breadth. Now, this pure killing machine gazes at Zhou with a blank expression. Zhou, upon witnessing the mechanical demeanor of the Winter Soldier, instinctively swallows hard. Sir, who is this? The Winter Soldier, our Hydra's secret weapon, Alexander replies. He has been injected with a serum that enhances physical abilities. For the next 3 days, he will provide you with close combat training. Alexander refrains from elaborating on the Winter Soldier, merely hinting at his formidable nature. He then presents a tantalizing opportunity to Zhou. Should you succeed in the assessment 3 days hence, I will consider administering a secondary serum, a lesser version of the Super Soldier Serum. It will enhance your physical capabilities, albeit with less potency, yet it is stable and devoid of significant side effects. Zhou thinks to himself, isn't this quite the temptation? Despite the prospect of enduring 3 days of punishment, the chance at a reward akin to a lottery is enticing. What does the assessment entail? Survive 5 minutes under the full assault of the Winter Soldier, Alexander replies, patting Zhou on the shoulder with an encouraging tone. If you cannot endure for 5 minutes, fear not. It simply means the serum will not be yours. At that moment, Zhou activates his supervision, scanning everyone in the room. Crossbones exhibits a higher muscle and bone density than Zhou, though not quite at the Winter Soldier's level, suggesting he too has received this secondary serum. No wonder he commands a rapid response special forces unit. The others in the room lack such formidable physiques, indicating that this secondary serum holds considerable value within Hydra. Surviving 5 minutes against the Winter Soldier? He still has 4 character experience cards at his disposal. At that moment, I would embody the essence of Black Tiger Afu, exchanging playful banter while simultaneously overpowering the Winter Soldier. Would you not tremble at the thought of a tornado ravaging the parking lot? Very well, Commander, I accept your proposal. Yet I would prefer to forego 3 days of close combat training and commence the assessment immediately. I am confident I can withstand 5 minutes under his prowess. To be candid, my time is exceedingly precious. Should I vanish for too long, it may arouse Nick Fury's suspicions. Zhou resolved to proceed directly to the evaluation. For even 3 days of training with the Winter Soldier would be futile. My desire to acquire knowledge is far too urgent, eclipsing the benefits of utilizing the system's lottery. It would be more advantageous to engage the Winter Soldier in combat and swiftly attain the sub-serum before making my escape. Alexander remained silent as he absorbed Zhou's words. After witnessing an alien spacecraft, Zhou had taken on an unusual demeanor. Were it not for the lie detector affirming his loyalty, Alexander might have doubted his allegiance. In truth, if you can endure these 3 days, I shall administer a serum to you as your original reward. The assessment merely serves to apply pressure. However, since you are so self-assured, let us proceed directly with the evaluation. Alexander nodded in agreement with Zhou's proposal, recognizing that spirited young individuals like him are precisely what the Hydra organization requires at this juncture. Crossbones, escort Zhou and the Winter Soldier to the training ground, and you shall be responsible for timing them. Understood, Commander. Crossbones accepted the task, leading the way out of the interrogation room. The Winter Soldier and Zhou promptly followed in his wake, and within 3 minutes, they arrived at a sealed chamber, approximately 100 square meters in size, featuring only a ventilation duct and a single door. Crossbones positioned himself at the center of the room, instructing the Winter Soldier and Zhou to stand facing each other, about 10 meters apart. He cast a sympathetic glance at Zhou, stating, once I close the door, you may commence your battle. When I reopen it, 5 minutes will have elapsed, and you shall cease hostilities. As Crossbones spoke, he approached the entrance, and, upon finishing his last sentence, swiftly closed the door behind him with a resounding bang, akin to the starting gun of a sporting event. The Winter Soldier assumed a fighting stance and charged towards Zhou. Having readied himself upon entering, Zhou had already prepared his character card. As Crossbones reached the door, he silently invoked, System, activate character experience card, Afu. Character experience card, Afu, I am Black Tiger Afu. And you are about to meet your doom. The Winter Soldier's mechanical arm, cutting through the air with a whoosh, struck towards Zhou's face. However, Zhou merely stepped back, seizing the Winter Soldier's arm and utilizing the force of his punch to hurl him away. The Winter Soldier never anticipated the immense power of Zhou. In an instant, he was hurled several meters away, rolling twice before regaining his footing, his metallic arm striking the concrete ground and sparking fiercely. Zhou assumed a stance reminiscent of traditional Chinese martial arts, grounding himself in a horse stance. His eyes sharp as razors, fixated intently on the Winter Soldier sprawled on the ground. I am Black Tiger Afu, and you are about to meet your demise. Following the display of his stance, Zhou's mouth unleashed words seemingly beyond his control. Behold my Black Tiger heart extraction. With his left hand forming the shape of a tiger's claw, he launched at an astonishing speed towards the Winter Soldier's chest. The Winter Soldier, Sensing the ferocity of Zhou's assault, did not retreat but instead advanced, delivering a powerful punch towards Zhou's torso. However, just as Zhou's attack was halfway executed, he exerted force through his legs and leaped into the air, evading the Winter Soldier's blow. In midair, Zhou spread his arms wide, his legs curling into a tight ball. Crows take flight. Chapter 27. The art of Chinese Kung Fu always welcomes the elderly for a spar. The Winter Soldier retreated a step, his mechanical arm adorned with a red star thrusting forward to block. With all his weight, Zhou delivered a powerful downward kick to the mechanical arm, which transmitted an immense force, causing the Winter Soldier to lean back sharply. He adeptly executed a backflip to evade Zhou's subsequent assault, swiftly drawing his tactical dagger. Under the dim light of the room, the blade glimmered with a brilliant blue hue. Antelope leaps. Zhou bellowed, launching another fierce attack on the Winter Soldier. Planting his left foot, he propelled himself forward like a piercing sword, his right leg swinging towards the Winter Soldier like a hatchet. The Winter Soldier, unable to counter in time, retreated once more. Zhou's right foot swept dangerously close to the Winter Soldier's nose, and though the kick missed, the gust it generated was akin to a sharp blade, leaving a tiny wound on the Winter Soldier's nostrils. Two dragons play with pearls. Zhou's core tightened suddenly, his right fingers striking directly at the Winter Soldier's eyes. The Winter Soldier's reflexes were incredibly swift, his mechanical arm, emitting a low hum, reached for Zhou's right hand while his tactical dagger traced a subtle arc through the air, launching an attack from Zhou's blind spot. Unfortunately for the Winter Soldier, Zhou had anticipated his every move. A smirk unconsciously graced his lips as he altered his maneuver just before his fingers were grasped by the mechanical hand. A coin, nestled between his fingernails, was precisely inserted into the joint of the mechanical arm, causing the gears within to emit a grating sound that sent shivers through one's teeth. The coin was a gift from a kind-hearted little black earlier, now one of the few solid objects Zhou possessed. From the very onset of their confrontation, Zhou had been preparing to exploit the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm. With the malfunction of the mechanical arm, the Winter Soldier lost his balance, causing his tactical dagger to veer off course. In a desperate bid to buy himself time to recover, he hurled the dagger like a throwing knife towards the retreating Zhou. In response, Zhou executed a backflip, resembling the Winter Soldier's earlier move, and as he landed, he caught the dagger in his mouth. Armed now not just with his hands but also with a concealed weapon, he chuckled, "Elderly warriors truly lack martial ethics." With a swift motion, Zhou expelled the tactical dagger from his mouth and struck it with a punch, transforming it into a streak of light that shot towards the Winter Soldier. At that moment, the Winter Soldier had just removed the coin from his mechanical arm's joint and raised his left hand to deflect the incoming dagger. However, Zhou mysteriously appeared behind him. Grinning mischievously, the Black Tiger sweeps past the White Wolf. Following this, he crouched low and executed a sweeping kick that sent the bewildered Winter Soldier crashing to the ground. Sickle sweeps the earth. As the Winter Soldier hung suspended in midair, he was forcefully struck in the waist by Zhou's formidable kick, rendering him momentarily weightless. The impact was akin to an elephant's kick, and a whirlwind of destruction swept through the parking lot. Zhou spun twice upon landing, his right leg delivering a devastating blow to the Winter Soldier's chest. The Winter Soldier arced through the air before crashing violently against the wall, incapacitated for a considerable duration. Lying on the ground while expelling a copious amount of blood, after you had thoroughly pummeled the Winter Soldier, Zhou revealed his pearly white teeth in a smile, adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire. The martial arts of Hua-Xiao always extend a warm welcome to the elderly for sparring. Zhou's terrifying display left Crossbones and Alexander, observing from the surveillance monitors outside the room, utterly astounded. Rumlow, does every Hua-Xiao individual possess this kung fu combat prowess? Does the commander imply that every Hua-Xiao person is essentially a Jackchin? As the captain of the Special Forces, Crossbones was not only proficient in firearms, but had also dabbled in most combat techniques worldwide, making him one of the top combatants in close-quarters fighting. He perceived Zhou's whirlwind of attacks as requiring extensive training. However, Zhou had been adopted and trained by Hydra since the age of 15, with documented training records. It remained unclear when he had acquired such martial skills, or whether it was an innate awakening tied to his Hua-Xiao heritage. Not just Crossbones and Alexander, but the other Hydra members standing behind them were equally astonished. In their recollection, Zhou had always resolved conflicts with firearms, completely unaware of his exceptional close combat abilities. Divine Providence must be smiling upon our Hydra organization. You must enter now, Rumlow. If you delay further, I fear Zhou may inadvertently kill the Winter Soldier. He is an invaluable asset to our organization and must be protected at all costs. Minister Alexander nodded in satisfaction, indifferent to the hidden capabilities Zhou might possess. As long as his loyalty to Hydra and to him as a leader remains steadfast. As long as you are a member of Hydra. It matters not if Zhou could shatter the earth itself. He would be of use in our future conquests of the universe. When Crossbones opened the door to the room, the Winter Soldier was still on the ground, coughing, clearly overwhelmed by Zhou's heavy strike. Zhou stood motionless, resembling a towering pine tree. Time's up, Zhou. You may exit now. Zhou shook his head, realizing his character experience card had expired. The system notification echoed in his mind, though this time he had not acquired any new skills. Physical enhancement. Your physical attributes have received comprehensive improvement. There was no warm current coursing through my body, nor any foul black liquid secreted from within. Yet, one is well aware of their own circumstances. Even walking had become considerably lighter. Upon employing my supervision to examine my heart, I discovered that the fissures had completely healed. Akin to a seasoned master of martial arts, my heart rate now hovered around a mere 50 beats per minute, significantly enhancing my arm stability when wielding firearms. The side effects of employing bullet time would also diminish substantially, given that my heart had undergone an upgrade. Although Black Tiger Afu may be perceived as a villain from an animated series, his brute strength is not to be underestimated. He possesses the capability to effortlessly leap 4 to 5 meters and can easily send true flying with a single kick. The martial arts are merely an embellishment. It is his well-trained physique that stands as Afu's greatest weapon. However, the enhancement of physical prowess was not the most significant gain from my confrontation with the Winter Soldier. The most noteworthy reward was the emergence of another system notification within my mind. Defeated the most formidable Winter Soldier of Hydra, Justice Points 100. Chapter 28, Telepathy. However, the censored version. System. Grant me a lottery. As Zhou followed Crossbones out of the room, he initiated his lottery. The Justice Points were of no use to him if left unused. It was reasonable to draw as many as he had. A cheap sound effect echoed. And in his mind, the grand wheel of fortune began to spin. Moments later, the winning pointer halted on a skill bar, reading, Telepathy, censored version of Professor X's superpower. Lacking any offensive capabilities. Zhou, I am truly at a loss. Lately, the lottery has been yielding peculiar results, either a one-time experience card or, after much effort, a skill that turns out to be a censored version. The phrase lacking any offensive capabilities is quite self-explanatory. Professor X's telepathy manifests in various forms. Firstly, it allows one to perceive and view others' thoughts, memories, and emotions, facilitating mental communication. Secondly, it enables mind control, manipulating others' thoughts and actions. Thirdly, it provides a defensive mental shield, protecting oneself and others from psychic attacks. Fourthly, it establishes a telepathic network, akin to a psychic local area network. Fifthly, it involves mental searching, locating individuals through thought. My censored version is likely limited to merely sensing others' thoughts and memories. Whether it allows for mental communication remains uncertain, necessitating a trial. However, surrounded by Hydra members, this underwhelming skill cannot be tested carelessly. Peering into others' hearts discreetly should pose no significant issue. Gazing at Crossbones ahead, Zhou activated telepathy. In an instant, it felt as though he had directly entered Crossbones' mind, accessing all his memories freely. A brief glance revealed that Crossbones' thoughts were filled with bloodshed and inhumane training. Naturally, there were also scenes too sensitive to be approved. As one of Hydra's undercover agents, Crossbones bore considerable psychological pressure, and his means of relaxation were limited, best left unspoken. Upon probing Crossbones' current thoughts, Zhou discovered a surprising excitement within him. This weirdo, excelling in close combat, even the Winter Soldier would struggle against him. Not to mention his deadly precision with firearms. No wonder Nick Fury holds him in such high regard. The Avengers? Quite intriguing. Zhou mused. I wonder what has you so excited. Can you handle that green behemoth? I can barely fathom how to prevail against the Hulk, especially when even extraterrestrial warship cannons cannot withstand him. Zhou, why have you stopped moving? Crossbones, noticing Zhou's sudden stillness, inquired, puzzled by his apparent distraction. It was only then that Zhou realized he had halted mid-thought while still engaged in telepathy. Zhou? When I employ the ability of telepathy, does my own body come to a standstill? Could it be that my mind operates on a singular thread, incapable of managing two tasks concurrently? No. I find myself preoccupied with the impending injection of the secondary serum. Zhou feigned indifference, casually brushing over the topic, recalling the journey of Steve Rogers becoming Captain America, which, if memory serves, is documented within S.H.I.E.L.D. The super soldier serum was secondary. What truly mattered was the immense amount of energy expended during the process, which even plunged much of the city into darkness. Might this be the linchpin of success? Or perhaps I should rephrase my inquiry. When you administer the serum shortly, will there be an electrical shock involved? Gazing into Zhou's clear eyes, Crossbones felt a long-buried guilt resurface. Even the massacre of over 500 individuals from a certain African tribe did not evoke such sorrow as the gaze of Zhou. Do not fret too much about this matter. I too have traversed this path. However, I can offer you a piece of advice when receiving the serum. it is imperative to remain conscious. The longer you stay alert, the more favorable the outcome. Unbeknownst to Crossbones, he expressed his innermost thoughts, while Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Even his truncated version of telepathy had its merit. Even someone as seasoned as Crossbones could be subtly influenced by his emotions, prompting him to utter words he would typically keep to himself. The two strolled toward a particular laboratory, laughing and chatting, while the Winter Soldier lying on the ground would be attended to by other Hydra members. The organization's assets must never be compromised. In a modest laboratory, aside from the overhead surgical lights, the room contained only an electric chair firmly fixed to the floor. It bore a striking resemblance not to a laboratory, but rather to a chamber of execution. Crossbones patted Zhou on the shoulder, offering a rare smile. After removing his outerwear and shoes, he encouraged him to proceed, declaring, "Since you are to receive the serum, this is an inevitable step. Long live Hydra." Zhou performed for Crossbones, who watched with satisfaction. While on the other side of the camera, Alexander smiled approvingly. Zhou adeptly shed his clothing, revealing a sculpted upper body, with muscles defined beautifully. Following the recent enhancement from the character experience card, even without the serum, his physique resembled that of a robust jaguar. Crossbones, intrigued, pinched Zhou's arm. Realizing that the force that had propelled the Winter Soldier was not solely attributed to skill, this muscular build played a significant role. "You must frequent the gym regularly." Zhou, with a hint of disdain, swatted Crossbones' hand away, retorting fiercely, "I now suspect you have British lineage. Kindly maintain your distance. Thank you." Upon taking a seat in the electric chair, Zhou found his limbs automatically restrained. Suddenly, 6 mechanical arms emerged from behind him, each affixed with a pale blue syringe. Was it not agreed upon that only a single injection of the secondary serum would be administered? Why was he now confronted with a barrage of 6? A sense of trepidation, long forgotten, washed over Zhou. He had always harbored a slight aversion to needles, and now it seemed he might faint at the prospect of 6 simultaneous injections. Yet, no one responded to his unspoken query. The skeletal figure departed the moment Zhou settled into the chair, aware that the chair's immense power posed a grave danger when coupled with his presence. A low hum resonated in the air as the 6 sharp needle tips aimed at various parts of his body. Instinctively, Zhou swallowed hard, hoping for a gentler touch. Before he could finish his thought, the 6 syringes had already pierced his skin. Chapter 29. Recklessly Tempting Fate. The ambulance arrived swiftly. A pale blue secondary serum was administered steadily into Zhou's body. Upon contact with his blood, it rapidly transformed into pure energy. His heart merely pulsed twice, and this pristine energy coursed throughout Zhou, commencing the absorption of his inherent vitality to initiate a transformation of his physique. Unlike the gentle enhancements bestowed by the system, this energy acted more like a crude practitioner, violently tearing through Zhou's muscles, veins, and nerves before hastily binding them back together with a potent adhesive. Under the influence of supervision, Zhou could distinctly perceive the alterations occurring within him. However, this brutal process of change inevitably inflicted unimaginable agony upon him. Zhou lamented. In ancient times, there was the tale of Lord Guer's bones scraping to detoxify. Now, here I am, Zhou, recklessly injecting myself. Had he known that the process of bodily transformation would be so excruciating, he would have forsaken this wretched endeavor, as the serum completely depleted the scant reserves of energy, namely the few remaining fat deposits within him. The electric chair beneath him suddenly surged to life. An indeterminate voltage coursed through his body, manifesting visible arcs of electricity on his skin. This newly unleashed energy was seized by the serum, transforming into yet another crude practitioner, resuming its brutal modifications on Zhou's body. His teeth clenched tightly against the onslaught of electric currents. Saliva uncontrollably dribbled from the corners of his mouth. "I can't endure this any longer. I must devise a means to alleviate the torment. Otherwise, after the serum's enhancements, I might find myself drooling when I speak." System. Activate the character experience card. Qin Jiajun. An invisible radiance flickered before Zhou's eyes as the attributes of Qin Jiajun superimposed upon him. In that moment, he effectively bore the brunt of the electric chair's current as two beings, feeling considerably lighter. However, the serum's relentless modifications did not cease. Rather, they grew increasingly unrestrained. For the host's indifference to pain only fueled its fervor. The most frightening aspect was that not only did the serum harbor such intentions, but the electric chair did as well. A more potent current surged forth, causing even the surgical room's lighting to flicker ominously, almost scorching Zhou's brain. Yet, under the serum's influence, it continually mended itself, an exquisite sensation beyond description. Telepathy. Unable to withstand the torment any longer, Zhou hastily extricated his thoughts, seeking refuge within the mind of the inner Crossbones, simultaneously uncovering their hidden secrets. Character experience card. Qin Jiajun duration has concluded. Acquired a new skill. Master of special techniques. Parkour, stunt driving, somersaults, recklessly tempting fate. The ambulance arrives swiftly. Zhou exclaimed, "This is quite remarkable." Although the skill descriptions have always been unreliable, Zhou has grown accustomed to them. This particular skill is a combination incorporating parkour, high-speed driving, and acrobatics. Our Chinese heroes have their own legendary figures. Uncle Long, as a living myth, relies on seemingly impossible stunts depicted in films. Just think of the iconic scenes from Police Story, such as the leap in the mall, the daring ascent on the helicopter's rope ladder, and the battles atop moving trains. While this skill is likely a watered-down version, it is certainly better than having none at all. The current still danced on his flesh as Zhou viewed himself seated in the electric chair through the eyes of Crossbones. This sensation was remarkably peculiar, transforming the experience from a first-person perspective into a second-person one, evoking an extraordinary detachment from reality, along with a profound insight into this world. Yet, such feelings are challenging to articulate. Perhaps only the sorcerers of Kamartaj might truly comprehend it. In the blink of an eye, 30 minutes had elapsed, and Zhou had only managed to observe Crossbones' recent activities over the past month. The arcs of electricity on the chair had vanished, indicating the conclusion of the transformation process. Zhou's consciousness returned to his own body, the once agonizing sensations morphing into mere fatigue. All he desired now was a refreshing shower and a restful slumber. The restraints on the electric chair released automatically, and Zhou struggled to rise, feeling the explosive power coursing through him, along with the imprints he had unconsciously pressed into the armrests. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he clenched his fist, even without a character card. He no longer feared a direct confrontation with the Winter Soldier. The door to the operating room swung open, and Crossbones entered, applauding. "Zhou, you are the most resolute person I have ever encountered. Not only did you endure the agony of the secondary serum transformation, but you also withstood the onslaught of high-voltage electricity. Hydra has conducted countless experiments internally, yet not a single member has managed to retain their cognitive faculties. Most could scarcely last 3 minutes, and you persevered for a full 30. That is not something to boast about, as the serum I utilized is merely a secondary product. Captain Steve Rogers once used the complete version, and he is the one truly deserving of admiration." Zhou did not conceal his reverence for Captain America, even though he was likely still unfished out of the depths. Perhaps in this Marvel universe, Steve was still secretly the captain of Hydra. Regrettably, that antiquated relic vanished decades ago. Otherwise, they would not have needed to inject the secondary serum derived from the Winter Soldier. Moreover, the original version of the super serum is not meant for everyone. Otherwise, there would not exist the green giant capable of tearing apart tanks and impervious to blades and bullets. Crossbones handed Zhou his clothing while simultaneously activating the radio in his ear. At that moment, Zhou's hearing had sharpened significantly, enabling him to clearly perceive the communication from Crossbones' device. Reports from Broadway revealed the presence of the Yellow Hulk, who was wreaking havoc upon the vehicles on the streets. All special forces of S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly rushed to the scene, determined to minimize casualties. Zhou exclaimed, "Here we go? That monstrous adversary, Abomination, is no easy foe. Although he cannot be slain, defeating him would surely elevate my sense of justice." Crossbones responded briefly over the radio before turning to Zhou, who wore a look of eager anticipation. "The opportunity has arrived, Zhou. Director Alexander has ordered you to head to the scene immediately. If you perform admirably in this mission, the director will ensure your reinstatement, allowing you to join the Avengers Initiative as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent." "Understood. But I need to return to gather some equipment." Chapter 30. The Grand Entrance of the Superhero Batman. Amidst the chaos of Broadway, the once vibrant street was engulfed in flames. With frantic crowds scattering in every direction, the piercing screams resonated through the pitch-black night, forming a tumultuous symphony. A grotesque yellow creature, covered in sharp spikes, was wreaking havoc upon everything in its path. This was none other than the nemesis of the Hulk, the Abomination, originally known as Emil Blonsky, a former mercenary from Yugoslavia. In his pursuit of the power to combat the Hulk, he willingly became a test subject for General Ross of the U.S. military, subjected to gamma radiation, which transformed him into the repugnant, ochre-hued giant. However, this mutation proved to be exceedingly unstable, rendering him as erratic and irrational as the Hulk himself. News of the Abomination's rampage on Broadway swiftly reached the ears of the U.S. military and S.H.I.E.L.D., inevitably catching the attention of Hydra as well. "Coulson, have you notified Tony yet? How much longer until he arrives on the scene?" Nick Fury bellowed into the phone, the veins in his bald head bulging with frustration. Coulson, however, found himself in a predicament. Tony's phone was utterly unreachable. After 3 consecutive attempts, he was unceremoniously blocked by Tony. When Nick Fury extended an invitation for Tony to join the Avengers, he had dismissively relegated Tony to the role of a mere security consultant, limiting his work to Monday through Thursday, with no expectation of overtime. As a renowned capitalist, Tony had an aversion to working extra hours, especially for a tight-fisted employer who offered no additional compensation. Thus, he had little enthusiasm for any job at hand. Moreover, having just acquired a trove of alien technology and an intact extraterrestrial spacecraft, he was even less inclined to answer S.H.I.E.L.D. calls. After a moment of hesitation, Coulson tentatively posed his question, "Sir, should we reach out to Zhou? Didn't you say he was fine? What good would that do? That monster in the street isn't afraid of tanks. No matter how skilled Zhou is, he can't take it down with a sniper rifle." Nick Fury lamented, covering his forehead in frustration, regretting not equipping Zhou with better weaponry. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so helpless now. With a thunderous roar, the unstoppable abomination grew increasingly frenzied. Its already sharp spikes extending outward with terrifying ferocity, rendering it even more grotesque and menacing. Suddenly, a resounding gunshot pierced the air, interrupting the abomination's furious howls. A large-caliber bullet struck directly into its throat, inducing a violent cough from the creature due to the overwhelming discomfort. From the edge of the battlefield, Nick Fury turned towards the source of the gunfire, spotting a dark figure crouched atop a towering building. Bang! Once again, a resounding gunshot echoed through the air, as a bullet was forcefully lodged into the nostrils of the loathsome figure lying on the ground, who was coughing violently. Immediately thereafter, a shadowy figure leaped from the rooftop, and halfway through its descent, a dark cloak unfurled behind it, transforming into a pair of obsidian wings. The silhouette glided gracefully through the air, akin to a colossal bat. And after soaring for 100 meters, it struck a heroic landing pose before the wretched creature. It was none other than the legendary Bateman of Hell's Kitchen. Yes, indeed, our superhero has arrived. Bateman, I adore you. The ordinary citizens, who were previously in a frenzied panic to escape the scenes, erupted in cheers upon witnessing their champion's arrival. Zhou, embodying the spirit of Batman, took a stand against evil in Hell's Kitchen, naturally becoming a sensational topic within the city. Newspapers and news outlets fervently reported on Batman's exploits, while simultaneously critiquing the ineptitude of the NYPD. The spontaneous fervor surrounding this event far surpassed any promotional efforts made by capitalists, leading to a significant surge in sales for Superman and Batman comics, resulting in the publishing companies working tirelessly overnight to print tens of thousands of additional copies, gratefully accepting this unexpected windfall. Thus, the fervor surrounding Iron Man Tony paled in comparison to that of Zhou, the Batman. Nick Fury observed Zhou's sudden entrance onto the battlefield with a nod of satisfaction. He was well aware that a person of such integrity would never allow the loathsome creature to wreak havoc upon the city. However, aside from his impressive marksmanship, how could Zhou confront the grotesque yellow monstrosity before him in direct combat? As the crowd cheered for Batman's dazzling appearance, the loathsome figure expelled the bullet lodged in its throat with a violent sneeze, dislodging another bullet that had been stuck in its nostril. Since landing, Zhou had remained frozen in his superhero pose, contemplating. No wonder Black Widow made a quip about this landing stance in her film. Descending from such heights in this manner would render one's legs numb. Bang! The motionless Zhou was struck by a punch from the loathsome creature, sending him crashing into a nearby restaurant. The cacophony of clattering pots and pans ensued as the kitchen was thrown into disarray. The once jubilant crowd fell into a deathly silence, only to be abruptly pierced by terrified screams as panic overtook them once more, prompting a frantic escape in the direction opposite to the loathsome creature. At that moment, Nick Fury was the most apprehensive of all. Although Zhou possessed slightly superior physical attributes, the sheer force of the creature's recent punch could crush a security door. Whoosh! A frying pan flew out from the restaurant where Zhou had crashed, tracing an arc through the air before striking the loathsome figure squarely in the face. Nick Fury. Oh, loathsome creature. You dishonorable beast. Bateman shall not rest until one of us is vanquished. Let us engage in battle. Zhou transformed into a streak of black light, delivering a swift kick to the face of his adversary before rapidly retreating, crashing back into the restaurant with a second impact. The boiled egg remarked, "The laws of physics are reciprocal. It is only logical. Even in a world populated by extraterrestrials and superheroes, the principles of physics remain unaltered." The dual provocations incited the wrath of the grotesque creature, whose foul yellow hue was matched only by its thunderous roar. With menacing spikes brandished, it charged into the restaurant, spotting Zhou sprawled among the scattered tables and chairs. Its fist, as large as a clay pot, hurtled towards Zhou's face, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. System, activate character experience card. Sanwa. Chapter 31. Does the tiger not roar? Thinking I am Doryman? With a resounding clash, the formidable punch from the abomination was effortlessly caught by Zhou, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. The fist, the size of a cooking pot, was grasped in the palm of an ordinary human hand. Despite the noticeable disparity in their physiques, Zhou, having undergone 2 enhancements in a short span, matched the Abomination in strength, as the latter was merely a first-stage boss yet to lose health and progress to the second stage. Presently, Zhou embodied the spirit of the third Huluwai, impervious to any weapon, resembling a steadfast nail, while the Abomination was the hammer attempting to drive him in. Though he successfully intercepted the blow, the tiles beneath his feet shattered, plunging half of his foot into the ground. Little Bug, the Abomination, having regained some semblance of consciousness, surprisingly began to articulate words. Zhou chuckled, seizing the creature's finger and exerting force, executing an over-the-shoulder throw that sent the Abomination crashing into the heap of kitchenware. Zhou stretched his somewhat stiff neck. Although the character card for the third Huluwa was quite resilient, the moment steel and iron were employed, his flexibility seemed to diminish. Even the simple act of rolling his wrist resonated with the sound of metal colliding. The duration of the character card was limited. He had to conclude the battle within 5 minutes. Come, let us have some fun with Batman. With a swift turn, Zhou charged towards the struggling Abomination buried in the cookware. However, barely halfway through his advance, the Abomination dismantled the entire stainless steel stove, hurling it towards Zhou with a terrifying rush of wind. Initially intending to evade, Zhou realized the restaurant was too cramped for escape, leaving him no choice but to brace himself and take the hit impassively. Upon being struck by the stove, he was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the asphalt. The violent impact inflicted no harm upon him. He merely felt a slight dizziness, and after a moment's struggle, he managed to extricate himself from beneath a vehicle. This creature possesses immense strength. Glancing at his tattered battle attire, Zhou heaved a sigh of regret. This outfit was a product of Tony's peculiar sense of humor, crafted with the finest materials to create a Batman costume. While the significance of cosplay outweighed that of actual combat, he still cherished it. The cape's ability to function as a glider was undeniably cool. Yet now, that very cape lay in tatters, unable to transform into bat wings. Emerging from the remnants of the restaurant, the Abomination let out a low, menacing roar, hoisting the stove high above its head as if mocking Zhou's impotence. Its twisted, spiked form appeared grotesquely menacing amidst the rubble, the sallow yellow skin revealing the writhing muscles beneath, exuding a repugnant odor. Zhou took a deep breath, cautiously unfastening the cloak from his back, mindful that this item might still prove useful in the future. He hoped it would not be rendered entirely irreparable. With a swift motion, he tore off the damaged car door behind him and, employing a frisbee-like throwing technique, hurled it towards the Abomination's legs. The door spun through the air, crashing directly onto the creature's knee. The Abomination let out a pained roar, its body swaying slightly, nearly losing its grip on the stove it was wielding. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou quickly closed the distance, maneuvering to the side of the Abomination. The beast swung the stove once more, attempting to force Zhou back, but he deftly evaded the attack. With a swift press of his hand above the stove, he gracefully slipped past the danger. Even in the darkness, Zhou could see the surprise flicker in the Abomination's eyes. This was the true essence of the Acrobat Master skill, merely a simple parkour move. In midair, Zhou aligned his right hand into a blade-like form and struck towards the thickest bone spike protruding from the Abomination's back. The prowess of Sanwa was not merely about enduring blows. The weapons wielded by the likes of Toad and Centipede demons were severed with ease by Sanwa's hand blade, as if slicing through vegetables. Now, Zhou sought to replicate Sanwa's actions. However, the bone spike on the Abomination's back could injure even Hulk, leaving Zhou uncertain if he could sever it. Yet, having come this far, he resolved to give it a shot. After all, what if he succeeded? Clang. To his astonishment, Zhou's hand blade functioned like an extraordinary weapon, effortlessly slicing through the thickest bone spike. Yet, before the spike could even hit the ground, the Abomination seized Zhou's left leg. Zhou exclaimed, "Oh no. Am I to face the same fate as Loki?" Indeed, the Abomination, now driven into a frenzy by the severed spike, discarded the stove and grabbed Zhou's ankle, subjecting him to a brutal treatment reminiscent of Loki's infamous punishment. From a distance, Nick Fury's face darkened with dismay, utterly at a loss for words. The battle between Zhou and the Abomination resembled a playful skirmish rather than the expected clash of titans. There was no fierce exchange of blows. Instead, it was a one-sided display of overwhelming force and relentless tossing. Just moments ago, Zhou had dealt a significant blow, severing the stoutest bone spike. Yet now he found himself helplessly being thrown about by the Abomination, devoid of any means to retaliate. Aside from marveling at Zhou's seemingly indomitable physique, Fury felt powerless to intervene. Moreover, Zhou's current performance puzzled Nick Fury greatly. With such a robust body, why had he nearly exploded his own heart when facing the Iron Tyrant? Why not simply approach and tear the Iron Tyrant apart? Roar. A colossal green figure emerged, seizing a wild little car and charging forth. In Zhou's terrified gaze, the front of the wild little car collided perfectly with his jawline. Had it not been for the efficacy of the character experience card, he would have surely suffered a disfiguring blow. The sudden assault not only struck Zhou but also the abomination clutching him, leaving it equally unscathed. With a violent impact, the car erupted into a massive fireball, shattering the glass along Broadway into countless shards. Zhou spiraled out of the inferno, trailing a plume of black smoke and flickering flames from his rear, only to crash into another restaurant. As for the abomination and the newly arrived Green Giant, their antagonistic existence rendered them oblivious to Zhou, the insignificant player. With a pair of nearly identical roars, they engaged in a fierce battle, leaving the unfortunate vehicles parked along the road to bear the brunt of the chaos. The fiery path of destruction receded from the unfortunate Zhou, leaving only a thick, bone-like protrusion in its wake. Zhou exclaimed, "Do you truly believe I am a mere cartoon character?" Chapter 32, I can unequivocally inform you that I am here to confront you. While Zhou harbored such intentions, his time with the character experience card had unfortunately concluded. However, he had acquired an entirely novel skill, one that had never crossed his mind. According to the previous patterns of the task experience cards, the skills obtained were often correlated with the character cards themselves. Whether it was the basic swordsmanship, procured from Ding Xiu, or the stuntmaster, bestowed by Qin Jiajun, the abilities were either inherent to the characters or linked to the actors portraying them. Thus, prior to utilizing the experience card of Sanhua, Zhou had anticipated receiving a skill akin to Golden Bell Shield or Iron Cloth Shirt. Yet, the rather unconventional system presented him with an announcement that rendered him speechless. The number of character experience cards used has reached 4, granting a brand new skill. Master of Disguise. Life is but a play, and the play is life. Zhou, the system's explanations for skills remained as abstract as ever, providing no clarity and leaving Zhou to experiment on his own to discern the specific effects. Most dishearteningly, he felt he had suffered a significant loss. He was initially supposed to receive a defensive skill, but due to the last use of the Sanhua character experience card, it had transformed into Master of Disguise. Had he utilized Ding Xiu's experience card last, the absence of basic swordsmanship would have seemed less of a detriment. However, the events had transpired, and what could be done? Naturally, he chose to forgive himself. His system appeared to be a subpar product, evidently manufactured in a small workshop, lacking detailed personal attributes and vague in its reward and skill descriptions. Nonetheless, such small workshops often boasted impressive materials, and the lottery pool contained a fair share of valuable items. Whether or not he could draw them was a matter of luck. Taking a deep breath, Zhou forced himself to regain his composure. All of his character experience cards had been exhausted, and facing off against the two hulking figures, his fate of being swiftly dispatched loomed ominously. His physical prowess was not inferior to that of Captain America, yet the latter possessed a kinetic energy-absorbing shield, while he had nothing of the sort. Thus, the option of engaging in close combat amidst the two monsters was promptly dismissed. Subsequently, the skill, telepathy, appeared within Zhou's sight. Zhou, so now it is my turn to engage in some clever scheming. However, his version of telepathy was a truncated one, with a maximum range of merely about 300 meters. Fortunately, the Hulk and Abomination were embroiled in a fierce confrontation not too far from him. With some effort, he might still be able to attempt it. Zhou brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together, placing them against his temple, mimicking Professor X's posture, and began to delve into the mind of the Abomination. To his astonishment, he found himself within the mind of the Hulk. Zhou. Banner. Oh, greetings, Dr. Banner. I am Zhou, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. With an air of familiarity, Zhou introduced himself to Bruce Banner, finding that his official identity was useful at this moment. A glimmer of green light flickered in Banner's eyes, and he excitedly grasped Zhou's shoulders. God bless. Are you the divine being sent to rescue me? God? No, Zhou replied, though I would love the opportunity to meet him, I am not his messenger. Carefully, Zhou extricated himself from Banner's grasp and engaged him in conversation. He had pondered a question while watching films in his previous life, after absorbing immense gamma radiation in the Gamma Laboratory and transforming into the Hulk. Where did the Hulk's persona go? Am I correct in assuming that the Hulk currently controls my body? There can only be one consciousness at a time. It's akin to driving a car. While both the Hulk and I hold the steering wheel, only one can operate the brakes and accelerator. Banner gazed at Zhou with palpable excitement, even though they were conversing within his mind. This was the first time he had regained his consciousness while the Hulk was in control. Previously, it had only been a matter of the Hulk relinquishing the body. Can you awaken my consciousness, Zhou? Can you allow me to reclaim my body? Zhou hesitated for a moment before gently declining Banner's request. Perhaps in the future, I may be able to assist you, but at present, I cannot help, for that formidable creature outside can only be defeated by you. So you are the one battling the Abomination? Banner exclaimed, gripping Zhou's shoulders once more, brimming with excitement. Have you also injected the super soldier serum? Does S.H.I.E.L.D. possess the formula? An ordinary person lacks the capability to confront that monster directly, let alone sever its spiny protrusions with bare hands. If it weren't for your inability to defeat that creature, I would never have chosen to transform into the Hulk. All right, enough. Please, do not become overly excited. Zhou realized that this Dr. Banner was somewhat different from his expectations, as talkative as Tony Stark. Perhaps a common trait among scientists in the Marvel Universe? S.H.I.E.L.D. does not possess a complete super soldier serum. My abilities are inherent, after all. Captain America cannot enter your consciousness, as I have. In a moment, I shall delve into the recesses of that creature's mind and deliver a fitting blow. You might also endeavor to wrest control of your own body. Should this endeavor culminate in perfection, I sincerely hope you will vacate this land of strife. For the last thing I desire is for you to cross paths with the S.H.I.E.L.D. and your girlfriend's father. General Ross is not a man to be trifled with. Having conveyed his thoughts, Zhou once again broke free from Dr. Banner's grasp. He cast a smile towards Banner and, in an instant, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing completely, leaving the bewildered Dr. Banner in a state of perplexity. Another flash of white light illuminated the space as Zhou entered the mind of the abomination. Observing the man, who was somewhat delirious from anguish, Zhou could not help but smile with glee. Emil Blonsky? Who are you? Where am I? Blonsky, hearing Zhou's voice, regained a flicker of awareness, yet remained engulfed in suffering. Zhou stretched and rolled up his sleeves, asserting, "Who I am is of little consequence. However, I can unequivocally inform you that I am here to strike you. If I do not leave you with a face adorned in blossoms today, you shall never comprehend the reason behind their vibrant hue." Chapter 33. Have you ever received a little red flower in kindergarten? With his size 48 feet, Zhou lunged directly towards Bronsky's face, leaving an imprint on his not-so-handsome visage as Bronsky's terrified eyes widened. He was promptly knocked to the ground. Zhou advanced upon him, abandoning all semblance of martial artistry, resorting instead to a brutish display reminiscent of a street brawl, relentlessly trampling Bronsky beneath him, achieving a remarkable effect akin to a circle kick, solely through sheer force. The struggle in his mind bore little relation to any fighting technique. It was merely a matter of overpowering Bronsky with sheer mental strength, much like the scene in X-Men, Apocalypse, where Apocalypse effortlessly subdued Professor X. Had it not been for Jean Grey's intervention, the subsequent narrative of the X-Men might have unfolded differently. Currently, Zhou was employing his overwhelming mental prowess to dominate Bronsky, reminiscent of Apocalypse's treatment of Professor X, following 2 successive physical enhancements in the mental fortification gained from acquiring telepathy. Zhou's mental capacity had far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. As for Bronsky's mental state, he was teetering on the brink of complete chaos. Even transformed by gamma radiation into the abomination, he could barely maintain a semblance of self-awareness under Zhou's influence. Had Zhou not kicked him back to lucidity, he would scarcely be able to articulate a coherent thought. Enough. After enduring several minutes of Zhou's relentless kicks, Bronsky had finally reached his limit. The moment clarity returned, he blurted out his innermost thoughts, startling even Zhou. "Who are you? Why do I have no room to resist before you? Ah, my dear driver. You are finally awake," Zhou exclaimed, pulling the battered Bronsky to his feet with a friendly demeanor, affectionately adjusting his disheveled clothing while surreptitiously wiping his bloodied hands on Bronsky's attire. "You've transformed into that grotesque yellow creature, wreaking havoc on Broadway. However, I believe you must have attended kindergarten, so surely you were once a polite child. Engaging in such misdeeds cannot be your true nature. You must have received a little red flower, right?" "Yes, I did. Thus, I sought to awaken your consciousness from within your mind. Yet, you remained obstinate, howling and attempting to strike me. Therefore, I am left with no choice but to win you over with kindness." Zhou adopted the gentle demeanor of a kindergarten teacher, primarily because Bronsky's current state, filled with rage and the abomination's formidable power, would only intensify with his fury. Much like the Hulk, the more he lost control, the greater his strength became. Hence, Zhou opted to soothe Bronsky, endeavoring to help him reclaim control over his body. More importantly, having just vented his pent-up frustrations on Bronsky, Zhou's relaxed expression was a testament to his earlier exertions. Is that so? Bronsky's intellect was never particularly sharp. Otherwise, he would not have consented to become General Ross's test subject. Now, after being struck by Zhou, his mental acuity has diminished even further. "Come on, quickly reclaim your body. You are truly remarkable. Go." Zhou, akin to soothing a child, encouraged Bronsky, leaving him momentarily dazed, nodding in a daze as he replied, "All right." Zhou smiled, decisively withdrawing his consciousness from Bronsky's mind. Struggling to rise from a chaotic array of pots and pans, he rubbed his slightly sprained waist. "I must swiftly procure a more suitable weapon. Lacking the prowess of the three-way, I find it challenging to confront the abomination known as Hulk," he mused. The shield wielded by Captain America is quite effective. It seems imperative to embark on a journey to Africa soon, where the enslaved are being oppressed by their royalty. I must scatter the light of freedom across Wakanda. As for the unclaimed vibranium mined by those enslaved, it would be quite reasonable for me to safeguard it for them. Gathering his black cloak from the ground and picking up a sizable bone spur, he resembled a soldier hefting a rocket launcher as he sprinted towards the battlefield of Hulk and Abomination. Having just delivered a mental reprimand to Bronski, it appeared that Abomination's resistance had significantly waned. The encounter had shifted to a one-sided assault. Even Hulk's attacks had lessened considerably. After all, there is little satisfaction in striking a target that does not retaliate, especially for Hulk, whose consciousness is not fully developed. To him, Abomination seemed merely a larger toy. Moreover, with Zhou awakening Dr. Banner's awareness, the clash between the two giants had become notably more harmonious. The earlier scene of wielding a car as a hammer was now a distant memory, transformed into a street brawl of punches and kicks. Zhou's figure, charging through the streets with the bone spur reminiscent of a rocket launcher, caught the eye of Nick Fury. The battle on that front was drawing to a close, with Hulk evidently having subdued Abomination. What was this impudent boy rushing toward? Let us hope he does not provoke Abomination's ferocity anew. It could lead to an uncontrollable situation. Progressing with the bone spur in hand, aided by the effects of Stuntmaster, he executed a flawless parkour routine amidst the chaotic traffic. His physical prowess was exceptional. Even while carrying over 100 pounds, he remained unfazed, breathing steadily. Had he not twisted his waist while being flung by Hulk, he could have run even faster. Standing atop a somewhat deformed bus, Zhou finally beheld the Hulk mercilessly assaulting the Abomination. The Abomination, clutching its head, rolled helplessly on the ground, while Hulk's fists, bloodied by the creature's spiky back, were splattered with a grotesque mixture of green and red blood. Yet, astonishingly, there were no visible wounds on his fists. Under the influence of gamma energy, the laceration swiftly healed. Nevertheless, he continued to relentlessly swing his fists at the Abomination sprawled on the ground. Surrounding them were the remnants of vehicles, torn asunder, while the gasoline strewn across the ground ignited, transforming the scene into one reminiscent of a hellish battleground. "Hulk, move aside," Zhou shouted at the green giant, casting the bone spike from his shoulder high into the air. The rationale for calling out to Hulk was clear. It was not the time for Dr. Banner's name, as that might incite further ire from the Hulk. The thick bone spike soared like a javelin through the air. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Zhou created a large dent in the bus roof and, propelled by momentum, seized the airborne spike, plunging down towards the Abomination like a valiant Spartan warrior. Chapter 34. Oh my, this is about to explode. As Zhou clutched the bone spike suspended in midair, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Zhou pondered, I could indeed pierce this Abomination with my bone spike, but in the grand scheme of things, am I not depleting my own resources? Am I truly contemplating the death of this golden egg-laying hen? Just hours prior, he had faced off against the Winter Soldier, merely incapacitating him and extracting 500 justice points in the process. The Abomination's combat prowess far surpassed that of the Winter Soldier. There was no necessity for him to kill it. Defeating it would suffice. As he contemplated future opportunities for exploitation, Zhou's form approached the Abomination's rear, dangerously close to colliding with the other bone spikes protruding from its back. Bullet time activated. This marked Zhou's inaugural use of bullet time following his physical enhancement. The effects were significantly amplified this time. Although his heart raced as before, the accompanying pain had dissipated, akin to merely completing a brief sprint. With adrenaline surging through him, the world around Zhou slowed once more. He deftly maneuvered around the sharp spikes on the Abomination's back, aligning the thick bone spike in his grasp with its scapula. With a swift thrust, the sharp bone spikes sprouting from the Abomination could pierce even the skin of the Hulk. Thus, they would undoubtedly penetrate the Abomination's resilient hide. Under the force of gravity and Zhou's effort, the largest bone spike not only pierced the Abomination's shoulder but also embedded itself into the asphalt beneath, nailing the creature firmly to the ground. Yellowish blood, reeking of a foul odor, splattered forth, corroding the asphalt and creating large craters. Having successfully struck, Zhou pressed down on the base of the bone spike, executing a somersault in midair before landing solidly before the Abomination. Roaring in agony, the Abomination's clavicle had been pierced, and it thrashed violently, creating several more gaping holes in the ground. The sliver of regained rationality it had experienced was rapidly dissipating. Zhou's right hand pressed firmly atop the Abomination's head, unleashing a torrent of mental energy. A peculiar wave of psychic force swept through the vicinity, causing Hulk, standing nearby, to instinctively take a step back as if confronted by a formidable foe. The skill Zhou employed was still telepathy, aimed at suppressing the Abomination's thoughts. Coordinating with Blonsky to subdue this repugnant creature, Zhou felt a sense of satisfaction. Allowing these organizations to continuously generate supervillains could serve a greater purpose. as evidenced now by his decision to capture the abomination alive. Having such a powerful subordinate under his control would ultimately lead to its inevitable capture by S.H.I.E.L.D. If it were to fall into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands, it would essentially become a pawn of Hydra. Having successfully accomplished such a splendid task, not only will I be rewarded by S.H.I.E.L.D., but I shall also gain additional rewards from Hydra. Coupled with the justice points obtained from vanquishing the abomination, I have indeed struck 3 birds with 1 stone. As for General Ross of the U.S. military, his attempts to reclaim the abomination from S.H.I.E.L.D. are futile. Not only would S.H.I.E.L.D. oppose it, but Hydra, which stands behind them, would certainly not acquiesce either. Moreover, it must be said that with the scientific capabilities of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., replicating another abomination is no trivial endeavor. Even if they were to succeed, I would be well equipped to handle it, thereby earning even more justice points. Akin to harvesting chives from a garden, once one crop is cut, another swiftly follows, delightful indeed. The abomination continued to roar and wail. But upon Zhou placing his hand upon its head, it instantly fell silent. A stream of yellow blood flowed from the wound piercing its shoulder, corroding the asphalt beneath and filling the air with a foul, putrid scent. As time passed, the color of the blood transformed into a vivid crimson, and the abomination's massive form gradually shrank, ultimately reverting to the shape of Blonsky. However, on Blonsky's shoulder lay a significant wound, with a visibly broken collarbone. Yet, despite having undergone the transformation into the abomination, Blonsky's injuries were healing rapidly, reminiscent of the Hulk's formidable regenerative abilities. As long as the energy within his body remained intact, he possessed an almost cockroach-like resilience to death. "Thank you," Blonsky murmured, regaining his human form. His consciousness flickered back to awareness, and he groggily realized that the one who had awakened him was the very entity that had been battling within his mind. Fortunately, Zhou had roused him. After all, the power he had stolen from the Hulk was incomplete, and his genes were on the brink of collapse. To have salvaged his life, he was naturally grateful to Zhou. After uttering his words, Blonsky succumbed to unconsciousness once more, leaving Zhou with no opportunity to converse with him before he completely faded away. Gazing at the abomination lying defenseless on the ground, Zhou felt a sharp discomfort in his eyes. While the creature's monstrous form had been bearable, its return to human shape was quite another matter. The memory of their recent confrontation sent a shiver down his spine. He swiftly retrieved a pair of handcuffs from within his Batman suit and secured the unconscious Blonsky. Just then, he heard a prompt in his mind. Arrested the villain abomination for damaging public property. Justice points, 1,000. Total justice points have exceeded 1,000 for the first time. The basic wheel of fortune transforms into a designated reward wheel. Zhou, a designated reward wheel. That sounds quite sophisticated. I wonder what its utility is. The system designates 3 types of reward wheels: the character card wheel, the skill wheel, and the equipment wheel. Zhou, after contemplating in his mind, observed that the previously colossal wheel had now transformed into 3 smaller ones, with the rewards evenly distributed among these categories. The 5 character cards he had previously drawn were all situated on the character card wheel. Skills such as Autumn Name Mountain Card God resided on the skill wheel, all of which Zhou had once acquired. What intrigued him most was the equipment wheel. Just as he had conceived the desire for a weapon, the system kindly segmented the grand wheel into 3, ensuring he would not miss out on any equipment cards. On the prize section of the equipment wheel, he had already glimpsed the Eternal Spear and the Mjolnir, the hammer of the Thunder God. Even more astonishingly, a fully equipped Infinity Gauntlet with 6 Infinity Stones was included in the lottery section. Zhou exclaimed, "My goodness, this is a fortune waiting to happen. I must draw." Chapter 35. Your words resonate so profoundly that I find myself at a loss for response. However, this is not an opportune moment for a lottery. Following the conclusion of a fierce battle, the media, swifter than both the police and S.H.I.E.L.D., will soon converge upon the scene. Here I am, clad in a Batman suit and covertly infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. as a Hydra agent. Burdened with multiple identities that are far too precarious for exposure, it is imperative that I make my exit swiftly. Wait, have I forgotten something? After a brief moment of bewilderment, I realized that I had completely overlooked the Hulk. Shifting my gaze away from the exposed backside of Blonsky, I scanned the surroundings and soon spotted a massive green figure desperately fleeing from me. Is it truly that frightening to behold me? I mused, bemused. The transformation of abomination into this state is primarily due to your actions. Yet, I understood that despite Hulk's current speed, neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor the U.S. military would let him slip away. It was only a matter of time before he would be captured again. I retrieved my phone from my pocket deftly dialing Agent Coulson's number. I am currently using a Nokia phone, though it serves merely for calls, texts, and the game Snake. Its durability is unmatched. Even after being hammered by Abomination, this phone, nestled in my pocket, remains steadfast, with not a single scratch on its screen. The towering yellow giant has reverted to his original form and is now in a state of unconsciousness, while the green giant has fled, beyond my ability to restrain. Director, you require my presence? You wish to meet at headquarters? I cannot enter without S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials. Hurry and come apprehend him, or he will be taken by the U.S. military. As I ended the call with Coulson, I smirked disdainfully. My newfound strength has naturally inflated my confidence. A mere egg-shaped foe can be subdued with one hand. My thoughts were consumed by the prospect of the lottery, a precious opportunity to acquire 1,000 justice points. A tenfold draw. Therefore, I must indulge in a thorough cleansing before the lottery, striving for a transcendental experience. As the saying goes, the pinnacle of science is often shrouded in mysticism. My luck has seldom favored me. Thus, this time, I must prepare meticulously, convinced that I shall draw something extraordinary. Casting another glance at Blonsky's yellow posterior, I offered a moment of silent tribute in my thoughts. Poor little Abomination. If fate allows, prepare to spend your next life in a laboratory. Strive to conjure more supervillains, or perhaps escape the laboratory a few more times. Hearing the distant wail of approaching sirens, I made my way into a nearby alley, vanishing into the enveloping darkness like a true Batman. 15 minutes later, within the confines of Zhou's personal apartment, the young man, clad only in a towel, emerged from the bathroom to find a peculiar figure, a boiled egg, seated upon his sofa. This intruder had audaciously extinguished the lights, attempting to fully immerse himself in darkness. However, the moonlight streaming through the window cast a silvery glow upon his head, rendering his concealment futile. For Zhou, endowed with supervision, the boiled egg was as conspicuous as if he were submerged in the Atlantic Ocean, lost amidst cotton fields, or hidden within rubber plantations. Has anyone ever told you that your head reflects the moonlight? Zhou inquired. Nick Fury, upon hearing Zhou's remark, instinctively raised a hand to offer a gesture of international camaraderie, but, recalling his previous indiscretion of cursing in Zhou's presence, hesitated and withdrew his hand, begrudgingly acknowledging, "Since it was I who summoned you to my apartment, I shall not apprehend you for trespassing this time. However, I do hope you will remember to knock next time you enter." Zhou, unfazed by Nick Fury's murderous glare, unabashedly displayed his immaculate torso and boldly seated himself opposite Fury. He lifted his teacup and asked, "What brings you here? Regarding your origins and the extraordinary powers you possess, which are beyond the realm of ordinary humans, I believe you owe S.H.I.E.L.D. an explanation as to why you have never revealed your abilities." Nick Fury stated calmly. He remained unperturbed by the thought of Zhou harming him. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he understood the necessity of having a clear comprehension of the capabilities of his agents. Becoming an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. did not require formidable combat skills, merely meeting the assessment criteria sufficed. For dealing with terrorists or common gangsters, firearms were adequate, efficient, and swift, eliminating the need for hand-to-hand combat. Zhou spread his hands in a gesture of resignation and shrugged. Moreover, the information S.H.I.E.L.D. requires us to submit does not include our superpowers. The boiled egg replied, "Your reasoning is quite compelling. I find myself at a loss for words." Noticing that Nick Fury had momentarily stalled in his response, Zhou raised his teacup high, shaking it before the boiled egg. Yet, the egg seemed utterly unresponsive, much to Zhou's annoyance. He pouted, glancing at Fury. "You're the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., yet you can't even grasp the simple act of offering tea? Is that all? Is there anything else? If not, I shall retire for the night." Whether the boiled egg genuinely failed to comprehend or was feigning ignorance, Zhou, impatient, tore through the window paper. Unwilling to engage in further trivialities with Nick Fury, he had just cleansed himself and was preoccupied with thoughts of the lottery. Nick rose from the sofa and took a few steps to the apartment door, slipping out unnoticed by the Kree currently on Earth. Some Kree appeared indistinguishable from humans. Thus the search would require additional time. However, I suggest you pay a visit to Tony. You might be able to obtain some valuable information. "Are you asking me to steal something?" Zhou exclaimed, rising abruptly. Yet, Nick was not slow to respond, exiting before Zhou could utter a second word, kindly closing the door behind him with a force that rattled the apartment's windows. Zhou thought to himself, "You may be swift, but otherwise, I would have turned you over to the NYPD." Without any clothes on, Zhou wrapped himself in a bath towel and lay down on a small bed, closing his eyes to delve into his mind, preparing for a lottery draw. Gazing at the lottery wheel that had split into 3 sections, Zhou inquired about his current odds of winning. checking to see if there were any guarantees with the 10 draws. It has been noted that the host lottery attempts have exceeded 9, and the novice protection period for 10 draws with guaranteed rewards is nearing its end. Novice protection for 10 draws? What does that mean? The rewards from the first 10 draws have been sufficient for the host to navigate the beginner phase. From the 11th draw onward, the quality of rewards will no longer be assured. So, does that mean future draws will only get worse? Chapter 36. Could it be that Zhou, you are a woman? So, will the future draws only get worse? Suggestion for the host. Have a bit more confidence in your character. Products from the system are bound to be exquisite. Zhou, I truly believe in your mischief. However, to speak candidly, the items drawn by the system are, from a certain perspective, quite commendable. It's just that sometimes, they tend to be somewhat lackluster. Yet, Zhou had no alternative. After all, this was the only system he possessed. So he had no choice but to draw. System, initiate a 10 consecutive draws on the equipment wheel. With a subpar sound effect accompanying, the equipment will begin to spin. Half a minute later, an array of items appeared out of thin air upon Zhou's bed. Among them were the pink stockings of the Scarlet Witch, the black stockings of Black Widow, and various stockings of female superheroes, 8 in total, each with distinct styles, even including the thick stockings of Supergirl. The Shame of Krypton from the DC Universe. Only a samurai sword with a scabbard and a plain silver ring landed on Zhou's face. These 2 items were the true treasures of this 10-draw session. Space ring. Without a space ring, how on earth can one travel? Adamantium blade. Crafted primarily from the claws of a Wolverine from a parallel universe, it's quite painful when it cuts. Zhou rubbed his nose, which had been struck. Even with a reinforced body, the nose remained a vulnerable part of the human anatomy. Although he had bled, a pang of discomfort surged through him, prompting an instinctive sniff. He tried the space ring on each finger and finally donned it on his left pinky. He then tossed aside the disordered stockings and sat up, grasping the adamantium blade to scrutinize it closely, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The weight in his hand was substantial, the classic samurai sword shape, albeit not overly long, around 70 centimeters including the red hilt. Drawing the blade from its scabbard, the silver edge gleamed under the moonlight, reminiscent of a shimmering autumn pool, flawless in its entirety, without a single imperfection or scratch. The scabbard featured an adjustable black strap, growing increasingly familiar to Zhou. Zhou, could this possibly be the weapon of Deadpool from some universe? Gripping the sword, he attempted a few slashes. The combination of basic swordsmanship and the enhancement from his physique rendered his movements effortless and fluid, even with the nearly 20-pound weight of the sword. After a few practice swings, Zhou turned his attention to the chair in front of his bed. With a series of swift flashes, the adamantium blade sliced through the chair as though it encountered no resistance whatsoever, reducing it to mere fragments scattered across the floor. Observing the chair, now reduced to firewood, Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This blade had arrived at the perfect moment. In the recent 10 consecutive draws, even with just the single knife, I have managed to break even. Not to mention the indispensable spatial ring for a traveler, which boasts a surprisingly vast interior, comparable in size to a large sports arena, capable of accommodating 2 aircraft without issue. As for the 8 pairs of stockings drawn, if it weren't for Zhou's lack of peculiar inclinations, those stockings would be priceless treasures for those with eccentric tastes. Take, for instance, a bathtub filled with water for the average person. It may simply be destined for the drain, yet for a certain basketball superstar, it transforms into a national delicacy. Among the 8 stockings, not all are mere decorative items. One, belonging to the Supergirl, is not only fireproof, bulletproof, and stab-resistant, but can also maintain its integrity and elasticity even in the depths of space. Resistant to both high and low temperatures, not even Superman's heat vision could ignite it. It is, after all, a product of the highest technological caliber from Krypton, ensuring impeccable quality. Provided Zhou does not disdain it, this stocking could even serve as protective trousers. However, for Zhou, even if faced with the prospect of death by gunfire or flames, there is no way he would ever wear that stocking. Absolutely not. Carefully sheathing the Edmund alloy knife, Zhou noticed that the seemingly ordinary leather scabbard is also a treasure, impervious to even the sharpest blade. It remains a mystery what creature's hide it is crafted from. After securing the knife, Zhou glanced at the heap of stockings on his bed and felt somewhat conflicted. To discard them would be a challenge, truth be told. He felt reluctant. Even if he could not wear them, they hold sentimental value as items drawn with his justice points. Some individuals even collect such stockings, which is no easy feat, especially the one belonging to Supergirl, which holds significant research potential. Perhaps he could pass it on to Tony for further study. It might yield some innovative discoveries. Without further ado, Zhou retrieved 2 plastic bags from beneath the bed, placing the Supergirl stocking in one and the remaining 8 in another, which he then stowed in his spatial ring. Embracing his Edmund alloy knife and inhaling the lingering scent of femininity from the bed, Zhou slipped into a sweet slumber. Just as a traveler arrives with news like the autumn wild goose, so too do dreams of spring leave no trace. The following morning, Zhou, impeccably dressed in a suit, arrived at Tony's villa. Under Pepper's warm reception, he was treated to a long-awaited breakfast, 2 slices of heated bread, a piece of bacon, and a soft-boiled egg. Pepper, I do not mean to criticize, but considering Tony's current status, such a breakfast would be deemed quite inadequate in our homeland. A little jam would have been appreciated. Grasping the knife and fork with a bewildered expression, Zhou looked over at Pepper, not wishing to deprive his stomach after such a long period of unconsciousness. I apologize, Zhou. I am not adept at cooking, and Tony never partakes in breakfast. You know how he is. Before noon, he rarely rises from bed. Moreover, he never cooks at home. Little Pepper, with a sense of resignation, shrugged her shoulders and retrieved a bottle of juice from the refrigerator for Zhou. The refrigerator was devoid of any food. Shall I order a pizza for you? She inquired. That won't be necessary. Please assist me in waking Tony. I have a matter to discuss with him. Certainly, please hold on. Zhou set down the knife in his hand, swiftly finished his breakfast with a fork, and leisurely sipped the juice. He produced a small plastic bag from his spatial ring and placed it on the table, then took out his Nokia and eagerly began to play Snake. By the time Tony appeared, rubbing his eyes and clad in pajamas, little Pepper had already departed the villa for the company. Noticing Zhou, who was boredly engaged in his game, he caught a whiff of an unusual scent in the air. Why does my room carry the fragrance of a woman? Aside from little Pepper? Could it be that Zhou, you are a woman? Chapter 37. Tony, are you concealing something from me? You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, my surging masculinity will not spare you. Zhou's expression fell instantly as he rolled up his sleeves. Tony, however, disregarded Zhou's threat, inhaling deeply through his nose before nodding affirmatively. Pointing at the small plastic bag that Zhou had produced, he remarked, You may question the intellectual prowess of Big Tony. That is your prerogative. Yet, the intellect of little Tony is beyond reproach. What, pray tell, is contained within that plastic bag? Who would have thought that someone as striking as you, Zhou, would carry a woman's intimate apparel? Zhou, B. Tony, a man cursed by knowledge, had indeed ascended to heights in the realm of playboys that few could fathom. With merely a whiff, he could ascertain the garments belonged to a female, an ability that even ordinary police dogs would envy. Inside the bag lay a portion of an alien woman's battle attire, composed of a remarkably unique material. I have tested it, and it is both bulletproof and stab-resistant while also withstanding extreme temperatures, making it suitable even as a spacesuit. I thought I would show it to you. Perhaps we can glean some insights. If we could successfully replicate it, it might serve as a splendid lining for your battle gear. Zhou tossed the plastic bag directly to Tony, then resumed sipping his frozen juice. When it came to research, he felt utterly perplexed, and honestly, given that it was merely a stocking, it hardly aligned with his persona. Tony opened the bag and discovered, indeed, a thick black stocking. He silently commended little Tony and stuffed the plastic bag into his pants pocket. Although he was unsure where Zhou had procured the stocking, he had little reason to doubt him. There would be ample time for examination later, for he had a plethora of tasks awaiting him. Observing Zhou lounging on the sofa while sipping his juice, Tony activated the room's holographic projector. With deft movements, a multitude of projections from the Stark Expo materialized. 2 matters at hand. The inauguration of the Stark Expo is set for this evening, and I plan to make a dazzling entrance in my Iron Man suit. Would you care to join me? Last night's Batman was truly impressive. Should you attend, we would become the most talked-about superhero duo. The second matter is that my research schedule is now fully booked, leading me to decide to relinquish my role as CEO of Stark Industries. Do you think Pepper can handle this position? First, I have no interest, and I doubt Batman would either. Second, I am not affiliated with Stark Industries. The internal appointments of your corporation bear no significance to me. Zhou placed the juice on the coffee table before him, somewhat perplexed by Tony's subsequent question. While he could acknowledge the identity of Batman, the notion of Pepper Potts as CEO was bewildering. Had Tony discovered that he was afflicted with palladium poisoning? Were they already entwined in the narrative of Iron Man 2? Activating his enhanced vision, Zhou directly perceived the fragments of iron surrounding Tony's heart, along with the scorched and damaged palladium plates within his chest reactor. Zhou lamented his inability to save him, as he lacked any medical skills. With his enhanced vision, he had surpassed 99% of surgeons on Earth. Yet, he could not heal, only inflict harm. Thus, if Tony wished to extract the contents from his chest, he might as well invest time in researching scroll technology. The medical pod he had previously encountered was quite impressive and could potentially mend Tony's injuries. Regarding Batman, Zhou understood that even if the entire world were aware of Batman's true identity, no one would dare to disclose it. Hence, it was imperative to avoid public exposure. Tony retrieved a bottle of dark green beverage from the refrigerator and began to drink, which appeared rather toxic. A mere glance revealed it was not juice but rather a high concentration of chlorophyll, intended to counteract his palladium poisoning, albeit quite unpalatable. Secondly, you are now a shareholder of Stark Industries. The business proposals you presented to me were exceptionally promising. The latest smartphone is set to be unveiled at the expo tonight, and thus I have decided to grant you a 3% stake in the company. The annual dividends alone would be sufficient to make you wealthy. Are you attempting to bribe me? Zhou's expression turned frosty as he began to adjust his suit, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready for confrontation. Tony plopped down beside him, draping an arm around his shoulders. Noticing Zhou's unfriendly gaze, Tony earnestly provided his rationale. Firstly, the proposal you presented is indeed worth that much. In fact, I might be the one benefiting more. Secondly, you are not a government employee. I have checked your social insurance records. You are currently unemployed, so my gift of shares cannot be considered a bribe. Tony had anticipated Zhou's reaction, and thus he clarified his actions, prompting J.A.R.V.I.S. to display Zhou's insurance information, proving he had done his homework. Therefore, you are now a shareholder of Stark Industries, even the largest one aside from myself. Your vote in appointing the CEO is quite significant. Zhou responded with a bewildered expression. So, in such a vast publicly traded company as Stark Industries, there are only 2 shareholders? Are we, then, the entirety of the board of directors? In truth, Little Pepper holds a modest 1% of the shares, while the remainder rests firmly in my possession. Once the exposition concludes this evening, I am convinced that the stock price will soar dramatically. At that juncture, a swift divestment of my shares will yield a substantial influx of capital. Subsequently, I shall proclaim Little Pepper as the new CEO, leading to a subsequent decline in the stock price, allowing me to repurchase at a lower rate. As the launch of the new mobile device approaches and the stock value ascends, I shall sell once more, engaging in this strategy a couple of times. And a prosperous future awaits us all. Tony, true to his lineage as the rightful heir of Stark Industries, deftly navigates the realm of capital. To echo Zhou's sentiments, a capitalist like Tony, who profits so effortlessly, would deserve any misfortune that befalls him. However, it is evident to Zhou that Tony's enthusiasm is somewhat subdued, imbued with a sense of anxious urgency. Tony, are you concealing something from me? Chapter 38. Such a spacious ring, and yet you only keep a few pairs of stockings? Tony was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head with a chuckle, before gulping down a significant amount of chlorophyll. Why do you suddenly ask me this? He inquired. I used to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Do you think I can't see through it? Zhou cleared his throat softly, then pointed to his own eyes. I won't force you to speak if you don't wish to. I'll be in Washington soon. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Rising from the sofa, Zhou shook hands with Tony before departing, his actions direct and unambiguous. Even Tony himself couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind Zhou's words. He touched his chest reactor, and his mood suddenly soured. Neither the information procured from S.H.I.E.L.D. nor that acquired from the scrolls had yielded a new element to replace palladium. Even in alien civilizations, such elements were elusive. Despite being a scientist with lofty aspirations, Tony felt a pang of despair. Thus, even though Zhou had pierced through his inner thoughts, Tony still refrained from voicing his concerns. Tony, feeling somewhat defeated, mused that Zhou, whose muscle cells were far more active than his brain cells, would hardly be able to provide advice on the high-level topic of creating new elements. He probably couldn't even recite the periodic table. In any case, Tony resolved to prepare for his own affairs. His life had entered a countdown, and he needed to ensure his friends were well taken care of. He needed Rhodey to arrange a suit to present to the U.S. military. As for Zhou's request for a nanobot suit or the recently delivered stockings, those matters would take time to sort out. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., they could handle themselves. That black egghead was of no help, only causing chaos. After leaving Tony's villa, Zhou intended to return to S.H.I.E.L.D., where the egghead should have already summoned Black Widow to arrange her position in Stark Industries' legal department, ultimately to serve as Tony's little secretary. As for her identity, it was hardly worth mentioning. They would ensure that Tony would be none the wiser. Had Tony not breached S.H.I.E.L.D.'s servers, the egghead's arrangement of Black Widow could have genuinely deceived him. However, Tony now understood S.H.I.E.L.D. far better than the egghead did. If he didn't remind the egghead, Black Widow would be like a lamb entering the lioness den. Tony would undoubtedly make his move on the stunning female agent the moment she entered his line of sight, insisting that she spend the night at his villa as his personal assistant. What if she refused? Then she would be dismissed. Turning away a tempting offer was not Tony's style. Just as Zhou pulled out his phone, a portal crackling with sparks materialized before him. Out stepped a striking bald woman dressed in white, exuding an aura of both restraint and formidable strength. This is the most formidable individual on Earth, the Ancient One. Zhou, I have already fled from the sanctum in New York. How could I still be discovered? Before Zhou could fully comprehend the situation, a portal materialized beneath his feet, and an overwhelming sense of weightlessness enveloped him as he fell into the portal. The fiery portal and the bald Ancient One vanished, leaving only a solitary phone behind, unscathed. After plummeting for 30 minutes, Zhou landed heavily on the wooden floor, which appeared fragile, yet proved to be quite resilient. With a resounding crash, he broke through 2 layers of flooring, staring in disbelief at the gaping hole before him. Zhou, when watching a film, I felt no apprehension. But experiencing weightless bungee jumping coupled with free fall is an entirely different affair. 30 minutes of uninterrupted, ad-free enjoyment. At this moment, Zhou felt utterly despondent. Even if his life were to pass in this manner, it wouldn't be entirely unbearable. Zhou, an undercover agent of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D, had never harmed an innocent soul. However, you do not belong to this world. From which universe do you hail? The Ancient One appeared silently beside Zhou, hands clasped behind his back, sporting an intriguing expression, though Zhou, still lying in the pit, could not see his face. Ancient One? Could we find a quieter place to converse? Zhou extricated himself from the ground, sitting up to face the enigmatic Ancient One. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and Zhou found himself seated on a sofa. The Ancient One lounged across from him, perched with one leg crossed, holding a cup of tea. You know my name? So you truly are from another realm? The Ancient One placed his teacup on the nearby table and gazed into Zhou's eyes with heightened curiosity. Would you care for something to drink? Tea, perhaps? As long as it is not an alcoholic beverage, even plain water would suffice. No sooner had Zhou uttered these words than a steaming cup of tea appeared in his hands, the temperature easily exceeding 80 degrees Celsius. However, for the enhanced Zhou, it posed little challenge. As he gathered his thoughts, it became apparent that he had no opportunity to resist. It would be better to simply acquiesce and respond candidly. Ancient One, should you inquire whether I pose a threat to this universe, I would assert that I do not. Compared to extraterrestrial invaders or interdimensional aggressors, I, an undercover agent of Hydra, am but a model citizen. After finishing his statement, Zhou lifted the teacup to his lips, slurping without casting a glance at the Ancient One, embodying a nonchalant acceptance of whatever fate awaited him. Zhou nearly burst into laughter at the expression on Zhou's face. Even after countless years, she had never encountered such a nonsensical villain. Were it not for the sudden emergence of an otherworldly aura surrounding Zhou, she would have scarcely paid attention, as she was quite preoccupied. She hardly had the inclination to concern herself with what a Hydra infiltrator was up to within S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, Zhou was blissfully unaware that Zhou had come seeking her due to the stockings from the previous day. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly slapped herself for such triviality. Acquiring additional skills would surely have been far more advantageous. It is precisely because you bear the essence of another dimension that I have sought you out, Zhou declared, her finger pointing at Zhou. The spatial ring in her hand floated towards her, as her mental energy surged outward to inspect the contents within the ring. Her expression transformed into one of amusement as she quipped, with such a spacious ring, you have only a few stockings to show for it. Zhou, Chapter 39. I shall await you at Camartage until you are willing to become the Supreme Sorcerer. Well, would you believe me if I tried to explain? Zhou's countenance faltered slightly. After all, such a scenario was not accounted for in his plans. However, the nature of the system is inexplicable, leading Zhou to embrace the label of a pervert, unbothered by the potential collapse of his persona, as he was not reliant on the favor of the Ancient One. No need for explanations, as it would only drain your mental faculties to concoct justifications. The Ancient One smiled, tossing a spatial ring to Zhou. What do you think? Would you consider studying magic under my guidance? Zhou? A night owl entering the domicile brings no good tidings. Akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, ill intentions abound. The mightiest beings on earth are plotting against me. What shall I do? I am neither a night owl nor a weasel. The Ancient One's expression was quite captivating as he regarded Zhou with a sidelong glance. I have no intention of digging a pit for you. I merely seek to find the finest successor for myself. Zhou, I do not relish conversing with individuals who possess mind-reading abilities. There is no privacy whatsoever. I do not possess the ability to read minds. The Ancient One replied. Instantly, Zhou's demeanor soured. Even with the unparalleled system in his possession, the feeling of helplessness was utterly disheartening. To be frank, if you seek a successor, you should consider one Stephen Strange. Deciding to deliver a minor shock to the Ancient One, Zhou utilized telepathy to shield his mind. He would undoubtedly be the most exceptional among all Supreme Sorcerers. That was before your arrival. The Ancient One pressed his palm firmly against Zhou, forcefully extracting his very soul. Zhou's body collapsed as if bereft of all support, his soul adrift in the ether. After a frantic struggle, he instinctively employed telepathy to return to his corporeal form. The Ancient One. Zhou. Seated upon the ground, Zhou gazed up at the Ancient One, feeling somewhat sheepish as he scratched his head. Did I just ruin my own opportunity? Perhaps you could strike me again? Not at all. This is precisely what sets you apart from strange. Your starting point is significantly higher. The Ancient One nodded with a smile, then tapped Zhou's forehead. Your unique ability allows you to locate your position within the infinite multiverse, ensuring you will never lose yourself among those realms. This quality is invaluable for becoming a supreme sorcerer. Ancient One gently rummaged through his pocket and produced an ancient ring, which he handed to Zhou. He recited an incantation that Zhou could not comprehend, yet the words seemed to imprint themselves in his mind. Despite his inability to grasp the meaning of the incantation, he understood its essence. This was the portal spell, a fundamental skill every mage at Kamar-Taj must master, an essential means by which mages siphon energy from other multiverses, serving as the inception and foundation of all spells, akin to a basic mathematical formula. Since you hail from another dimension, I shall refrain from elaborating on the ring's function. We currently reside in the mirror dimension, and I intend to confine you here. If you wish to leave, you must conjure a portal yourself. Upon finishing, Ancient One seemed to vanish as if passing through a mirror, leaving Zhou in bewilderment, clutching the archaic ring. Zhou exclaimed, "This is not right. Why not just drop me atop the Himalayas? Even on the summit of Mount Everest would suffice. With my robust physique, I could surely run back to civilization. After all, I am a devoted fan of Bear Grylls. Surviving in the wild is no challenge for me." However, his options were now limited. Either shatter the mirror dimension or master the portal spell to escape. With a long sigh, Zhou adeptly slipped the ring onto his left hand and began to decipher the incantation in his mind. To his astonishment, he realized he did not need to understand it. He could simply perceive its meaning, as effortlessly as one opens their mouth to eat. Still in disbelief of his extraordinary talent, he envisioned Ancient One's figure, raised 2 fingers adorned with the ring, and traced a circle in the air. A fiery circle erupted, rapidly expanding. Ancient One was seated cross-legged on a mat in a secluded chamber, a teacup in hand, with another mat placed before him. With a shrug, Zhou confidently stepped through the portal and took a seat on the mat opposite Ancient One. "Could I have a beer?" he inquired. "Of course," Ancient One replied with a smile, and a frothy mug of beer materialized in Zhou's hand. Reminiscent of Thor's first encounter with Strange when he offered him a drink, an enchantment for convenience. "Now do you understand why I place such importance on you?" Ancient One continued. Zhou, without responding, downed the beer only to discover that his body, enhanced by serum, rendered him impervious to intoxication. A single mug of beer posed no challenge, let alone an entire bottle. "I comprehend, yet I have no desire to become the supreme mage of Kamar-Taj. Can we negotiate this matter? A brash individual like myself is ill-suited for the life of a mage." "No, it is precisely because you are rather reckless that you are well-suited for our line of work." The Ancient One gestured toward the far side of the chamber, where an array of mystical artifacts adorned the shelves: swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, staffs, whips, and hammers. The staves wielded by us, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, differ significantly from those of ordinary mages. Zhou remarked, "If that is the case, it makes sense." He continued, "And I must say something that might bruise your ego. It is precisely due to your limited exposure to scientific education that you can grasp the knowledge of the magical realm more swiftly. This aligns with what Buddhists refer to as knowledge obstruction." The Ancient One's words were indeed quite piercing. However, Zhou had grown accustomed to them. While he found it difficult to comprehend the advanced technology devised by Tony, he could easily fathom the spells taught by the Ancient One. In other words, you embody the essence of a mystical mage. The position of the supreme sorcerer shall inevitably be yours. The Ancient One lifted her teacup towards Zhou, a gentle smile gracing her features as she said, "I shall grant you time to ponder this matter. When you arrive at clarity, you will seek me out. I shall await you in Kamar-Taj until you are ready to embrace the mantle of the supreme sorcerer." Chapter 40. Can a 57-year-old single black woman also be a beauty trap? As Zhou skillfully opened the portal to leave the dim chamber, she was oblivious to how much time had elapsed. In her apartment sat an agent, Coulson, whose receding hairline was quite distressing. Upon witnessing Zhou emerge from the portal, Coulson was left so astonished that several more strands of hair fell from his head. "Zhou, what kind of sorcery is this?" Coulson struggled to fathom the incessant surprises Zhou presented. She had first displayed lethal marksmanship, then exhibited physical prowess comparable to that of the Hulk, and now had seemingly acquired teleportation skills from who knows where. "Well, things are rather intricate, given your level of understanding. Explaining the concepts of the multiverse and dimensional spaces to you would be quite a challenge." Zhou sighed in exasperation. Even if she wanted to clarify, she could hardly articulate it herself. She was merely a novice in this realm. Aside from her ability to open portals, she possessed no other spells. In summary, I have been chosen by the strongest on Earth, who claim that I possess an innate talent for martial arts. She entrusted me with the mission of safeguarding the Earth and maintaining world peace, along with this portal spell. urging me to seek her out for further magical training when I comprehended. Zhou opened another portal in front of Coulson, allowing him a glimpse of his sparse crown. Coulson exclaimed, "Impressive. But why is my hair also thinning? Perhaps you should consider hair transplantation rather than relying on magic for such matters." "Magic isn't a panacea," Zhou scoffed, somewhat frustrated. The more significant the issue, the less feasible it was to alter it through magic. Certain truths, like the immutable anchor points of different universes, cannot be changed. Just as Doctor Strange would never end up with his girlfriend, Dr. Christine, in any universe, Coulson S. hair, too, would remain consistently bald across all realms. Now, on to serious matters. I am quite troubled, Zhou admitted, feeling fatigued. Although she had acquired a skill without cost, she was reluctant to become the supreme sorcerer without sufficient confidence. Primarily, she did not possess Doctor Strange's cognitive prowess to eternally confront Dormammu with the Time Stone. Most importantly, defeating Dormammu might not guarantee any rewards for justice. Wouldn't that render her efforts futile? "You have been missing for 3 days. Tony has encountered some issues lately. He took to the F1 racetrack only to be ambushed by a bear-like individual wielding microreactor technology. Following the attack, he spiraled into chaos, flying around in his armor. Reports from undercover operatives indicate that Tony has been poisoned by palladium." Coulson unexpectedly produced a document and placed it before Zhou. "The director hoped that you could visit Tony and bring him something." Zhou glanced at the document, noting that Ivan Vanko, clad in a homemade power suit and wielding a light whip, had attacked Tony, codenamed Whiplash. Following the assault, Vanko had been imprisoned. But Zhou understood that the arms dealer Justin Hammer would not take long to extricate him from incarceration, intending to exploit Vanko's technology to fabricate his own suit of armor. However, the true nature of who would ultimately use whom remained uncertain. Howard Stark's legacy left for his son at S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury audaciously sought to curry favor with Tony using this as leverage. Was this not merely an act of appropriating what rightfully belonged to another for personal gain? Such was the nature of humanity. Zhou forcefully cast the document onto the coffee table, raising his right hand to trace a circle in the air, conjuring a portal through which he stepped, vanishing from his apartment amidst Coulson's alarmed gaze. Suddenly struck by a disquieting thought, Coulson mimicked Zhou's action and entered the portal, only to discover that Zhou had seized the still slumbering Nick Fury, yanking him from his warm cocoon, gripping the collar of his pajamas with one hand and pinning him against the bedroom wall. "Zhou, how did you find me?" The groggy Fury, bewildered by his sudden displacement from his snug bed, felt the constriction of breath as he realized Zhou had inexplicably materialized in his bedroom. It was no ordinary sleeping space. It was a safe house meticulously arranged at his own expense to ensure his security during slumber. Even his most trusted aide, Coulson, was unaware of its existence. Not only had Zhou evaded the preemptive measures he had set, but he had also brought someone with him. "Coulson, why are you here as well?" With a resounding slap, Zhou struck Fury's face, the sound echoing sharply. "Frankly, how much had that roguish father of Tony's left for him? What is it? Playing dumb, are we? Shall I administer another slap to jog your memory?" Zhou raised his right hand high. The previous slap had merely been a gentle nudge to rouse Fury from his slumber, but this next strike would hold no restraint. Judging by his current strength, he could easily incapacitate 3 Furious with a single blow. Enough. The notes and tapes left behind have all been packaged for him. Wasn't I supposed to deliver them to Tony? What is the meaning of your assault on me? At that moment, Nick Fury comprehended that Zhou had come to seek retribution, yet he felt he had done nothing amiss in this matter. Zhou was being somewhat excessive. "What you entrusted to me should have been delivered to Tony before he turned 30. Not only did you fail to provide it on time, but you also wore a face of self-serving gratitude. On what grounds?" Zhou could not abide Nick's ulterior motives. It is true that Tony is a notorious flirt, yet he does not deserve to be manipulated in such a manner. Who is being self-serving? I was merely trying to enhance Tony's favor towards you. You are not Natasha. You cannot simply flaunt your legs and cleavage to win his affection. Ludan truly cannot fathom how someone like Zhou could be so ungrateful. Why do you only employ your charms on Tony? Perhaps you could extend the same strategy to me next time? Zhou gently placed Ludan down from the wall, thoughtfully tidying his nightwear. "Who says I am of no use? The single woman residing opposite your apartment was arranged by me. Yet you chose to handcuff someone to the bed and then call the police. What more could I do? Can a 57-year-old single black woman truly be considered a charm?" Chapter 41. Unexpectedly, Batman's skills were remarkable. Isn't he still under 60? He retains his charm. It is worth noting that 30 years ago, she was the most exquisite beauty in our S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury remained blissfully unaware of his misjudgment, wearing a self-satisfied expression. Zhou remarked, "Next time I slap you, I want to hold back. You seem to have quite a thick skin, so you should be able to take it. Please refrain from imposing your aesthetic standards upon me." With an exasperated glance at the emotionally challenged egg, Zhou summoned Coulson over. "I'm off to deliver something to Tony. Any questions you have should be directed to this man with the receding hairline. With a casual swirl of her hand, Zhou departed from the egg's quarters. As the sparks of the portal faded, the atmosphere in the room shifted to one of ambiguity. Coulson and his injuries exchanged glances, neither willing to speak first. However, having navigated the intricacies of life for many years, Coulson recognized the need to offer his superior a graceful exit. Director, it's not yet dawn. Shall I accompany you for a bit more rest? Get lost. Zhou returned to her apartment via portal, descended the stairs to find a black van, and, upon activating the music, set off towards Stark Industries, navigating the morning rush hour without violating traffic rules. Zhou was seething with frustration. Others became superheroes with ease, while even members like Black Widow and Captain America reveled in their supercars. Here she was, a sorceress with the ability to conjure portals, the designated heir of Kamar Taj, and the future Sorcerer Supreme, yet she found herself ensnared in a traffic jam. Where was the justice in that? Driving her snail-paced van, Zhou, filled with indignation, parked beneath Stark Industries, sporting sunglasses and an expression that screamed stay away. She encountered no resistance as she made her way to Tony's gym. There, she found him sparring with his bodyguard, Happy. Both of them drenched in sweat on the boxing ring. Pepper and an unfamiliar beautiful woman sat nearby, preparing drinks for Tony. Influenced by Zhou, Tony, even in the twilight of his life, maintained a disciplined lifestyle, contrary to the self-destructive path he had originally taken in the narrative. He understood that should he let loose, that eccentric shareholder from his company would undoubtedly come knocking, ready to bestow upon him a shiny silver bracelet. With a resounding thud, Tony landed a powerful punch on Happy, sending him staggering back. Upon noticing Zhou's displeased expression, he remarked, "Isn't that our esteemed shareholder? What brings you to the company today? To save your life." Zhou tossed the van keys to Tony and took the drink from Pepper's hand, swiftly finishing the beverage in one gulp. With his enhanced vision, he glanced at Tony and noted that his condition was indeed quite dire. The palladium poisoning was severe, yet he might still have a fortnight left to live. Clad in boxing gloves, Tony fumbled for the keys, managing to catch them after a few attempts. He tore off the gloves with his teeth and, clutching the car keys, descended from the boxing ring. What is going on? Is there another terrorist after me? After all, I am Iron Man. Ordinary terrorists stand no chance against me. Zhou smirked, tapping the arc reactor on Tony's chest. Palladium poisoning. If luck is on your side, you should still have about 2 weeks. Tony, are you going to die? Pepper was the first to react, her high heels seeming to glide over the ground as she rushed to Tony's side, her hands exploring him, which caused a blush to creep across his cheeks. In front of so many onlookers, Pepper's actions were somewhat suggestive. I didn't mean to keep it from you. You know, I've acquired some groundbreaking technology that should resolve my issues well before the 2 weeks are up. I want to be dying, Tony whispered to Pepper, his words trailing off into sweet nothings that were rather difficult to endure. Zhou gestured with his chin towards an unknown woman standing aside, requesting a refill for his drink. In this world, the Black Widow truly bears Scarlet's visage. Even on the streets, I could recognize you. It's a pity that this world lacks that basketball superstar. Otherwise, I could submerge the Black Widow in the sea and grow wealthier than Tony simply by selling seawater. The Black Widow chuckled and approached Zhou, naturally perceiving him as an unconventional figure within S.H.I.E.L.D. Although his tenure was brief, both Director Nick Fury and Secretary Alexander had high hopes for him. He was known for his integrity and intolerance for injustice, exceptional combat skills, sharpshooting prowess, and a chillingly calm demeanor in lethal situations. Most importantly, he was Asian, a characteristic that endeared him to a significant portion of the populace, exemplifying the advanced nature of American freedom. Many believed he was the most likely candidate to become the next symbol after Captain America. As Zhou gazed at the Black Widow, Natasha, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him, particularly noting that she was not wearing stockings beneath her dress today, which stirred his imagination. It was impossible not to entertain such thoughts. Just yesterday, when he had drawn from the justice pool, he had indeed found Black Widow's stockings on his bed. He could not discern whether they belonged to this world's Black Widow or another Natasha from a different realm. Tilting his head, he leaned closer to Natasha's ear and murmured, "Beautiful Agent Natasha, I never expected you to be this stunning. You flatter me, esteemed Mr. Batman." She replied with a smile. Natasha covered her mouth and chuckled, exuding an irresistible charm. "I wonder if Mr. Batman is available tonight to assist with a little investigation at my home." "What kind of investigation?" Zhou asked, lifting his drink to conceal his wandering thoughts. Natasha, a seasoned agent, was well aware of the allure her beauty possessed, and she continued her narrative. "A thief broke into my house yesterday, employing remarkably sophisticated techniques. Not only did he leave no trace, but he also made off with a single black stocking from my washing machine." Zhou abruptly sprayed his drink towards Natasha in surprise, but she deftly sidestepped, while Happy, burdened with protective gear, bore the brunt of the mishap, his face drenched. "Mr. Sue, that was rather impolite. Happy exclaimed, wiping his face in frustration and casting a disapproving glance at Zhou. However, Zhou paid him no heed. For Natasha had whispered something in his ear, leaving him astonished at Batman's remarkable prowess. Chapter 42. Have you heard of Hydra? Having resolved matters with Pepper, Tony found himself intrigued by the subtle tension between his personal assistant and Zhou. It was as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. With a playful crouch, he interjected himself between Zhou and Natasha, inquiring, "You two, have you met before?" Natasha donned a professional-grade smile, holding a beverage container silently at her side. Zhou hesitated momentarily, deciding it was time to unveil Natasha's true identity. "This is our first meeting today. However, I have heard about your personal assistant long before." Tony's eyes widened. It seems we have some gossip to uncover. There must be a story behind these two. The notion that someone as striking as Zhou could be embroiled in romantic entanglements was utterly delightful. "Hurry, Pepper. There's juicy gossip to savor." Tony pulled a bewildered Pepper closer, eagerly awaiting Zhou's revelation. "Your esteemed personal assistant is one of S.H.I.E.L.'s top agents, Nick Fury's foremost lieutenant. Codenamed Black Widow. Her true name is known only to her. She is embedded within Stark Industries to ensure Tony Stark's safety and to assess Iron Man's potential for joining the Avengers Initiative." Zhou divulged Natasha's credentials, leaving Tony and the others astounded, their mouths agape as though gravity had forsaken them. In contrast, Natasha's expression remained inscrutable, as if Zhou were discussing a matter wholly unrelated to her. As a seasoned operative, she was unperturbed by her identity being exposed within Stark Industries. She could easily assume another guise if necessary. Tony's astonishment persisted, ultimately forcing him to utter, "Miss, you are hereby dismissed." "Understood, sir," Natasha replied, her demeanor unchanged, offering a respectful nod before resuming her position at the side. She was aware of Zhou's purpose for visiting Tony, and until that task was fulfilled, she would remain. Pepper felt a pang of disappointment and guilt. After all, Natasha had been transferred from the legal department at her behest, which was precisely why Tony had chosen her as his new assistant. "Tony, this isn't your fault, Pepper. She is someone I handpicked." Tony reassured her with a smile. He had not anticipated that despite raiding S.H.I.E.L.'s database, he had unearthed no information on Natasha. As if she were a specter. "Oh, there is one more thing." Zhou extended his cup toward Natasha, embodying the demeanor of a leader addressing a subordinate with ease, revealing no hint of trepidation. After all, the disappearance of a woman's intimate belongings, now found upon his bed, would require an explanation, if such a thing were even possible. From the inner pocket of his suit, he retrieved a slender metallic box. Upon opening it, he extracted a metal syringe. In the midst of Tony and Pepper's horrified gazes, he swiftly plunged the needle into Tony's neck and promptly administered the entire contents of the syringe. Just then, Happy lunged forward and embraced him tightly. Instinctively, Happy attempted to thwart Zhou's actions, aiming to sweep him away, yet when he grasped Zhou, it was akin to clutching a concrete pillar. Even his substantial weight of over 200 pounds failed to budge him an inch. Zhou gently patted Happy's shoulder, signaling him to cease his futile efforts. Nonchalantly, he withdrew the syringe from Tony's neck, carefully placed it back into the box, and casually tossed it to Natasha. "This is lithium dioxide, a substance developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. It can alleviate some symptoms of palladium poisoning, granting you ample time for research, but it cannot resolve the underlying issues within your body. That ultimately depends on you." This injection of lithium dioxide had been specially prepared by Nick for Tony. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., supplies were scarce. Hence it was entrusted to Zhou, the most upright individual, to carry out this task, especially as it was crucial to bring the syringe back. "There are no records of such a new element on Earth or beyond. What can I do? To be honest, I have already begun to arrange for my own affairs." Tony rubbed his neck, his voice still somewhat subdued. "In that car of yours lies the legacy of your playboy father, monopolized by that black-hearted Nick Fury for all these years. Only now am I able to deliver it to you. If you truly cannot conceive how to create a new element, I suggest you examine the models at the expo. Perhaps you will discover the genuine inheritance left by your father." Zhou winked at Tony and Pepper, believing he had done more than enough. With Tony's brilliance, he would undoubtedly find a way to save himself. There were, however, more pressing matters at hand. He needed to seek out a few allies. "Natasha, come with me. I have matters to discuss with you." Zhou beckoned Natasha with a gesture, then conjured a portal in midair, revealing his apartment on the other side. In his view, it was the only truly safe place. Natasha's enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue, and after a brief moment of hesitation, she stepped toward the portal. As for the bewildered trio of Tony, Pepper, and Happy, Zhou had no intention of explaining. The time was not yet right. Following Natasha's lead into the portal, he waved goodbye to Tony and the others before closing it. Observing the embers of Mars swirling yet vanishing from sight, Tony felt for the first time that his worldview had been shaken. Indeed, magic existed in this world. He pondered whether magic combined with iron armor could yield promising results. Next time, he must catch Zhou and inquire thoroughly. He could not let him slip away so easily. Upon closing the portal, Zhou discovered Natasha comfortably rummaging through his refrigerator, extracting 2 bottles of beer, and casually reclining on the sofa with her legs crossed. It must be said that Natasha, clad in professional attire and high heels, strikingly appealed to Zhou's sensibilities. "Mr. Batman, or shall I say, Mr. Magician, what brings you to seek my company? Are you here to return my stockings?" Natasha's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had already heard from Nick about Zhou's magical abilities that morning, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. To her, Zhou had now become the embodiment of mystery. "Just call me Zhou," he replied. Picking up a bottle of beer, he resolved to unveil his true identity to Natasha. Unlike Nick Fury, she was already a member of the intelligence organization from the White Bear Nation and would not resort to any reckless actions upon learning the truth about S.H.I.E.L.D. Have you heard of Hydra? Chapter 43. If you deceive me, I wouldn't mind. Hydra? Natasha found herself perplexed by Zhou's current insinuation. Tilting her head, she began to ponder the intelligence she possessed. Wasn't the Nazi organization eradicated by Captain America during World War II? Why was such a long-forgotten villainous entity suddenly being brought up? If you are aware of this, I shall refrain from complicating matters further and save my breath. What I am about to disclose requires your utmost attention. Please do not react impulsively. Zhou took a hearty swig of beer and retrieved a document from beneath the coffee table, presenting it to Natasha. This dossier, a product of his and Tony's meticulous research through S.H.I.E.L.D's archives, detailed the operation known as Project Paperclip, which aimed to absorb the advanced scientists of Nazi Germany, including Dr. Zola. Dr. Zola, the chief scientist of the Hydra organization during the war, was essentially the second-in-command after Red Skull. Yet, this very individual was assimilated into S.H.I.E.L.D's predecessor, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, leading to Dr. Zola becoming a malignant presence within the agency. As Natasha perused the document, she realized that the information contained within was something she had previously found unacceptable. Now, however, it appeared that S.H.I.E.L.D. was no different from the KGB where she once served. Both were mere enforcers of governmental dirty work. Surely, even the KGB understood the necessity of keeping enemies out of their upper echelons. Moreover, the document suggested that this malignant presence was supposed to have perished long ago. Setting the file down, Natasha noted that, aside from Dr. Zola, numerous other scientists were listed, yet Zhou had chosen to emphasize Zola. The tenet of Hydra is that if one head is severed, 2 shall grow in its place. Zhou pointed to Dr. Zola's photograph within the dossier. Speaking with an air of resignation, after years within S.H.I.E.L.D., he had infiltrated the organization to the point of rendering it a sieve. Among the multitude of personnel, aside from a handful of Nick Fury's trusted allies and top agents like you and Hawkeye, the vast majority were indeed Hydra operatives, including our Minister Alexander, who was also a member of Hydra. Natasha exclaimed, "Is this something I should be privy to? Such a crucial matter ought to be reported directly to the director. Yet, how is it that you are so well informed about this?" Her legs, once crossed, now firmly planted on the ground, Natasha sat upright, her gaze fixed on Zhou. In her eyes, he had transformed into an even more enigmatic figure. And she sensed a faint whiff of danger. "Because I am an undercover agent for Hydra with an S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhou, with an expression of serene calm, gazed at the astonished Natasha, undeterred even as she brandished a handgun from beneath her skirt, aiming it squarely at him. Natasha, instinctively swallowing hard at the sight of the menacing barrel, realized the gravity of the situation. It was indeed perilous. "You may point that weapon at me," Zhou said, inhaling deeply, "but I implore you to listen to my words before deciding whether to pull the trigger." He continued in a measured tone. "It would be more fitting to refer to S.H.I.E.L.D. as the Serpent Shield, for even I, a member of Hydra, remain oblivious to the extent of Hydra's infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D. This organization is structured in such a manner that every Hydra agent is accompanied by another. Even core members are ensnared in this web. If I were to reveal the truth about S.H.I.E.L.D. to Nick Fury, do you truly believe he would accept my claims? And even if he did, could he navigate the chaos within S.H.I.E.L.D. and emerge unscathed?" Zhou then recounted how he had been selected by S.H.I.E.L.D. to infiltrate as an agent. However, due to his moral compass, he could no longer condone Hydra's methods and was now determined to abandon the shadows, aiming to dismantle both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. So, you mean to say you seek assistance? But why have you chosen me? Natasha questioned, her gun unwaveringly aimed at Zhou's head, though the safety was now engaged. She understood his intentions. Despite his past as a Hydra mole, he had evidently resolved to sever ties with the organization, even contemplating its complete annihilation along with S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhou's assertions about the current predicament of S.H.I.E.L.D. resonated with her. The absorption of Nazi scientists might have historical roots, yet allowing these scientists to siphon off S.H.I.E.L.D's resources, thus resurrecting the Nazi ideology within its ranks, rendered such a corrupt institution unworthy of existence. Choosing Natasha as his first ally was a calculated decision. While he was well acquainted with Tony Stark, he understood that Stark, a playboy and capitalist, lacked a sense of justice. His actions were often a facade. After all, he had publicly acknowledged his identity as Iron Man at a press conference, a cardinal sin for anyone weaving tales in anonymity. In an era dominated by public visibility, Stark had become the world's most renowned capitalist, his every action scrutinized, making it exceedingly difficult for him to operate discreetly in any illicit endeavors. Natasha, on the other hand, stands apart. The qualities of the Black Widow surpass even those of Captain America. She could effortlessly wield Thor's hammer, and who wouldn't relish having a companion of such noble character? Given your dubious past as a defector and foreign spy, Nick must have conducted an extensive investigation into your background. Moreover, the Hydra files I possess bear no mention of your name, thus I believe you would make an exceptional ally. Zhou chuckled softly, lifting his beer bottle towards Natasha, signaling her to clink it with him, marking the commencement of their collaboration. That reason alone is insufficient. Provide me with another, and I shall be convinced. Natasha had already set her handgun aside, yet her beer bottle remained unraised, her eyes sparkling with a hint of playful mockery as she regarded Zhou, as if communicating something unspoken. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered. Should you deceive me, I would gladly accept it. What do you think of that reason? Cheers. Chapter 44. Living yet penniless. It is essential to recognize that Natasha, the infamous Black Widow, is a masterful spy, adept at manipulating the emotions of her targets through her words, extracting vital intelligence from their fleeting utterances. In the first Avengers film, even Loki, the trickster god from Asgard, fell into her verbal trap. It is no wonder that a novice agent like Zhou, who has only recently arrived in this realm, would be susceptible to her influence. Zhou's approach to Natasha must be motivated by deeper reasons. It cannot possibly be as simple as he claims. Yet, she can distinctly sense that he speaks the truth. He is indeed a Hydra operative, thoroughly disillusioned with his identity, intent on dismantling both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., and he requires additional assistance. Natasha mused. This young man possesses the ability to conjure portals with his hands. Is he truly seeking the deeper truths of magic? Having grown weary of earthly matters? Like Gandalf from the Lord of the Rings? Zhou noticed a flicker of something in Natasha's gaze. But he chose not to delve deeper. Someone with her exposure to the darker aspects of life likely harbored no benign thoughts. How many members do we currently have in our anti-Hydra organization? Natasha inquired. Just the two of us. I wish to withdraw, she exclaimed, forcefully slamming her beer bottle onto the coffee table and seizing Zhou by the collar. Are you trying to ensnare me? The two of us against a mysterious and formidable organization? If you truly wish for death, I could simply provide you with a bullet. Zhou instinctively leaned back, attempting to distance his face from hers. Yet, even then, the intoxicating scent of her perfume enveloped him, leaving him momentarily dazed and forgetting his words. We need more allies, such as your good friend Clint. Although he may lack superpowers, I believe he possesses merit. As Zhou retreated further, Natasha edged closer, nearly climbing onto the coffee table to maintain proximity, her nose nearly brushing against his. Zhou thought to himself, fortunately, I am not one to be easily swayed by women, or this enchantress might compromise my resolve. With a gentle yet firm grasp, he seized Natasha's hand, lifting her effortlessly as one might a feisty kitten. In her astonished gaze, he placed her on the opposite sofa, returning to his own seat. Are you not a mage? How do you possess such formidable physical combat skills? Natasha inquired, recognizing that Zhou's grip was devoid of malice, merely wishing to create space between them. Otherwise, she might have coiled around him like a constrictor, employing her deadly scissor kicks. Upon reflection, I have only recently acquired the art of sorcery. Thus, it would be remiss to label me a wizard merely because I possess a modicum of magical ability. My true vocation is that of an infiltrator. At present, I appear to serve as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., but in reality, I am a double agent for Hydra. However, my third-layer identity is that of a freedom fighter clandestinely embedded within Hydra. After some contemplation, I have definitively established my identity. Yet, Natasha appears unconvinced. As my self-designation seems overly grandiose and out of touch with her pragmatic nature, what, then, is our immediate objective? Is it to uncover the list of Hydra operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha organized her thoughts, seemingly unfazed by my lofty self-assessment. She is a consummate professional, and it is time we discussed our mission. I shall continue my undercover work within both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, while you should focus on your own responsibilities, avoiding any actions that may arouse suspicion. Today, we are merely engaging in a simple outing. If you wish to recruit Clint, I have no objections. However, I would prefer you refrain from discussing Hydra matters with anyone other than him. With a chuckle, I set down my beer bottle and raised my hands, attempting to conjure a portal for Natasha, only to realize I had no clear destination in mind. Where do you wish to go? Shopping, just the two of us. Natasha winked at me, then rose from the sofa, stretching to reveal her graceful curves, nearly leaving me speechless. Such is the plight of perpetual singlehood, igniting one's passions. You speak of this as a mere outing, so we ought to go shopping. Tomorrow evening is the Stark Industries Expo, and as a shareholder, your presence is required. It seems you lack an appropriate outfit. You need a professional to assist you in selecting one. Furthermore, I was just dismissed by Mr. Stark. Does Director Zhou require a personal assistant? What salary do you envision? I found myself intrigued. After all, I am not currently short of funds, having received shares from Stark. Employing a personal assistant is a trivial expense. It sounds rather delightful. After some consideration, Natasha stated her desired remuneration, a dress that would allow me to shine. What do you think? It's a deal. Little did I know, the decision I had just made would prove to be exceedingly costly. On the following evening, Zhou and Natasha made their grand entrance at the Stark Expo. Natasha was adorned in a flowing black gown, seemingly crafted from a single piece of fabric, accentuated by a pair of 9-centimeter black stilettos. With a playful smile, she linked her arm with Zhou's. In contrast, Zhou was clad in a suit devoid of any labels, his meticulously styled hair and polished shoes complementing his stern expression, as if someone had squandered millions of his dollars. Indeed, Natasha proved herself to be a top-tier agent. While her aesthetic may be questionable, her prowess in spinning was unparalleled. The entirety of their outfits had effectively depleted Zhou's bank account. Not only had he exhausted the dividends from Tony's shares, but he had also drained his savings accumulated over several years. Mr. Zhou, you should be a bit more cheerful. After all, these clothes were purchased with your own money. Natasha's tone, learned from who knows where, had abruptly transported Zhou from the Marvel set into the realm of mindless romantic dramas. Natasha, I'm beginning to regret this. Can we return these clothes once we're done wearing them? No, we didn't take a receipt when we paid. Zhou exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Indeed. The most excruciating reality is that one can be alive and yet devoid of funds. Chapter 45. Do overly righteous individuals possess a sharp tongue? Yet, I still find myself perplexed as to why you insist I don my battle attire. It is merely an exhibition hosted by Stark Industries. Could there possibly be any combat scenes? Natasha, entwining her arm with Zhou's, gazed at him with delight, genuinely appreciating his rather sour expression, which appeared oddly endearing. Zhou, with a smirk, cast a sidelong glance at Natasha, who seemed oblivious to the circumstances. Previously, Tony had merely been selling missiles when he was captured by KB factions, leaving me stranded in the desert for 3 interminable months. You are undoubtedly aware of this. On another occasion, when Tony remained home, he managed to create the Iron Man suit, only to have the arc reactor stolen, leading to the emergence of his unscrupulous uncle Obadiah, who controlled the Ironmonger, nearly causing my heart to explode and necessitating an extended stay in the hospital. You are also cognizant of this. And now, with Tony orchestrating such a grand event, I find it hard to believe that nothing will go awry. Natasha sighed, acknowledging. Though it sounds a bit esoteric, you make a valid point, Zhou. At the very least, your grasp of statistics is commendable. Do you still possess that spatial ring? Might you spare one for me? Or perhaps simply bestow upon me the one you hold. As a mage, you surely have no shortage of storage. Natasha had already witnessed the wonders of Zhou's spatial ring, which contained their gear and weaponry. It was a splendid artifact. And to claim she was not intrigued would be disingenuous, for it was indeed a magical implement. In the Western world, the status of a mage is akin to that of a sword immortal in Chinese culture. Exceedingly impressive. Zhou, linking arms with Natasha, sauntered toward the venue, casually remarking, under what circumstances might a man present a woman with a ring? A proposal, perhaps? Or when a female patron has sufficiently paid at a jewelry store? Your perspective is rather unromantic. I have initiated the conversation. You ought to place the ring upon my finger, although I doubt your capacity to meet the price. I must inform you that the cost has risen. Natasha's beautiful eyes blinked in response, though she uttered no words. Her intent was crystal clear. She would never part with a single penny. Zhou mused. This woman is no saint. After having swindled me out of an outfit, she now seeks to deceive me regarding my spatial ring? His gaze grew increasingly menacing, as if the very essence of his murderous intent was coalescing. In turn, Natasha's assessment of Zhou expanded to include a miserly hoarder. Upon entering the venue, Zhou and Natasha settled beside the flustered Pepper Potts. Following Tony's decision to adopt a hands-off approach, Pepper had ascended to the position of CEO of S.H.I.E.L.D Industries, with Zhou having brought Natasha along as her assistant. Consequently, she had nearly drowned in a sea of work over the past few days. My heavens, Zhou, you have finally arrived. Can you return my assistant to me? It is unacceptable. She is now my personal assistant, and I have even paid her salary in advance. She must serve me until the very last moment of my life. Even if she were to die, she must rise from her grave to fulfill her duties. Pepper observed Zhou's disgruntled expression, akin to someone who had squandered millions. And after scrutinizing their attire, she swiftly grasped the crux of the dilemma. Unlike Tony, who was oblivious to the value of clothing, she recognized that their outfits were worth millions, each a unique creation by a renowned designer, and certainly not inexpensive, while the garments were indeed extravagant. As a director of S.H.I.E.L.D Industries, such an expense should hardly faze you. Do not be so miserly. Yet, my credit card is maxed out. I can scarcely afford groceries now. The moment Pepper uttered these words, Zhou felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Such prodigal women are truly burdensome. Dating is far too costly. Remaining single is preferable. Suddenly, Pepper's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. From the receiver emanated Tony's somewhat anxious voice, audible even to Zhou seated nearby. Hello, is this Potts? Are you at the expo? Yes, I am with Zhou, as the CEO of S.H.I.E.L.D Industries. My presence is imperative. You need to leave there immediately, and pass the phone to Zhou. I have something to discuss with him. Pepper, perplexed by Tony's urgency, handed the phone to Zhou with a puzzled expression. Zhou, quickly take Pepper and leave the expo. That deranged scientist from the White Bear Nation intends to harm her. There are far too many mad scientists in the world. Which one are you referring to? Zhou feigned ignorance regarding Tony's words, but had already sprung into action. He exchanged a knowing glance with Natasha and began to head towards the backstage of the expo. Natasha, perceptive as ever, seized Pepper's hand and followed in Zhou's wake. It was evident that Zhou's deduction was correct. Whenever Tony stirred up trouble, unforeseen complications invariably arose. The urgency in Zhou's hurried stride indicated that this situation was indeed serious. It's that Ivan who attacked me at the racetrack. He seems to be associated with Hammer Industries. That S of little consequence. What matters is whether your arc reactor has been upgraded. Zhou continued to divert the conversation, as he could already hear the rush of wind around Tony, suggesting he was on his way in the suit. Albeit it might take a bit longer. My father passed away over a decade ago, yet he imparted a lesson to me. Perhaps I am not the genius he was. He discovered this new element that can replace palladium, which means I no longer need to fear poisoning. Upon realizing that Zhou was present, Tony felt a sense of relief regarding Pepper's safety. He eagerly engaged Zhou in a conversation about the groundbreaking arc reactor. With the discovery of this new element, he believed he could very well stand upon the podium of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. However, a single remark from Zhou doused Tony's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water, nearly causing him to crash. Are you ready to step up and accept the award on behalf of your father? Why would I accept the award on behalf of my father? I am the one who synthesized the new element. But your father discovered this new element over a decade ago, Tony. One should strive for honesty. You know. Little liars have noses that grow longer. Tony replied. So does that mean overly honest individuals possess a sharp tongue? Why must you utter such disheartening words during such a joyous moment? Perhaps we should minimize our interactions. Conversing with you causes my heart to ache. Your heart aches because it is filled with shrapnel from a bomb, which your company also manufactured. What does that have to do with me? You are a member of the board. Chapter 46. Life-saving skills tailored for urban women. As Zhou engaged in a rather unpleasant conversation with Tony over the phone, he made his way to the backstage of the exhibition. There he encountered the impeccably dressed Hammer, whose appearance was a feeble imitation of Tony. Lacking the physique to support such an ensemble, it is essential to understand that merely possessing wealth does not suffice to embody a playboy. One must also maintain a commendable physique. Aside from captivating muscles, a robust constitution is imperative. Unfortunately, Hammer fell short in this regard, unable to fill out even a suit. However, with his glasses perched on his nose, Hammer's vision was adequate enough to spot Zhou's entrance. All right, I've arrived. Let us discuss this later. Zhou chuckled as he ended the call with Tony, tucking his phone into his pocket. He gazed down at Hammer, who wore a pair of Tony's signature glasses, and beckoned him over. Hey, who are you? This is the backstage of Hammer Industries, filled with high-tech products. Even a minor leak could. Hammer began. But as he approached Zhou with outstretched arms, intending to block the towering figure of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, Zhou seized his right wrist, effortlessly pinning him to the ground. Out of nowhere, he produced a handgun and pressed it against Hammer's temple, sending a chill of terror coursing through his body. Silence. You will answer my questions. Speak another word, and I shall break one of your fingers. The surrounding staff members at Hammer Industries were left in a state of shock, witnessing their boss being subdued. Rather than rushing to assist, they felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. As fellow workers, they recognized their boss's eccentricities. Navigating life under his reign was no easy feat now. With the proletariat's iron fist descending upon their superior, they were eager to celebrate with champagne upon returning home. Zhou jabbed the gun's muzzle forcefully against Hammer's jaw and inquired, "Where is Ivan?" "What Ivan?" "I don't know," Hammer stammered. But his words were cut short as Zhou expressionlessly broke Hammer's pinky finger. It was a blow the likes of which Hammer had never experienced, eliciting a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Initially, Zhou had considered shoving the barrel into Hammer's mouth. But having grown fond of the M9 over the years, he refrained and merely pressed it against Hammer's jaw once more. "I shall ask you again, where is Ivan?" "You damned fiend. I will kill you." "I will." Yet another finger was snapped with a resounding crack, audible even to the onlookers, who were nearly applauding Zhou's decisive actions, hoping Hammer would persist in his defiance, thus risking the loss of all his fingers. Both Pepper and Natasha entered the backstage area, witnessing the scene unfold. Natasha remained unfazed, accustomed to such brutality, but for Pepper, it was her first time witnessing Zhou's violent side. Just as Tony had described, this individual exhibited no semblance of humanity when engaged in his work. Breaking fingers seemed as effortless to him as snapping a long piece of biscuit. Startled, she tightly covered her mouth, fearing that a scream might escape. Zhou disengaged the safety on his pistol, cocked the hammer back, and placed his index finger on the trigger. "I will ask you one last time, Hammer Industries." "Ivan is at Hammer Industries." Hammer felt a wave of terror wash over him. There was no denying that Zhou was utterly intimidating. With a mere flick of his fingers, he had the safety disengaged, clearly prepared to fire. As the largest arms supplier to the U.S. military, with a fortune in the billions, he could not afford to meet his demise at the hands of this madman. Bang! A bullet grazed Hammer's face, striking the floor and shattering his glasses with the ricochet. Slap! Zhou released Hammer's hand and gave him a sharp reprimand. "Why shout so loudly? You startled me." Zhou then produced a pair of handcuffs from his space ring and secured Hammer, turning to face Pepper and Natasha, his menacing aura dissipating entirely as he revealed a sunny smile. "My task is complete. The mad scientist Ivan is at Hammer Industries, and this Mr. Hammer is the one who assisted him in his escape. Pepper, remember to call the authorities to take him away. I will deal with Ivan. I'm coming with you." Natasha stepped forward, intertwining her arm with Zhou's. Zhou looked quite dashing while engaged in work, especially when he could smile like a radiant boy afterward. It was utterly charming. "You must accompany me. I am not adept with computers." "Why would you need to understand computers?" Natasha tilted her head at Zhou. Just as a crimson silhouette descended from the night sky, landing on the exhibition stage ahead. 3 seconds later, the Iron Man suit Tony gifted to Rhodey fired upon him, and the newly installed rotary machine gun stirred some less than pleasant memories for Zhou. He could not fathom the rationale behind augmenting firepower with such an absurd attachment. Simultaneously, the robotic soldiers that Hammer's company had showcased began firing at Tony, igniting an aerial battle between the two parties. Even if Zhou wished to intervene, he found himself unable to do so. Since Rhodey's suit was being controlled by Ivan, aiding Tony would require a reset of Rhodey's armor. "So, we are heading to Hammer's headquarters? I'll drive." Zhou grabbed Natasha, who was wearing high heels, and sprinted off, turning back to specifically instruct Pepper. "Find a safe place to stay, away from those robotic soldiers." Okay, at that moment, Pepper found her admiration shifted. It was no longer Zhou, but rather Natasha, who, despite her high heels, was sprinting with remarkable speed. Such a skill was tailor-made for urban women, and she resolved to have Natasha teach her in the future. As Zhou and Natasha reached the venue's exterior, they spotted a car that exuded luxury, parked at the main entrance. Such a vehicle could only belong to Pepper. Happy leaned against the hood of the car, captivated by the chaotic spectacle of battling robots overhead, his mouth agape to the point of accentuating his double chin. Without so much as a greeting, Zhou opened the car door and slid inside. By the time Happy realized what was happening, the engine had already roared to life under Zhou's command. "Happy, hurry to the venue and find little Chili. Ensure her safety. I will take the car for now." With a sudden lurch, Happy spun around 3 times in confusion before recognizing Zhou's voice. Without a moment's hesitation, his hefty frame surged towards the venue. "Why does he trust you so implicitly? Isn't he concerned you might scratch the car?" Natasha had already begun to remove her high heels, while Zhou tossed her combat suit in her direction. "Because I am the true god of cars from Mount Akina." Chapter 47. My former boss, do you miss me now? Natasha was in the back seat, changing her clothes with a hint of coyness. Zhou adjusted the rearview mirror to achieve the optimal viewing angle. effortlessly maneuvering through the traffic. He even had the leisure to perform a drift, all while keeping his eyes glued to the mirror, relying solely on his peripheral vision to drive. After all, she was his highly paid personal assistant, and missing even a second of her was a loss. Natasha, of course, noticed Zhou's gaze, but given his exceptional driving skills, she refrained from reacting. With his supervision, his awareness exceeded that of an average person, even when relying on the corner of his eye. Once Natasha finished dressing, zipping her form-fitting outfit to her chest, she pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal her cleavage. She then turned her gaze towards Zhou, who was focused ahead, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Do you like my figure?" Zhou, flustered, replied, "What gunshot wound on your abdomen?" "I didn't see anything. I'm driving." Natasha, somewhat annoyed, retorted, "You're quite observant. I know the person who shot you. I fought him not long ago." Zhou accepted the dress Natasha handed him into his spatial ring before removing his tie with one hand while driving. He suddenly drifted the car, bringing it to a steady halt in front of the Hammer Company's entrance. "Aren't you going to change? It would be a shame if it got ruined." Natasha opened the car door and walked alongside Zhou to the entrance of Hammer Company. "They're just a bunch of nobodies. How good could their security be?" "Really?" Natasha was skeptical and directly pulled open the glass door of Hammer Company. A burly security guard, weighing over 200 pounds, approached them. "Hey, this is Hammer Company. You can't enter without a pass." With a swift punch, Zhou struck the guard's jaw, and the hefty man collapsed peacefully to the ground. Shrugging, Zhou turned to a somewhat exasperated Natasha and remarked, "What did I tell you? This guard was just eating a donut, with such poor physical condition. How is he any different from an NYPD dispatcher? All right, let's find someone quickly." Natasha was at a loss for words, realizing that Zhou had a remarkable understanding of Hammer Company. What were his sources of information? Was it from Hydra? That Winter Soldier who shot me? How do you know him? He is also a member of Hydra. Do you know his true identity? Of course. And who is he? As Zhou and Natasha engaged in conversation, they continued their path forward, taking down every security guard who dared to approach with a single punch. There was no technical finesse involved. It was purely a matter of speed and strength. He had deliberately held back, or else the guards would have been left not merely unconscious but missing teeth as well. Zhou was in high spirits throughout the journey, utterly unconcerned with seeking out Ivan. With each security guard he dispatched, he accrued a measure of justice points, an unparalleled venture in this world. Before this operation commenced, Zhou had indeed contemplated his choices. Remaining at the expo meant confronting the machine soldiers manipulated by Ivan, while approaching the Hammer Company to find Ivan involved battling the security guards, who had become rather rotund from their indulgent diet of donuts. Although the exact justice points he would earn from overcoming a machine soldier versus a security guard remained uncertain, the comparison was stark. The machine soldiers were armed and capable of flight, whereas even with an Edmund alloy knife in hand, Zhou found himself at a disadvantage against airborne foes. In contrast, the security guards posed no threat whatsoever. He had subdued all 21 with merely 21 punches. As the duo ascended to the 30th floor, they discovered two security guards stationed at the entrance of room 3082, presumably where Ivan resided. Zhou glanced at Natasha and extended his right hand, suggesting, "Ladies first." Natasha surveyed her immaculate combat attire and realized her recent change of clothes had been unnecessary, granting Zhou, the lecherous rogue, an unearned advantage, while she herself remained unbothered. Even clad in heels and a dress, she could have managed. Yet, at this juncture, Zhou audaciously opted for her to conclude the task. What a farce this lady's first notion was. However, in good spirits today, she preferred to abstain from any confrontation. With a sweet smile directed at Zhou, she crossed her arms, accentuating her curves. Zhou raised an eyebrow, barely managing to divert his gaze from the alluring depths before him, and with a surge of determination, he dispatched the unsuspecting guards. He then forcefully kicked open the door to room 3082, revealing a room filled with monitors and, regrettably, two unfortunate souls dangling from the ceiling beams. Upon seeing the multitude of bewildering data on the monitors, Natasha recognized her moment had arrived, aware that Zhou, the reckless brute, would be utterly lost in this realm, particularly as the interface was in Russian. Her fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, connecting to the chat channel with Tony and Rhodes. "Hey, my former boss, are you starting to miss me now?" "Natasha?" Tony's voice was filled with surprise, as he was being relentlessly pursued by Rhodes and a throng of machine soldiers, having to seek out empty spaces to evade potential harm. "Can you reboot Rhodes' armor system?" "What do you think I'm doing?" Natasha replied with a smile, her fingers never pausing in their frenetic movement across the keyboard. Although it was merely a reboot command, it was quite intricate due to the multiple layers of passwords set by Ivan. The countdown commenced, 3 seconds until Rhodes' armor rebooted. 3, 2, 1. Wait, I'm in the air now? At that moment, Rhodes realized that his predicament was dire. Should his armor reboot while he was suspended in midair, he would plummet from the sky. However, Natasha had already pressed the enter key, causing Rhodes' suit to lose power and spiral downward, crashing into a nearby botanical garden adjacent to the exhibition. Tony, witnessing Rhodes' descent, disregarded the gunfire of the pursuing robotic soldiers behind him and dashed through the hail of bullets towards Rhodes' trajectory. Yet, even in this desperate rush, Tony understood that there was no way he could reach Rhodes before he impacted the ground. No. Chapter 48. Is it time to speak of pantyhose? At this moment, Rhodey was overwhelmed by a profound wave of dizziness. Even as a seasoned pilot, he found it unbearable, just before the impending collision with the ground. The radio system of his armor flickered back to life, and he heard Tony's anguished cry of no. His life, filled with beauty, flashed before his eyes like a carousel. And as he shut his eyes, he envisioned his long-departed great-grandmother. Rhodey thought, is this how my life concludes? Is every pilot destined to meet their demise in a crash? If it were at all feasible, he wished Tony would equip his suit with parachutes, so that next time, when power failed, he wouldn't suffer the same fate. Yet, why was his mind racing with such thoughts? Why had he not yet met his end? Was it true that when one's life flashed before their eyes, time outside ceased to exist? Knock, knock, knock. Huh? I should be dead by now. Why does it feel as though someone is tapping on my visor? Knock, knock, knock. Hey, brother, are you really out cold? With his eyes still shut, Rhodey opened them to find the familiar interface of his armor before him. The visor lifted, revealing that he was being held aloft, and all he could see were the shoes of the person gripping his feet, poised to deliver a kick to his face. Hey, I'm awake now. Let go of me. Rhodey shouted in exasperation as the boots drew closer. After being tossed into the air, he regained his normal stance with the assistance of his armored suit, landing in a superhero pose. Upon standing, he was greeted by a familiar face. Zhou, what are you doing here? Taking the stairs, Zhou replied, now clad in his own Batman suit, though he hadn't yet donned the mask. He had changed into his gear while Natasha was busy operating the computer, and he had also lowered the two unfortunate souls hanging from the keel, not out of malice, but to give S.H.I.E.L.D. a bit of trouble during their investigation by deliberately leaving his fingerprints. He had sensed that trouble was brewing on Tony's end, as Tony should have already dealt with the mechanical soldiers. Rhodey was engaged in a one-on-one struggle, but the narrative had diverged from its expected course. Consequently, Zhou hastily targeted Rhodey with a portal. Before he could step through, Rhodey collided headfirst into the portal. Had it not been for Zhou's quick reflexes and catching his foot, Rhodey would have met his demise against the ceiling of Hammer Industries. Holding onto Rhodey's foot, Zhou approached the other side of the portal. Just as they crossed over, the portal closed behind them, leaving Natasha alone to manage the computer, along with the two unfortunate bodies. The situation is indeed intricate. However, from the moment Zhou seized Rhodes to his departure as he closed the portal, a mere 3 seconds elapsed. Apart from a section of the floor shattered under the weight of Zhou's armor, there were no traces left behind. Thus, before Natasha could react, Zhou had already vanished. Natasha exclaimed, "Did something just flicker? Did Zhou escape through the portal, leaving me here alone? How dare you abandon me like this, Zhou?" Her voice, lacking any semblance of decorum, echoed through the radio, startling both Tony and Rhodes. Just as Zhou donned his Batman mask, he heard Natasha's furious outburst, prompting him to sheepishly scratch his head and murmur, "I'll handle things here first and return to fetch you." Natasha, still brimming with indignation, seemed on the verge of declaring that she was not to be trifled with. Typically, a man in such a predicament would offer to take her shopping or some such distraction. Yet, Zhou was no ordinary man. His words swiftly alleviated Natasha's ire. "Shall I open a portal for you to come over? I currently face no less than a dozen fully armed robotic soldiers, complete with artillery. Not coming. Enjoy yourselves. You 3 gentlemen," Natasha retorted. She had indeed observed the dense cluster of robotic soldiers on the screen, their markers encircling Zhou and his companions, lacking any superhuman abilities. She knew that venturing into that fray would likely result in her being riddled with bullets. "By the way, I suggest you deal with those robots quickly, as another wave is heading your way." "Understood. I'm quite busy at the moment, so I'll have to cut our conversation short." Zhou grasped Rhodes, using him as a shield as he rapidly approached the robotic soldiers. The Edelman alloy blade was exceptionally sharp, slicing through the soldiers' armor as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, penetrating their power cores or severing their weaponry. Initially, Rhodes resisted being used as a shield, but soon discovered it was rather advantageous. He merely had to aim and fire. While Tony's armor adequately shielded him from the robotic soldiers' bullets, the weapon in Rhodes' hands could pierce their defenses. This indicated 2 things. First, that Tony's armor provided unparalleled protection, making it the strongest shield in existence. Second, that Hammer Industries' weaponry was of commendable quality. Yet, the sharpest spear remained the blade wielded by Zhou. However, Rhodes could not fathom why the robotic soldiers manufactured by Hammer Industries exhibited such poor defensive capabilities. Even if they were cutting corners for the American military, surely it was excessively egregious. In the heavens, Tony beheld Zhou using Rhodes as a shield, and thus resolved to remain airborne, engaging in a fierce aerial battle with the robots above. Sparks flew as the metallic soldiers were reduced to mere scrap, scattered across the landscape, with a few nearly crashing down upon Zhou. Yet, Zhou remained unfazed, laughing as he dismantled the robots. Having initially relinquished any sense of justice in this realm, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that after clearing the Hammer Company dungeon, he could still gain experience points here. What a delightful turn of events. Zhou, might I borrow that knife of yours for some examination? It appears to be fashioned from materials I've never encountered before, Tony exclaimed as he used his palm cannon to bring down the last airborne robotic soldier. Glancing at Zhou, who was engaged in finishing off the remaining foes. It's just like those stockings you gave me that day, definitely not of earthly origin. Stockings? What stockings? Were they black? Zhou barely had time to respond before Natasha seized upon the pivotal phrase in Tony's words. Recalling her missing pair, she was now completely certain that Zhou had pilfered her stockings. With an exasperated look directed at Tony in the sky, Zhou utilized his supervision to spot a massive figure rapidly approaching, its rear ablaze with blue flames. Is this truly the moment to discuss stockings? Can you not see the enormous entity above, trailing blue fire? Where did that come from? Chapter 49. What if I get blown to bits? Suspended in midair, Tony found himself ensnared by a robot significantly larger than himself, which forcefully dragged him down toward the ground. Reacting swiftly, Rhodey ignited the flames of his thrusters, colliding directly with Tony. The three robots, entangled in the air, spun apart with a cacophony of thuds. The sounds of steel crashing to the earth resonated from three directions, leaving Zhou momentarily dazed. Zhou exclaimed, "Good heavens, these massive iron behemoths are remarkably resilient." They just sparked a shower of love. Gripping his adamantium alloy blade tightly, Zhou moved like a specter, utilizing the cover of the trees and rocks in the botanical garden as he stealthily approached the largest of the metallic giants. Following a small stream that meandered through the garden, aside from a few dimly lit street lamps, the botanical garden was shrouded in darkness, yet Zhou, with his supervision, perceived everything as clearly as if it were daylight. Suddenly, a bolt of deep blue lightning surged towards Zhou, obliterating all obstacles in its path. Activating bullet time, he deftly sidestepped the electrifying strike, only to realize too late that he was standing in the stream. The lightning made contact with the water, sending a powerful current coursing through Zhou's body, causing his muscles to tense instantaneously. He was transported back to the sensation he experienced during his serum injection. Thud. Darkness enveloped him as he was propelled away, smoke billowing from his backside. Zhou, did you think I was unaware of your abilities? Without you, Tony, that weakling, would have perished at the hands of his uncle long ago, and I would not be here to exact my revenge. Ivan, clad in a suit of iron armor, wielded two electrified steel whips, yet he refrained from removing his mask, as he was well aware of how Ironmonger had met his demise. Who was the weakling? Tony emerged from behind Ivan, activating his thrusters to deliver a powerful right hook. Clang. The collision of his fist against the mask sparked yet another flurry of love. However, Ivan swiftly seized Tony's leg again, slamming him into the ground. Taking advantage of Tony's momentary stiffness, he pressed his foot against Tony's chest, contorting it to pin him down effectively. Tony, your suggestion was quite astute. The reactor's RPM has significantly increased. Otherwise, my armor wouldn't possess such formidable power. In that moment, Ivan felt invincible. Although Tony's armor was evidently the latest upgraded version, it was still no match for him. With Zhou, the sharpshooting agent, subdued, only Rhodey, upgraded with hammer technology, remained. What could he possibly accomplish? Clang, clang, clang. A barrage of bullets from a rotary machine gun rained down, striking Ivan's armor and sending countless sparks flying. The first thing Rhodes did upon rising was to employ every weapon at his disposal to rescue Tony. He unleashed a relentless barrage of fire, yet not a single bullet could penetrate Ivan's armor. Nevertheless, the impact of the gunfire caused Ivan to stumble slightly, lifting his foot just enough for Tony to seize the rare opportunity. Activating his thrusters, Tony escaped from beneath Ivan's foot and retaliated with a repulsor blast, knocking Ivan back a few paces and generating a cloud of black smoke. However, before he could flee far, a lightning whip surged through the smoke, ensnaring Tony's neck. Tony Stark, do not think you can escape, Ivan shouted as he seized Tony, yanking him back down from the air. Disoriented, Tony felt as if he were gazing upon his deceased father, who pointed at his arc reactor and urged, "Remember to accept the Nobel Prize on my behalf." Damn it. Zhou, you have dismissed my efforts entirely. I created this, Tony retorted furiously. Suddenly, a second whip lashed out towards Rhodes, who instinctively dodged. While he evaded the strike, the mounted machine gun on his back was not so fortunate, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Ivan's mechanical arm whirred as he retracted the steel whip, only to strike again like a venomous serpent, wrapping around Rhodes' neck. Rhodes felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, and the interface of his armor lit up with red alerts, casting a crimson hue upon his otherwise dark visage. "Tony, I'm ensnared as well. The armor is going haywire. Is there any way out?" he exclaimed. "My alerts and warnings are multiplying here. Do you want to take a look?" Tony's situation was no better. Although his armor had undergone upgrades, many of his research efforts had stalled due to palladium poisoning. He had yet to decipher the alien technology procured from the extraterrestrial vessel. Otherwise, his armor would have been upgraded once more and would not cower before Ivan's whips. Realizing that the situation was dire, with the neck defenses of his armor already compromised, Rhodes contemplated a desperate strategy. "It seems I must resort to using my ex-wife to eliminate this fiend. I hope our armors can withstand the blast." "What on earth is this ex-wife? You not only got married, but also divorced." Tony was utterly baffled by Rhodey's intentions. As he glanced in Rhodey's direction, a small missile launcher emerged from the armor, igniting a cigar-sized missile that billowed thick black smoke as it hurtled towards Ivan. In a moment of horror, Tony witnessed Rhodey's ex-wife collide with Ivan's armor, spiraling down into the water, where she emitted a few sparks before extinguishing completely. "Rhodey, your ex-wife leaves much to be desired. Did Hammer install that?" Tony quipped. "Well, you sparked an idea." He aimed his palm cannon at Rhodey, shouting over the radio, "Put your hands up." "No, don't. What if you blow me up?" Suddenly, Zhou's voice crackled over the radio, emerging from behind Ivan. The Batman mask he had worn was now absent, revealing a face cloaked in darkness. His meticulously styled hair transformed into a wild, explosive mane, reminiscent of a brother from Wakanda. Ivan's armored body shifted slightly as he beheld the African version of Zhou, his pupils constricting sharply. Without the protection of armor, how could he possibly still be alive? Chapter 50, A Hellish Joke from America. Zhou had indeed been electrocuted, rolling several times on the ground. Otherwise, his mask would not have fallen off, nor would his face have become so grimy. Had it not been for the serum that had augmented his electric resistance, along with the enhancements brought by the serum and Afu's physical prowess, and the surge of adrenaline from employing bullet time, he might have remained unconscious. As he rose from the ground, Zhou happened to witness the iconic scene of his ex-wife's missile launching and extinguishing. Those in the know understand that the ex-wife missile is indeed formidable. In Avengers: Infinity War, Rhodes was capable of creating a fiery inferno in Wakanda all by himself to clear out the minions, showcasing the true might of the ex-wife missile, which utilized the same explosives as the Sidewinder missile. The ex-wife missile is a kinetic missile that relies on the immense kinetic energy generated by high-speed flight to obliterate its target, meaning it must be deployed at the right distance and in the right environment to truly demonstrate its power. In this instance, however, the distance between launch and impact was far too short, lacking even the kinetic energy necessary to detonate the explosives. It would be a miracle if it exploded at all. System: activate the character card, Bolt. Character experience card, Bolt, a sprinter capable of 9.5 seconds in the 100 meters, remarkably swift. To be honest, Zhou felt that, with his current physical capabilities, utilizing this character card seemed rather superfluous. After all, his speed had long surpassed the 9.5-second mark due to the serum enhancements. Yet, unexpectedly, after employing this card, his running speed increased even further, propelling him like a streak of black lightning towards the finish line conjured by Ivan with 2 electric whips. With a swift strike, Ivan's arms, clad in iron armor, were severed by the adamantium blades. The materials used in Ivan's iron suit were already the finest available from Hammer Industries, capable of withstanding heavy-caliber machine gun fire and even absorbing Tony's repulsor blasts. Unfortunately for him, he encountered the adamantium blades, an unreasonable existence. Wolverine faced no troubles with ineffective scratches. Rather, his concern lay in not being able to land a hit. Even when confronting Jean, who was overwhelmed by the Phoenix Force, Logan still pierced his girlfriend with his claws. Though Jean perished, the adamantium claws remained as sharp as ever. As if newly forged, the 2 iron arms crashed heavily onto the water's surface, splashing 2 rings of water. The once crackling electric whips dimmed as they lost their power source. At last, Tony and Rhodes managed to free themselves from their constraints, only to witness Zhou delivering a powerful kick to the bend of Ivan's right leg, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Almost immediately, a gleaming blade emerged from Ivan's chest, piercing through the reactor core of his armored suit. "What is that blade you wield? Have you melted down and reforged Captain America's Vibranium shield into that weapon?" Ivan had lost both arms, and a knife had pierced his chest. The substantial loss of blood resulted in insufficient oxygen to the brain, and darkness enveloped him, unable to maintain even a half-kneeling posture. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood before collapsing onto the ground. Coughing violently, he lamented the irony of meeting his demise at the hands of a super soldier. "Are you familiar with super soldiers?" Tony asked, as he brushed away the sporadic sparks emanating from his body, moving closer to the scene of the murder of Zhou. After extracting the knife, Zhou crouched beside Ivan, forcefully tearing off his iron mask. The sheer strength exhibited startled both Tony and Rhodes. as the bulletproof mask was twisted under Zhou's grip. My father could have been with S.H.I.E.L.D. if not for your father's jealousy, Ivan began, clearly intending to taunt Tony one last time before his end. However, Zhou was swifter, thrusting his knife once more into Ivan's body, effectively silencing him. Are the White Bear people truly this brave? Do you not recognize who I am? How dare you defame our founder in front of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Perhaps you should reconsider your diet in your next life. After delivering his final words, Zhou kindly closed Ivan's eyes. There was no other choice. Failing to eliminate such a formidable villain would not do justice to his own system. What was once a single spinning wheel had now transformed into 3, necessitating more than thrice the justice points for a lottery draw. Though the calculations were not strictly in this manner, accumulating additional justice points could only be advantageous. Tony and Rhodes looked on with sorrow at the fallen Ivan, acknowledging him as a top-tier scientist. It was unfortunate that hatred had clouded his judgment. Had he developed his talents in White Bear country, perhaps an Iron Man from there would have emerged long ago. Defeated the supervillain Ivan and thwarted his slander against Howard Stark, justice points awarded. For 100, Zhou exclaimed. Nice. I received 400 justice points this time. Upgraded villains are indeed different. The Iron Tyrant is much more generous, coupled with the scattered remnants of the mechanical soldiers I dismantled earlier. I should now have enough justice points for 5 lottery draws, since I've just been shocked and am in need of a shower. I will return to clean up before trying my luck. My last lottery attempt after showering proved fruitful, otherwise, I would never have acquired this Edmund alloy knife. Attempting to kill Ivan, that tin can, with mere guns and bullets would have been nearly impossible. My spatial ring has also played a significant role, at least preserving my expensive suit. Beep, beep, beep. Tony, do you hear that beeping sound? Rhodes questioned, suspecting he might be experiencing symptoms of a concussion. As the sound of a bomb countdown echoed in his ears, Tony surveyed the area and noticed that aside from the damaged energy source in Ivan's chest, red lights illuminated the chest cavities of all the remaining mechanical soldiers. The steel mask immediately enveloped Tony's face as Jarvis quickly identified the cause of the flashing lights. It was a self-destruct mechanism set by Ivan. My goodness, Pepper! With a resounding shout from Tony, he soared into the sky, closely followed by Rhodey. They vanished in a blaze of fire, leaving behind Zhou, who was leisurely retrieving his mask. You two fools. Not a single one of you thought to take me along for the retreat. Zhou bellowed into the radio at Tony and Rhodey before calmly opening a portal. After securing his mask, he stepped into the portal just a second before the explosion. Satisfied with his performance, he waved his hand to close the portal behind him. A true man never looks back at the explosion. He then intercepted a kick from Natasha, firmly grasping her ankle. Who on earth are you? It's Zhou. Nonsense. The chin you've revealed proves you are a black man. Zhou replied. I finally understand why Batman only shows half of his face. Otherwise, the American police wouldn't care whether you are a superhero or not. They would shoot without hesitation. Chapter 51. The Hydra leader with a heart of justice. Tony descended from the heavens, swiftly carrying Pepper away from the bewildered Happy, soaring to the rooftop of a towering building. Behind them, a multitude of disassembled robotic soldiers erupted in a symphony of explosions, akin to blooming fireworks. In truth, even if Tony had not whisked Pepper away, she would have been safe. After all, Zhou had instructed Happy to find a secure location for her, surrounded by a throng of policemen. Impervious to the remnants of the robotic carnage, Pepper's spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. Ever since Tony returned from the Middle East, his demeanor had grown increasingly peculiar. Especially after befriending the overly righteous oddity, Zhou. The Russian-style rescue methods he introduced left her astounded, followed by relentless assassination attempts targeting Tony, each dragging her into the fray. Moreover, Tony concealed his palladium poisoning from her and even appointed himself as the new CEO of Stark Industries. She could hardly bear it any longer. Tony removed his helmet, which clattered across the ground, and after a series of playful banter, he managed to soothe Pepper's grievances. The two embraced tightly, their kisses punctuated by the playful exchange of saliva. Were they not akin to two seals vying for grapes? Not quite. As Tony's neck lacked the length, that remark was inaccurate. Pepper's figure was far from the rotundity of a seal. Suddenly, 3 voices interjected, startling the two seals as if they were a pair of high school students caught in a clandestine romance. Yet, unlike those irresponsible boys, Tony did not hastily push his girlfriend away. Instead, he shielded Pepper behind him like a true gentleman. In the dim light surrounding them, Tony and Pepper spotted the trio of onlookers, Zhou, Natasha, and Rhodes, who nearly blended into the night due to his complexion. Zhou first opened a portal back to Hammer Industries, engaging in a cordial exchange with Natasha, easily persuading the somewhat irate Natasha with his fists. He then created another portal to find Rhodes. Within mere seconds of their reunion, Tony descended from above, cradling Pepper in his arms. The trio of onlookers silently observed for a while, until their affectionate display compelled them to interject. When did you 3 arrive? Tony. well-versed in such scenarios, remained unfazed by the playful mischief reflected in their expressions. Rhodes shrugged, claiming innocence. We arrived first. As for you two, I have no objections to your romance. Zhou felt it was time to attend to serious matters. He pointed towards the flickering flames within the Stark Expo and proclaimed, although I am a shareholder of Stark Industries, we must fulfill our social responsibilities. We need to account for the medical expenses and compensation for the injured, as well as the damages incurred by the venue and its surroundings, alongside the adverse impacts of this turmoil. I understand your point. But the instigator of this incident is not Stark Industries, came the retort. We are also victims here. It is Hammer Industries that should be liable. Pepper Potts poked her head from behind Tony, casting a puzzled glance at Zhou, unable to fathom the intent behind his maneuver. According to Zhou's approach, Stark Industries would bear responsibilities that did not rightfully belong to them, a tactic that was rather impractical in America, where everyone was primarily motivated by profit. Let Stark Industries initially cover all losses and proactively clarify the sequence of events. Then, we can harness the power of public opinion to assert that the U.S. government colluded with Hammer Industries to deceive taxpayers. Tony has access to the finest legal team in the nation. We could directly sue both the U.S. government and Hammer Industries. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, Tony's eyes gleamed with excitement. He grasped Zhou's hand and clapped him on the shoulder. The sound of steel meeting muscle resonating strongly. You genius. This way, the incident at the Stark Expo will be absolved of our responsibility, while simultaneously garnering the trust and sympathy of the public. Our new mobile phone won't even need extensive marketing. A mere mention will send it flying off the shelves. As for the compensation, we can reclaim that money, albeit it may take some time. However, compared to our sales and soaring stock prices, that amount is insignificant. This is simply a brilliant deal. Tony was immensely pleased with Zhou's proposal. This was the essence of a true businessman. How could such an individual possibly work for an organization as brutish as S.H.I.E.L.D? He should be the head of the planning department at Stark Industries. Zhou shook his head, firmly establishing his stance. I haven't considered those subsequent matters. I only know that there are more than just 1 or 2 injured today. The streets and vehicles have sustained considerable damage, and the entire expo venue requires repair or reconstruction. We must take responsibility when we are able to. This is how we earn the trust of the public as superheroes. Understood. I will secure the vehicle repairs and the reconstruction contracts, and earn a tidy sum. Zhou sighed in dismay, realizing the limitations of his individual power. This country is truly a mess. To a capitalist like Tony, every opportunity is a chance to profit, while the impoverished can only lie on the streets and weep. Perhaps it would be better to become the leader of Hydra and instigate a grand revolution instead? That seems promising. At the very least, one need not worry about the loyalty of Hydra. They are warriors forged through trials and rigorous conditioning. What talents does Minister Alexander possess? And when will he be able to lead Hydra to greatness once more? However, the persona he has crafted poses a significant dilemma. Hydra's head with a heart of justice? Who would believe such a notion? Yet, Zhou feels assured in his path. Even if it is Hydra, he can easily establish a new version of it. Redemption must be sought. Just as Zhou was preparing to depart with Natasha, his phone rang. Upon answering, the distinct voice of Nick Fury resonated in his ear. Zhou, Coulson has discovered an unliftable hammer in New Mexico. Are you interested in taking a look? If so, just contact him directly. Absolutely. Chapter 52. Is it considered a meager loss of $5? Zhou left with a cheerful demeanor, leaving Natasha in a state of utter frustration. Nick Fury had requested that Natasha submit a report regarding the events of the Stark Expo today. Natasha insisted that as a spy, her expertise lay in intelligence gathering, not in report writing. Having witnessed the entire affair, Zhou was summoned to take on the task. However, Nick Fury countered that Zhou was merely a brute, incapable of even operating a computer. If Natasha refused to write the report, she would first have to teach Zhou how to use one. Natasha exclaimed, "Is there no educational requirement for agents of S.H.I.E.L.D? How is it that in the 21st century, there are still operatives who cannot use a computer?" Zhou replied, "I consider myself a marksman major. Lacking formal education is rather commonplace. Captain America, Steve, has he even seen a mobile phone, yet he is still a S.H.I.E.L.D. major." Zhou did not immediately seek out Coulson, as he was currently burdened with a significant sum of money and needed to indulge in a lottery. First, he needed to freshen up. He had to smell delightful. After removing his worn Batman suit, he carefully stored it in his spatial ring. After several battles, the suit had become tattered, and it was time for retirement. Tony had mentioned he was already crafting a brand new suit of armor for Zhou, promising not to disappoint him. It should be ready upon his return from New Mexico. In his usual fashion, he lay on his small bed wrapped in a towel. System, how many points of justice do I currently possess? You have a total of 503 points of justice, allowing for 5 draws. Zhou contemplated the enemies he would soon face. Loki seemed manageable. But what about that Watcher armor? His current capabilities could not contend with such a challenge, and it felt as if the points of justice were slipping through his fingers. System, are there any safety measures for the lottery? The rewards range from the lowest F grade to the highest SSS grade. You may spend additional points of justice to enhance the quality of the rewards during the draw. Zhou responded, if you had this information earlier, I could have drawn a plethora of stockings. How exactly does the consumption work? I currently have ample points of justice. Spending an additional 100 points raises the reward guarantee to E grade. 200 points raises it to D grade. 400 points raises it to C grade, and so forth. To upgrade the reward guarantee by one level requires a doubling of expenditure. If I desire a guarantee for an SSS level skill, it would require a total of 900 points of justice. It doesn't seem insurmountable during the New York battle. If I could hold the wormhole and eliminate a Chidori alien, that could yield a point of justice. Accumulating over 10,000 points is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, the distance remains somewhat distant. Currently, my 500 points of justice can be utilized in two ways. One can either draw directly for 500 points or opt for a guaranteed C-grade reward. Upon inspecting the C-grade skill and character experience card rewards, I found that most options consist of relatively weak mutants, rendering the guarantee less appealing. On the other hand, C-grade equipment has begun to showcase some commendable items, such as the Mark VI Iron Man armor worn by Tony, albeit without AI assistance. The version equipped with AI support is available only in the B-grade rewards, which I do not possess. Consequently, I resolved to forego the guarantee in this lottery and take a chance on my luck. Yet another dilemma arose. Should I draw for skills or character experience cards? From a certain perspective, the character experience card yields significantly better results, as utilizing it may grant me additional skills, effectively allowing me to enjoy two benefits from a single expenditure. Moreover, the skills I have acquired thus far seem to be diminished versions. The only complete ability was the initial draw of Death Shooter, which is now merely a B-grade reward. Therefore, it is wiser to draw a character experience card, as guaranteed draws for skills or equipment seem more advantageous. Furthermore, there is a skill I had previously overlooked, which underwent a transformation after using the Bolt experience card. Master of Disguise. Life is but a play, and the play is life. Upgrade progress bar. 1. 7. This skill revealed a progress bar upon utilizing the Bolt experience card. Given the limited intelligence of my system, many matters require me to experiment gradually, much like the sudden emergence of this progress bar, regardless of what the upgraded version of Master of Disguise may become. The allure of a progress bar is nearly irresistible to any man, especially when one knows how to fill it completely. Additionally, I have already examined my prize wheel, and Master of Disguise is conspicuously absent from the reward list, suggesting that it is likely a hidden skill. Therefore, I resolved to upgrade this skill at all costs. System. Initiate the drawing of character experience cards 5 times. With determination, I commanded the system to commence the lottery. Tick-tock, the character experience card wheel spun with a whimsical rhythm, accompanied by rather cheap-sounding music. After 30 seconds, it came to a dazzling halt, and this round of drawing left me exhilarated. Character experience card, Big Kid, incredibly strong. Moreover, I can grow larger. Character experience card, Second Kid, equipped with binoculars and a listening device. Those in the know understand. Character experience card, Fire Kid, absorbs fire before spewing it. Energy conservation is quite scientific. Character experience card, Water Kid, absorbs water before spraying it. Material conservation is also scientific. Character experience card, Old 6 is stated. It's Old 6. What more introduction do you desire? Zhou, feeling quite pleased, had previously acquired a 3 baby character experience card from a grand gift package. Now, as she indulged in drawing character cards from individual packs, she fortuitously obtained an entire set of Calabash brothers. When asked about the 7th brother, one could surmise that his Calabash undoubtedly resides within the equipment lottery section. As for the 7th brother himself, his essence is encapsulated in that very Calabash capable of drawing in others. The Calabash boy merely serves as the vessel for the Calabash. Zhou expressed her satisfaction with this recent draw, as the 3 baby character experience card proved exceedingly beneficial. Even when besieged by the detestable foe and subjected to relentless blows, she emerged unscathed, devoid of even a scratch, truly a testament to her formidable resilience. Should the 3 baby experience card fail to suffice, utilizing several Calabash Brothers experience cards concurrently might just transform her into the formidable Calabash Golden Boy. Ding. Detecting Zhou's inclination to merge character experience cards, the character experience card fusion system is now activated. Insufficient justice points for character experience card fusion. Would you like to substitute character experience cards in place of justice points? Zhou lamented, I am utterly exasperated. Could those seasoned designers please include a manual when establishing systems? Otherwise, does this mean I have effectively lost $5? Chapter 53. The Meow Meow hammer in a desolate expanse of New Mexico, the staff of S.H.I.E.L.D. erected a makeshift research facility, which, from above, resembled an enigmatic symbol. The structure consisted of white corridors enveloped in plastic. As the highest-ranking agent present, Coulson naturally assumed the role of the leader here. He gazed at the impeccably dressed Zhou before him, feeling his hairline recede yet further. "Can you teach me how to use this portal?" Coulson inquired. Recalling the long drive from Washington, a journey that, while arduous, paled in comparison to his fondness for his vintage car. Mastering magic is heavily reliant on innate talent. If you possessed such gifts, others would eagerly vie to instruct you. However, considering your age and the absence of a mentor, it seems you lack the necessary aptitude. Zhou replied, removing his sunglasses and flashing a brilliant smile that revealed 8 immaculate teeth. Under the scorching desert sun, the brilliance nearly blinded Coulson. Coulson thought to himself, although this is indeed the situation, this fellow speaks rather bluntly. Nevertheless, he had grown accustomed to Zhou's demeanor. While he often struck at the heart of the matter with little finesse, there was no malice behind his words. The director's intention was clear. The hammer that descended from the heavens could not be analyzed through current scientific methods. You are the only mage he knows and have encountered extraterrestrial technology. Hence your presence is requested to investigate. Understood, lead the way. Zhou nodded and then glanced towards the highest point of the temporary research facility, where a shadowy figure resided in a suspended basket. He tugged at Coulson's sleeve and pointed at the figure, saying, "Given the oppressive heat, don't forget to bring Clint some iced coffee. This isn't a war zone. There is no need for such intense working conditions. What if he suffers from heat stroke? With the exorbitant medical costs in this country, can he afford it? Do you know Hawkeye?" Coulson scratched his scalp, peering up at the shadow in the basket, but could only discern a vague outline, unable to make out Clint's features. Natasha had mentioned that they were old acquaintances, but as for me recognizing him, ever since I rescued Tony from the Middle East, people have begun to draw parallels between him and me. Zhou chuckled and waved at Hawkeye. Under the influence of his enhanced vision, every nuance of Hawkeye's expression became vividly clear to him. After confessing the Hydra matter to Natasha, she had already been in contact with Hawkeye, who expressed a desire to meet Zhou before making any decisions, as he had a family, and sometimes one must not act impulsively. In the suspended basket, the keen-eyed Clint directed all his attention towards Zhou the moment he appeared. An overwhelming sense of peril emanated from Zhou, akin to the unsettling realization of encountering an enemy sniper on the battlefield. Particularly striking was Zhou's unmasked gaze, which left Clint feeling as though he had been stripped bare of his defenses. As Zhou and Coulson strolled into the makeshift laboratory, their laughter echoing, Zhou took a brief glance around the personnel and instantly recognized a multitude of Hydra members. Among them was a bespectacled bald man seated at a computer, outwardly presenting as a level 6 agent, S.H.I.E.L.D, yet in reality, he was a seasoned undercover operative of Hydra, far more experienced than the novice Zhou. However, following his rise in status under the esteemed Minister Alexander, Zhou's standing within Hydra had significantly improved. The two exchanged a silent nod, a subtle greeting devoid of words. Coulson led Zhou to a deep pit where a gleaming silver hammer lay undisturbed. Since its emergence, countless individuals had attempted to lift it, yet none had succeeded. Upon S.H.I.E.L.D's intervention, it became evident that the hammer could not be moved even an inch. Several heavy-duty cranes had been toppled in the attempt. The subsequent plan involved excavating the earth beneath the hammer, only to discover that the soil was immovable, as it fused with the hammer itself. Even the most powerful drills failed to penetrate the ground below. This was Mjolnir, the fabled hammer of Thor, affectionately dubbed the Meow Meow hammer, which Thor cherished above all. Even more than his own brother, Loki. The instant Zhou laid eyes upon the hammer, he sensed an intense magical aura surrounding it, distinct from the magic of the Ancient One, though sharing a similar essence of energy. Zhou thought to himself, "This is magnificent. It would be an SS-grade weapon in the equipment lottery. Anyone capable of lifting the hammer would gain the power of the Thunder God, a truly exceptional premise." It had fallen from the heavens, infused with magic. Coulson intended to inquire about Zhou's perspective, but before he could, Zhou had already leapt into the pit, his hand resting upon the hammer's handle, seemingly ready to attempt lifting it. Coulson mused that although Zhou had fought against formidable foes and possessed strength surpassing that of ordinary individuals, it paled in comparison to the might of a crane. After all, he was still an immature youth. If he wished to try, so be it. S.H.I.E.L.D personnel had already made attempts, so one additional effort wouldn't matter. Before long, Zhou placed his right hand upon the handle of Mjolnir and effortlessly lifted the hammer, tossing it casually. Coulson gasped in disbelief. Is this the power of a sorcerer? That hammer is supposed to be unliftable. As Zhou sensed the latent power of thunder above, the corners of his mouth curled upward with a mischievousness that outshone even the mightiest of weapons. Instinctively, he raised his hammer skyward, in a bolt of lightning. as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens, striking the head of the hammer. In an instant, Zhou's suit transformed into an exquisite battle armor reminiscent of Asgardian design, with countless tendrils of electricity dancing across his form. With each arc of lightning that coursed over him, an additional piece of armor materialized, and within mere seconds, a splendid chainmail adorned his body. A grand red cloak billowed behind him, accentuating his flamboyant presence. Agent Coulson and the surrounding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were taken aback by Zhou's sudden transformation, especially Hawkeye, who was perched at the highest vantage point, having narrowly avoided the colossal bolt of lightning that had struck nearby. Had it landed upon him, it would have been the end of his days. Agent Coulson, I have come to understand the origins of this hammer, he declared. Chapter 54. You have imprisoned me here. What will become of my justice? Zhou gazed at the utterly bewildered Coulson, shaking the hammer in his hand, poised to elucidate the origins of this peculiar object. Suddenly, a colossal beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Zhou in a kaleidoscope of colors, stirring a cloud of dust. The nearest Coulson was abruptly swept away by the luminous column, tumbling across the ground before he regained his footing, only to find Zhou's figure had vanished, leaving behind a mysterious magical circle etched into the ground, with the surrounding earth transformed into shards of glass. Radiating a crimson glow, Coulson swallowed hard, tidied his disheveled hair, and fished out his phone. Director, Zhou has raised the hammer. And then? Then Zhou was abducted by aliens. What were you doing when he was taken? I was rolling on the ground. Rolling? Nick Fury, Coulson, once the most reliable of agents, now seemed rather untrustworthy. Meanwhile, Zhou, enveloped in the shimmering transport beam of the Bifrost, felt a pang of regret. It appeared he had inadvertently caused a calamity. The hammer, along with its stand, had been cast down to earth by Odin as a test for the impetuous Thor. Still a child at heart, had nearly instigated a war. Odin's hopes for his foolish son rested upon this trial, which would only allow Thor to reclaim his divine power and return to Asgard as its rightful prince once he could lift the hammer. However, in a moment of impulsive folly, Zhou had effectively completed Thor's examination, inciting Odin's ire. Furthermore, he dared not stray from the transport beam, lest he find himself on Thanos' bed. Thus, he summoned all his character experience cards in his mind, feeling a sense of relief at the sight of a plethora of gored baby cards. Should a confrontation arise, he would have no choice but to fight valiantly. As a sensation of spatial dislocation enveloped him, Zhou realized he had arrived in Asgard, standing before two armored figures. One, Heimdall, a dark-skinned guardian afflicted with cataracts, and the other, Odin, the one-eyed, bearded god, brandishing a golden spear, his cape billowing as if caught in an unseen wind, signifying his supreme status across the 9 realms. Zhou tightened his grip on the hammer, steeling himself, and addressed Odin with utmost respect. Greetings, King Odin. I come on behalf of my master, the supreme sorcerer. Ancient One. Even as Zhou prepared himself for the gravest of encounters, he chose to wield the banner of authority. The ring he held could at least affirm his identity, and the teleportation spells were indeed teachings of the Ancient One. Even if the Ancient One were to appear, she would find no fault in his presence. Odin furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure flickering across his aged visage. After casting a glance at the suspended ring on Zhou's left hand, he forcefully struck the ground with his spear of eternity, creating a resounding thud. Yet, the sound that ought to reverberate throughout Asgard failed to capture anyone's attention. The world seemed to transform into a kaleidoscope, the floor beneath Odin appearing as shattered glass. Odin, it has been quite a while. What mischief has my unreliable apprentice committed to incite your ire? A neutral-toned female voice emanated from behind Zhou as the Ancient One, clad in a yellow robe, materialized, swiftly drawing both Odin and Zhou into a mirror dimension of her own creation. Ah, Ancient One, how delightful to see you again. It appears this young man, capable of wielding Mjolnir, is indeed your disciple. I must say, he is a promising candidate for the future Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One remarked, a rare smile gracing her features. With a gentle wave of her hand, she cast Zhou aside. 2 figures, a bald man and an elderly gentleman, whispered conspiratorially behind Zhou. Mustering his courage, Zhou employed his supervision to decipher their conversation through lip reading, a fundamental skill for Hydra operatives. However, even with enhanced sight, the shapes of their lips remained elusive. As Ancient One waved her hand again, Zhou felt a gentle tap on his head, prompting him to shift his gaze and abandon his attempts to eavesdrop. 3 minutes later, Ancient One retrieved Thor's hammer from Zhou's grasp. Odin cast the hammer back to earth, giving Zhou a meaningful glance. Without the hammer, Zhou's battle armor vanished, and he found himself clad in a suit once more. Gaining newfound boldness, he addressed Odin. Odin, is it? Earth is not your Asgardian dumping ground. Disposing of your rubbish here incurs a fine of $50, and I shall issue you a citation. With a resounding thump, Ancient One tapped Zhou's head once more, rendering him unconscious as he peacefully collapsed to the ground, eliciting a flicker of surprise from Odin. Is this how you and your disciple have always interacted? A child who refuses to heed authority must be disciplined. Your parenting style will surely raise nothing but incompetence, Ancient One retorted, showing no regard for Odin's feelings. Although she typically refrained from meddling in others' family matters, Odin's casual tossing of Thor and Mjolnir onto Earth granted her the right to speak. Odin replied with a sigh, "You, with no children of your own, dare to lecture me on parenting? Clearly, you are unaware of the caliber of the Odinson lineage. A child of the Odinson family may forgo life, but cannot live without purpose. My eldest daughter Hela is a war fanatic, my eldest son Thor is a reckless brute, and my adopted son Loki is a master of deceit, perpetually scheming for power." Ignoring Odin's sour expression, Ancient One cheerfully opened the portal and dragged Zhou by the scruff of his neck into it. Upon awakening, Zhou found himself in a vast library, where the Ancient One sat cross-legged on a mat, a steaming cup of tea before him. "Awake now? Where am I?" he inquired. "You are in the library of Kamartash, and I fear you shall spend a considerable time here," replied the Ancient One, with a mere gesture of his hand. A book soared from the shelves and landed before Zhou. "Because you nearly jeopardized the trials of the Asgardian prince, I must impose a punishment upon you. Otherwise, I would have no explanation for Odin. Thus, until Thor returns to Asgard, you are to occupy yourself with reading." Zhou exclaimed. Oh, you are imprisoning me here. What will become of my sense of justice?" Ancient One, if Odin's actions cause any detriment to Earth, I shall surely issue him a fine in Asgard, even if he is the king of the gods. Chapter 55. All right, so this is how you're going to play it? Zhou gazed at the books before him, feeling a throbbing headache. As a genuine brute, he harbored a deep aversion to studying. Since the establishment of Kamartash, countless formidable sorcerers had emerged, and their greatest achievement lay in documenting the fruits of their lifelong research. Some works were mature, while others remained unrefined. Successes coexisted with failures. Coupled with the vast collection of spell books amassed by the Ancient One over the years, this created an expansive library. However, the origins of these magical tomes could all be traced back to the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. This tome served as an encyclopedia of white magic, encompassing spells of defense, offense, healing, time manipulation, dimensional sealing, and nearly every realm of white magic. One could find answers to nearly all inquiries within its pages. Moreover, the contents were automatically updated in accordance with the will of the Vishanti, even generating new incantations tailored to specific threats. In essence, this book could never be fully read. Now, the Ancient One had tasked Zhou with studying the Book of Vishanti, an endeavor that seemed insurmountable. Just as individuals possess differing physical constitutions, some may excel in certain areas of study, while Zhou was particularly lopsided in his academic pursuits. Upon first encountering the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D, an overwhelming influx of knowledge surged into his mind, even unlocking the portal to the sacred dimension, leaving a cruciform mark on his left hand that deeply bound him to the realm of the divine. The Ancient One stood beside him at that moment, yet did not intervene. Instead, she cast a simple concealment spell to shroud the potent aura of the sacred dimension emanating from Zhou. He felt as if his very soul had been cleansed, filled with thoughts of executing justice. Were it not for the Ancient One's restraint, he might have prepared to open a portal to issue a summons to Odin. However, the Ancient One informed Zhou that this was both a blessing and a curse. The blessing was that the mark he bore, known as the Holy Sign, was a bestowed ability in certain parallel worlds, signifying the endorsement of angels and their will. Moreover, those bearing the Holy Sign could never again be entwined with the dark dimension. Apart from white magic, they would be unable to wield any other form of magic. The good news was that Zhou would no longer need to study any magic beyond white magic, which he would never master anyway. The bad news was that the realm of white magic was vast and seemingly inexhaustible. "Teacher, how much longer must I remain in Kamartash?" Zhou lamented, overwhelmed by boredom. Reading did nothing to enhance his intellect, but rather drained his vitality. He could only lie on the floor like a salted fish, hoping the Ancient One would release him from the library. He had already been confined for half a month. Thor had returned to Asgard, shattering the Bifrost and severing all connections. In just a few days, Captain America would be unearthed from the Arctic, and the Avengers would soon embark on a new mission. While he remained trapped in the library, utterly powerless, Ancient One smiled gently as she gazed at Zhou before her, feeling assured that she had not erred in her choice of disciple. This little one, endowed with an innate affinity for the sacred dimension, had been personally selected and bestowed with a holy mark by the Emperor of Wei-Shan. Alas, it was a pity that he would never ascend to become the greatest supreme mage. However, this did not deter her resolve to abandon her duties and leave, firmly deciding to make Zhou the unwitting pawn in her plans. "Have you finally come to a realization?" she inquired. "What am I supposed to understand?" He replied, "To become a supreme mage. I refuse." "Then continue your studies. You shall not be permitted to leave until you have completed the tome of the Emperor of Wei-Shan." Zhou thought to himself, feeling no different from that certain individual in Fengxian County. Would he be released only after the chickens had pecked all the grains? The dogs had licked the plate clean, and the oil lamp extinguished the iron lock? Teacher, I am not suited to be a supreme mage. How can one be a supreme mage if they can only wield white magic? Zhou resolved to struggle a little longer. Compared to Dr. Strange, he felt his own talents paled in comparison. At least Strange could navigate the vast ocean of knowledge. Even in slumber, his soul ventured forth to learn. But for Zhou, the mere act of studying would cause his soul to leave his body. Was there any parity in this? If you refuse to become a supreme mage, how can I rest easy in my demise? If I do not perish, how shall I rid myself of this dark energy? If this energy remains, you shall have the audacity to scold me repeatedly. Who could endure that? Ancient One leisurely sipped her tea. Having previously caught Zhou sneaking away thrice, each time bringing him back. After the third attempt, he had lost his composure, pointing an accusatory finger at her and lamenting that stealing another's energy was wrong, even if the energy belonged to the soul master of darkness, or even if it were a matter of commerce. Ancient One remained silent, simply retaliating with force. 3 days later, Zhou declared that the Dark Dimension's Lord, Dormammu, harbored ill intentions and sought his demise. The Supreme Mage, Ancient One, deemed his energy a sign of respect. In the future, should time permit, he would compose a tome to honor her, the first chapter titled The Supreme Mage's Ingenious Acquisition of the Birthday Tribute. Will you die? Such a notion is merely a ruse to deceive me. Do not deceive yourself. Even if your body loses vitality, your soul is destined to endure eternally, is it not? Zhou closed the tome of the Emperor of Weishan with a huff and retorted, at least I hail from another world. You falling from the rooftop and meeting your end. Are you sure you wish to slander me? Ancient One gently set down her teacup, her garment subtly shifting as she moved. Zhou felt an involuntary shiver run through him, a twinge of pain at the base of his spine, and he mounted a zipper across his lips, signaling his vow of silence. The Supreme Sorcerer's lineage indeed embodies a legacy of nonchalance and lethargy. Now, the Ancient One wishes to delegate responsibilities to me, while the future Doctor Strange, having glimpsed the outcome of victory, opts to relinquish the Time Stone. By doing nothing, he believes he can emerge triumphant in the ultimate battle, simultaneously shedding the burdens of responsibility and appointing the Librarian Wog as the new Supreme Sorcerer. Such cunning. I could assume the mantle of the Supreme Sorcerer as well. After all, the Ancient One simply seeks to evade her duties. I shall take it on for now and later pass it on to Strange. What could go wrong? Regardless, I shall embrace this role. At this moment, Zhou has resolved to bear this weight. As long as the Ancient One is no longer present, I can wield my freedom as I wish. I refuse to believe that a mere specter can dictate my fate. Very well, this is the Eye of Agamotto. I shall take my leave. The Ancient One removed the eye from her neck and placed it around Zhou's, then collapsed onto the ground, departing with remarkable finality. Zhou, well? Is this how we are playing it? Chapter 56. Wait for me. I shall annihilate you. Who was it? Juan. Quickly change the Wi-Fi password for Camartage to GY cell 6666. Inform the kitchen to prepare the meat. Tonight we feast. The Supreme Sorcerer has perished, and Camartage is disbanded from this day forth. Without casting a glance at the fallen Ancient One, Zhou rose from the ground and hurried towards the door, calling out to Wang stationed outside, ready to arrange matters for the Ancient One's demise. The Ancient One's act of feigning death was woefully inadequate. Any onlooker could discern the ruse. Since he had little else to occupy his time, he might as well indulge her in this charade. Bang! A hand forcefully pressed against Zhou's back, expelling his soul from his corporeal form once more. His body crashed heavily onto the wooden floor of the library, only to be drawn back into himself 3 seconds later. Though it appeared inconsequential, he had effectively died for 3 seconds. Rising from the ground, Zhou noticed that his necklace was missing. The Eye of Agamotto had once again been reclaimed by the Ancient One. He turned to face her, who wore an expression of discontent, and with utmost respect, he bowed. Greetings, esteemed sorceress, I am Zhou, the Supreme Sorcerer of Camartage. Might I see your identification? The Ancient One said nothing but drew Zhou into the mirror dimension. 3 minutes later, resembling a lifeless dog, Zhou emerged from the mirror dimension, affirming that the moment to assume the mantle of Supreme Sorcerer was not yet upon him. The situation with Hydra was too precarious. One must love their craft. Only after resolving the Hydra predicament could he consider taking up the Supreme Sorcerer's baton. Otherwise, even if the Ancient One were to slay him, he would not acquiesce. The Ancient One wielded the power of the Time Stone. Glimpsing a future timeline devoid of Zhou, she nodded in silent agreement. After all, Hydra's demise was imminent, and this brief respite was bearable. Upon witnessing her consent, Zhou's stigmata glimmered slightly, invigorating him as he stood upright. With a flourish of his hand, he opened a portal, casting a final glance at the bald-headed Ancient One. A flicker of reluctance crossed his mind. Although the past few weeks had been arduous, filled only with books, she had treated him with far more diligence than she did Strange. Remaining steadfastly by his side, he could pose any question at will, as if she were a personal tutor solely dedicated to him. Of course, there was also the matter of preventing his escape. Capturing him once was already exhausting. Goodbye, teacher. Once I have vanquished Hydra, I shall return to assume the mantle of Supreme Sorcerer. Go, the Ancient One replied, shaking her head in resignation as she watched the portal Zhou used to depart close behind him. It seemed she would have to continue in her role as Supreme Sorcerer for a while longer. She would endure. Upon arriving back at his apartment, Zhou finally sensed the essence of home. Spotting a package resting on the coffee table, his mind briefly faltered, questioning whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong abode. Zhou, oh, is the delivery service this professional now? With no one at home to place it on the coffee table, Zhou finally confirmed that the parcel addressed to him was indeed his upon seeing his name on it. Utilizing his supervision, he peered inside the package and discovered it contained merely a brand new mobile phone. Satisfied that it posed no danger, he proceeded to unbox the parcel Tony had sent him. To his surprise, the phone was rather impressive, reminiscent of the intelligent devices from the world before. Clearly, Tony had heeded his suggestions. The design was sleek and minimalist. As he plugged in the charger and powered on the device, a call from Tony came through. Mr. Zhou, long time no see. I heard you were abducted by aliens. Is it true? Tony's voice radiated joy, indicating that he had recently enjoyed considerable financial success. Zhou couldn't help but smile. Hearing the voice of this flamboyant playboy lifted his spirits. The prosperity of Stark Industries was akin to his own financial gain, for otherwise, his bank account would barely suffice for groceries, which was quite disheartening. From your tone, I can tell the mobile project is profitable. How much is my dividend? Also, did you hear about my alien abduction from that egghead? In addition to the phone, my arc reactor power supply project is ready as well. Tonight, all the electricity for Stark Tower will be independently supplied by the arc reactor I constructed. From now on, I shall be a true energy mogul, and I assure you, the dividends will be satisfactory. Tony proudly elaborated on his recent endeavors, inadvertently revealing a critical timeline. Stark Tower's independent power supply signaled that the New York battle was imminent. Nick Fury, that egghead, was likely delving into the Tesseract once more, especially with Loki and the Mind Stone now on Earth. Nick merely said you were headed to New Mexico and then got abducted by aliens. But knowing you are a sorcerer, I believed you would surely escape their clutches. Thus, I placed a phone in your apartment, anticipating your return if you managed to break free. Once you power it on, Jarvis will inform me. Not that I was captured by aliens, but rather that I was learning from my magic mentor. Zhou recalled the grueling nature of his studies. A dull ache forming in his head. Had it not been for the stigmata on his hand, this endeavor would have been a complete loss. I will elaborate further when I have the time. My phone is about to explode with calls. The screen displayed incoming calls from Nick Fury and Minister Alexander at the same time. He ended Tony's call and answered Alexander's. His future focus would undoubtedly be on the Hydra organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. Nearly a toy. As soon as the call connected, Alexander's deep voice resonated in Zhou's ear. Zhou, how dare you go missing for half a month? Are you plotting to betray the organization? After enduring great difficulty, I finally escaped from that infernal abyss, only to receive your call immediately thereafter. If I were to betray the organization, why would I engage in conversation with you, Commander? Zhou gently tapped 3 times on the receiver, with 2 short intervals followed by a longer one. This was a coded message used by Hydra during telephone communications, indicating that the conversation environment was unsafe and posed a risk of exposure, thus advising Alexander to exercise caution in his words. Naturally, Alexander understood the code, yet his voice betrayed no sign of change. Nick has just mislaid the Tesseract. You must go and ascertain what transpired, along with your own matters. Submit 2 reports to me. Understood, Commander. Just after hanging up from Alexander, Lu Dan's call came through once more. However, before Nick could utter a word, Zhou abruptly interrupted him. Is it you, Zhou? Have you returned from Asgard? Do you realize the monumental folly you have committed? Humanity is on the brink of extinction because of you. Zhou cleared his throat softly and then, summoning all his strength, shouted into the receiver. Is the Tesseract something you can toy with at will? You wait. I am coming to put an end to you. Chapter 57. From this moment onwards, you shall assume the role of commander, and any ensuing troubles shall be your burden to bear upon the specialized spacecraft of S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhou, arms crossed and a scowl upon his face, directed a discontented gaze towards the somewhat awkward Nick Fury. Dr. Banner and Natasha sat on the steps nearby, observing the spectacle, while the brawny Captain America, Steve, was also present. Banner had been retrieved from India by Natasha after the chaos on Broadway. He had sought refuge in the slums of India, aiding the impoverished in their ailments. However, his movements had always been under S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance, though they chose not to disturb him. Now, with the cosmic cube snatched by Loki and Hawkeye abducted through the energy of the Mind Stone, the initially unripe Avengers initiative was hastily thrust into action. Steve, too, was swept along, having been unearthed from the Arctic glaciers. Thanks to the potent vitality bestowed by the super soldier serum, he remained alive even after 70 years of cryostasis. Awakening from a prolonged slumber to discover a world utterly transformed from that of 7 decades prior. He had been misled by a certain egghead to S.H.I.E.L.D. Finding himself aboard this aerial carrier and realized that the world had indeed changed, aircraft carriers could now soar through the sky. Upon boarding the carrier, he was met with Suzhou's predatory demeanor, initially mistaking him for the superior of the egghead. It was only after Zhou cordially introduced himself that Steve recalled who he was. His fan, Coulson, had once informed him of an agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. whose integrity surpassed his own, someone with whom he would surely become fast friends. It appeared that Coulson had not misled him after all. The distance between Zhou and Nick Fury diminished to the point where their foreheads nearly touched. Typically, such proximity between two individuals either heralded an impending conflict or an intimate gesture. So, during your study of the cosmic cube, you inadvertently opened a portal that summoned Loki. And despite your numbers, you could not best him, allowing him to abscond with the cube? More or less, Loki possesses a mysterious scepter capable of controlling others, directly manipulating Clint and that doctor. Eric, was it? Indeed. And who bears direct responsibility for this debacle? I do. Then I may proceed. Zhou promptly discarded his suit jacket, drawing a firearm from beneath his arm and pressing it against the egghead's head, while brandishing a pair of handcuffs in his left hand and promptly securing them onto the egghead. Nick Fury, I arrest you in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used as evidence in court. Banner. Oh, Steve, Natasha. The two newcomers were witnessing Zhou's audacity for the first time, genuinely daring to aim a gun at his superior. Especially for veterans like Steve, during World War II, should a subordinate dare to point a weapon at their superior, they would have been met with a hail of bullets from their comrades, such as the nature of a mutiny. However, upon closer examination, Zhou's actions bore no fault. His unwavering integrity was almost frightening. Steve had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of the Tesseract, which the Red Skull had utilized to forge formidable weapons 70 years prior. Such a perilous object ought to remain eternally submerged in the Arctic Ocean, let alone be subjected to further study. Thus, Steve felt a certain satisfaction in imparting a lesson to that scoundrel. Yet Natasha was unfazed. She had long anticipated this day would come for the egghead. Moreover, she believed Zhou had shown restraint this time, perhaps having tempered his aggression through the study of magic. For this was not the first instance where he had brandished a gun at the egghead. Previously, he had acted on trivial matters, and now, with Nick Fury having stirred such significant trouble, she had half expected Zhou to execute the egghead on the spot. The astonishment was not confined to just the three of them. A multitude of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surrounded them. After all, Zhou had taken action right in the command room of the airborne aircraft carrier. Yet, upon realizing that the perpetrator was Zhou, the notorious fool known to both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, everyone instinctively turned their heads away, pretending not to witness the unfolding scene. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents thought it prudent not to provoke this harbinger of chaos. What would the director do to them? The Hydra agents mused that the current undercover tactics were markedly different from their own, and it was no wonder he could mingle so easily with the director. Perhaps they could persuade Zhou to conduct a lecture on undercover strategies. Nick Fury, gazing at the silver bracelet on his wrist, felt a throbbing headache. Yet he couldn't help but reflect on how much gentler Zhou seemed to have become. In his mind, Zhou ought to have shoved the barrel of the gun into his mouth. Venturing into the realm of the unknown invariably demands a price. Which is why I sought out Dr. Banner, the foremost expert on gamma rays in the world, for the Tesseract is a potent source of gamma radiation. If he would lend his assistance, we would surely uncover, bang. A bullet whizzed past Nick's scalp, striking the wall and igniting a shower of sparks. In an instant, everyone fell into a state of combat readiness. Nearly all agents drew their weapons, only to sheepishly return them upon receiving a stern glare from Zhou. Acting as if nothing had transpired, Banner rose from his seat, only to find Natasha tugging at his sleeve, silently mouthing several words before he complied and sat down. The gestures conveyed a message. It's all right. Zhou knows what he is doing. Steve, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, approached Zhou. Hesitating before speaking, Zhou, do you think you might be going a bit too far? Let us discuss this calmly instead of resorting to gunfire. Yet, Zhou did not cast a glance at Steve, merely directing a frigid gaze towards the boiled egg. A wrong deed must be met with accountability, if suspension is warranted. So be it. If one must face a military tribunal, then let it be. Even if the Tesseract were to be retrieved in the end, your transgressions would still stand. As for how the judge may rule, that is of no concern to me. However, you presently lack the authority to issue commands here. Do you understand? Steve, incredible. If the S.H.I.E.L.D were filled with individuals like Zhou, how could America not reclaim its former greatness? Nick Fury wished to counter Zhou's assertions, yet amidst the lingering scent of gunfire, he prudently chose silence, only to find himself ushered into the confinement chamber by Zhou. Zhou, confining the director is one matter, but now there is no one to oversee the situation. Coulson scratched his head, feeling a sense of ominous foreboding. In this place, the agent with the highest rank takes precedence. Who holds that title? I do. From this moment forth, you shall be the commander. Should any issues arise, you shall bear the consequences. Coulson. Huh? Chapter 58. The Avengers, the First Mission, Departure. Zhou decided to appoint Coulson as the commander of the aircraft carrier, a proposal that received unanimous approval from all present. As long as the one bearing the blame was not themselves, it mattered little who took the lead. Moreover, Coulson had diligently served for many years and held a respectable position. Thus, he was more than qualified to act as the temporary leader. Zhou. We have located Loki's whereabouts in Berlin, Germany. Natasha, manipulating a tablet, brought up the camera feed. Loki's strikingly handsome face was momentarily overshadowed by his ostentatious suit, which was indeed hard to miss. What are we waiting for? Prepare the plane. We must depart immediately. You can't do that, Natasha replied, mimicking Zhou's gesture for opening a portal by drawing circles in the air with an odd expression. Why not just open a portal and go? It would take hours to fly there. I have never been to Berlin, and I cannot sense Loki's presence. Recklessly opening a portal could lead to complications. However, since you've suggested it, I shall give it a try. Zhou was correct. His current ability to open portals was limited to targets memorized in his mind or those he could sense with his mental energy. Unlike Ancient One, who could open portals wherever she wished and traverse vast distances across the universe, Zhou still had much to practice. What a good question. The observer might ponder. How does one train to become a master like Ancient One? Zhou was indifferent. He had no intention of practicing. Those with systems did not need to learn. What a waste of time. He would simply wait until he could acquire useful skills. For now, his current portal sufficed. He had no plans for interdimensional travel, nor even a desire to visit outer space. Drawing forth the suspended ring from his spatial ring, Zhou closed his eyes to begin sensing Loki's aura. Though clad in an appropriately tailored suit, there was an inexplicable air that suggested he was a sorcerer. Steve, observing Zhou's enigmatic behavior, found himself perplexed. Agent Romanoff. What is Zhou doing? I know nothing of sorcery, and I can't assist you, Natasha replied. Best not to concern yourself with him. Rather than watching Zhou, you might as well change your clothes. With a wink at Steve, Natasha departed with Dr. Banner. They had located Loki, yet the Tesseract remained elusive. Dr. Banner needed to return to his laboratory. After all, it was a waste to confine a man with 7 doctoral degrees to merely transforming into a mindless green giant to smash things. Steve pondered for a moment and realized that Natasha's words held some truth. He could only shake his head in resignation, feeling that the world had changed too rapidly. 70 years ago, a super soldier could determine the outcome of wars, yet now even wizards, a profession once confined to myth, had emerged. Moreover, this particular wizard was a righteous agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Where could one find reason in such absurdity? A wizard, indeed? One could only wonder if you were akin to Gandalf. After being frozen for 70 years, how could you possibly know of Gandalf? Suddenly, Zhou opened his eyes and startled Steve with a single remark, only to calm down upon seeing Zhou grinning at him. I read The Hobbit when it was published in 1937. Bucky lent it to me. Oh, by the way, you don't know who Bucky is. He is I know. Sergeant Barnes' name appears alongside yours in the museum. If you have the time, do pay a visit to your own memorial museum. The renovations are quite splendid. Zhou's smile grew even broader as he contemplated the potential future of Winter Soldier and Steve engaging in a tumultuous love-hate relationship. The thought filled him with immense joy. Such exhilarating entertainment was a rare treat. He made a mental note to arrange things well for them. Captain, don your battle attire. I have located Berlin. All right. A minute later, Captain America emerged, clad in a snug costume adorned with the national flag, his vibranium shield in hand. Yet, what captivated attention most was not the shield, but the American posterior accentuated by the form-fitting outfit. Captain, is that costume not too tight? It's tolerable. Will you not change? Wearing a suit would hinder your movements. Steve adjusted himself, discovering that despite the tightness, the fabric conformed perfectly to his physique without impeding his agility. Though it did feel a tad too snug around his behind. Zhou shook his head and lifted his jacket to reveal his dual pistols. I am now a civilized individual. Ordinarily, I prefer not to engage in fisticuffs. Is that so? If those words were to reach Abomination, he might curse you from behind bars. Natasha appeared next, donned in her black bodysuit, the same one she wore at Hammer Industries. Her deep neckline remained as enigmatic as ever, but upon comparison, while Natasha's hourglass figure was indeed striking, it was evident that Steve, the super soldier, surpassed her in the department of posterior prominence. To be fair, I did not strike him with my fists, rather. He had grasped my leg and slammed me against the ground repeatedly. Zhou recalled some rather unpleasant memories, and after exhaling onto the hovering ring and wiping it, he realized it was his first time opening such a long-distance portal, which left him feeling somewhat uncertain. He raised his left hand adorned with the hovering ring, while his right hand prepared to inscribe a circle. Suddenly, a burst of rock music emanated from the radio, causing Zhou to pause his movements and gaze at the sky outside the starship. "Hey, Romanov, have you missed me?" A golden-red figure descended from the heavens, crashing onto the landing pad of the starship. Zhou and his companions exited the vessel. Though the external atmosphere was thin, it was hardly a challenge for them. Even Natasha, who had undergone bodily modifications, otherwise she could not have earned the moniker of Black Widow. "Mr. Stark?" "Captain." Tony did not lift his iron mask, for his physical prowess could not compare to that of the trio. Prior to arriving at the starship, he had reviewed the profiles of this Avengers member. Steve naturally recognized that Tony was the son of his old friend Howard, and thus addressed him as Mr. Stark, providing a semblance of familiarity in this strange era. There will be plenty of time for pleasantries later. For now, let us capture that scoundrel Loki. Zhou interjected between the two titans of the Avengers, waving his hand to open a portal. Steve tightened the strap of his shield, took a deep breath, and declared, "Avengers, first mission, let us move out." Chapter 59, Such a Weak God. After Steve delivered his awkward line that left everyone feeling embarrassed, he strode confidently into the portal. Zhou felt a sudden darkness envelop him, as if he had been transported into a spacious three-bedroom apartment within his own shoes. If only Steve uttered such phrases before every action, he mused, he would soon become a real estate magnate in America. "Captain, does he always speak like this?" Tony's expression was quite amusing, though concealed behind his iron mask, making it invisible to others. "Don't ask me. I've only known him for a little over an hour longer than you." Zhou shrugged at Tony before stepping through the portal. Once all four of them had crossed over, they found themselves atop a grand building. Below, in the plaza, several identical Lokis encircled a large crowd, brandishing the scepter adorned with the Mind Stone, proclaiming their iconic line, "Meow, kneel." Steve observed the strange yet somewhat familiar surroundings and remarked, "The last time I was in Germany, it was to battle the greatest demon of the 20th century. I never expected that this time, with the aid of magic, I would face deities from the north. Captain, while you ponder here, it would be more prudent to descend and apprehend Loki," Zhou interjected. Brandishing a sniper rifle that he had summoned, the scope firmly trained on Loki's head. Loki's arrogant proclamation had provoked an elderly man within the crowd, inciting Loki to prepare for a violent confrontation. "If you don't apprehend him, I can always shoot to kill. Natasha knows my subordinates rarely leave alive. Hold off on the lethal force. We should aim to capture him alive," Steve replied before leaping from the rooftop. He executed several acrobatic rolls as he descended, ultimately landing to intercept the energy beam emitted from Loki's scepter. The energy returned to Loki, striking him squarely and sending him spiraling into a flower bed. Peeking out from behind his unscathed vibranium shield, Steve felt undeniably heroic, momentarily forgetting the tight suit he wore and his distinctly American physique. "The last time I was in Germany, there was a mad and like you attempting to rule over everyone, a soldier from America." Loki struggled to rise from the flower bed, inadvertently adorned with inconspicuous bits of grass and twigs that gave him the appearance of a fawn freshly emerged from the forest. Steve hurled his shield at Loki, but soon found himself on the receiving end of a beating, primarily due to the stark disparity in their physical capabilities. Despite Loki being tossed around by Hulk, his formidable strength was something that Steve simply could not contend with, even after undergoing the enhancement of the super soldier serum. The physical prowess of humans and Asgardians remains distinct, resulting in a near one-sided brawl. Captain America seems to be struggling against Bambi. "Zhou, are you not considering lending him a hand?" Tony, with his visor raised, curiously peeks over the rooftop to witness the spectacle. Although Steve is a dear friend of his father, by the time Tony came into the world, Steve had already become a frozen statue in the Arctic, leaving little camaraderie between them. Bang! Without responding to Tony's inquiry, Zhou decisively pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle and a bullet struck Loki squarely in the neck. The ordinary sniper bullet, while not inflicting significant harm on Loki, still delivered enough kinetic energy to send him sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, Steve brought his shield crashing down onto Loki's face. The crowd, previously under Loki's control, erupted into terrified screams as they fled. The cries of several muscular men ringing out most loudly, far more piercing than those of their female companions who had accompanied them to the gala. In no time, the square was deserted. Meanwhile, Tony, maneuvering his armor, landed deftly beside Steve and unleashed a repulsor blast at Loki, promptly displaying all his weapons aimed at the disheveled god. "Bambi, you are under arrest." Dazed, Loki clambered to his feet, realizing the Mind Stone had fallen into Steve's possession. Reluctantly, He raised his hands in surrender, his ostentatious helmet vanishing, yet a sinister smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, revealing the thoughts swirling within his mind. Bang! Another gunshot echoed, and Loki's head tilted, peacefully resting on the ground. Steve. Oh, Tony. Suzhou's methods are ruthless. He didn't even consider leaving a living witness after the surrender. That bullet struck Loki's temple directly. Had it not been for the resilience of the Asgardian body, even 10 Lokis would have met their demise. A portal materialized as Zhou and Natasha emerged from its depths, though Natasha's expression was one of exasperation. She felt as though her outfit had been rendered useless, having accomplished little in the process. You two aren't professionals, so you tend to hold back during a mission. However, with someone like Loki, who clearly intends to cause chaos, it is imperative to deny him the chance to speak. Zhou elegantly approached Loki, grasping his pant leg and dragging him as though he were a lifeless dog, heading towards the portal he had opened. Just then, a radiant beam of light descended from above, obstructing the portal. Moments later, a golden-haired warrior clad in armor appeared, wielding a silver hammer. Indeed, it was Thor, the god of thunder, transported from Asgard by Heimdall using dark energy. As Thor beheld Loki being dragged across the ground by Zhou, his eyes widened in astonishment. Grasping his hammer, he strode purposefully towards Zhou, voicing no words as he launched an assault. With a powerful swing aimed at Zhou's chest, Zhou remained unperturbed, employing bullet time to position Loki before him as a shield. The resounding clang echoed like the tolling of a great bell as Loki's visage collided intimately with the mighty hammer of the thunder god. Zhou, still clutching Loki by the legs, wielded him like a weapon, spinning him gracefully in the air before hurling him towards Thor. In that moment, Zhou found himself reminiscing about Loki's helmet, contemplating how the addition of 2 formidable hooks to the hammer might enhance its lethality. Indifferent to Loki's fate, he engaged in combat with Thor as though wielding a mere club. Having lived for 1,500 years, Thor had never before witnessed such audacity in battle. Erupting in fury as he bellowed, "Mortal, how dare you treat a god in such a manner? Who is the god here? Is it this feeble club I hold? Truly, a god of such weakness." Chapter 60. I have even more thrilling moves to show you. Zhou's audacious maneuvers not only left Tony and the others utterly astonished, but also posed a significant challenge for Thor. However, Zhou found the weapon in his hand to be rather unwieldy. Although it possessed considerable offensive capability, it felt rather limp, akin to a 3-section staff. Yet, Zhou had no knowledge of wielding such a versatile weapon. The sorcerers of Kamartaj were trained in the use of similar implements, but Zhou had never participated in such training. Most of his time at Kamartaj was spent locked away in the library, where apart from the Ancient One, he had only encountered the rotund librarian. His days were filled with reading, eating, sleeping, and sipping tea, resembling a prison sentence. Had the Ancient One tailored her teaching methods to his strengths, and instead of confining him to books, allowed him to practice weaponry or spar with the sorcerers, Zhou would have undoubtedly emerged as the supreme sorcerer by now. Steve, witnessing Zhou's first display of skill, was left dumbfounded. After all, Zhou had only showcased his marksmanship and had not donned any special combat attire, merely dressed in a tailored suit. The timing and precision of his 2 shots demonstrated that he was indeed an exceptional sniper. Yet, judging by Zhou's current performance, his physical prowess appeared to rival that of Steve, the super soldier himself. Could it be that Agent Zhou had also been injected with the super soldier serum? According to Zhou's own explanation, his abilities stemmed from a mysterious power of the East, which he attributed entirely to magic. Natasha found herself somewhat bored, pondering that on their next mission with Zhou, she should bring along some snacks, at the very least a small stool, as standing to watch the spectacle was rather tiresome. However, her explanations clearly failed to convince Steve. Magic? Could magic truly bestow such formidable physical capabilities? Do you understand magic? Not really. Then do you think I understand magic? Probably not. Yet Zhou genuinely does, so should one believe his explanations? Unless at this moment you can find another individual well-versed in magic, you must accept Zhou's rather foolish claim that one could grow stronger simply by drawing lots. Steve, how compellingly logical. I find myself at a loss for words. At that moment, Loki unleashed a rocket-powered hammer that struck Thor, causing a brief moment of enforced disorientation. The mighty Mjolnir slipped from Thor's grasp, landing heavily on the concrete floor with a dull thud. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou hurled Loki away, or rather, forcibly placed Thor's unconscious brother into his embrace, while he himself grasped the handle of Mjolnir. Thor, steadied by the unexpected arrival of the unconscious Loki, turned his gaze towards Zhou, who clutched the hammer tightly. Mortals, you dare to wield the hammer of the thunder god? That weapon belongs solely to the god of thunder. Only those worthy may lift it and command its power. Crack. With a thunderous bolt of lightning descending like a massive bucket, Zhou transformed in an instant, donning armor reminiscent of Thor's. complemented by a flamboyant crimson cape. Moreover, one must admit that Zhou's armor was far more exquisite than Thor's, with scales adorning his arms. Unlike Thor's bare shoulders. Zhou exclaimed, "What a thrill! The sensation of being infused with energy from head to toe is simply exhilarating. If I cannot procure a similar hammer in the future, I shall inevitably seek out the Dwarf King to forge me a weapon of such formidable power. Odin's son. Thor Odinson and Loki Odinson, you both have no business being on Earth. As the future Supreme Sorcerer, I possess the authority to admonish your actions." Zhou tossed Mjolnir playfully in his hands, treating it as though it were an ordinary hammer. Even when Thor extended his hand, attempting to summon the hammer back, it resisted, akin to a girlfriend spirited away by a blonde-haired suitor. At that moment, Loki roused from his stupor, feeling a wave of dizziness and nausea. Only to behold Mjolnir in Zhou's grasp, his mouth agape in disbelief. It was as if he had witnessed his long-admired sister-in-law, not only abandoned by his brother, but also choosing a blonde stranger over him. Despair washed over him as he began to question the very fabric of reality. Loki thought, "Surely, I must be hallucinating. How could there be a third individual capable of lifting Mjolnir, aside from Odin and Thor?" Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he soon realized it was no illusion, plunging him deeper into despair. Thor, realizing he had completely lost control over Mjolnir, felt his eyes redden with fury. Ignoring his brother entirely, he charged at Zhou. Zhou, unceremoniously, struck Thor with a powerful blow, sending him crashing back into Loki. The two brothers tumbled across the ground several times before coming to a halt, lying motionless. It remained uncertain whether it was Zhou's overwhelming force or their own spirit of resistance that had utterly waned. "What is this hammer?" Natasha and her companions inquired, their curiosity piqued by the mighty weapon in Zhou's possession. "This is Mjolnir, the hammer upon which Odin once cast a spell. Whosoever can wield it shall gain the power of the thunder god. Thus, it is not my strength at play. I merely harness the energy inherent in this hammer." A clever thought struck Zhou as he considered the individuals present, several of whom could potentially lift the hammer. In a tactical maneuver, he grasped Natasha's hand and solemnly placed Mjolnir in her palm. Amidst Natasha's astonished gaze, the armor adorning Zhou gradually dissipated, transforming back into a tailored suit. Then, a bolt of lightning struck down, enveloping Natasha in a suit of female armor. Although the details differed from Zhou's previous attire, it was evident that both were products of the same manufacturer. As she felt the explosive power surging within her, Natasha experienced, for the first time, the true essence of strength. "Could I too wield the hammer of Thor? Indeed, from this moment forth, you shall be the world's first female Thor. The monumental task of safeguarding world peace and defending Earth shall henceforth rest upon your shoulders. As for the two extraterrestrials lying over there, I shall promptly incarcerate them." Just as Zhou finished speaking, Thor and Loki lifted their heads, only to witness their beloved hammer being embraced by another, this time, a woman. A sudden heaviness weighed upon their chests, and in an instant, both fainted away. "Is this all it takes to render you unconscious? I have far more exhilarating spectacles yet to unveil." Chapter 61. Perhaps we should find two witnesses of iniquity in the circular glass chamber originally prepared for Hulk. Loki and Thor now found themselves confined within, resembling two kittens just plucked from the depths of water, seeking warmth in each other's embrace. The act of the god of thunder betraying his own has shattered their worldviews. Loki mused that the ambition to dominate the world and ascend as a new sovereign seemed devoid of meaning, while Thor had suffered the pangs of heartbreak. Banner gazed at Natasha, clad in the attire of the Lady Thor, as though he had stumbled upon a new world. "So, it is true that any who can wield this hammer shall gain the might of the thunder god? Yet, what are the precise conditions for lifting this hammer? Does one receive an entire set of Norse battle armor as well? I cannot say, for it was entrusted to me by Zhou. I am capable of lifting it. But the origins of this armor remain a mystery to me." Natasha spoke no falsehood. She genuinely did not comprehend the situation. However, it must be noted that she was somewhat reluctant to part with the hammer. Tony, having shed his iron suit for casual attire, recognized that his current mission was to assist Dr. Banner in locating the Tesseract while simultaneously examining Loki's scepter. This scepter, which possesses the eerie ability to manipulate the minds of others, intrigued him. He hoped that through diligent study, he might uncover a means to break this mental enslavement. Especially since Hawkeye, Dr. Eric, and a multitude of others had fallen under Loki's spell, rescue was imperative. Would you care to give it a try, Banner? After all, I cannot lift it even while clad in my iron suit. It feels as though it is anchored to the earth itself. An X-ray scan yielded no insights, revealing only an ordinary hammer, albeit fashioned from a material yet undiscovered on Earth. Tony gestured for Natasha to set the hammer down, allowing the green giant an opportunity to attempt lifting it. Natasha cast a glance at Zhou, now donned in battle attire, and upon receiving his nod, reluctantly relinquished her grasp on the Thunder God's hammer, which vanished into a cascade of light. Dr. Banner's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He, too, He wanted to ascertain whether he possessed the worthiness to lift this hammer, or perhaps, if this power from another world could aid in curing his affliction as Hulk. Clad in his lab coat, Banner hurried to the side of the hammer, grasping its handle with both hands, yet he found himself unable to lift it. Ultimately, a green hue began to emanate from his skin, prompting Zhou to pull him away from the hammer's vicinity, averting a transformation crisis. Fortunately, within the entire team, I was not the sole one unable to wield the hammer. Banner, this is the kind of weapon that we intellectuals are capable of using, Tony began. But before he could finish his thought, he noticed Steve had effortlessly lifted the hammer, albeit without the accompanying armor of the Thunder God. Yet, he had indeed raised it. Tony exclaimed in astonishment, "You were right, Tony." Dr. Banner nodded seriously, observing Steve, who was immersed in the explosive energy within him. He contemplated that the more innocent one's thoughts, the greater the likelihood of wielding that hammer. Zhou, too, watched with amusement as the group engaged with the hammer. He had long since perused Thor's dossier, including details of how Thor reclaimed his hammer during his studies at the Camartage Library, vanquished the Destroyer armor, and ultimately returned to Asgard. Overall, the narrative aligned closely with the film's plot, but the quest for the hammer took a bit longer after Zhou had lifted it. Odin, feigning slumber, intervened once more. Thus, the hammer did not rest in its original place, yet it was subsequently discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D, which set about its research and investigation. They could not afford to overlook this. Previously, it could have been dismissed as merely an extraterrestrial meteorite landing, but now, with Zhou, a prominent figure in S.H.I.E.L.D, missing, they had to locate him. This matter weighed heavily not only on S.H.I.E.L.D, but also on Hydra, which had its own vested interests. However, until Thor reclaimed the hammer, no significant findings emerged from their research. Even when Coulson attempted to extract information about Zhou's whereabouts from Thor, he was met with the response that Thor had never encountered such an individual, rendering Zhou's fate an unsolved enigma, prompting them to investigate other subjects. Thor's arrival made it clear to S.H.I.E.L.D that adversaries lurked beyond Earth, thereby accelerating their research into energy weapons. Meanwhile, Hydra, already aware of extraterrestrial existence, was eager to delve deeper. After all, weapon developments had already begun yielding results during the era of Red Skull 70 years prior. With a mere hint of information, tangible weaponry could emerge swiftly. Consequently, aboard the entire airborne battleship, an array of weaponry powered by the Tesseract's energy capabilities was present, all of which Zhou had scrutinized with his enhanced vision. "Folks, I have made a new discovery." Zhou clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. S.H.I.E.L.D has concealed some rather egregious activities from us. Otherwise, Loki would not have been drawn here. If it were merely a chance opening of a portal, Loki alone could not conquer Earth. Coincidentally, I have stumbled upon prototypes of certain energy weapons. With a flourish, Zhou traced a circle in the air and reached into the portal, retrieving a black box. Upon opening it, he unveiled an ostentatiously designed firearm, its menacing caliber immediately apparent. "You may not understand the significance of this weapon, but my mentor informed me that its emergence signifies Earth's readiness for interstellar warfare. It is essential to recognize that extraterrestrial beings capable of mastering interstellar travel." Suddenly, Zhou pondered something, tilting his head towards the room where Nick Fury was confined. After a moment of contemplation, he uncovered a significant oversight. Was there, in fact, a Skrull presence aboard this celestial mothership? If so, should they not unearth them at once? Tony, noticing Zhou's peculiar demeanor, prodded him gently at the side, urging him to continue his thoughts. "What do you mean by leaving your statement half-finished?" "I simply believe, perhaps we ought to summon a couple of compromised witnesses." Compromised witnesses? Moments later, a sullen-faced Nick Fury and a heartbroken Thor were brought in. Upon glancing at the newly developed energy weapon displayed on the table, both men erupted in indignation. "Why are you researching such weaponry? It is precisely because of you. Your power is formidable. We must possess means of counteraction. How dare you question your guardians? Damn it." Chapter 62. Experiencing heartbreak thrice in a day, no one can endure it. Observing the two individuals who seemed to be locked in a fierce standoff, the onlookers were sharing blueberries. Yet, only Steve's gaze revealed a hint of concern. He had overheard troubling news from Thor. Loki possessed an extraterrestrial army. How then would they invade Earth? The brief activation of the Tesseract could transport a single individual. But if it were kept open for an extended period, a stable portal could be established, enabling the Chitauri forces to invade. This calamity stemmed from your attempts to harness the Tesseract's energy. My brother was merely drawn to the space stone. Thor passionately echoed Steve's sentiments. From his perspective, while Loki was indeed the architect of this chaos, S.H.I.E.L.D's research into the Tesseract's energy weaponry was also a significant contributing factor. thus absolving his brother of complete blame. Natasha propped a foot on the table, reclining as she regarded the vociferously protesting Thor. However, Loki had descended upon Earth and taken the lives of 80 individuals in just 2 days. Well, he was adopted. We share no blood ties, Thor awkwardly retorted. Once a lofty deity like Loki, Thor found himself humbled after Odin stripped him of his divine powers. After living among humans for a while, he discovered that, despite their shorter lifespans and lesser physical capabilities, they were not so different from Asgardians. This realization allowed him to regard humanity with newfound equality. Zhou remarked, "If it weren't for my telepathy, I would have been oblivious to Thor's thoughts. This foolish child is quite remarkable. He even deceives himself internally. Ultimately, isn't it just his desire for Jane Foster's form? How base." According to Dr. Eric's research manual, to utilize the Tesseract for opening a stable portal, they required additional materials that Agent Barton could procure. However, the vast energy needed to open the gateway was not something readily available everywhere. Dr. Banner continued his work, scrutinizing the data on the computer screen, while Tony joined him in examining the figures. Failing to discern any anomalies, unless one were to consider a nuclear power plant or a hydropower station of the scale of China's Three Gorges Dam. Otherwise, Earth lacked such immense energy sources. "Tony," Zhou interrupted, tapping the arc reactor embedded in his chest. "I recall you mentioning the capabilities of Stark Tower." Damn it. Tony suddenly recalled the substantial arc reactor he had just constructed, which could power the entire tower for over a year. This represented a pure, pollution-free source of immense energy, precisely what Loki had long coveted. Boom. Zhou lightly tapped Tony's head, not applying much force. Yet it produced a crisp sound that caused Tony to crouch on the ground, clutching his head and wailing, exclaiming not to curse. He warned that if Tony spoke again, he would strike him once more. Tony thought, how could this rascal possess a temperament even worse than his own? That hit was rather forceful. Nevertheless, Tony maintained his bravado. Saying nothing, rising from the ground with a red mark on his forehead, and furiously began to type on the keyboard, pinpointing the search for gamma rays in New York. Indeed, he noticed slight fluctuations in the data. Their target was none other than Stark Tower. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted aboard the airship, as one of the 4 kinetic boosting turbines lost power, causing the vessel to tilt precariously, sending nearly everyone sprawling to the floor, save for Zhou, who was already prepared. He deftly leapt up from the floor, evading the jolt. He had already spotted Hawkeye arriving by aircraft, accompanied by a cadre of mercenaries, clearly sent with intention. As for whether the airship would encounter trouble, with Tony aboard, it was assuredly safe. He could fix anything. No need for concern. It was Agent Barton. Come to rescue Loki. Zhou drew his twin pistols, checked the ammunition, and donned his radio earpiece. He turned to strategize, instructing Tony to quickly don his armor and see if he could restore power to the turbine. "Natasha, seek out your old acquaintance. I will handle the intruders. Captain, keep an eye on Thor and Nick Fury while safeguarding Dr. Banner. As long as he refrains from transforming into a green giant, this assault should pose no significant threat." As the only one who remained upright, Zhou earned the trust of everyone in an instant. Even Steve, the natural leader, offered no dissent to Zhou's directives. With S.H.I.E.L.D. in one hand and Thor's hammer in the other, he affirmed his commitment to the mission. "By the way, Thor, if you wish to assist." "Never mind, just stay put." Zhou initially considered assigning Thor a task, perhaps to monitor Loki, but upon witnessing Thor's vacant gaze fixed on Steve's hammer, he deemed it inappropriate to burden him further. After all, enduring 3 heartbreaks in a single day was surely overwhelming. One couldn't expect him to remain entirely sane. Moreover, from the surveillance footage, Zhou observed Loki's reaction mirrored Thor's. Even with Hawkeye executing the plan to rescue him, Loki remained huddled on the ground, clutching his legs, utterly motionless. Zhou refrained from activating the portal, quietly stealthing towards the bridge, as most mercenaries had gravitated in that direction. And he was determined to reap the rewards of justice there. As I sprinted down the corridor with my weapon raised, I still found the time to inform my comrades. "Tony, there are 2 intruders by the 3rd engine, seemingly intent on causing further destruction. I'm donning my battle suit now. I'll handle it shortly. By the way, could you assist me in cracking Coulson's radio channel? I can't seem to reach him." In the midst of our conversation, I arrived at the bridge, the nerve center of the entire aerospace carrier. Agent Hill and Coulson were orchestrating operations here. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that this was not merely a rescue mission for Loki, but a calculated endeavor to annihilate everyone aboard the vessel. Suddenly, with a thunderous clang, a grenade rolled through the doorway and detonated, sending several unfortunate souls flying, including Agent Hill, who was hurled from the command platform. Following this, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, yet perplexingly, the smoke from the explosion dissipated, and no assailants had breached the command center, revealing a rather amateurish display of combat from this group. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed, causing all present to aim their firearms at the entrance, poised to shred any intruder to pieces with their bullets. "Coulson, Do you always encrypt your radio communications? If it weren't for Tony cracking the channel, I would have had a difficult time reaching you. I've dealt with the individuals outside. Instruct them to stow their weapons. There's a mole within the command center. Chapter 63. Fire the gun. Eliminate the butcher. Undercover? Where did this notion of an undercover agent come from? Coulson, disheveled and covered in dust, rose from the ground, instinctively redirecting the muzzle of his handgun to silently aim at the individuals within the bridge command room. However, he was not the only one who heard Suzhou's voice. After Tony had hacked the communication channel, Suzhou's words echoed across a public frequency. Apart from the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, the Hydra infiltrators present reacted with alarm, believing that Suzhou had betrayed them. Consequently, they all trained their weapons on one another, prepared to act at the slightest indication that Zhou was truly threatening them, for there was no escape otherwise. As a rising star among Hydra's undercover operatives, Zhou recognized every face around him. None would escape his reckoning. Bang! A bullet flew into the command room from outside, ricocheting off the console before striking a gun-wielding S.H.I.E.L.D agent in the head, splattering a vivid green ichor across a nearby individual, who, rather than being terrified, exhaled a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing his lips. This individual was none other than the bald Hydra undercover agent, now a level 6 operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. He was the very same bespectacled figure who had appeared at the site of Thor's hammer's fall. From the bullet's trajectory, he deduced that it had been fired by Zhou, clearly not aimed at them. Otherwise, that bullet would have blown his head off, rather than terminating an oddly appearing extraterrestrial. Indeed, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, who had collapsed, swiftly transformed into a green-skinned, point-eared alien, specifically a Skrull masquerading as a human, silently infiltrating the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. While it could not be ruled out that these Skrulls were acting on Nick Fury's orders, it was worth noting that Fury was currently a prisoner. Thus, what benevolence could these Skrulls possibly possess? Zhou appeared clad in a form-fitting black military combat uniform, wisps of smoke still emanating from the barrel of his pistol. Listen closely, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, he announced. I am Zhou. You should be familiar with my name. I have discovered that the helicarrier has been infiltrated by aliens. The one I just eliminated was one of them. They can assume the appearance of anyone, but fortunately, I have now mastered the method to distinguish them. Please remain calm. I will eliminate these extraterrestrials one by one. You cannot proceed in this manner. What if you mistakenly kill an innocent person? How do you identify these aliens? Coulson urgently interposed himself before the muzzle of Zhou's gun, anxiety evident in his eyes. Regardless of Zhou's method for recognizing these aliens, allowing him to fire at what would incite widespread panic aboard the helicarrier, even if there were alien infiltrators. Capturing them now was out of the question, especially as the entire helicarrier was in a precarious descent. However, Zhou seized this moment. Currently, that malevolent egg is being guarded by Steve, and aside from agents Coulson and Hill, no one else would impede him. From Zhou's perspective, swiftly converting these Skrulls into embodiments of justice is the righteous course of action. The method of discernment is quite simple. Allow me to demonstrate. Zhou smiled, then redirected his firearm and fired a shot. The bullet ricocheted off the floor and struck a female S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's hand, creating a gaping hole in her palm, causing the weapon she held to clatter to the ground. Surrounding her wound, a green blood, alien to humanity, began to seep forth. Bang! Zhou fired again, this time obliterating the female agent's head, her lifeless form collapsing to the ground and morphing into a male Skrull. Do you understand? These extraterrestrial beings bleed green when merely wounded, revealing their true forms through the cracks in their disguises, visible to all. Zhou twisted Coulson's head around to observe the Skrull's corpse. In the midst of Coulson's astonished gaze, he replaced the magazine with a new one, addressing everyone present. Now, I ask you all to lower your weapons. Simply trust in me. I shall fire at what I believe to be an alien target. If I am mistaken, I will personally cover your substantial medical expenses, along with 3 months of leave. How does that sound? Upon his utterance, a profound silence enveloped the command room, with everyone exchanging uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Even Coulson was at a loss for words, his mouth agape yet silent. The eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Zhou met, and with an unspoken understanding, S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded and was the first to lower his handgun, proclaiming loudly to everyone, I choose to trust Zhou. He has proven his ability to discern aliens, while we have been utterly incapable of identifying these monsters. Have we not? With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s declaration, the Hydra agents followed suit, relinquishing their firearms. Over half the individuals opted to believe in Zhou, setting down their weapons, rendering those who remained armed rather awkward, as the now disarmed looked at them with suspicion, as if they were the true extraterrestrial threat to Earth. Zhou's aim was now trained upon them, and it appeared that his target was not their arms, but rather their heads. I shall repeat, lower your weapons. A glimmer of fierce determination flashed in Zhou's eyes, exuding an aura of lethal authority that sent the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, who were predominantly administrative staff, into a frenzy, compelling them to drop their weapons. Only 4 individuals held their ground, directing their firearms at Zhou. Shoot him. Kill this butcher, shouted one female agent, pulling the trigger against Zhou. Bang, 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 bang. The echo of 4 gunshots faded, leaving behind the lifeless bodies of 4 Skrulls sprawled on the ground, their heads grotesquely shattered, green blood splattered everywhere. The surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, primarily desk-bound, were jolted by the horrific scene, having never witnessed such terror. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, some collapsing onto the ground in a state of weakness. Skrull infiltration team neutralized, justice points. 10 mission accomplished, Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. Thank you for your trust. Zhou holstered his pistol, offering a gesture of gratitude to the bald agent, who was busy wiping his glasses with a cloth. The green blood proved difficult to clean, sticky and thick, transforming his once ordinary prescription glasses into nearly green-tinted shades. Hearing Zhou call his name, he quickly lifted his head to respond, only to be startled as an arrow whizzed past his ear, embedding itself into the computer behind him. It was Agent Barton, just on the 2nd floor. Chapter 64. I remarked on how tight her dress was, realizing she must have gained some weight. It was Agent Barton, right on the 2nd floor. S.H.I.E.L.D. was understandably startled by the arrow. Had it been aimed just 5 centimeters higher, you would have been meeting Satan by now. Nevertheless, as a seasoned undercover operative, he promptly relayed the enemy's position, disclosing Hawkeye's whereabouts. Just as Zhou was preparing to spring into action to apprehend him, the entire aerial battleship suddenly lurched downwards, sending the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the command room tumbling to the floor. A few unfortunate souls, with weaker nerves, found themselves pinned under the imaginative corpses of the Skrulls, their faces smeared with green blood and brain matter, causing them to faint immediately. The arrow Hawkeye had just released had incapacitated another engine of the aerial battleship, leaving 2 out of 4 engines inoperative, and it was now plummeting uncontrollably. Zhou realized that continuing this way would lead to disaster. If the battleship were to crash, not only would the multitude aboard perish, but those below them would likely meet the same fate. He hurriedly grabbed an operator from the floor and hoisted him onto the control panel, adjusting the flight path towards the sea. We might be about to crash, he exclaimed. The navigation system is down, sir, the operator reported, glancing helplessly at his control panel, utterly lost regarding the flight route. Frustrated, Zhou delivered a sharp rap to the back of his head, causing a buzzing sensation. Keep the sun on the left side of the battleship. Do you understand? Yes, sir, the operator replied, shaken. Zhou abandoned the operator and, using the control panel for leverage, leaped to the 2nd level of the bridge. He spoke into the radio, addressing Tony. Tony, have you fixed the engine on your side? Another engine just failed. If yours isn't repaired, the entire ship is going down. I need some external assistance. I must enter the turbine and give it a push. If you have a moment, could you lend me a hand? The radio crackled with the sound of howling wind, even Tony's helmet failing to completely muffle it. Zhou, utilizing his enhanced vision, observed the direction Clint had fled, which led directly to Loki's cell. Loki could escape, but the aerial battleship must not fall. Natasha was in the vicinity. She should be able to handle Hawkeye, right? After all, during the Civil War, she had never been bested by him. Natasha, Clint is heading towards Loki's cell. I leave him in your capable hands. I'm off to assist Tony. Be careful. He is not holding back now. Are you concerned about me? Have you fallen for me? Natasha teased over the headset, clearly relishing Zhou's concern. She made this remark because she perceived him as a novice in matters of the heart, finally awakening to his feelings. Although Zhou is indeed a lifelong singleton. In America, aside from a few bookworms, a person of his exceptional physique remaining a virgin is as rare as the giant pandas of Sichuan. It cannot be helped. Such is the national condition of the United States. Zhou felt a slight flush on his face, but, unwilling to concede, retorted, Agent Romanoff. Bear in mind that you are currently my personal assistant, and I have already paid you in advance. Should you wish to resign, do remember to return the salary. Oh, do you require me to undress and return it to you? Natasha, far more formidable than this inexperienced youth, delivered her words with a crushing blow to Zhou's composure. Just then, Tony's voice intervened, rescuing Zhou from his befuddlement. I believe your repayment process requires a witness. As your mutual friend, I would gladly assume that role. And if possible, I hope to record the entire event. Zhou mused, it must be Tony. He had certainly enjoyed the company of the 12 cover girls from Playboy magazine each year. However, Natasha was not easily dismissed. With a light smile, she added, of course. Pepper, as my former superior, can also join as a witness. Now it was Tony's turn to feel awkward. He had just established a relationship with Pepper. And while it was fortunate that his indiscretions did not circulate, if they reached Pepper's ears, it would not bode well for him. Tony Stark had resolved to reform himself. Just kidding, purely platonic. Come on, Zhou, I am ready to start activating the fan. Tony deftly shifted the subject, recognizing that Natasha, with her experience, was not someone he could easily outmaneuver. Zhou opened a portal, and before fully crossing through, he raised his hand and shot down a mercenary. Then leisurely proceeded to the chaotic scene, methodically delivering finishing blows to the fallen mercenaries. Tony, I have arrived. What do you require of me? Once I get the fan going, you need to pull the lever, which will reverse the magnetic poles, and then blah blah blah, that's how I can blah blah blah. Tony rambled on for quite a while, to which Zhou could only grasp the part about pulling the lever, helplessly responding, Tony, speak plainly. Tony, with a look of exasperation, lamented, I just don't want to engage with these academic underachievers. There is not a single common topic. In the future, I must interact more with Dr. Banner. He is the only one who understands me. When I instruct you to pull that red lever, you do so. There, you see? You can speak plainly. Why pretend to be an intellectual in front of me? Is having just a high school diploma such an accomplishment? Zhou displayed no sense of inferiority as a so-called academic underachiever, nor any pride in his elementary school diploma. Tony, resigned, merely rolled his eyes and set the fan blades in motion. You don't even have a high school diploma? Is the standard for recruitment at S.H.I.E.L.D. really that low? Tony, you shall soon realize that 7 doctoral degrees pale in comparison to a single sniper rifle. Zhou was suddenly reminded of the plot of Thor, Ragnarok, where the self-exiled Hulk encounters a frantic Thor. Banner asserts that his 7 doctoral degrees hold far more value than the brutish Hulk, who merely knows how to smash. However, when Thor urges Banner to devise a solution using his academic prowess, Banner ultimately chooses to transform into the Hulk. The engine roared to life under Tony's relentless push, smoothly whirring into action. Pull that lever, Zhou, Tony exclaimed, only to discover that his speed of flight could not keep pace with the whirling blades. He found himself propelled by the fan, utterly immobilized. Bang! Zhou remained silent, but a gunshot echoed through the radio. Consequently, Tony was ejected from the fan, tumbling awkwardly through the air. Observing Tony soaring steadily above, Zhou opened another portal, declaring, I shall assist Natasha. Perhaps her indulgence in the lavish employee meals at Stark Industries has slowed her down, leaving her vulnerable to Clint's attack. I wondered why that outfit seemed so snug. She must have gained some weight. Chapter 65, both ruthless and relentless. Zhou traversed the portal to find himself beside Natasha. Observing that Hawkeye's strikes were calculated, refraining from inflicting mortal harm upon her. At the very least, he had not shot 2 arrows into her, but had instead left a dark circle under her exquisite eyes and a sizable bruise on her forehead. Zhou mused. It appears he was rather severe in his approach, and the aesthetic is quite unique. Such a moment must be captured, immortalized as a memento. He retrieved Stark Industries' latest innovation, a special edition smartphone tailored by Tony, boasting high pixel quality for clearer photographs. Click. Zhou gazed contentedly at the image on his device, nodding in approval, before opening another portal and unceremoniously tossing Natasha through it. On the other side, Steve, wielding Thor's hammer, was taken aback, as Zhou's actions bore an unsettling resemblance to those of a deranged individual incapacitating an unsuspecting maiden and discarding her into a basement. Why do you gawk at me with those wide eyes? If I desired to render Natasha unconscious, would I require a drug? As Zhou's proficiency in telepathy grew, he occasionally sensed others' evident thoughts without delving directly into their minds. Certainly, even without the telepathic ability, Steve's expressions of disdain and skepticism were unmistakable. Agent Barton, seeking to defend Natasha, would have to confront him. Zhou deactivated the portal and proceeded toward the cell where Loki was imprisoned, within the confines of the airborne mothership. Being near Steve afforded the utmost safety, as he was accompanied by a god of thunder, a hammerless god, and an untransformed Hulk. Furthermore, the scepter in Loki's possession had already been secured within Zhou's spatial ring, and without the influence of the Mind Stone, Dr. Banner had regained control over himself. Even when provoked, he would not indiscriminately transform into the Green Giant. To be candid, Zhou wished for Loki to open the portal, even desiring that it remain unsealed. The Chitauri army constituted an entire legion. If they were all vanquished, how much justice would that yield? After laboring for an entire day, he had only acquired 10 points of justice. The mercenaries who accompanied him on the aircraft to the mothership, akin to the terrorists from the Ten Rings, were worth the same. The Skrull infiltration team each awarded him merely 1 point of justice, making for a total of 10 points, barely sufficient for a single draw. Thus, it was only natural for Zhou to set his sights on the Chitauri forces. In his possession lay a character experience card for Fire Baby, which, if utilized effectively, could potentially seal the opened wormhole with flames. Wasn't that justice value akin to being freely acquired? Moreover, it is imperative that the Avengers stand steadfastly alongside the people. Even if the government of the United States falters, the citizens and public opinion must unconditionally place their trust in the Avengers. The machinery of the state and the government must not overshadow the Avengers. Therefore, it is essential that the U.S. government launches a nuclear missile capable of obliterating New York City. Furthermore, this matter must be made public, for only then can there be a semblance of freedom. Another reason is that the Mind Stone shall give rise to 3 extraordinary heroes. Although a certain exceptionally swift individual met his demise due to copyright issues, his twin sister possesses formidable powers, being a sorceress capable of mastering chaos magic and deciphering dark tomes, especially after Zhou decided to embrace the title of Sorcerer Supreme, leading to a unique affection for the Scarlet Witch. In his past life, Zhou was an avid fan of the character, and now that he has traversed into the Marvel Universe, he is determined to fulfill his previous life's desire. He must behold the divine visage of Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, up close. As for Vision, the Mind Stone is firmly in my grasp. He shall never make an appearance again. However, this is not the time for such thoughts. He must devise a plausible way to facilitate Loki's escape. Given his prowess, all the Avengers are well aware that someone who can subdue Thor should not be easily rescued by an ordinary Hawkeye. Such a narrative would undoubtedly incur the ire of the readers. Zhou's clever mind swiftly conceived a brilliant idea. Hawkeye was currently grappling with the control panel of Loki's confinement cell, his brow furrowed in a state of distress. After receiving 2 kidney shots from Natasha, he was clutching his lower back with one hand while manipulating the keyboard with the other. It must be said that Nick Fury, despite being a bit of a fool, was indeed skilled. The access code was an astonishing 46 digits long. However, to release the entire cell from the helicarrier, one merely needed to press the largest button. Thus, even though Hawkeye is the S.H.I.E.L.D's top agent, deciphering this 46-digit code was no simple task, especially with only one hand available for operation. Hey, Clint, I see Natasha lying unconscious on the ground, and you're clutching your back. Did you just do something unspeakable to her? A cold barrel pressed against Hawkeye's nape as Zhou's mocking voice echoed behind him. Hawkeye instinctively swallowed hard, regardless of Zhou's marksmanship and combat abilities. The sheer stealth with which he approached from behind was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Zhou, with a hint of irony, spoke of the prowess of a stuntmaster, noting that one could silently infiltrate with parkour skills. Not only did he walk without sound, but even the noise of a fall from a height was minimal. If I were to raise my hands and surrender now, would you refrain from striking my face? Hawkeye had indeed contemplated seizing the weapon from Zhou, yet the memory of that day when Zhou wielded the Mjolnir flashed through his mind, rendering the task seemingly insurmountable. The likelihood of enduring a beating loomed large. After all, he was under Loki's mental manipulation, not deranged. It was imperative to retaliate. Without a backward glance, Zhou delivered a succinct statement, while Hawkeye, with a hand resting on his waist, deftly maneuvered his fingers into the trigger of the firearm. With a swift flick of his fingers, the magazine was dislodged, and his other hand reached towards Zhou's midsection, intent on delivering a lethal blow. One must concede. Hawkeye exemplified the prowess of a top-tier agent, exhibiting both ruthless determination and deft execution, readily prepared to dismantle any obstacle. Alas, confronted with a surge of adrenaline, Hawkeye's speed faltered. In a fleeting moment, time seemed to elongate. Zhou allowed Hawkeye to detach the magazine from his firearm, yet seized his wrist with an unyielding grip, while his other hand ensnared the one reaching for him, akin to a vice clamping down on Hawkeye. Pain shot through Hawkeye's hand as Zhou hoisted him up, soon followed by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. A colossal red button loomed before him, rapidly enlarging, and then it made intimate contact with his forehead. Thud. Chapter 66, Lady Loki? Sylvie. Hawkeye, momentarily engulfed in darkness, collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Although he appeared unscathed externally, he may have been devoid of life for a fleeting second. From the moment Zhou pressed the gun's muzzle against Hawkeye's temple and during their brief skirmish, Loki, confined within the glass cell, observed with a detached demeanor. In his mind, Hawkeye was merely a powerless mortal, incapable of contending with someone capable of wielding Thor's hammer. Even if he were to voice a warning, it would be futile. After all, the intricacies of his plan were unknown to these earthlings. Worst case, he would remain imprisoned in his cell. Could they possibly cast him from the sky? However, an unforeseen event transpired. Hawkeye's hard forehead struck the red button, which, despite being encased in a transparent plastic shell, succumbed to Zhou's force. The shell shattered under the impact, and the red button was rendered inoperative by the force of the blow. Under Zhou's mocking gaze, Loki, along with the entire cell, plummeted from the aerial mothership. Help! Loki's panic was palpable. He had a profound understanding of the intelligence surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. This cell was originally designed to contain the Hulk, boasting extraordinary durability and ensuring that, even when plummeting from the sky, even the Hulk's physique would not escape unscathed. While it might not be fatal, the experience would undoubtedly be unpleasant. As for whether Loki would meet his demise from the fall, Zhou felt reassured. The mothership's engines had ceased sequentially, and its altitude had significantly decreased, now hovering merely a few hundred meters above ground. Furthermore, according to Zhou's design, the vast Atlantic Ocean lay below, providing a modicum of cushioning. With the frost giant's robust constitution, he would not perish from a fall unless subjected to stabbing or a broken neck in the Marvel Universe. Death from a fall was a rarity, especially for the god of mischief. As for how he would swim to New York after landing in the sea, that was beyond Zhou's concern. Casually lifting the lifeless Hawkeye, whose heart had ceased for over 10 seconds, Zhou's left hand glowed with a divine mark. A sacred aura surged into Hawkeye's body, and he immediately began to breathe once more. As the favored child of the sacred dimension, Zhou possesses the remarkable ability to store a portion of divine energy within his sacred mark. Though the total amount of energy is modest, it empowers Zhou to utilize a fraction of this divine essence for defense or healing without the need to cast spells. As his connection with the sacred dimension deepens, the energy he can store within the sacred mark increases correspondingly. This method, which exhibits a gradual growth with nearly limitless potential, serves as a second extraordinary advantage for Zhou, albeit with a more measured pace of advancement. He is acutely aware that prior to his arrival in this world, he did not possess a character inclined towards righteousness. Had it not been for the existence of the justice value lottery system, the sacred dimension may not have shown him such favor. Since acquiring the sacred mark, Zhou has devoted himself to study and experimentation. He has discovered that the divine energy exhibits limited lethality against dark creatures and other adversaries. However, it proves exceptionally suitable for healing and defense, requiring no additional incantations or magical rites. With merely the energy itself, he can mend most injuries, and even some terminal afflictions can be treated, albeit necessitating a greater expenditure of energy. The divine energy stored within the sacred mark can be replenished by Zhou's own mental strength, allowing him to wield this energy with remarkable proficiency, whether to forge weapons or to manifest shields. After verifying that Hawkeye's condition was indeed stable, he activated the radio, announcing, "All personnel, assemble in the conference room. Loki has escaped. Did you let him go?" Tony's voice crackled through the radio, accompanied by the sound of welding. Having just navigated countless rotations within the engine, some components of the Iron Man suit were malfunctioning. Zhou smirked, knowing that such matters could not remain concealed from Tony. The clever old fox. "No, there was a slight mishap. I'll explain later. Where's Agent Barton?" Steve's voice joined the conversation over the radio. "Natasha hasn't awakened yet. If Hawkeye is also in trouble, perhaps it's best to disband the Avengers altogether. I've got him in hand. By the way, that recent incident is related to Agent Barton." Steve responded, "What?" Although my thoughts may seem a bit impolite, Zhou's tone, it feels as if he has merely picked up a bag of trash. As the handcuffed and unconscious Hawkeye was unceremoniously dropped onto the conference table by Zhou, Natasha had already regained consciousness, an ice pack resting on her head as she glared at him with a look of disdain. "What are you staring at? It was you who lost in that duel. Practice more if you wish to improve. However, I have instructed the kitchen to prepare 2 eggs for you, so you can simply knead them when they arrive." Zhou feigned innocence as he regarded his assistant, the panda-like circles under his eyes providing a comical contrast. Had he not undergone professional training, he would have undoubtedly burst into laughter. "Do you know why I lost?" Natasha inquired. "Because you've put on some weight. Natasha, you are the one who has gained weight. Do not doubt the expertise of my discerning eyes. You have certainly put on at least 2 kilograms since our first encounter." Zhou maintained a tone that was strictly businesslike, asserting that a lie does not wound. But the truth is a sharp blade. However, Natasha had lost all desire to converse with this emotionally oblivious individual. It appeared that Clint, after being controlled by that scepter, had experienced a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. His punches were delivered with increased speed and force, which made it all too effortless for him to defeat me. This was indeed related to the scepter, but it did not merely amplify his physical strength. Rather, it fortified his mental fortitude. Zhou resolved to provide the Avengers with some additional context in advance to prevent future confusion. I had crossed paths with Clint before. When he struck at me, he did so without holding back. His strength was only marginally superior to Tony's, and he was far from Captain America's caliber. This phenomenon of darkening one's character to become tenfold stronger while lightening it results in a threefold weakness once he awakens. You will find him much less formidable in your next encounter. Tony, clad in his armor and clutching his phone, was the last to enter the conference room. "Gentlemen, we have a predicament." Tony displayed the screen of his phone to those present, and Zhou, possessing the sharpest eyes, nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, the Tesseract emanated a brilliant blue light from within a colossal machine. Beside this contraption stood not only Dr. Eric, but also a woman clad in a green robe, adorned with an exaggerated deer head helmet. Lady Loki? Sylvie. Chapter 67. What kind of life can one lead with just a few thousand yuan a month? Zhou paused for a moment, then earnestly turned to the taciturn Thor. Thor, are you aware that you have a sister? Thor furrowed his brow. The shadows cast by his recent heartbreak loomed large, and it was only natural that he found himself ensnared in confusion. I don't know. Exactly. You indeed have a sister. Zhou pointed at the image of the female version of Loki on Tony's phone, adopting an unusually grave expression. Should a civil strife arise in Asgard? I sincerely hope it does not spill over into our Earth. That woman bears an uncanny resemblance to Loki. She is undoubtedly of the royal lineage in Asgard. If there are any tales of usurpation in the future, remember to call me. I purely wish to witness the spectacle. Thor exclaimed. What? When did I acquire a sister? He rubbed his eyes, and even through the screen, the essence of the god of mischief emanating from the female Loki was unmistakable to him as her elder brother. Zhou sighed deeply. The day's unexpected revelations were simply too many. In any case, matters are becoming increasingly bizarre. We must head to Stark Tower immediately. Captain, return the hammer to Thor. We need his strength now. Steve hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said nothing, handing the bewildered Thor the Mjolnir. As Thor grasped the hammer, a foolish grin broke across his face. Zhou, why would you be willing to return the hammer to me? To speak candidly. With your tendency to be deceived by others, if your aim were to conquer Earth, you would have unleashed chaos the moment you arrived. You are not one to employ cunning strategies. I now believe your journey from Asgard was driven by your love for Loki, to prevent him from causing further turmoil. However, for you, the greatest punishment for Loki would be to return him to Asgard, where Odin could render judgment upon him. Correct? Indeed. To mitigate the chaos Loki has wrought. Quickly take the hammer and retrieve the Tesseract. We cannot afford to waste breath on the impossibility of reclaiming the Tesseract. Thor swiftly concurred with Zhou's perspective. As long as a vast army did not invade Earth, the damage caused by Loki alone would not be substantial. It paled in comparison to the devastation wrought during his previous battle with the destroyer armor, where an entire town was reduced to ruins. Thankfully, no human lives were lost. Otherwise, this thoroughly alien-hating Zhou would not merely have been reclaiming the hammer from him. By the way, one more thing. If you manage to return to Asgard, remember to bring back Odin's fine for littering, along with a detailed list of the compensation for the reconstruction of that town. Zhou rummaged through his spatial ring and produced 2 stamped fines, which meticulously detailed the time, location, and the expenses incurred for the reconstruction of the town. Thor glanced at them casually and discovered that it was noted that Odin had discarded 2 pieces of debris on Earth, a big, foolish fellow with golden hair, and the hammer of the thunder god that had left a substantial crater in its wake. The hammer of the thunder god is certainly not refuse. In an instant, Thor began to champion the cause of Mjolnir, completely neglecting the matter of the big fool. The others present couldn't help but facepalm, questioning whether Thor truly embodied the essence of a god, as his current demeanor resembled that of a hammer god instead. Was this truly the opportune moment for such discussions? Lady Loki was about to open a portal. Among the attendees, Tony was the most anxious. For the location of the portal's opening was none other than his corporate headquarters. Meanwhile, Zhou appeared unfazed, chuckling at the foolishness of Thor. After all, you are a shareholder of Stark Industries. Why are you grinning so merrily? What benefit is there to you if Stark Tower is demolished? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou calmly seated himself at the conference table. Everyone, please take a seat. I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Also, the bald-headed suspect should take a seat as well. Some issues pertain to you. For reasons unknown, Zhou's words held considerable sway, compelling everyone to sit. Nick Fury raised his silver bracelet, indicating his arrest and his right to remain silent. If you choose not to speak, then simply listen attentively. Zhou had no desire to engage in lengthy discourse with the bald man, as he intended to place the blame squarely upon him later. Regardless of whether it might crush him, such concerns were beyond Zhou's purview. First, regarding the issue of law enforcement, Tony and Captain, do you both serve as representatives of national law enforcement? This nation has granted you the authority to protect yourselves, but do your actions truly represent the United States? Or do you believe you can evade becoming scapegoats for those politicians indefinitely? Zhou's words were indeed incisive. The two could hardly conceal their identities. One was openly acknowledged as Iron Man, and the other was the Captain of America, a figure immortalized in a museum. The moment they stepped onto the streets of New York, they would undoubtedly be recognized. Steve furrowed his brow, sensing the validity in Zhou's argument. Deep down, he was patriotic but harbored disdain for the government, having witnessed the true nature of politicians far too often. Yet, we cannot simply allow the Tesseract to open a portal and let an alien army invade Earth. Why not? Zhou replied with an unsettling calmness, as if the fall of not just New York but the entire Earth was of no concern to him. The cosmic cube is a subject of research by S.H.I.E.L.D, which inadvertently attracted Loki and an entire extraterrestrial army, all orchestrated by the U.S. government. They are clandestinely studying the weaponry of the Hydra faction from Nazi Germany, and the project head is none other than Nick Fury, who stands over there, adamantly refusing to take a seat. Zhou decisively shifts the burden onto Egg, ensuring that even if an alien invasion results in catastrophic losses for New York, it will be S.H.I.E.L.D. and, by extension, the U.S. government that bears the responsibility. It is at this moment that Nick Fury realizes Zhou's intentions were directed squarely at him. Why should we clean up after a troublemaker, especially without any compensation? Such a notion is utterly un-American. If we do not charge for our services, can this endeavor truly be deemed credible? Without government authorization, do we not risk being classified as engaging in unlawful violence? Steve too begins to sense something amiss. Why does it feel as if Zhou has transformed into a mercenary driven solely by monetary gain? This situation does not necessitate our involvement, the Cosmic Cube? Surely, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents will retrieve it. An alien invasion? Naturally, the U.S. military will address it. What does it have to do with us? Zhou, are you not an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.? What kind of life are you risking for a mere few $1,000s a month? Chapter 68. Zhou is far more delightful than you might imagine. Moreover, I resigned long ago and do not recall re-signing a contract with S.H.I.E.L.D. Hence, you may refer to me as a former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, but I am no longer one. Why have you cuffed me if you are not an agent? Nick Fury could no longer contain himself, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou, prepared to unleash a flurry of swift moves. However, recalling the severe fractures in his fingers from the past, he instinctively withdrew his hand, opting for restraint. Nick Fury, that little brat, speaks in an infuriating manner. Yet, what exactly is this young man's true intentions? He was never like this before. If this were the past, he would have already brandished his assault rifle, even if Nick Fury racked his brain. He could not fathom that Zhou was merely stalling to expedite the opening of the portal for the Chitauri army's arrival. As for the potential casualties among the ordinary populace, I regret to inform you that Zhou did not contemplate such matters. If he truly felt remorse, he would not have annihilated an entire K.B. mole camp to save Tony. What he had just voiced was indeed his innermost thoughts. He wished to swiftly close the portal, with no benefits to be gained. In truth, Zhou was somewhat anxious, though he did not display it. To evade the pursuit of the time variance authority, the female Loki would only manifest in a timeline destined for obliteration, thus preventing the creation of a new multiverse due to her presence. However, this posed a dire predicament for Zhou and his companions. Either the Chitauri would completely ravage New York, or a nuclear missile launched by the U.S. government would obliterate it. The situation was overwhelming, and Zhou appeared to be struggling. The timeline he traversed was by no means the so-called sacred timeline. In fact, the universe he entered was not the primary universe. Both scenarios were detrimental for him. Should the impending events diverge from those of the Marvel Cinematic Universe he was familiar with, he would lose the greatest advantage of being a traveler, jeopardizing his future enjoyment. Tony, dissatisfied with the size of his phone screen, had already projected the Stark Tower's surveillance onto the conference room television. Dr. Eric was operating something on that machine, while the Tesseract emitted an increasingly powerful glow. The instruments monitoring gamma rays were outputting figures so immense that they were nearly impossible to record. Zhou, why not simply state what you require from me to retrieve the Tesseract? Nick Fury ultimately decided to inquire directly, realizing he had no time for games of guessing with Zhou. The Tesseract will belong to me. I shall procure it. Absolutely not. If that is the case, we shall remain here, waiting until S.H.I.E.L.D. grants us jurisdiction. Zhou even conjured a cup of steaming tea out of thin air using white magic. Why are you so insistent on the authorization of the American government? The day after Tony acknowledged himself as Iron Man, he was requested by the U.S. military to provide the technology behind the Iron Suit without compensation. Even though Tony is among the wealthiest individuals in America, he ultimately had to surrender a suit to Rhodes. If we were to act recklessly without the formal consent of the U.S. government, Stark Industries would be inundated with lawsuits by tomorrow. Apart from Thor, every one of us who takes action must bear the responsibility for any losses incurred. Can you afford that? Zhou's words rendered Tony speechless. He realized that even if he were to lose a building, it would be acceptable since an insurance company would cover it. However, if he were to be liable for the entire loss of New York, he would become the most indebted person in the world. Dr. Banner felt that Zhou's remark struck a chord within him. It was precisely this concern that led him to contemplate sealing Hulk away forever, ensuring he would never reemerge. Natasha, on the other hand, remained indifferent. If necessary, she could simply assume a new identity as a seasoned spy. Such matters were trivial to her. Thor was even less perturbed. As the mightiest warrior of the Nine Realms, he relished the prospect of battle and had no concept of compensating for losses. Only Steve found himself engulfed in profound contemplation. The world had transformed, no longer a realm of stark contrasts, and New York was not Nazi Germany. The losses he caused were the property of the American people, leaving him bewildered and utterly at a loss for what to do. Hawkeye? He remained ensconced in a sleep as innocent as that of an infant. Nick Fury gazed at Zhou, momentarily at a loss for words to counter. For Zhou was correct. This was the current state of the nation, and under such circumstances, there was little anyone could do. Tony, please connect me to the World Security Council. 3 minutes later, the council rejected Nick Fury's request, and the Avengers initiative was declared a failure. Nick Fury's already grim countenance darkened further as he cautiously avoided Zhou's mocking gaze. At that moment, the energy of the Tesseract activated, and a vast spatial wormhole opened above New York. The Chitauri army surged forth like a swarm of wasps, piloting small aircraft through the wormhole and launching attacks on all moving objects. Zhou, we must go, regardless of the outcome. I cannot stand by and watch innocent lives perish. Steve rose from his seat, grasping his vibranium shield tightly as he adjusted his belt. Tony, have you completed the preparations I asked of you earlier? Zhou did not respond to Steve, but instead turned to Tony, who was engrossed in his phone. Tony flashed a confident okay gesture and nodded affirmatively. Of course. Excellent. Then we can set off. Zhou waved his hand to open a portal and stepped forward, leading the way. Zhou's inexplicable actions left everyone perplexed, utterly failing to comprehend his train of thought. Only Tony, having donned the Iron Man helmet, kindly offered them an explanation. What Zhou sought was the stance of the Security Council. If they permitted us to take action, it would be the most favorable scenario. Conversely, if they forbade our intervention, we could justifiably place the blame for any losses squarely on the Security Council. For we acted in the interest of New York and the American people, defying their resolutions. Thus, regardless of the Council's decision, Zhou had been prepared to act from the very beginning. Steve's gaze was filled with astonishment as he beheld the sparks flying from the portal. Tony chuckled and followed in Zhou's footsteps into the gateway. After all, this was Zhou. How could he possibly allow extraterrestrials to wreak havoc on Earth? The last alien that appeared before him had met a dismal fate. Are you talking about me? Thor interjected. Captain, Zhou never disappoints. He is far more endearing than you might imagine, Natasha reassured, giving Steve a pat on the shoulder. She then produced a syringe from seemingly nowhere. Quickly, go assist Zhou. I'll wake Clint and join you shortly. All right. Chapter 69. Miss Sylvie, don't force me to get rough. As Zhou stepped through the portal, a dark green blade swung menacingly towards his head. System, activate character experience card. Dewa. Character experience card. Dewa, incredibly strong, and can enlarge itself. Under the influence of bullet time, Zhou clearly perceived the trajectory of the knife. He tilted his head just in time to evade the strike, then seized the blade's spine with force. The woman wielding the knife tugged at it twice, only to realize she could not wrest it from Zhou's grip. When did the mages of Kamartaj possess such formidable strength? This defies all logic. What do you know about mages? A mage who cannot perform whirlwind slashes or jumping strikes. Can they truly be called a mage? Zhou effortlessly wrested the knife from the woman's grasp, weighing it lightly in his hand. It was not particularly heavy, or rather, it was quite manageable in his current state. Moments later, Steve, shield in hand, and Tony, clad in iron armor, emerged from the portal. Tony's gaze fell upon the woman, whose appearance mirrored that of Loki, brimming with curiosity. Zhou. Is this the female version of Loki? I must admit, she is far more adorable than Loki. Zhou responded with a perplexed expression. You find Loki adorable? That's rather unusual. Have you ever seen a man on the cover of Playboy magazine? Is that really so correct? Please don't tell me you think just being on the cover means you can sleep with them. State your name and intentions, or I shall be compelled to take action. With both hands gripping Sylvie's knife, Zhou snapped it apart as though breaking a piece of chocolate, discarding the fragments onto the ground. The two pieces of the blade clattered noisily on the floor, prompting everyone present to instinctively swallow hard. Bending a metallic blade is one thing, but breaking it. Could Zhou truly be a legitimate mage? A disciple of Gandalf, capable of wielding a two-handed sword against a Balrog? My name is Sylvie. You may consider me an alternate universe's Loki. Sylvie stared at the broken blade on the floor, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Zhou's actions were too abstract, and she was at a loss as to how he had accomplished it. I am evading the pursuit of the Time Variance Authority. Fortunately, in this universe, Earth is destined to be destroyed due to the invasion of the Chitauri at this particular moment, which will not create alternate timelines, thereby preventing the TVA from discovering me. I have yet to do anything. Zhou furrowed his brow. It seemed the situation was indeed as he had suspected. This world was certainly not the primary universe of Marvel, and thus events would unfold here that had never occurred in the main universe, such as his very own presence. Zhou, I leave this to you. I must go below to rescue others. Steve gazed upon the wanton destruction wrought by the Chitauri soldiers in the streets, unable to contain his frustration any longer. Regardless of what the female version of Loki before him had to say, he could not stand idly by. Zhou opened a portal and dashed through it, re-emerging just a moment later. Through the portal, Steve witnessed a taxi soaring through the air, crashing into a multitude of Chitauri soldiers. Leaving a distinct footprint on the door of the vehicle, Steve exclaimed, "This is no longer Gandalf. Zhou has become a humanoid fire demon." Without further contemplation, he seized his shield and plunged into the portal. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of battle echoed back, and from his silhouette, Zhou discerned a certain joy in Steve, an old soldier, frozen for 70 years. Returning to the fray was far preferable to the agony of adapting to an era that was not his own. Although his adversaries were no longer the Nazis or Hydra, he had nonetheless rediscovered a sense of purpose, which was quite commendable. At that moment, Tony had donned a new suit of armor, its precise model eluding Zhou. But it was clear that it was not the Mark VI from the original timeline. The suit had begun to incorporate elements of nanotechnology during the dressing process. While not extensively utilizing nanobots, the joints had been connected with them, signifying an evolution of the armor that was far more convenient than the previous mechanical assistance required for donning. It appeared that the information acquired from the alien spacecraft had significantly advanced Tony's technological capabilities. "I will assist as well, Zhou, expedite your actions," Tony called out. Rather than exiting through the portal, he soared out of the window, unleashing a barrage of missiles that accurately struck the Chitauri's small flying vessels before him. Fireballs erupted atop Stark Tower, and the debris rained down like confetti. At that moment, Thor emerged, wielding his hammer. Stepping through the portal with a curious expression directed at this alternate dimensional sister, she appeared far more endearing than his brother, who was prone to ambush him daily. "Thor, go deal with the extraterrestrials outside. This mess is Loki's doing. If you wish to mitigate his transgressions, it would be wise to eliminate a few more Chitauri. As for this alternate dimensional sister, I shall ensure she is temporarily supervised." Today, Zhou found himself busier than ever, having utilized portals with such frequency since becoming a sorcerer. After closing all the portals, he directly opened one before the Ancient One. "Miss Sylvie, do not compel me to resort to force. You may proceed on your own." With a slight tilt of her head, the Ancient One smiled gently at Sylvie and beckoned her over. Sylvie, without a moment's hesitation, approached. For Zhou had shown her no malice. Entrusting her to the Ancient One, the sorceress of this universe, felt akin to placing her in the safest haven on Earth. The Ancient One did not inquire about Sylvie's identity. Instead, she simply poured a cup of tea for her. Then, with a swift motion, she closed the portal that Zhou had opened, leaving him utterly astounded. Was this the true might of the Supreme Sorcerer? Without donning the cloak of levitation, she had effortlessly manipulated a portal opened by another. It was as though someone, without a key to his home, had managed to unlock the front door with nothing more than a strand of instant noodles, and, as a parting gesture, had even locked it behind them. In that moment, Zhou realized that the chasm between himself and the Ancient One was perhaps greater than that between him and Tony in terms of knowledge. Matters concerning Sylvie could not be addressed just yet. She would have to be placed under the Ancient One's watchful eye for the time being. The most pressing concern was to gather the scattered justice energy outside, just as Zhou completed a couple of stretching exercises. Tony's anxious voice crackled through the radio. "Zhou, are you done? There's a flying whale out here." Chapter 70, The One Growing Larger is Little Tony. Unrelated to Big Tony. "Tony, remember to activate the camera on your armor. I am about to perform a grand feat." Zhou glanced at the 3-minute countdown on the giant toy experience card and suddenly conceived an ingenious idea. Arriving at the landing area where Tony had crafted his armor, he beheld the descending steel leviathan, and a grin spread across his face that was more pronounced than an AK's muzzle. "Ah, I shall strike it rich this time." As the steel whale soared past the Stark Tower, Zhou leapt onto its back, only to be instantly surrounded by a multitude of Chitauri soldiers. Their energy weapons aimed at him, emitting bizarre, cacophonous cries. However, owing to his telepathy ability, Zhou comprehended their utterances, which essentially commanded him to surrender, Earthling. How pitiable these little creatures were. Their words echoed the typical villainous rhetoric, interspersed with some rather crude alien expletives of a lowly nature. Zhou was not the type to endure such insults silently. He swiftly grasped the armor on the whale's back and heaved a massive piece of steel armor, hurling it towards the Chitauri before him as if discarding refuse. As he did so, he rapidly expanded in size, transforming into a towering giant over 100 meters tall while standing on the whale's back. His colossal stature brought with it an overwhelming weight, not only crashing the whale down from the skies to the street below, but also cleaving it in two with astonishing ease. The Chitauri soldiers aboard met their demise in droves, converting into justice points. Defeated Chitauri war behemoth. 1. Justice points. 50. Defeated Chitauri soldier. 1. Justice points. 1. Defeated Chitauri soldier. 1. Defeated Chitauri soldier. 1. Justice points accumulated have reached the limit. Suzhou's mind resonated with the system's notifications, as the steel leviathan bestowed upon him 50 justice points, while each Chitauri soldier yielded a mere 1. However, upon reaching a total of 100 justice points, the system ceased to provide further rewards. It seemed his aspirations to amass a suit of divine armor from the Chitauri soldiers would be thwarted. Furthermore, the system's notifications regarding the justice points from the Chitauri soldiers felt rather perfunctory. The 100 points appeared to be a consolation prize bestowed by the system for his exertions. Suzhou also sensed that no matter how many of these steel behemoths he vanquished, the system would likely cap his rewards at around 100 points. Otherwise, he truly intended to grind endlessly in this place. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. In a fit of frustration, he seized a segment of the steel whale's carcass and hurled it through the spatial wormhole above, obliterating countless small spacecraft along its path, leaving behind a spectacle even more magnificent than the barrage of missiles Tony had just unleashed. 2 segments of a whale plunged into the wormhole in succession, plunging the entire battlefield into an eerie silence. Not a single Chitauri soldier dared to traverse the wormhole, for the towering figure of Suzhou, standing 100 meters tall, was utterly terrifying. This formidable giant, capable of annihilating war beasts in an instant, posed a significant threat to all races. The Chitauri were never truly Loki's soldiers. Their invasion of New York was merely a test orchestrated by their leader, Thanos, regarding Earth. Loki was merely a proxy in this grand scheme, and besides, he had yet to make an appearance. The art of evasion employed by the extraterrestrial beings was far superior to that of their earthly counterparts. Meanwhile, Tony maneuvered his Iron Man suit, dispatching the scattered Chitauri soldiers while circling around Suzhou. Even with Jarvis analyzing the method by which Suzhou enlarged, the conclusion remained that current scientific understanding could not elucidate such phenomena. Suzhou, I just captured your incredibly handsome visage. I guarantee you'll love it. You must teach me this trick. I want to grow larger too. Every time you kiss Pepper, you seem to grow. Don't think I haven't noticed. Science and magic are akin. The power of science can also facilitate growth. As Suzhou's colossal form gradually diminished, the time for the character experience card was running short. Unfortunately, he encountered the cunning Chitauri, who remained hidden until the card's duration expired. Even if Suzhou could easily dispatch a whale with a single punch, he would ultimately find himself standing in a large pit he had created, perfectly positioned for a future fountain. Master of disguise. Life is but a play. The play is life. Progress bar. 2. 8. A single experience card for the giant only increased the progress bar by 1. Leading Suzhou to believe that his prolonged inactivity hindered him from unleashing the full potential of the giant, and that his performance was not entirely convincing. Nevertheless, earning 150 points of justice from one character card equated to drawing a half-character card, which, when calculated, was not a loss. One must ponder. How can science achieve such immense transformation? Tony was genuinely intrigued by this ability to alter size using scientific means. If he could engineer such a suit, it would be akin to creating a Gundam. As for Suzhou's unexpected risker remarks, Tony chose to feign ignorance, for after all, it was little Tony who grew, not him. Suzhou drew his 2 M9 handguns and commenced the ruthless elimination of the Chitauri soldiers on the ground, executing each shot with brutal precision, often targeting their grenades to create devastating explosions. The files of S.H.I.E.L.D. contain records. Do check thoroughly upon your return. Keywords: Goliath Project. This initiative was originally a reverse experiment of Dr. Pym's Ant-Man suit, a friendly reminder that your father and Dr. Pym did not share a cordial relationship. No amount of money could procure his technology. As Suzhou had just finished speaking, Tony swiftly summoned the intelligence currently held by S.H.I.E.L.D. It is undeniable that Nick Fury's decision to invite Tony aboard the helicarrier stands as his second gravest mistake in life. The database was thoroughly breached, leaving no stone unturned in its theft. The foremost blunder? Naturally, that would be appointing Suzhou as his personal bodyguard. With Suzhou relentlessly firing upon the Chitauri soldiers on the ground, the number of those who could still draw breath dwindled. By the time the last of the able-bodied foot soldiers fell, not a single Chitauri emerged from the portal above. Instead, they swarmed around it, idly loitering. The Chitauri soldiers are controlled by the mothership, meaning that although a multitude of colossal beasts and warships appeared, true consciousness resided solely within the mothership itself. Once it is destroyed, all soldiers will be rendered incapacitated. This is precisely why Rocket Raccoon referred to the Chitauri army as the most notorious of inept forces in the universe. While their flaws are glaring, should others become aware of them, it would be catastrophic. Suzhou wandered into an uninhabited alleyway when he suddenly detected an unusual fluctuation in the fabric of space. Upon turning around, realization dawned upon him as to why his world faced annihilation. Before him stood Tony, with graying hair and a beard. Captain America clad in an antiquated uniform, yet possessing a pert backside. The Hulk transformed into the Green Doctor, and Ant-Man, looking utterly bewildered. Displaying his FBI credentials, he proclaimed, "FBI in action. Are you 4 time-traveling interlopers prepared for arrest? Chapter 71 Big Guy, would you care to spar with me? When did the FBI start meddling in matters of time travel? Young man, today is certainly not your lucky day." The future version of Tony cast a menacing gaze upon the figure of Zhou before him. After all, having arrived from an alternate timeline, he had never encountered someone like Zhou in his life. His sole intention was to swiftly incapacitate Zhou and search for the Infinity Stones. 5 years had elapsed since Thanos snapped his fingers, erasing half of all life in the universe. Were it not for Scott Lang's return from the quantum realm, they might have resigned themselves to the world's grim reality. Thus, the mission to traverse time was initiated. To collect 6 Infinity Stones from various timelines and subsequently use the snap to bring back those who had vanished 5 years prior. 3 teams were dispatched on separate missions. Tony's team from the future was tasked with locating Loki's scepter, which housed the Mind Stone, the Tesseract containing the Space Stone, and the Time Stone, currently held by the Ancient One in the Eye of Agamotto. If not for the demands of the storyline, how could such a small group hope to wrest the Time Stone from the Ancient One? During her lifetime, even Thanos refrained from setting foot on Earth. Then, a supreme sorcerer from the 9 realms fell to his death from above. Thus, Zhou remarked that the misalignment in Kamar-Taj's leadership had influenced Doctor Strange, leading him to relinquish the Time Stone during the battle on Titan, resulting in 5 years passing in the blink of an eye. Not only had he forsaken the responsibilities of the supreme sorcerer, but upon awakening, he found himself in the midst of the climax, merely coasting through the endgame. This is not a metaphor, it was genuine coasting. Even if the dam had burst, the issue could have been resolved with a simple spell to elevate the Earth. Yet, he insisted on manipulating water and conjuring tornadoes. One must wonder if he was truly coasting. In Zhou's view, such idleness warranted an eternal position as a sorcerer. Or perhaps a fate cast into the dark dimension to endure an endless cycle with Dormammu, the master of that realm. The nanotechnology armor swiftly enveloped Tony's body, and from his shoulder, he fired a tranquilizer dart at Zhou. However, under the influence of bullet time, Zhou merely sidestepped with ease. After enhancing his physical prowess, the after effects of bullet time were significantly diminished, allowing him to engage in battle multiple times without exhausting his new body. "Now you have an additional charge of assaulting an officer," he remarked. In the astonished gazes of the 4 Avengers, the entirety of New York City began to spin, with familiar skyscrapers materializing above them, as if the very fabric of their world had been altered. Mirror dimension magic? What is your connection to Strange? Others might not recognize mirror dimension magic, but the future Tony, having fought alongside Doctor Strange against Thanos, had witnessed the sorcerer wield this power firsthand. Were it not for Thanos possessing the Space Stone, capable of breaking this enchantment, they might have been eternally trapped within that dimension. Strange? You have arrived 5 years too early. He is still practicing as a physician in an operating room a few blocks away. Zhou gazed at the 4 Avengers before him, his expression one of utter kindness. In his hand, a golden shield materialized, the Seraphim Shield, an essential spell taught to every sorcerer of Kamar-Taj. It serves as an introductory magic to the sacred dimension, characterized by its simplicity and efficacy. However, when Zhou wielded it, the radiant golden light it emitted was far more dazzling than that of an ordinary mage. As a sorcerer blessed with a holy mark from the sacred dimension, the concentration of divine energy he commanded was unparalleled. The atmosphere between the 2 parties grew tense. Future Steve raised his shield, while Tony aimed his palm cannon at Zhou. Ant-Man's perspective shifted rapidly between Zhou and Future Steve. Surprisingly, it was the seemingly most irascible Hulk who stepped forward to convey their lack of ill intent. "This young sorcerer, FBI agent, we have no desire to disrupt your world. However, our own realm is in dire need of salvation. Might you allow us to depart?" The green behemoth was rather polite. Yet the issue with the Chidori soldiers outside remained unresolved. "Once I attend to matters outside, I shall return for a proper discussion with you." Zhou had yet to untangle the complexities of the timeline and resolved to temporarily confine these interlopers. After he dealt with the portal outside, he would return to address the 4 individuals. He dissipated the Seraphim Shield in his grasp and opened a portal. However, at the precise moment the portal's sparks ignited, a shield came crashing toward him from behind, propelled by tremendous kinetic energy and an eerie rush of wind. Zhou caught it single-handedly. After utilizing the character experience card of the giant, Zhou's physical strength had significantly increased. This enhancement was subtle and did not manifest as a new skill. Yet he could distinctly feel his augmented power. The source of this newfound strength became apparent during his previous encounter with the future Avengers in that narrow alley, where their sudden appearance startled him, causing him to grip his trusty M9 pistol too forcefully, warping it beyond recognition. While not a major issue, the weapon was now rendered unusable, reduced to a mere ornament. Future Steve and Tony simultaneously launched an assault on Zhou. Yet, even without the use of magic, His combat prowess was entirely on par with that of a super soldier, especially now that he held a shield. Bang! Zhou donned the shield upon his right arm and, with a single swing, sent Tony, who had swooped down from above, soaring away. He then delivered a precise left kick to the future Steve, striking him squarely in the chest. Remarkably, all of these maneuvers were executed with the aid of bullet time, which merely slowed their movements. Neither Tony nor Steve employed their full capabilities in their attempts to subdue Zhou. Their intent was not to take his life, but rather to restrain him. Consequently, both found themselves at a disadvantage against Zhou, unable to even graze a single hair on his head. As Zhou wielded the shield, he assessed its weight and dimensions, noting its ample protective surface and surprisingly light heft, which made it quite manageable. Since you no longer desire this shield, I shall gladly accept it. If there is anything else you wish to relinquish, feel free to direct your attacks at me. I have no objections. Hey, kid, hurry up and return the captain's shield. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, a fervent admirer of Steve, dashed towards Zhou. Midway, he shrank down to the size of an ant, only to suddenly enlarge again, channeling the momentum from his growth into a powerful punch aimed at Zhou. With a resounding thud, Ant-Man collided with the shield that Zhou had swung, sending him spinning through the air before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Big guy, care to exchange a few blows with me as well? Chapter 72, The Struggling Scholar Knows No Boundaries. A lack of understanding in mathematics equates to a lack of comprehension in the arcane arts. Zhou had not enacted any severe measures against the future Avengers. Yet when Ant-Man enlarged himself, the sheer force of the impact collided directly with the shield. With arms outstretched, Zhou feigned innocence, exclaiming, "I merely positioned the shield in his path. It was he who crashed into it." However, Dr. Banner merely shook his head, indicating his reluctance to engage in combat at that moment. Zhou nodded in satisfaction as the Vibranium shield was launched once more towards the rapidly approaching Future Stark. Seizing the moment while Future Stark caught the shield, Zhou traversed the portal he had opened, closing it just before Future Steve could approach. Banner, why did you not intervene? We are now ensnared within this mirrored dimension. Future Tony descended from the skies, grasping the Vibranium shield, and handed it to Future Steve. You misplaced it again. Should it happen once more, do not expect me to return it. Thank you, Future Steve replied with a wry smile. The act of receiving the shield evoking memories of a dear friend from his past, Bucky, who had grown up alongside him but was now reduced to ashes. This reminiscence had indeed affected him. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly endured a kick from Zhou. Tony, that individual was not our adversary, Dr. Banner remarked, gesturing towards the spot where Zhou had departed, his massive pectoral muscles quivering slightly. Every sorcerer from Kamartaj exists to protect our reality, boasting a lineage spanning millennia. You once mentioned that Doctor Strange, with the Time Stone, foresaw over 14 million outcomes, yet perhaps the singular instance of true victory is this one, for in this timeline, an individual who ought not to exist has emerged. Or could there be another possibility? Perhaps we have not merely traversed time, but rather crossed into an alternate reality? Future Steve's sudden assertion nearly caused the minds of the Avengers to short-circuit. Tony first inspected the temporal locator on his arm, finding no anomalies, and was poised to elucidate the value of Stark technology to his captain when Future Steve spoke once more. Tony, during our battle, was that portal ever so silent? Future Tony responded, bewildered, a silent portal? Donning his helmet, Tony scanned his surroundings, eventually spotting the portal standing upright in the air. The mirrored dimension mirrored the external world, albeit under the control of the sorcerer. This implied that above New York City, a portal existed, yet the Chitauri had not invaded. Captain, are those Chitauri preparing to muster their forces for a singular assault? I suspect something transpired before we arrived at this juncture, and whatever that event was, it is surely linked to the sorcerer we just encountered. In the future, Steve nodded earnestly and pointed to 2 footprints on one of the roads. With a tone of unwavering certainty, he gazed at the fallen Ant-Man, Scott, and remarked, Scott once enlarged himself in Germany, yet his footprints were not nearly this large. Furthermore, his increased weight could not have possibly crushed the asphalt. Thus, we are left with 2 possibilities. Either the Chitauri have created a giant, or Earth has welcomed a new superhero. My intuition tells me that this superhero is the mage we just encountered. What was his name again? Future Tony interjected, while the Green Doctor looked on with a skeptical expression. Ant-Man, bewildered, pondered the implications. This situation was indeed more perplexing. It was not particularly surprising that the mage could recognize them, but the fact that he understood Ant-Man's combat style was decidedly unusual. Thus, it was evident to Future Steve that this mage must possess the ability to foresee the future. He was quite certain of another conclusion as well. The costume was far too tight, accentuating his posterior in a rather unseemly manner. Upon departing the mirror dimension, Zhou chose to disregard what the future Avengers might be doing inside. Although Spider-Man had once escaped from the mirror dimension with sheer force, Zhou was confident that even the mighty Iron Man would struggle to break free. It was akin to the well-known theory of slacking off. Strange had grown accustomed to idleness. How could a high school student, no matter how brilliant, utilize the mathematical knowledge accessible in American high schools to escape from the mirror dimension? Zhou believed the scriptwriters were utterly absurd. He himself had been an exemplary underachiever who graduated from high school. Otherwise, he would not have been selected by Hydra to become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. The sole reason was Strange's laziness. He had to cut corners even when creating a mirror dimension, relying on a repetitious string of code to generate identical terrains. Even a fool could discern the pattern, let alone the clever little Spider-Man. Just as Zhou was about to tempt a whale into appearing, a voice crackled through the radio, nearly deafening him. "Hello, can you hear me? Why couldn't I reach you just now? I warn you. If you dare to tamper with the volume of my radio again, do not blame me for giving you a good slap. Speak quickly if you have something to say." Zhou refrained from explaining his recent whereabouts. It was best for individuals from two divergent timelines not to meet, for if they did, only one would survive. Even in the scientifically implausible universe of Marvel's superhero films, this rule held true. When Nebula encountered herself in the 2014 timeline, the 2014 version of her perished. Likewise, in Wanda's quest for family, she used dreamwalking to find a version of herself from another universe, one where she enjoyed a happy, fulfilled life with children, only to meet her own demise as well. This phenomenon transcends mere superstition. It might well pertain to concepts such as quantum mechanics and quantum entanglement. However, should one attempt to elucidate it through the lens of magical theory, Zhou would certainly falter. A lackluster student is not confined to a single discipline. Zhou struggles to comprehend mathematical texts, just as he finds himself perplexed by tomes of magic. The few spells swirling in his mind were directly implanted by Ancient One and the Vishani, despite poring over books for over a fortnight. He has yet to master a single incantation. Jarvis has detected Loki's whereabouts, but not that alluring sister of his. Rather, it is the one you cast off from the celestial mothership, who is now hastening from the seaside toward the city center. Thor is preparing to apprehend him. So we must swiftly deactivate that portal. No, Loki is mine to capture. At this moment, Zhou finally comprehends that the Chitauri soldiers are of little consequence. Aside from the mothership, even if drained, they yield scant rewards. The principal source of justice value in the Battle of New York is unmistakably Loki. I do not oppose your pursuit of Loki, but you must divulge to me how to shut down the portal. Cut the power. Chapter 73, if not bribery, then it's my life at stake. The power had long been cut off, yet the cosmic cube, under the influence of the machinery, had begun to generate energy on its own, rendering it impossible to deactivate. Tony's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. If only the portal could be closed so effortlessly. He wouldn't have had to consult Zhou's opinion. Were it not for the absence of errant Chitauri soldiers, he wouldn't even be contemplating the closure of the portal. That doctor, the device was his creation. He knew how to activate it, and, consequently, how to deactivate it as well. Zhou was continuously sensing Thor's location and discovered he was airborne, propelled by the hammer. If a portal were to be opened nearby, Thor might plummet from the sky. Dr. Eric, just a moment ago, when I attempted to destroy that device using the repulsor, the resultant shockwave rendered him unconscious, and he has yet to regain consciousness. Zhou thought, goodness, must even trivial matters be replicated one-on-one? Dr. Eric, an ordinary man lacking combat capabilities, did he truly necessitate being blasted with a repulsor? Zhou was stalling for time. The outcome of this battle in New York was far from satisfactory. Previously, to avoid wasting the duration of a character experience card, he had swiftly eliminated a massive iron whale, startling the Chitauri. Moreover, the leader Loki had not communicated any updates. Had it not been for the fear of Thanos' might, they would likely have returned home to rest by now. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou retrieved the Mind Scepter from his spatial ring. Upon grasping the scepter, he immediately sensed the presence of Chitauri outside the portal. Utilizing Master of Disguise. Master of Disguise. Life is but a play, and the play mirrors life. Zhou softly cleared his throat and addressed the Mind Scepter. Where is your army? Have the Chitauri betrayed Thanos? His voice, at that moment, strikingly resembled Loki's. The simplest application of Master of Disguise is to mimic another's voice. It may not be identical, but it is indistinguishable. Zhou did not hear a response from the Chitauri, yet he could see them with his own eyes. 3 massive iron whales surged forth from the portal, accompanied by a swarm of diminutive spacecraft. With the aid of supervision, Zhou observed a multitude of troops assembling, converging towards the portal. It would not be long before they would fill the skies above New York. Zhou mused, this should suffice. Now, all that remains is to await a nuclear bomb descending from the heavens. A government contemplating dropping a nuclear bomb upon its own citizens surely sounds like one on the verge of collapse. He stowed the Mind Scepter and opened a portal. Reverting to his own voice over the radio, addressing Tony, let us get to work. Tony, I will devise a solution for the portal. You and the captain have enough on your plates. What a jest. How can the two of us possibly manage such a multitude of extraterrestrials? We require additional manpower. Has Agent Romanoff yet arrived? You are far too impatient, my affluent friend. The voice of Natasha resonated through the radio, emanating a sense of ease. I have brought along a top-notch agent seeking vengeance, one who excels in the art of archery. Additionally, there is a towering green figure whom I believe you will appreciate. Indeed, I adore Banner. No sooner had Tony's words been uttered than a formidable green figure materialized upon the battlefield, landing squarely atop a colossal metallic whale, employing brutish tactics to dismantle the creature without the slightest semblance of finesse. Unfazed by the energy projectiles launched by the Chitauri soldiers, he behaved like a powerful beast, recklessly unleashing his ferocity. Agent Romanoff, this is Steve. I shall now commence the operational directives. Steve seamlessly assumed command, maximizing everyone's contributions. It must be noted that Steve, a veteran of the Second World War, possesses quite the acumen. Since the moment Zhou tore apart the Iron Whale, Steve had been orchestrating the evacuation of civilians, ensuring that Stark Tower was devoid of inhabitants. Consequently, the arrival of the Chitauri army would result in nothing more than economic repercussions. As for the American insurance companies, would they truly admire the losses inflicted by aliens? The contracts of old capitalists are infallible. They are not liable for such damages. However, when faced with the wealth of Stark Industries, perhaps compensation becomes inevitable. When Zhou opened the portal and appeared beside Thor and Loki, the infamous sibling dynamic was once more on display. As Loki plunged a dagger into Thor's abdomen before departing in a Chitauri vessel, casting a taunting glance at Zhou. Ha ha ha, Earth Sorcerer, you have arrived too late. The entire planet is on the brink of bang. Zhou swiftly drew his weapon and shot Loki, sending him plummeting from the small aircraft and crashing into a nearby building, his fate uncertain. He then assisted Thor to his feet, the sacred energy from the stigmata coursing into Thor's body, stabilizing his injuries. Nevertheless, given Asgardian's unique physiology, even without treatment, Thor would soon recover. What do you think? It appears your brother pales in comparison to that sister from another world, does he not? Why did father not allow me to adopt a sister in the first place? With the infusion of divine energy, Thor's bleeding had ceased, and he regained the strength to speak. Gazing at the luminous stigmata in Zhou's hand, Thor was taken aback. An emissary of the divine dimension? Had I known you possessed such a treasure, you should have mentioned it sooner. Oh, this explosive protagonist is acquainted with such high-end artifacts? Zhou was genuinely astonished. The brawn-filled mind of Thor seemed to comprehend the intricacies of the divine dimension. Asgard's heritage is far more profound than he had previously imagined. Thor nodded earnestly and then pointed at Zhou's stigmata, saying, "Before I departed, my father, the king, instructed me that should I ever encounter one marked with the sacred sign, I must bring him back to Asgard, for he shall receive our friendship." Zhou exclaimed, "This feels utterly wrong. It is profoundly amiss. I distinctly recall that my last meeting with Odin was far from pleasant. He is a reckless litterer of the cosmos. And now he dares to invite someone like me, a ticket enforcer, to his abode. Is this a bribe? If not a bribe, then does he seek my demise?" Chapter 74. The Angel of Justice, Zhou, is about to commence the execution of justice. However, there exists another possibility. Perhaps the esteemed Ancient One intervened unbeknownst to me. As the newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer of Earth, it is only fitting that I extend my courtesy to Odin, the ruler of the Nine Realms. Otherwise, given my disposition, I fear that a confrontation with Odin is inevitable. In light of this, I seek to pave a smoother path. Before I fully embrace my role as the Supreme Sorcerer, perhaps a visit to Asgard would be prudent. Serving as a goodwill ambassador between Earth and Asgard, fostering amicable relations. As for whether the Ancient One truly harbors such intentions, I am uncertain. I shall inquire further when the time comes. The Ancient One has pressing matters to attend to, including the enigmatic Lady Loki, Sylvie, who has traversed timelines to deceive the Avengers in her quest for the Infinity Stones. My own journey to Asgard is monumental, one that I am currently ill-equipped to manage alone. It is best left to the Ancient One. However, should I be tasked with leadership, I assure you, none shall lay claim to the Infinity Stones. They must also surrender the secrets of time and world travel. So, I am now the most esteemed guest of Asgard. Am I not? Zhou gazed at Thor, who was nursing his wounds, as he infused sacred energy with renewed vigor. Thor felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, warmth enveloping his being. Indeed, aside from apprehending Loki, my paramount objective is to locate the one marked by the holy sigils. Had I not found you, I would have sought assistance from Coulson. Very well, you tackle those airborne leviathans, while I pursue Loki. I implore you, do not interfere, lest your kidneys be at risk once more. Zhou patted Thor on the shoulder, and from his back emerged a pair of resplendent white wings. Were it not for Zhou's dark glasses and ebony hair, his appearance would be indistinguishable from that of an angel from the scriptures. With a gentle flap of his luminous wings, he ascended into the air, a flash of white light heralding his swift descent toward the edifice into which Loki had plunged. Thor, an angel. So, the one bestowed with holy sigils from the divine dimension is indeed an angel descended upon the mortal realm. It is no wonder that Father wishes to summon Zhou back to Asgard. Odin's condition is dire. He frequently succumbs to the Odin sleep, losing consciousness. In truth, this is a consequence of his advancing age, as his physical form no longer possesses the vigor of yore. Yet, with age comes an accumulation of energy within his being, and managing this energy has become a significant burden for Odin in his current state. Thus, he must succumb to slumber to mitigate the effects of aging and to manage the buildup of energy. As for the wings behind Zhou, they are, to put it simply, the energy manifestation within the sacred markings. They are not mere facades, yet they lack a tangible form. Rather, they represent an alternative application of divine energy. Since the energy within the sacred markings is entirely qualitative, no matter how it is utilized. Even if all the energy is expended in one go, there will be no after effects or mental breakdown. Additionally, this energy is remarkably obedient, capable of transforming into any desired shape. While studying in the library, Zhou often molds this energy into commonly used weapons. From Gu Yi's perspective, these energy weapons surpass most magical artifacts in Kamartaj. As for the reason behind their transformation into two pairs of wings, Zhou has his considerations. Frequent travelers, especially those who often traverse to Western realms, understand that donning a black robe with a hood obscuring one's face inevitably leads others to perceive one as malevolent. Conversely, if one presents themselves with a visage of sanctity, accompanied by two radiant white wings, it symbolizes the righteousness of faith. In contemporary America, the largest congregation of the Holy Church resides when an angel appears before the populace. Would they choose to believe in a flying angel or a politician known for their deceit? Thus, regardless of Zhou's prior identity, the emergence of white wings behind him designates him solely as an angel come to save humanity. Sometimes, redemption is that simple. However, at times, mere wings hold little value. For others are not foolish, Zhou's path as a charlatan still requires a miracle. Upon soaring into the building, Zhou once again encountered a memorable scene. The Hulk, oblivious to his origins, was seen grasping Loki's leg and slamming him against the ground repeatedly. The concrete floor shattered, creating a human-shaped crater where Loki lay. His expression one of utter despondency. For Loki, today was also a long day, having barely accomplished a rather unsuccessful scheme. He found himself released by Hawkeye's successful attack on the aerial battleship, albeit in a manner he had not anticipated, plummeting directly from the sky. Were it not for the frost giant's innate prowess in close combat and the fact that his prison had fallen into the sea, he might have met an untimely demise, unable even to struggle. After the prison was shattered, Loki discovered that a portal had opened in the heart of New York City, compelling him to muster every ounce of strength to swim toward the coastline. Just as he reached the shore, his overzealous brother arrived, wielding a notorious hammer, and brought him from the beach to the rooftop of a towering building. Perhaps it was habit or the demands of the plot, but Thor preferred to converse with his brother from elevated heights. In a few casual exchanges, he donned a facade of redemption, and in that moment of joy, Thor, that foolish brother, was deceived, allowing Loki to draw a dagger and strike at his vulnerable spot. As for the subsequent events, everyone is already aware. In any case, he now finds great comfort in simply lying there. Hulk cast a glance at Zhou, who had sprouted 2 additional wings, and with a roar, turned on his heel and fled, leaping from the rooftop and directly toppling a considerable number of Chitauri soldiers. Zhou mused, the power of telepathy is indeed remarkable. Perhaps with a bit more effort, Dr. Banner could gain control over the Hulk's form, thus honing his mental fortitude. He slowly approached Loki, who, upon witnessing Zhou's angelic presence, resignedly closed his eyes, fully aware of his defeat and too weary to resist. Zhou extracted Loki from the pit, carelessly tossing him aside like refuse, and promptly sealed the portal, denying the Ancient One any opportunity to react. It was only fitting that a parent should watch over their child's spoils. At that moment, Tony's anxious voice crackled through the radio. Zhou, a nuclear missile is heading our way. It will detonate in 2.5 minutes. I plan to send this missile into the wormhole. But if I don't make it back. He abruptly halted. No. Just shut up. With me here. It's not so easy for you to meet your end. Quickly activate the cameras on your armor. Angel Zhou is about to commence the righteous execution. Chapter 75. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. come clean. The cameras have never ceased to operate. Not only those on my armor, but all surveillance devices atop Stark Tower remain active. For the ensuing years, the world shall undoubtedly engage in discourse regarding the Battle of New York. As Tony bantered with Zhou, he deftly maneuvered his suit towards the swiftly approaching nuclear missile. Upon scanning, he swiftly confirmed the explosive yield of the missile. Unlike tactical nuclear arms, this was a bona fide strategic nuclear bomb. An explosion beneath Stark Tower would obliterate every living soul in New York. Zhou, the nuclear missile is nearing New York City. Are you prepared? I can see you. Zhou's voice crackled over the radio, accompanied by the howling winds. Tony squinted. spotting Su-Shou's figure clearly on the camera. Behind him, two massive wings of radiant white light unfurled, contrasting beautifully with his dark combat attire. In his left hand, he wielded a golden light shield, while his right grasped a white lightsaber devoid of a guard. His expression was devoid of emotion, suspended below the portal. Gazing at the missile that threatened to annihilate New York, Tony thought, what on earth is Zhou? Could he truly be an angel sent by God? I must acquire a set of angelic armor. That design is simply magnificent. Unbeknownst to Zhou, his impulsive display had profoundly influenced Tony's aesthetic sensibilities, leading to the eventual disappearance of Iron Man's signature gold and red color scheme, replaced by a uniform palette of pearly white that starkly contrasted with Tony's playboy persona. Tony, stay back, Zhou instructed over the radio, observing Tony retreating to a safe distance. With a flick of his wrist, Tony unleashed two repulsor blasts, shattering two small Chitauri vessels before concentrating on his role as a cameraman. This scene was unprecedented. As Zhou confronted the rapidly flying missile, he positioned himself between it and Stark Tower. His mental energy waned almost instantly as he summoned a dozen seraphic shields along the missile's trajectory. These golden shields expanded rapidly, forming an arc that redirected the missile's path. What was once a level flight was transformed into a vertical ascent, plunging towards the rift in space. 3 seconds later, a colossal fireball erupted from the portal, akin to the sun plummeting from the heavens. Simultaneously, all Chitauri soldiers in the airborne Iron Leviathan appeared to lose power, plummeting like raindrops, resulting in countless explosions as sounds and flames soared skyward. At that moment, New York resembled a scene from the apocalypse, with Zhou standing as an angel amidst hell, striving single-handedly to rescue the souls languishing in despair. All of this was meticulously captured by our finest photographer, Tony. It must be said that any photographer bearing the title teacher likely possesses a certain level of skill. Little did Tony anticipate that the photographs he took today would earn him the title of Best Photographer of the Year. Although he lacked the time to accept the award in person, the committee thoughtfully delivered the prize and trophy to his doorstep. The system activated the character experience card, Firechild. The previously empty mental energy was replenished, as it felt akin to another persona manifesting within Zhou, revitalizing his state. Zhou inhaled deeply towards the sky, whether it was the fireball emerging from the portal or the flames igniting across New York City. They were all irresistibly drawn toward him. Spiraling in the air, they coalesced into a fiery vortex that surged into Zhou's mouth. 30 seconds later, all the flames had been consumed by him, the searing heat warping the air around him. Through Tony's lens, Zhou appeared ethereal and surreal, his form obscured by the soft white glow emanating from the two wings at his back, rendering his face unphotographable. Had Tony succeeded in capturing Zhou's visage, he would undoubtedly have burst into laughter. The nuclear explosion and the myriad of flames across New York had exceeded the limits of the Firechild character card, accompanied by intense nuclear radiation and the peculiar aroma of incomplete combustion. This left Zhou's face flushed, as if he had overindulged in sweet potatoes. A surge of heat roiled within him. If he could not expel this massive conflagration cleanly, it would inevitably have to escape from his lower body, creating enough thrust to propel him like a human rocket into outer space. Thus, the energy could not exit below and had to be expelled from his mouth. Zhou urgently sought a receptacle for his impending discharge, and upon glancing up, he spotted the still open portal. Zhou thought, the spittoon has arrived. He let out a light puff, but everyone on the radio heard it. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the Avengers, a colossal fireball surged toward the portal, nearly matching its diameter, possibly even exceeding it. Yet it wasted not a single ounce of heat as it squeezed through the center. Defeated Chitauri War Beast 1. Justice Value 50. Defeated Chitauri Warship 1. Justice Value 100. After releasing the entirety of the flames, Zhou contentedly burped, resembling an uncontrollable dragon of fire, expelling a small plume of smoke-laden flames. The recent battle in New York was magnificent, yielding 300 points of justice. The sole drawback was the absence of a reward upon the arrest of Loki. Nevertheless, Thor's Asgardian invitation was worth its weight in gold. In due time, extracting a little advantage from Odin should prove far more reliable than relying on a mere lottery. While strikingly handsome, Zhou felt as though his throat were ablaze, parched and in dire need of a drink to soothe his dryness. With a flick of his radiant wings, he glided leisurely to the side of the Tesseract, retrieving the Mind Stone from his spatial ring and thrusting it forward. The energies of the two Infinity Stones collided, unleashing a shockwave. Yet it was effortlessly deflected by the golden shield in Zhou's grasp. He then stowed both the Tesseract and the Mind Stone back into his spatial ring, as these two treasures still held significant value. Coulson, the task here is complete. Summon S.H.I.E.L.D. to clean up. Chapter 76. I shall demonstrate to you the power of faith. After the device that activated the portal was destroyed by Zhou, the deep blue portal above New York lost its source of energy, leading to a continuous collapse, gradually diminishing in size until it finally vanished into a mere speck in the sky. The entire city of New York erupted in jubilant cheers. Even from the rooftop of Stark Tower, Zhou could still hear the ecstatic voices of the crowd below, surveying his surroundings. Zhou realized he was alone atop the building. He retracted his luminous wings, his vision darkening as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. A droplet of saliva unexpectedly escaping the corner of his mouth. Zhou thought to himself, fortunately, there is no one else around. Otherwise, this exhausted appearance would shatter the image I have painstakingly maintained for so long. Just moments prior, while soaring above New York, he had put on a S.H.I.E.L.D that relied solely on his own strength. The only aspect of his performance that appeared effortless was the alteration of the nuclear missile's trajectory, yet it demanded every ounce of his energy. Utilizing supervision, he discerned the missile's flight path and the surrounding wind conditions. With Death Shooter, he calculated the angle at which the missile would collide with the seraphic shield. And through bullet time, he ensured that the impact point was flawless. Coupled with the communication with the sacred dimension via the stigmata, he managed to summon several seraphic shields in one fell swoop, ultimately forcing the missile to veer off course and propel it into space. This exertion nearly drained his mental energy entirely. Had it not been for the energy within the stigmata, which could be manipulated without mental strain, Zhou would have plummeted from the sky, with no opportunity to utilize the character experience card. He would have certainly succumbed to unconsciousness. Now, of course, the character experience card had expired, leaving him with scant mental energy. He could only sit on the rooftop to catch his breath. He ought to quickly open a portal back to the sanctum in New York. Before the Ancient One, he had no persona to uphold. Even if he were to slump like a useless mass upon the ground, it would matter little. After all, when the Ancient One had compelled him to study, he had already adopted a similar demeanor, only to rally himself under the guiding light of her sword and continue to navigate the vast ocean of knowledge. As for why the fiery explosion from the nuclear missile would emerge from the portal, Zhou had long anticipated this outcome. After all, the citizens of New York were unaware that it was a nuclear missile. Even if they were informed, there would inevitably be skeptics who would refuse to believe it unless they witnessed the explosion firsthand. Thus, it was far more effective to let them see it unfold before their eyes. This spectacle was a crucial condition for showcasing a miracle, and Zhou possessed ample confidence. After all, the fire baby was a character from a cartoon, one that could be linked to mythology. A mere flicker of flames was an effortless task for him. Even though it was somewhat forced in the end, all the flames were ultimately absorbed. And not only did the nuclear explosion fail to affect the citizens of New York City, but it also afforded them a glimpse of what a nuclear blast entails. As for the radiation produced by the explosion, Zhou had already done all that was within his power. The residual radiation is not nearly as severe as the wastewater being discharged into the Pacific Ocean, so there is no need for alarm. Given the tendencies of the Marvel Universe, it is quite possible that this radiation may even activate the X gene within the human body, transforming individuals into the so-called mutants and superhumans, potentially giving rise to a new breed of superheroes. Of course, the existence of mutants has yet to be discovered in this world, but there are still quite a number of superhumans with less formidable abilities. The files of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra contain records of these individuals, who were under surveillance. Since the inception of Captain America, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. have never ceased their endeavors to explore the potential of the human body, much like Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch from the cinematic universe, who emerge as superpowered individuals due to a Mind Stone. Comic enthusiasts are well aware that both are unequivocally mutants. Quicksilver, a speedster, is capable of saving an entire school from an explosion in the X-Men cinematic universe, yet in the Avengers, he meets his demise at the hands of a bullet. Deadpool's assertion rings true. In every universe, speedsters serve as the last hope and the moral compass of their teams. In the neighboring DC universe, when faced with insurmountable odds, they merely sacrifice a Flash to reboot the universe and start anew. However, Quicksilver is struck down by the bullets of copyright and capitalism, leaving his fate ambiguous. Nonetheless, this version of Quicksilver is unlikely to perish, for Zhou has seized control of the Mind Stone and, upon locating the twins, has become the leader of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. With Zhou, the Angel of Justice, and the sorcerers of Kamartash shielding him, he can traverse the earth with impunity. "Hey, Zhou," Tony exclaimed as he descended in his suit, the visor hissing open to reveal his iconic mustached visage, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Did you know? What you did over New York has spread across the globe. Now, the entire world knows the true visage of the angel is an Asian from the East." Zhou responded, "This is precisely the effect I desired. Otherwise, all my efforts would have been in vain. And what now? Is the government not intervening? Intervene? Unless the U.S. government obliterates all communication infrastructure in New York, there is no way to maintain control. Your face, along with the wings behind it, is plastered across nearly every television and website. Stark Industries' phone lines have been inundated with calls from countless individuals eager to connect with you. I must admit, in just 3 minutes of your appearance today, you accomplished what I have failed to achieve in over 20 years. As Tony explained the current situation to Zhou, he retrieved his smartphone from his belongings, wrapping an arm around Zhou, ready to capture a selfie. However, he quickly realized that Zhou's appearance was far from suitable. Not only were the wings absent from his back, but his complexion was also ghastly pale, with beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Hey, brother. Don't frighten me like this. You look rather unwell. Is it possible that even angels can tire? Or has the angel that saved New York departed from you? Zhou, unfazed by Tony's exclamations, began perusing the news on his own phone. He discovered that the online discourse mirrored Tony's account, with countless individuals demanding that the church elucidate the origins of this angelic figure, seeking to identify which book of the Bible he hailed from. Naturally, the church could not provide a response at this juncture, for within all sacred texts, there would unequivocally be no mention of an angel from the east. Yet, this was not a matter of great concern. If necessary, they could simply print a new scripture. Fabricating and aging a document was hardly a formidable task. With the angel's descent, the authenticity of their faith would surge to unprecedented heights. Tony, do not allow the government to manipulate public opinion. Let the situation simmer for a while. Then, I shall show you the true power of belief. Chapter 77. Are you prepared to face my vengeance? In truth, there is no need for me to take action. A mere few photographs featuring us together will suffice. Can you still manifest the wings behind you? Allow me to touch them. Tony has not abandoned his research on Zhou's wings, primarily driven by curiosity regarding the principles of magic. After all, Zhou's wings are not a result of genetic mutation, but rather a pure manifestation of energy. Zhou exclaimed. Winky face, even the livestock in a production team are not subjected to such treatment. Can't you see I can barely stand? Rolling his eyes at Tony, Zhou summoned forth the 2 wings from his back, expending little mental energy in the process. The radiance emanating from the wings was not blinding, but instead exuded a gentle white glow, radiating warmth. Tony eagerly reached out to touch them, discovering that the wings, formed of light, felt solid yet warm, akin to glass infused with a hint of heat. He quickly took a photograph and uploaded it to his social media at lightning speed, titling it the world's most handsome Iron Man and Angel. In an instant, it garnered countless likes, nearly overwhelming the server. Were it not for Stark Industries' provision of the finest servers available, the influx of traffic would have surely caused a crash. Indeed, the largest social media platform in America remains a subsidiary of Stark Industries. With his wealth, Tony had swiftly acquired a small internet company, leveraging Iron Man's selfie endorsement to capture the market and ascend to industry dominance. A portal appeared beside Zhou, with Ancient One standing on the other side. Smiling as she observed Zhou showcasing his wings, she remarked, enough with the display, come over here. Yes, master, Zhou replied, retracting his wings. He nudged Tony with his elbow, saying, I'm heading to my teacher now. Once I've recovered, I'll seek you out. Loki is in my possession. Tell Thor to remain patient. All right, Tony replied, preoccupied with his own affairs. While flaunting his relationship with Zhou was one aspect, he was also eager to seize the considerable fortune awaiting him in New York City. He had long prepared for post-disaster resettlement and reconstruction, and he was keen to investigate the Chidari weaponry. After all, knowledge is power. Upon entering the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, Zhou found Ancient One waiting for him alone in a chair. Neither the male nor female version of Loki was present. Their whereabouts were unknown. Master Ancient One, did you eliminate both versions of Loki? He inquired. Bang. Ancient One lightly tapped Zhou's head, then discreetly rubbed her hand behind her back. It was of no consequence. Zhou's physical resilience far surpassed that of an ordinary person, making the impact akin to striking a wall. The matter of the 2 Lokis was easily resolved. But first, we must address the 4 individuals confined within the mirror dimension. My mental energy is nearly depleted. Master, could you please open the mirror dimension? Zhou shrugged his shoulders, indicating his current helplessness. Indeed, they were not easy to deal with. Entering might lead to a confrontation. No worries, I am here, Gui said with a smile as he opened the mirror space and stepped inside. 3 seconds later, he emerged, assuring Zhou that everything was in order and he could enter. As Zhou stepped into the mirror space, he beheld 4 serene bodies lying on the ground, alongside 4 ethereal souls hovering in the air, gazing at Gui with expressions of sheer terror. Zhou thought to himself, I knew Master Gui was hiding something. This technique, capable of simultaneously extracting multiple souls from their bodies, was comparable to the power of the Soul Stone. Gui tilted his head, observing Zhou's peculiar expression, and remarked, I have not concealed anything from you. You may peruse the library's collection. Zhou, taken aback, exclaimed, you can even read minds. I cannot read minds. Gui retorted. It was confirmed. He indeed possessed the ability to read minds. Regardless of how one interpreted it, He insisted he could not. With a resigned sigh, Zhou approached the 4 floating souls of the Avengers, scratched his head, and retrieved the Tesseract and the Mind Stone, placing them side by side on the ground. The souls of the Avengers instantly grew agitated, flailing in the air as if swimming, yet no matter how they moved, they remained rooted in place. From the future Avengers. I wish to pose a question. Should you answer correctly, I shall gladly present you with 2 Infinity Stones. I can even procure the Time Stone from my teacher. Zhou declared. Glancing at Gui, he noticed that his mentor remained silent, seemingly entrusting him with the authority to handle this matter. Perhaps this was part of the Sorcerer Supreme's trial? Ask away. We have 2 of the smartest individuals in the world here. Banner holds 7 doctoral degrees. Ant-Man Scott floated upside down, yet his tongue was quite agile. Zhou, unfazed, merely smiled and said, "You have come to save your universe. But if the cost of saving half of your universe's lives results in the destruction of ours, would you still take the Infinity Stones? We will merely use the stones briefly and then return them to your timeline. For you, these stones never left. Why would they lead to the destruction of your universe?" The future Tony Stark looked at Zhou with confusion, for in his memories, he had never encountered someone like him. Zhou's displayed power was sufficient to qualify him as an Avenger, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. had failed to recognize his potential, which seemed amiss. Elucidating the matter proves to be rather intricate. However, trust me when I assert that in the realm of temporal cultivation, the combined efforts of the 4 of you pale in comparison to the formidable Ancient One who stands behind me. Prior to Doctor Strange's succession as the Sorcerer Supreme, it was she who safeguarded the boundary between the realms of reality and the myriad dimensions, wielding the Time Stone which afforded her the vision of all possible pasts and futures. Yet, despite her unparalleled powers, she remains oblivious to your future. Do you comprehend the reason for this? Suddenly, Tony pondered a most alarming thought. If what Zhou claimed were true, and even the enigmatic Ancient One could not foresee their destiny, did this imply that their future had already been extinguished? For the universe in which I reside is an entirely distinct parallel universe from yours. In your world, I do not exist. Zhou maintained his usual cheerful demeanor. Yet his tone turned grave. Should you purloin the Infinity Stones from me, resulting in the annihilation of our universe, who among you would bear the burden of such responsibility? Or rather, are you prepared to confront the wrath of my vengeance? Chapter 78. I am prepared to kill once and for all. As Zhou's words fell, the atmosphere in the arena plummeted to a frigid silence. The 4 Avengers from the future remained mute, their icy gazes fixed upon Zhou. You need not regard me with such disdainful eyes. I speak only the truth. Trust me, even if our world were to be annihilated, I would endure and seek out your universe to obliterate it, leaving only you few to bask in eternal solitude and regret. With a brief pause, Zhou's demeanor shifted dramatically, his aura became menacing, his eyes sharp, and a grotesque smile curled upon his lips, reminiscent of a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. Now, reveal your choice. Do you still desire the Infinity Stones in my possession? Should you wish for them, I shall seize them, regardless of your refusal. It was Tony from the future who broke the silence, his gray hair and beard trembling slightly. Even in his spectral form, his eyes were reddened, and he spoke with unwavering resolve. When you arrive in my world, we will confront you together. Even if we may ultimately falter, we must not fail now. That child needs my rescue. And what of you? Zhou inquired, arching an eyebrow as he turned his attention to the future versions of Steve, Banner, and Ant-Man. Are you still determined to save your universe, even knowing it could lead to the destruction of another? Even in a world with its own Avengers, with individuals like yourselves? An overwhelming sense of dread and immense responsibility loomed over the future Avengers, nearly suffocating them in their spectral state. They could scarcely breathe. After a moment of silence, future Steve finally spoke. Tony, we cannot fulfill our desires at the expense of others. That is fundamentally wrong. It seems the events that have transpired cannot be altered. We lost 5 years ago. Steve. Future Tony sighed heavily, resolving to relent. Yet he did not abandon hope. Given the existence of Zhou in this world, he contemplated seeking the Infinity Stones through another universe and timeline. As for the PIM particles necessary for traversing time and space, this world possessed them. With enough PIM particles, they would ultimately acquire the Infinity Stones. Master, do you believe it is possible to hand over the stones to them now? Zhou's expression transformed into a smile as he looked at Ancient One, who nodded in agreement with a serene smile. She then removed the Eye of Agamotto from her chest and, without uttering a word, placed it around Zhou's neck. Expressing her satisfaction, I still do not trust them, but I place my faith in you. Your probing of them was merely a quest for an answer, was it not? Now that you have your answer, is it not so? Probing? An answer? In the future, Steve pondered for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. However, Dr. Banner comprehended Zhou's intent. Master Zhou, do you imply that you are willing to assist us using the Infinity Stones in your possession? Given the somewhat unreliable nature of your group, I genuinely fear that you might take the stones and not return them. Zhou smiled wryly, having already gleaned the answer he sought. Tony's words conveyed that they possessed unwavering faith and the courage to sacrifice. Steve's remarks indicated that they still held on to a sense of justice. Had either of them failed to articulate the answer he desired, none of them would leave with the stone today. Zhou identified an immediate opportunity to garner justice points, namely, the climactic battle in Avengers Endgame. Not only were there swarms of minions, but also Thanos and his formidable lieutenants. Even a minor involvement there could yield substantial justice points. Upon returning to his own world, he would possess the strength necessary to confront Asgard's invitation and quell the Hydra rebellion. After all, he was a legitimate Hydra agent. Trusting others to lead was precarious. It was far better for him to steer the organization's development himself. This was certainly more reliable than a deep collaboration with Nick Fury and the Skrulls. Given the unreliability of the official organizations in this world, he would establish a credible underground organization to ensure that justice would never be delayed. As for the loyalty of the new Hydra organization, he had no concerns. With the Mind Stone and telepathy at his disposal, he could easily detect any disloyalty among his subordinates. Soon, the small planet of Earth would be insufficient for him. He aspired to be a man akin to the Pirate King, albeit on a journey through the stars and seas. In the future, Tony suddenly regarded Strange as a genius. A 1 in 14 million chance of success, with perhaps the most crucial factor being Zhou, a serendipitous individual not originally in the timeline. So, you mean to return with us? I am also a member of the Avengers, alongside Steve, Tony, and Banner. Apologies, Mr. Scott, but in my world, you are still imprisoned in San Quentin and have not yet become Ant-Man, so I hope you do not take offense. Zhou once again demonstrated his knowledge of future events, as Ant-Man gaped in disbelief at the formidable sorcerer before him. Only Tony swiftly entered a state of consideration regarding the possibility of Zhou accompanying them back. I can craft a new suit for you using nanobots for time travel. But we lack sufficient Pym particles for the journey. How shall we? Do I need to inform you of Hank Pym's current whereabouts? Find him. Procure some Pym particles, and remember to return whatever you take once the matter is resolved. Zhou could not fathom why Pym particles, readily available in this world, necessitated a return to that secret base in New Jersey as depicted in the film. In a bid to allow Tony to reunite with his long-lost father, and for the captain to meet Agent Carter, emotions ran high in an attempt to rectify past regrets. However, this notion strays from logic. After all, acquiring Pym particles from Dr. Pym would be far simpler than infiltrating a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. In any case, once you procure the Pym particles, please give me a call. A small note bearing my phone number appeared in Zhou's hand, which he discreetly tucked into Tony's pocket. As he did so, the souls of the four simultaneously returned to their respective bodies. Master Gui, if you wouldn't mind, could you assist me by opening a portal to send them to San Francisco? Of course. As the four Avengers from the future departed, Gui conjured another portal, summoning the three princesses of Asgard from different timelines. Sylvie, holding a cup of tea, elegantly raised her cup towards Zhou, exuding royal grace. Zhou, how do you intend to handle this time traveler? I plan to eliminate him once and for all. Chapter 79. After Kamatage, the only one who can speak is. For a brief moment, it must be me. Sylvie cast a beautiful, disdainful glance at Zhou, then gently set down her teacup and stepped through the portal. Her eyes fixed intently on Zhou, eager to discern whether he was truly a man of his word. Bang! A sharp gunshot erupted before Sylvie's forehead. The hardened skull of the frost giant withstood the bullet, yet her delicate skin was singed, leaving half her face blackened by the explosive residue and heat. She toppled backward, hitting the ground with a thud. Even Ancient One was taken aback by Zhou's audacity to actually fire a weapon. Executing the action with a fluidity so swift that it seemed devoid of any preparatory motion, he merely raised his hand, and the handgun materialized in his grasp. Zhou did not spare a glance at the fallen Sylvie, but instead gazed mournfully at his weapon. It had misfired. This gun, which had accompanied him from the Middle East back to America, had finally malfunctioned today. Sylvie swiftly sprang to her feet, having been propelled by the gun's misfire. The bullet's original force was diminished, and given their differing physiques, she scowled and seized Zhou by his collar. What is wrong with you? How can you just shoot without a word? Zhou merely stowed the malfunctioning handgun into his spatial ring and drew another firearm, pressing it directly against Sylvie's forehead while disengaging the safety with his finger. I won't inquire further. I demand to know how the device capable of opening a portal with the Tesseract made its way to the rooftop of Stark Tower. Why were you standing next to the Tesseract? Provide me with a reasonable explanation, or I shall fire again. Sylvie blinked her large eyes, her grip on Zhou's collar loosening naturally as she composed herself. With a bright smile, revealing her pearly whites against the backdrop of her soot-stained face, she responded. I arrived on this world due to the influence of the Space Stone's energy, which caused me to materialize directly on the rooftop of Stark Tower. As for how the device reached the rooftop, I have no knowledge of it. How does that explanation sound? Not satisfactory. Suzhou's expression remained stern towards this female version of Loki. Yet, observing her naive demeanor, it was evident that she had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. The time variance authority had likely not yet caught up with her. She must have inadvertently stumbled into his world while traversing the timelines. Otherwise, she would have already devised a means to escape. Moreover, such time travel was an uncontrollable phenomenon, under the influence of his supervision. Sylvie harbored no secrets before Suzhou. Although his eyes lacked the ability to emit laser beams, they functioned adequately as X-ray vision. Suzhou could see right through Sylvie's insides, revealing that aside from a sheath, she bore no other possessions. Suzhou, your physique is quite impressive. I understand that you assisted Dr. Eric in opening the portal to ensure the proper progression of the timeline, allowing you to evade the pursuit of the Time Management Bureau and safeguard the timeline of my world from being forcibly erased. Therefore, I shall refrain from further inquiries. That bullet just now will suffice as a settlement. As soon as Suzhou finished speaking, Sylvie hurriedly agreed, genuinely frightened. She had witnessed Suzhou's recent display over New York, his ability to enlarge and absorb flames, both formidable even within the multiverse. Moreover, he bore the sacred marks bestowed by the Holy Dimension. This implies that even should Suzhou perish, his soul would be embraced by the Holy Dimension, granting him eternal life and immense power. Perhaps one day, a spell will be inscribed in the Book of Vishanti, named something like the Whip of Suzhou. Furthermore, the Ancient One in this world is exceedingly powerful. Sylvie had attempted to flee over 30 times, yet each time she stepped beyond the sanctum's threshold, she found herself right beside the Ancient One, far beyond her comprehension. This was precisely what Suzhou had intended when he sought to skip class. If he could not escape, neither could she. However, it was unwise to leave you unattended on Earth. Do you have any desires? Perhaps a wish to work as a server or cashier at McDonald's. Suzhou involuntarily recalled the content of the Loki series, where Sylvie envisioned a tranquil life as a server, wiping tables and selling hamburgers. A server? Why would I stoop to being a server? I am the daughter of Odin, the goddess of mischief from Asgard. Sylvie raised an eyebrow, looking disdainfully at Suzhou, only to see Suzhou's clenched fist transform her expression into a smile. If possible, I hope to become the strongest disciple of the Ancient One, eventually becoming a part of the Great Camartage, safeguarding this reality. Ancient One. Suzhou. Quite the flatterer, aren't you? Truly deserving of the title of the goddess of mischief. This girl must not remain. The future leader of Camartage can only be, for the time being, me. As for how to eventually pass this position to Strange, Suzhou merely needs to emulate the Ancient One's approach. In a few days, I shall journey to Asgard, having received an invitation from Odin, conveyed by Thor. I intend to take you along. I trust they would not mind adopting another daughter. Suzhou resolved to pass this burning hot potato to Asgard. Most importantly, my previous meeting with Odin was rather unpleasant, so it would be prudent to have 2, perhaps 3 hostages in hand when I visit Asgard. Better safe than sorry. Sylvie lowered her head. It had been quite some time since she had last encountered Odin and Frigga. There was a psychological reluctance within her. Yet a flicker of anticipation lingered as well. This universe was distinct from the one she inhabited. Remaining on Earth offered little in the way of freedom. Judging by the demeanor of Suzhou and Gu Yi, she feared she might find herself confined within the mirrored space for all eternity. Very well, I consent. When shall we depart for Asgard? Perhaps in 2 or 3 days. The battle in New York has just concluded, and once a few matters are settled, we shall set forth. Suzhou himself required a moment to recuperate, followed by yet another confrontation in the final battle. Even the mightiest among us cannot sustain an unbroken momentum. Master, please, open a portal for me. I yearn to return home for a refreshing bath and restful slumber. Chapter 80. What are you looking at? I am merely a conscientious photographer. Ancient One has truly regarded Suzhou as her rightful successor. As long as Suzhou's requests are not excessively unreasonable, Ancient One will do her utmost to fulfill them. For instance, opening a portal to her quaint little apartment is hardly a challenge. She even contemplated pushing Sylvie through the portal to assist Suzhou with a backwash. And of course, she would be even more delighted if Sylvie chose to rest alongside Suzhou. In any case, having encountered a lamentable soul who could bear the brunt of her misdeeds, Ancient One is naturally inclined to grant this unfortunate soul a few additional favors. However, Suzhou graciously declined Ancient One's kindness, pushing Sylvie back through the portal. After enjoying a soothing bath, Suzhou reclined on her bed and decided to initiate her lottery draw. The 300 points of justice value seemed rather superfluous, although she still possessed a few character experience cards. Yet, aside from the Water Child card, none could be utilized effectively in the vast battlefield. Even if Suzhou could masterfully control water and inundate Thanos' entire ground army, one must face the reality that this is a world of superheroes. Would anyone truly drown? Not everyone is like Ancient One, who could perish from a mere fall. War Machine Road, an ordinary man, became paralyzed from a fall, while she, a supreme sorceress, met her demise. It is evident that Dormammu's energy was overexerted, and she failed to employ her intellect in her strategy. Nevertheless, given her immense power, the presence or absence of wit seemed inconsequential. System, initiating justice value lottery, spinning the skill wheel. Zhou came to the realization that while character experience cards could serve as trump cards, true strength could only be attained through drawing skill cards. Even if the results yielded nothing but subpar skills, the enhancements gained were undeniably tangible. Moreover, utilizing character experience cards did not guarantee skill acquisition. In prior battles, the Big Baby card offered a slight power boost without any notification, which Zhou could feel, yet the Firechild's experience card yielded absolutely nothing. This was where Zhou truly felt the sting of loss. Even a modicum of fire resistance from the Firechild card would have sufficed. Yet it proved to be a mere disposable item, a complete waste. Currently, she possessed the Second Baby, Waterchild, and Old 6 experience cards. Ensuring her safety was beyond doubt, yet acquiring more skills was imperative, with a whirring sound reminiscent of cheap sound effects. The skill will spun haphazardly before coming to a halt. 3 skills were successfully drawn, causing Zhou's brow to arch in surprise. Mental disruption. While it is impossible to compel someone to take their own life, inducing a state of stupor is quite feasible. Mental control. It is not entirely unfeasible to control someone towards self-harm. System skill integration in progress. The aforementioned skills have been integrated into the host's existing skill, telepathy. Gate to hell. It means precisely what you think it does. Behind this door lies hell. Zhou, see what I told you? It all comes down to drawing skills. What is a character experience card, dear cow lady? It is the skill wheel that truly delights me. The 2 abilities, mental control and mental interference, are the most entertaining, akin to a particular technique. However, their utilization hinges upon Zhou possessing the capability of telepathy. It is comparable to playing an online game. You may be a warrior with 2 sword skills, yet you wield only a staff, rendering those skills useless unless you possess a sword in your inventory. Thus, mental control and mental interference appear formidable. Yet their reward levels are not particularly high, as they are exclusive skills tied to telepathy. Without the latter, these 2 abilities become utterly futile. Elated, Zhou sought an individual to experiment upon, only to discover that his apartment offered no other living soul apart from himself. Had he known, he would have requested Sylvie to stay and assist him. It was only after employing supervision that he spotted a foraging mouse in the adjacent room. Zhou, akin to a treasure hunter, promptly activated telepathy on the mouse. Engaging this skill was a peculiar sensation, as if the mouse were an extension of himself. He could command it to perform any action he desired. He indulged in this newfound plaything for 10 minutes, reveling in the joy of his mental prowess, until the mouse executed a flawless Thomas full spin. Subsequently, Zhou peacefully succumbed to unconsciousness upon his bed, entirely unaware of the happenings outside. The news of the New York battle was undoubtedly the most significant story in the world, especially with the Avengers making their appearance. Zhou's reputation as a righteous angel sword, even capturing the attention of the Vatican in Europe. Super soldiers, armored suits, gamma-radiated mutants like the Hulk, and highly skilled agents were all concepts comprehensible to the American populace. Summarized succinctly, the impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. However, Zhou, with his luminous wings, resembled a seraph, single-handedly averting a nuclear explosion and rescuing New York, the most opulent city in the United States. Particularly, a video recorded by Tony Stark went viral online, featuring selfies of Zhou and Tony, showcasing those radiant wings up close. Now, the entire world is aware of the existence of angels, yet remains oblivious to which angel from the scriptures they might be. Faith teeters on a precarious edge. While the belief in angels is genuine, the institutions that profess such faith are deemed false. Churches across various regions have been besieged by fervent devotees, overwhelming the priests of small chapels. Adopting the philosophy of if you cannot beat them, join them, they aligned themselves with the procession of the Grand Cathedral. The parade swelled in size, ultimately necessitating the presence of the National Guard to maintain order, not to disperse the gathering. Remarkably, several members of the National Guard even joined the procession. An explanation is warranted. The emergence of an angel alone could not have precipitated such an event. The principal catalyst was, in fact, a nuclear bomb poised to detonate over New York. Had it not been for Zhou's intervention, this bomb would have exploded in the skies above the city. A government willing to unleash a nuclear weapon upon its own citizens has reached a nadir of credibility since its inception. Furthermore, rumors have circulated that the portal in the sky was concocted by a clandestine government organization, which inadvertently attracted extraterrestrial beings, resulting in significant devastation in New York. In a desperate attempt to silence witnesses and obscure the truth, they resolved to deploy the nuclear bomb, entombing everything in flames. Tony, what are you looking at me for? I am merely a conscientious photographer. Chapter 81. Is this matter of importance? In summary, while the battle in New York appears to have concluded, the ensuing turmoil only intensifies. Both S.H.I.E.L.D S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra are perplexed by Zhou's intentions, and they are utterly unable to establish contact with him. However, there exists one individual who is aware of Zhou's whereabouts, the conscientious photographer. Tony, exuding an air of invulnerability, has hastily disseminated a plethora of S.H.I.E.L.D's research findings regarding the cosmic cube. Given that the release data pertains solely to failed experiments, it raises no significant concerns. Moreover, as the cosmic cube has been taken by Zhou, along with Loki's disappearance, the focus on Zhou has waned. The battlefield is strewn with the corpses and weapons of extraterrestrials, which present tangible advantages, and amidst the chaos, it is indeed prudent to seize opportunities for personal gain. At this juncture, the most elated individual is Alexander, the head of Hydra. In his perspective, Zhou's loyalty is undeniably steadfast, even if he were to become an angel. Otherwise, Hydra's existence would have been exposed long ago. Were it not for the carefully orchestrated facade he maintained, the current disarray would not have unfolded. Granting Hydra such an opportune moment to capitalize on the turmoil and engage in nefarious dealings, thereby amassing considerable wealth. As for the cosmic cube and Loki's scepter, they too will ultimately return to Hydra, leaving only Zhou's mysterious disappearance in the aftermath. Oh, the last time he vanished for an extended period, nothing transpired, surely. This time will be no different. After all, who forbids one from seeking a place to rest after a laborious battle? On the other hand, Nick Fury finds himself in a precarious situation. Following Zhou's departure from the helicarrier, Agents Hill and Coulson removed his handcuffs, and he witnessed a nuclear missile launch with his own eyes. Initially, he had contacted Tony with the intention of having him dismantle the missile. Yet Zhou unveiled an ability that Fury was unaware of, performing a miraculous feat. It is bewildering that the World Security Council could be so reckless as to deploy a nuclear weapon over New York. Coupled with Tony's loud proclamations, the actions of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Security Council became common knowledge. Consequently, some unfortunate soul must inevitably shoulder the blame. After careful consideration, Nick Fury resolved to assign the blame to Coulson, as one does with a subordinate. After all, Coulson was still detained by Zhou during the missile's launch. From that perspective, the poor fellow ought to extend his gratitude to Zhou. When the time comes, they can stage Coulson's faux death and provide him with a new identity, essentially a new appearance, or rather, a simple hair transplant would suffice to ensure he remains unrecognizable. Before handing over the fool who ordered the launch of nuclear weapons from the World Security Council, it is imperative to swiftly quell public outrage. Subsequently, one might casually unveil a few pieces of gossip that captivate the masses, such as the tales of the Justice Angel and Black Widow, the nocturnal encounter between the Justice Angel and Iron Man, or the mutual admiration shared between the Justice Angel and Captain America. Essentially, the objective is to exhaust the newsworthiness of Zhou, redirecting the attention of ordinary citizens towards his private life, thereby diverting interest from the research that attracted extraterrestrial beings and the government's act of dropping nuclear bombs overhead. At this moment, Nick Fury has come to a realization. Zhou has always embodied the identity of an angel. It is no wonder he is unwaveringly principled. It was previously assumed he possessed a strong sense of justice, but in truth, he is an angel who descended to reclaim his powers from the sorcerers of this world. This line of thought aligns perfectly, eliminating any doubt regarding Zhou's identity. God bless America. Moreover, it is not only Zhou who is extraordinary in this world. The streets are littered with the corpses of aliens, and before him stands a World War II veteran and the Prince of Asgard. Aside from the two elite agents he himself unearthed, even Dr. Banner is in dire need of an explanation. Nick Fury feels his mind is insufficient to grasp the situation, his hair rapidly departing from his head. However, upon reflection, he reassures himself that the absence of hair is inconsequential. When Zhou awakens, still somewhat disoriented, he discovers that his mental faculties have fully restored. He had not anticipated a restful night's sleep, especially after the tumultuous events of the previous day. Surely, the entire world must be searching for him, and it seems illogical that no one would come to his apartment to facilitate their search. Zhou had intentionally returned to his apartment to rest, yet no one arrived to seek him out. Do they believe angels do not require sleep? His phone, however, buzzes with numerous missed calls from Nick Fury, Alexander, and the unfortunate Coulson, as well as Natasha, but conspicuously absent are any calls from Tony. It appears that our dear Tony was quite occupied the previous night. Whether his endeavors took place in bed or at the office is beyond Zhou's concern. One message from future Tony indicates that matters concerning PIM particles are nearing resolution, urging Zhou to hasten to San Francisco once he is done, as they are eager to return. Upon arriving in San Francisco, Zhou finds the future Avengers quartet enjoying breakfast, with Hank Pym and his wife and daughter beaming with joy as they serve him a plate of breakfast. The matter is quite intricate yet remarkably straightforward. In summary, the operation to steal PIM particles by the future Avengers quartet met with failure. Hank Pym, in his seasoned vigor, discovered their intentions. However, Captain America, with his inherently charming demeanor, managed to persuade Hank. After a heartfelt explanation, future Steve brought Scott and Tony into the fold, candidly recounting their journey from the future. They expressed that their visit was solely to acquire PIM particles, and this request was not without reciprocity, it was a trade. The terms of the exchange involved assisting Dr. Pym in rescuing his wife from the quantum realm. With Scott's expertise and future Tony's technological prowess, they successfully retrieved his wife, the original Wasp, within a night. Overjoyed, Dr. Pym contacted his daughter, revealing the miraculous news of her mother's return. However, he was met with a barrage of reproaches from his daughter, the second Wasp, Hope, until she finally heard her mother's voice. This prompted her to hastily speed home, disregarding traffic laws. Ultimately, the family reunited, heralding a moment of global reconciliation. Hank Pym declared that they could have as many Pym particles as they desired, quantity was no object. He even expressed willingness to entrust them to Tony Stark, the son of his rival, for after all, no competition could rival the allure of his wife. As Zhou listened intently to their tale while enjoying his meal, he gracefully wiped his mouth and turned to Hope with sincerity, saying, "Miss, you mentioned that you drove recklessly and sped home, correct? I hereby grant you 1 day to surrender yourself at the police station. You shall face any fines or incarceration that may be deemed necessary." The others responded with a collective expression of bewilderment, questioning the significance of such a detail. Chapter 82. Today, I must witness the marvels of the quantum realm. Master Zhou, as we have become superheroes, should we still concern ourselves with the trivialities of speed limits? Dr. Banner genuinely fails to comprehend Zhou's thought process. They witnessed the celestial arrival last night, inundated with Zhou's visage across every screen, rendering it the most recognizable face of the year. Even the Pym family recognized him. Otherwise, they would not have opened the door. The approval rating of Captain America's visage stands at 50, while Zhou's faith is an unwavering 100. Friends, allow me to remind you of our noble purpose in becoming superheroes. Is it not to safeguard the ordinary lives of the common people? Are we merely in pursuit of wealth? There are countless ways to earn money, all documented within criminal law. One could simply choose to be a villain. If our extraordinary abilities grant us the license to act as we please, we would become the very epitome of rogues. Zhou gazes with a smile at the future Wasp, Hope, exuding an aura of divine energy that momentarily bewilders those present. Scott feels as though he has found a new idol. Beautiful lady, you will turn yourself in at the police station and willingly accept your punishment, will you not? Of course. Hope nods earnestly, then pushes open the door and departs, driving off to the police station to confess her misdeeds. Zhou withdraws his divine energy, surveying the people around him with a smile before gradually entering the restroom, gently closing the door behind him. As soon as the door clicks shut, he sits on the toilet and exhales deeply. Zhou muses, the upgraded telepathy is truly remarkable. It directly influenced 7 individuals, even prompting Hope to confess. His mental capacity has significantly increased, seemingly augmenting the divine energy within the stigmata. This enhancement is exceedingly gratifying. The most terrifying aspect of telepathy lies in its subtlety. As long as one does not vocalize their intentions, others may believe they are simply being persuaded. Especially with such insidious influences, it is nearly impossible to guard against. To avert such influence, there are 2 methods. One requires a greater mental capacity than Zhou's, such as that possessed by titans like Agamotto and Dormammu, rendering his mental prowess insufficient. The other involves possessing protective equipment for the mind, like Magneto's helmet or the Mind Stone, which defies logic and leaves Zhou utterly helpless. Of course, there exists a third method. Telepathy is essentially a form of brainwave. If one could envelop their mind in an electromagnetic field, thus isolating it from external electromagnetic connections, yet this proves less effective than a helmet, which might very well scorch one's brain. Last night, Zhou had the desire to experiment with a living being, but apart from the utterly exhausted mouse, he found no other creatures. Naturally, as the first organism under Zhou's control, he treated the unfortunate mouse with divine energy upon waking this morning and provided it with some food, ensuring it was not entirely neglected. When Zhou emerged from the bathroom, the others had returned to normalcy and matters had progressed to the next phase. They gathered before the device designed to rescue Dr. Pym's wife, a quantum field portal, an essential apparatus for traversing time. The future Avengers had a preset program. Pressing the button on their devices would allow them to return. However, Zhou was not so fortunate. Having never entered the quantum field before, he realized that merely possessing Pym particles was insufficient for his journey to the future. He required the quantum field portal and the space-time GPS provided by future Tony. Otherwise, it would not be Zhou traversing the stream of time, but rather the stream of time flowing through his body, leading to unpredictable outcomes. Whether he would revert to youth or become mere ashes was uncertain. To avert potential technical issues during the temporal adjustment, Zhou resolved to let the future Avengers cross back first, ensuring his temporal point remained intact. After all, there was a chance that upon his arrival, Thanos might have just snapped his fingers, leaving him in dire straits. Time travel is indeed a delicate endeavor, warranting the utmost caution. This was no ordinary tale. It was not a narrative where souls casually traversed bodies, often beginning in dire circumstances, only to acquire extraordinary powers along the way. Even in a world where angels might soar, the phenomena were grounded in scientific principles. Zhou scrutinized the area around the quantum field portal, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, possibly due to the earlier encounter with the mouse. Had it not been for that mouse, Scott would still be trapped in the quantum realm, and the future Avengers would not have had the opportunity to arrive in the present. With a determined gaze, he activated his supervision and meticulously inspected the surroundings, ensuring no peculiar creatures were lurking about. Once satisfied, he accepted the small box Tony offered him, containing the nanobots he had crafted. A tap to his chest would transform them into a suit capable of traversing the quantum realm. He was cautioned not to fumble with it, for angels emerging from the pages of the Bible were unlikely to master such high-tech devices. Clad in a white quantum space travel suit, future Tony activated the box, and countless nanobots rapidly enveloped Zhou, transforming into a matching outfit almost instantaneously. He carefully placed a vial of PIM particles into a slot on his belt and gave Zhou's arm a reassuring pat. With a smile, future Tony said, "See you in 3 seconds, Justice Angel." Zhou uttered not a word, merely nodding gently before employing his supervision to inspect the attire adorning him. Indeed, it boasted a remarkable technological sophistication, integrating the nanotechnology of Tony Stark and the size-altering capabilities of the PIM family. The helmet featured advancements from the Guardians of the Galaxy, equipped with energy-manifesting goggles that surpassed the clarity of the original Ant-Man suit's crimson lenses by leaps and bounds. No wonder Rocket Raccoon remarked that Tony Stark was merely a genius by earthly standards. After all, Rocket himself was the technological backbone of the Guardians, with the hodgepodge of equipment primarily being his ingenious creations. After bidding farewell to the future Avengers and the esteemed Dr. Ham, they activated their return devices. In an instant, Zhou was taken aback as the quartet of future Avengers vanished before his eyes. Mere seconds later, a formidable gravitational pull emanated from the quantum portal ahead. Zhou thought, Kryptonian vision activated. Today, I am determined to uncover the marvels that this quantum realm holds. Chapter 83. You are right. I shall never utter profanity again. It has been revealed that, despite Zhou's eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief, the mysteries of the quantum realm remain obscured, offering little more than a glimpse of a chaotic swarm of tardigrades. There was no absorption of the so-called energy from the quantum space, akin to how the original WASP harnessed such energy. Although the utility of this knowledge eludes understanding, an innate curiosity persists. The essence of Kamartaj's magic lies in borrowing, much like Zhuge Liang's tactical borrowing of the Eastern Winds or the strategic acquisition of Jingzhou, though the timeline for repayment remains uncertain. The quantum realm is indeed a space, and one wonders if it could possibly connect to dimensions untouched by the Infinity Stones. Perhaps, in Kamartaj, Zhou could leave behind a tome of spells, establishing a legacy of sorts. However, time proved too fleeting for any meaningful communication, and with a swift motion, he found himself transported to the future Avengers base. Upon encountering these future Avengers, in addition to the familiar quartet of Tony and Steve, there was the cheese-infused, rotund Thor, Colonel Rhodes, who required mechanical assistance to remain upright, Clint Barton, who bore the sorrow of a lost wife, the diminutive Rocket Raccoon barely reaching Thor's thigh, and the double agent Nebula, sporting a metallic implant on her head. Black Widow, with her half-red, half-white hair, had no time for dying. Everyone was present, and nothing seemed amiss. Zhou exclaimed, "What on earth? Why is Black Widow here? If you are alive, why does Hawkeye appear as though he has lost his wife?" "Oh. The legitimate spouse has indeed turned to ashes. Then all is well. Master Zhou, it appears we have encountered a grave predicament." Future Tony grimaced, shrugging helplessly at Zhou. "We have yet to recover the Soul Stone and the Power Stone. Thus, we still lack 2 stones, rendering us incapable of executing the fateful snap that would obliterate half of all life in the universe. We have, regrettably, failed." Zhou's sudden appearance took everyone by surprise. While Tony and the others returned empty-handed, they brought back the stranger from the future, someone entirely unfamiliar to them. Zhou greeted each individual warmly, shaking hands with everyone. However, when he clasped Nebula's hand, he swiftly delivered a punch to her face, employing a joint lock to subdue her on the ground. He then affixed S.H.I.E.L.D's specially designed handcuffs on her, confiscating her sidearm and pressing it against her temple. The sudden outburst from Zhou startled the Avengers, particularly Rocket Raccoon, who pulled out a gun larger than himself and, mimicking Zhou, pointed it directly at his head. "Put the gun down, you brainless lunatic." "Zhou, calm down. What are you doing? Not every extraterrestrial is our enemy." Steve refrained from drawing a weapon, instead extending his hands in a gesture of peace. He understood that Zhou had just emerged from the battlefield in New York, and encountering a blue-skinned alien might have triggered his PTSD, a reality Steve, as a seasoned soldier, was all too familiar with. Zhou merely nudged Rocket's gun with his forehead and smiled at him, saying, "So this is the brain of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Allegedly smarter than Tony Stark?" Rocket, taken aback, thought, "This guy has good taste. His words are pleasant. It seems there's been a misunderstanding." His mood lightened considerably, and the gun that had once been aimed at Zhou shifted back slightly. "That's right, it's me. Now hurry and release Nebula. She is not our enemy." "No. She is indeed our enemy." Zhou signaled to Rocket and began to explain his reasoning. "Rocket, since you're so clever, you must have had a hand in the modifications made to Nebula, right? Come over and check. Is there any of your handiwork on her?" At that moment, Rocket realized that Nebula appeared somewhat different from his previous understanding. Overall, the technology seemed a bit outdated, reminiscent of several years ago. As he examined her mechanical arm with his claws, he discovered that the specific mark he had intentionally left behind was indeed absent. While he might not have authority over other matters, in the realm of prosthetics, Rocket was undoubtedly an expert. Consequently, the gun that had once been directed at Zhou now shifted its aim to Nebula's head. "Who are you? Give me back my friend, you wretched creature." With a swift motion, Zhou lightly slapped Rocket, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Is this person truly not insane? Why would he slap Rocket? Rocket, bewildered, found his sharp intellect momentarily short-circuited, unable to process the situation. Zhou then patted Rocket's head, speaking gently. Such an accomplished captain and scientist should refrain from using foul language. Suddenly, Rocket regained his composure, baring his teeth as if to retaliate. But his furry face quickly settled into a calm expression. He nodded earnestly. "You're right. I want to use foul language anymore." In a mere few seconds, Zhou astonished all members of the Avengers with his telepathic abilities. The temperamental Nebula was subdued on the ground, offering no resistance, while the even more irascible Rocket transformed into a docile creature. This was, to Tony and the others, almost inconceivable. However, recalling Zhou's angelic wings unfurled over New York, they quickly accepted this premise. After all, he was an angel, and it was only natural for him to advocate for righteousness. Having already seized control of the traitorous Nebula's mechanical mind through mental manipulation, Zhou released her, compelling her to divulge everything she knew. Subsequently, the Avengers began to feel as if they had committed a grave error. The future plan of the Avengers was for a quartet to journey to New York in 2012 to seek the space, mind, and time stones, while Thor and Rocket would pair up to venture to Asgard in 2013 for the Reality Stone. In 2014, Nebula and Rhodes were tasked with locating the Power Stone on Morag, and Black Widow and Hawkeye were to search for the Soul Stone on Vormir. However, the Power Stone and Soul Stone were never found, and the Avengers' strategy was compromised as the 2014 Thanos became aware of their intentions. Thus, it is highly probable that Thanos currently possesses 2 Infinity Stones. Chapter 84. There can be only one Sherlock Holmes in this world. The nebulous figure of the traitor was manipulated by Zhou's telepathy, recounting in detail the plan of Thanos from 2014. He intended to traverse time to the present moment and once again gather the 6 Infinity Stones. However, this time, the snap of his fingers would not merely erase half of all life in the universe. Rather, it would annihilate the entirety of the cosmos, starting anew to prevent any interference from entities like the Avengers. Tony, Captain, do you now comprehend the essence of my earlier warnings? Those who toy with time shall ultimately be ensnared by it. Your meticulously crafted plan is riddled with flaws. Had I generously bestowed upon you the Infinity Stones back then, your current predicament would be one of exhausting all the Pym particles without the means to execute that fateful snap. How could you possibly return to me the 3 Infinity Stones from that timeline? Zhou's obsidian eyes resembled 2 black holes, rendering the quartet in New York incapable of meeting his gaze. For Zhou was indeed correct. Had he not accompanied them into this future timeline, they would have been utterly powerless, forever unable to gather the Infinity Stones. No, we still have a chance. We must bring Thanos from 2014 to our present, one exclaimed. Since he seeks to collect all the Infinity Stones, he must possess the other 2. If we can defeat him, we can execute that snap. Tony's mind raced. Yet with each word, his confidence waned. Once, an entire battalion had besieged Thanos on Titan, and after a prolonged struggle, only one of them had managed to breach his defenses, drawing a single drop of blood from him. Despite their ultimate failure, thanks in part to Star-Lord's blundering, Thanos' combat prowess was undeniably formidable, capable of incapacitating the Hulk. Coupled with a full army of the Black Order, they were hardly a match for such an adversary. Thus, the world required more heroes. Zhou, embodying a paternal figure, placed a reassuring hand upon Tony's shoulder and earnestly remarked, Tony, do you recall how you once sold vast quantities of arms and were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize? If possible, I would like to order 50 Jericho missiles for Thanos and his minions, those very ones you sold in the Middle East before becoming Iron Man. Would that be feasible? Tony's eyes lit up as he summoned a holographic display from his arm, decisively placing an order with his factory. He turned to the other Avengers. Anyone else wish to send gifts to Thanos? Although Stark Industries no longer sold weapons to the public, the production lines remained operational. As long as you can envision it. There is nothing Stark Industries cannot produce. The others chimed in eagerly, expressing their excitement at this unexpected opportunity. Only Steve nodded at Zhou. Thank you, Master Zhou. Without you, we would surely be doomed. Just call me Zhou, Steve. Let us not be too formal. By the way, Buck and I are also good friends. Zhou smiled and nodded at Steve, having said nothing to Buck, yet they had shared camaraderie at some point. Zhou felt justified in his assertion. Furthermore, there is another matter to consider. Do not feel disheartened by the absence of the Soul Stone. For the condition to obtain it requires a soul to be exchanged for that of a beloved. In the timeline where you successfully retrieve the Soul Stone, Hawkeye and Black Widow vied for self-sacrifice. Ultimately, it was Black Widow whose resolve was slightly stronger, leading Hawkeye to return alone with the Soul Stone. After Zhou's remarks, everyone cast peculiar glances at the two super agents. Hawkeye's face flickered between shades of red and green, while Black Widow displayed no hint of embarrassment, merely brushing her hair back and smiling at everyone. Nothing ever transpired between Barton and me. Indeed, nothing at all. Hawkeye hastily seized the opportunity to speak, inadvertently deepening the misunderstanding, which only intensified the curious glances directed at them. Yet, beyond the teasing in their gazes, there lay a profound respect. After all, the willingness to sacrifice one's life for a chance to save half of the universe's life forms is a testament to an extraordinary spirit of selflessness. Even among all present, who could be deemed superheroes, these two stood as paragons of heroism. Ultimately, Tony discerned the blind spot in Zhou's words. His keen mind honed from days as a detective. Furrowing his brow, he pulled Zhou aside and inquired softly, "So, like Doctor Strange, you can foresee the future? What transpired after we gathered the 6 Infinity Stones? Did we succeed? Did we win? There's no need for such secrecy." With a wave of his hand, Zhou rendered the traitorous Nebula unconscious to ensure she wouldn't overhear their conversation. "In the conclusion I witnessed, you gathered all 6 Infinity Stones. And it was Dr. Banner who snapped his fingers, restoring all the lives lost 5 years ago. However, that arm sustained significant damage, fortunately. Due to Dr. Banner's unique physiology, after several years of rest, it returned to normal. Then, Thanos from 2014, guided by the traitorous Nebula, arrived, leading to a grand confrontation. Ultimately, it was you, Tony, who wielded the 6 Infinity Stones to snap your fingers again, eradicating Thanos and his Dark Legion, which secured victory in this war. And what about me? What happened to me after I snapped my fingers?" Tony nervously swallowed, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Zhou's words were undeniably frightening, especially considering his angelic persona. It was quite natural for him to speak in such an eccentric manner, rendering his credibility even more compelling. You met a most gruesome end." Zhou did not mince words, delivering a firm pat on Tony's shoulder. The jolt made Tony shiver, yet he soon discovered that Zhou conveyed a wave of warmth, calming his tumultuous heartbeat considerably. However, this predicament was not entirely his fault. One could only blame that peculiar fellow, Strange. After Thanos acquired the 6 Infinity Stones, he raised a finger at you. What could that possibly signify? Was it not that only my snap could present us with our sole chance of victory? Perhaps he meant for you to seize a stone and ascend into the heavens? Tony sighed. These magic wielders truly are a troublesome lot. Zhou remarked, in truth, he might have simply meant that there can only be one Sherlock Holmes in this world. Chapter 85. Everyone has eyes. No one wants to be the fool. In summary, the situation is precisely what it is, and the preparation time has been quite ample. The double agent Nebula can contact Thanos from 2014 at any moment, or rather, she is capable of bringing him into the timeline of 2023. Aside from Tony's arsenal, do we have any additional reinforcements? Zhou currently possesses 3 Infinity Stones. However, aside from the Time Stone, which he can somewhat wield thanks to the Eye of Agamotto, the Space Stone serves merely as a backup energy source, and the Mind Stone functions as an energy weapon with infinite ammunition. He has no other applications for them. When it comes to battle, the grander the spectacle, the better. A larger crowd makes it all the more lively. Are you familiar with Carol Danvers? She is currently our strongest trump card, yet despite our attempts to reach her, she has remained unresponsive for quite some time. Rocket has stowed away his oversized energy weapon, transforming it into a small cube that fits conveniently on his belt. Such feats of nanotechnology are entirely reasonable. That golden-haired beauty carries the weight of the universe within her and seems unperturbed by the prospect of overexerting herself. Zhou mused. Captain Marvel is undeniably powerful, yet he found her angular visage less appealing. That was until he watched a sequel featuring her. Besides being correct, the casting left much to be desired, with a Muslim superhero appealing to a niche audience, alongside a voluminous-haired, curvaceous character. Compared to these two abstract figures, Zhou instantly concluded that Captain Marvel was indeed the supreme champion. A stunning figure who can also fight, she far surpasses those two who merely hold him back. Continuing to reach out, he remarked that the sooner the strongest Avenger returns, the sooner they can commence the battle. However, this statement roused Thor, who had been lying idle for 15 minutes. Groggily, he stood from his recliner, sending a multitude of beer cans flying. I am the strongest Avenger. Do you know what flows through my veins? Cheese? Roddy, with arms crossed, looked at Thor in confusion before nodding vigorously 3 seconds later. Convinced that he was absolutely correct, Thor's body was indeed filled with junk food. It is thunder, Thor exclaimed, exuberantly patting Zhou on the shoulder with considerable force, albeit without malice. Yet, had Zhou's physique not improved significantly, at least one of his collarbones would have surely snapped. Newcomer. I hope you can rectify your statement. That golden-haired girl is indeed formidable, but it was I who severed Thanos' head. Zhou first rubbed his shoulders and then retrieved a bottle of beer from his spatial ring, presenting it to Thor. He gave Thor a hearty pat on the shoulder and, feigning nonchalance, placed his hands behind his back. Divine energy swiftly coursed through his palms, dispelling the lingering numbness. Though Thor was rather portly, his resilience was remarkable. Indeed, in the Marvel Universe, the laws of physics undeniably hold sway. The forces exerted are reciprocal. As the strongest Avenger, would it be feasible to have the Dwarf King forge another Infinity Gauntlet? One might ponder the necessity of an Infinity Gauntlet when I could fashion a glove using nanobots, adaptable to each individual's palm size, thus enabling anyone to snap their fingers. Tony expressed his bewilderment at Zhou's line of thinking, questioning why an Infinity Gauntlet, which is merely a glove, could be deemed so significant when the true power resides within the gems themselves. With a slight smirk, Zhou began elucidating the rationale behind the need for an Infinity Gauntlet. In truth, such matters should rightly be articulated by Thor, the king of Asgard. The original schematics for the Infinity Gauntlet were conceived in Asgard, and a prototype remains in Odin's treasury, indeed. It is the very artifact that Hela referred to as a counterfeit in Thor, Ragnarok. The purpose of crafting the Infinity Gauntlet was to harness the power of the Infinity Stones to wage war across the cosmos. For Odin possessed the Reality Stone and the Space Stone at that time. However, he eventually grew weary of conflict, leading to the project's stagnation. Thus, the design was merely gifted to the Dwarf King. Nevertheless, the present-day Thor, now resembling a beer-loving couch potato, may be blissfully ignorant of such history. Upon further reflection, it seemed unlikely that even a transformed Thor would grasp these concepts, for in his eyes, Odin was not a warmonger, but rather a benevolent ruler and father. Ultimately, each Infinity Stone functions like a colossal nuclear reactor, capable of unleashing immense power. The Infinity Gauntlet acts as a transformer, maximizing the output of the stone's energy while safeguarding its wielder from harm. This is its most extraordinary feature. For instance, the Power Stone, characterized by its volatile output, nearly obliterated the entire Guardians of the Galaxy with a mere grasp. The Time Stone, more subtle in its nature, remains inconspicuous until its frequent use potentially ensnares the user in an eternal time loop. In summation, while one can wield the Infinity Stones barehanded, even the mightiest, such as the Purple Potato, would find themselves reduced to a mere baked version of themselves after a couple of attempts. The Hulk, donning the glove crafted by Tony, found one hand nearly incapacitated. In contrast, when Thanos wielded the Infinity Gauntlet, he could summon the Infinity Stones at will. While individual physiology may play a role, the Infinity Gauntlet undeniably served a pivotal function. In the film Avengers, Endgame, a multitude of individuals wielding the Infinity Stones hesitated to utilize their immense power, even when confronted by the relentless forces of Thanos. Their singular focus was to return the stones, as no one wished to be the unwitting fool in this dire scenario. Even the Hulk was overwhelmed. What chance did they stand? While the writers played a role in this narrative, it served to highlight the grandeur of Iron Man, Tony Stark. Zhou mused, Tony's fate was ultimately sealed by magic. Had it not been for Wanda's enchantments amplifying his fears, or a certain idle sorcerer failing to elucidate matters, it is inconceivable that such an astute individual would willingly ignite that fateful snap. Through Zhou's elucidation, the significance of the Infinity Gauntlet became clear to all. However, as the attention shifted to Thor, he lay upon the ground, having succumbed for 5 minutes. Rocket stood atop Thor's pronounced abdomen, attempting to bridge the height disparity between himself and the remaining Avengers. No worries, he declared. I know the location of Nidavellir. My rapport with the Dwarf King Eitri is quite favorable. I have repaired his forge, so crafting an Infinity Gauntlet should pose no significant challenge. What are we waiting for? Let us set forth immediately. Chapter 86. You said it. Don't regret it. Zhou, Rocket, and the gradually revived Thor set forth, this time opting for the Rainbow Bridge instead of their spacecraft. One of the Stormbreaker's powers is the ability to traverse the Rainbow Bridge. Zhou had been quite concerned about Thor's mental state, even using divine energy to dispel the alcohol from his system. However, Thor still exhibited signs of intoxication. His eyes glazed over, appearing rather abnormal. Thus, in front of all the Avengers, Zhou raised Mjolnir and struck Thor with it, unleashing a torrent of energy that jolted Thor awake. The notion that the god of thunder fears electricity is among Zhou's favorite Marvel concepts. As Thor staggered to his feet, smoke billowing from him, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. However, upon seeing Mjolnir obediently in Zhou's hand, he was momentarily bewildered. The other Avengers, having participated in the hammer lifting contest, recalled that apart from Natasha, everyone had attempted to lift it. Ultimately, only Vision, with the Mind Stone atop his head, had succeeded, leaving no one else able to do so. Zhou's actions were undeniably captivating. What are you all staring at? It's merely Thor's hammer, not some extraordinary weapon. I could easily procure one or two for you, if you dare to believe. Zhou felt somewhat uncomfortable under the Avengers' gaze and handed Mjolnir to Steve. Steve exclaimed, "I'm innocent. I already knew I could lift this hammer, but I pretended I couldn't for Thor's sake. When I heard that Hela had shattered Thor's hammer, my heart nearly broke. I woke up in the middle of the night, my pillow soaked. I had even practiced my moves. Now, with Zhou so casually revealing it. When my ultimate technique is exposed, it will no longer be impressive. How can I maintain my facade?" Zhou was quite pleased with Steve's expression and reclaimed Mjolnir from his hands, surveying the surroundings before placing it into Black Widow's grasp. Black Widow remarked, "So I can lift it too? This surge of energy coursing through me feels extraordinary." But before Black Widow could fully savor the sensation, Zhou took Mjolnir back, tossing it in the air and spreading his arms towards the others. "Now, do you all believe? Do not be astonished by such trivial matters. Thor's hammer is merely a magical artifact. If it were truly that powerful, one could simply place it atop Thanos to win this war." Upon Zhou's words, an awkward silence descended. Naturally, Thor suffered the most. His life had been fraught with loss, sisters, brothers, parents, friends, lovers, and the cherished Asgard where he had grown up. The moment his beloved Mjolnir was crushed by Hela, a part of his heart had already perished, having endured 3 heartbreaks. "My mental state is now far worse than when I was ensnared by the poison of alcohol. Banner, could you lend me a hand? I need to place an order for the factory." Tony astutely sensed the discordant atmosphere and swiftly concocted an excuse to make his exit. "Has Barton eaten? Should I venture to the kitchen to prepare a sandwich?" "Not yet. You handle the sandwich. I shall fry the eggs. Then I shall take charge of the bacon." Before long, a significant portion of the gathering had departed, leaving the hall feeling desolate. Zhou cast a helpless glance at Rocket and then thrust the meow hammer into Thor's hands. "Rocket, let us take the spaceship. This fellow seems to be in a bit of a slump. I'll provide him with some psychological counsel along the way." "Rocket, isn't your own presence the reason for Thor's gloom? Administering both illness and remedy, you could certainly amass great wealth by opening a clinic." Zhou and his companions set their course for Nidavellir, while the remaining Avengers embarked on their military preparations in earnest. The traitorous Nebula was rather decorously confined to the basement of the base. Given her camouflage, it was unlikely that any pervert would dare to launch a night raid on her, at least not in a state that would leave her replete with visible marks. Meanwhile, Zhou had regained a long-lost sense of freedom. In the timeline of 2023, his character, unable to tolerate even a speck of sand, began to emanate an air of absurdity from within. In this realm, he had yet to adopt an angelic guise. Thus he felt remarkably at ease. Of course, this could also be attributed to the peculiar dynamics aboard the ship. The entire Guardians of the Galaxy were a bunch of jokers, leaving one to ponder the root of such an issue. Though one could not deny that Star-Lord's ship played a significant role. Utilizing his telepathic abilities, Zhou swiftly restored Thor's spirits. In truth, he had not performed any extraordinary feats. He merely fabricated a memory for Thor, wherein his ample physique led to him being subdued by a Thanos devoid of the Infinity Stones. Despite having learned from the previous encounter where he had not decapitated his foe, he aimed each strike at Thanos' head. Nevertheless, he was ultimately felled by 3 powerful punches and sent sprawling to the ground. By the time the Guardian's ship reached Nidavellir, Thor had already completed half an hour of push-ups. While this amount of exercise was trivial for him, barely scratching the surface of a proper warm-up, it signaled a promising development. Thor had regained the mindset of a warrior and was consciously striving to grow stronger. The Dyson sphere of the Navidian star is now functioning seamlessly, with a few dwarves engaged in some form of forging. Thanos, who proclaims himself a butcher, exhibits no qualms about his role. However, he is a butcher of principles, systematically extinguishing half of all life on any planet he targets. Thus, when Thor and Rocket visited to forge the Stormbreaker, it is notable that half of the dwarven population still remained, albeit in hiding or fleeing. Furthermore, Thanos' infamous snap 5 years ago exacerbated the plight of the already dwindling dwarven race, leaving approximately 70 to 80 individuals in existence. The restoration of their lineage appears to be a formidable challenge. As for the film's portrayal of only the Dwarven King as presence, It was merely a matter of budget constraints regarding special effects. The inclusion of the Dwarven King was sufficient for Thor to forge the weapon. Upon meeting the trio, the Dwarven King extended his merciless metal hand in demonstration, conveying his inability to assist, to thwart any possibility of the Dwarven King creating another Infinity Gauntlet. Thanos forcefully plunged the King's hand into the molten URU metal, rendering it irreparably damaged and eliminating his capacity to craft such exquisite artifacts. At best, he could barely forge a hammer or axe, but even then, he could not provide a proper handle for the Stormbreaker. Zhou scratched his head, contemplating that since he had come all this way, he might as well make the most of it. He proposed a trade. I shall restore your hands, provided you craft an Infinity Gauntlet for me. If you can heal my hands, the gauntlet is trivial. I shall craft you a full suit of armor, he declared. You must not backtrack on this. With that, Zhou formed a hand seal before his chest, and the eye of Agamotto radiated a brilliant green light. Chapter 87. The biochemical maternal body of the sand sculpture virus, suspected to be Star-Lord. With the passage of time, a green magic circle materialized upon Zhou's right hand. A faint green radiance enveloping the Dwarf King's hands. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhou's forehead. He felt somewhat inept wielding the power of the Time Stone for the first time. Even though the illustrious Emperor of the Holy Dimension, S.H.I.E.L.D, had implanted the magic of time manipulation within his mind, Zhou felt akin to a freshly graduated medical student thrust into the operating theater. With his right hand gently pressing upon the green magic circle, Zhou began to rotate it counterclockwise. The Dwarf King's merciless iron hands emitted a sharp, grating sound of metal on metal, prompting a frown from those present. As Zhou rotated the magic circle a full 180 degrees, the Dwarf King's hands turned crimson, and soon 2 streams of glowing red liquid URU metal began to flow from his hands. The Dwarf King let out a piercing cry of anguish. After all, melting URU metal requires the heat of a burning star. Zhou dispelled the power of the Time Stone, a white light emanating from his hand, forcefully pressing it against the Dwarf King's hands. The white light instantly illuminated the surroundings, causing the onlookers to instinctively shut their eyes and shield their faces with their hands. When the light subsided, the Dwarf King's hands had returned to their original state. Were it not for the glowing red URU metal pooling on the ground, everyone would have thought the preceding events were mere illusions. Dwarf King, Thor, Rocket, aside from Rocket, who was momentarily blinded by the brilliance. Both the Dwarf King and Thor regarded Zhou with profound respect. At that moment, Zhou felt an emptiness within him. After all, the Dwarf King was a figure of Asgardian mythology. The divine energy expended to heal him far exceeded that required to heal a mere earthling. Time was of the essence, and Zhou could not afford to draw energy from the holy dimension. He had to rely on the reserves within his stigmata, nearly depleting himself in the process. How do you feel? Are you able to forge an Infinity Gauntlet anew? Zhou discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. And about that full-body armor we discussed, I desire something convenient to wear. How did you accomplish this? Can you help me save my loved ones? Thor grasped Zhou's shoulder, sensing a glimmer of hope for the restoration of Asgard. This ability to reverse time was a divine technique, one that transcended even his own powers as a god. For he too could never achieve such a feat. Zhou cast a disapproving glance at Thor, who remained oblivious to the intricacies of magic. He proceeded to elucidate the recent events. What I just reversed was an inanimate object, specifically the URU metal in the possession of the Dwarf King. All that was required was to restore it to its pre-solidified state, allowing it to be liberated from those 2 hands. Even this was an arduous feat. Do you comprehend the toll of reversing 5 years of time? Moreover, the reversal of life's timeline is entirely distinct from that of inanimate objects. Did you not notice that I merely healed the Dwarf King's hands rather than restoring his entire being to 5 years prior? Upon hearing this, Thor fell into a profound silence. The recently revived Rocket could sense the deep sorrow emanating from Thor. The two shared a striking resemblance, having both endured significant losses throughout their journeys, friends and family alike. Thus, the bond between Rocket and Thor extended far beyond their previous collaboration in crafting weapons on Nidavellir. Zhou then shifted his focus to the Dwarf King, who, with his bushy beard and towering stature, resembled a child exuberantly examining a newfound toy, incessantly turning his hands over. Hello, esteemed Dwarf King, shall we commence our work? Indeed, I shall employ my utmost craftsmanship. The Dwarf King nodded vigorously, bowing respectfully to Zhou, who merely inclined his body slightly in acknowledgement, accepting the half-bow. There is no need for such formality. After all, this is merely a transaction. Honorable Mage Zhou, you cannot fathom how invaluable a pair of hands capable of forging weapons is to our dwarven kin. From this moment forth, you shall be regarded as our most esteemed guest and my closest friend. After declaring this, the Dwarf King turned to depart but hesitated, returning a few steps later. Noticing Zhou's puzzled expression, he cautiously retrieved a basin to collect the URU metal scattered on the ground. The Dwarf King remarked, What is so peculiar about this? Such precious metal is hard to come by. Frugality is a virtue, no matter where one resides. Zhou watched in bemusement as the dwarf king left, his gaze shifting to the sorrowful bear and god before him, feeling increasingly at a loss. The misdeeds of Thanos had left the Avengers in a state of profound grief, ensuring that they would have no respite in the future. Suddenly struck by an idea, Zhou addressed Rocket. Hey, Rocket. Would you like to know how Thanos acquired the Soul Stone? Was it not obtained in such a manner? No. Wait, you once mentioned that acquiring the Soul Stone requires the sacrifice of one's most beloved. But Thanos, a tyrant intent on extinguishing half of all life in the universe, whom could he possibly hold dear? Rocket was jolted from his sorrow by Zhou's words. Yet he remained blissfully unaware of the revelation that was about to unfold. So, can you guess how Gamora met her end? You don't truly believe that Thanos simply killed her, do you? Rocket, upon hearing the news of Gamora's demise from Nebula, was left in a state of confusion. She was unaware of the intricate details, believing simply that Thanos had slain Gamora rather than having sacrificed her for the Soul Stone. Yet, what difference did it make? As long as the snap was executed, Gamora would be resurrected. No, Gamora would never return. She had become a part of the Soul Stone. After conveying this grim reality, Zhou gently patted Rocket on the head before turning to leave, casting a shadowy figure that exuded malevolence. Rocket's furry visage contorted in anguish, and unable to contain his sorrow, he clung to Thor's leg and wept. Thor, influenced by Rocket's despair, also succumbed to tears, had it not been for Rocket's extraordinary resilience. He might have suffocated amidst the folds of his own flesh. Meanwhile, Zhou, hiding nearby, extracted a notebook and meticulously inscribed a cautionary note. The Guardians of the Galaxy's ship must be kept at a considerable distance, for it harbors a ludicrous virus. Data analysis suggests that the biological origin may be attributed to Star-Lord. Chapter 88. Why has Thanos appeared at this moment? In short, a day later, Zhou acquired his full suit of armor, a golden battle attire imbued with memory and extensibility, crafted entirely from URU metal. While it boasted exceptional defensive capabilities, it was also designed to be worn by anyone. However, regarding its specific style, the Dwarven King originally intended to create it in the Asgardian fashion, only to have Zhou decline, fully aware of the truth that one's appearance is paramount. His identity in an alternate timeline was that of a celestial angel, necessitating a suit of armor that exudes divine essence. Otherwise, it would seem rather incongruous. Ultimately, at Zhou's behest, the final product bore a striking resemblance to a certain Sagittarius cloth. Yes, the one adorned with wings. Although the wings on the back were merely decorative, through Zhou's experimentation, and with divine energy infused within, he found himself capable of harnessing the power of flight, and moreover, his speed significantly increased. For a pure energy form is far more efficient than corporeal wings. When not in use, the armor could be conveniently stored, as Zhou possessed a spatial ring. By the way, the newly crafted Infinity Gauntlet was also part of this attire. The original gauntlet was far too large, clearly not designed for Earth dwellers. Although in the comics, characters like Iron Man, Spider-Man, and even Deadpool have donned the Infinity Gauntlet, in this cinematic universe, the gauntlet has become synonymous with Thanos, prompting the Dwarven King to make some technical adjustments. Of course, this was not merely to conserve materials. The idea that a single gauntlet could save a significant amount is far-fetched. Once clad in the complete armor, Zhou, even while standing still, appeared far more like a living deity than the portly Thor beside him. With a mere squeeze, he shattered the Tesseract and the Mind Stone, embedding the two Infinity Stones into the gauntlet. In an instant, Zhou felt as though he had acquired a wealth of knowledge previously unknown to him. Not only did he grasp the nuances of the reality space, but he also sensed the existence of entirely different extra-dimensional realms. No wonder the Space Stone could effortlessly open portals. This is the ultimate secret of space. As for the Mind Stone, its power was even greater. Given that Zhou possessed the ability of telepathy, he realized that the Infinity Stone most suited to him was indeed the Mind Stone. With but a thought, he could irrevocably alter a person's mindset, a transformation that could not be rectified by any means other than the other Infinity Stone. Regarding the Time Stone, Zhou dared not crush the Eye of Agamotto, for that artifact, along with the Infinity Stones, must ultimately be returned to the formidable Dormammu. One must not be deceived into thinking that mastery over several Infinity Stones renders one invincible, should Dormammu desire it. He could summon Zhou to meet eternity at any moment. When the Time Stone was embedded in his hand, Zhou's understanding of the sacred dimension's temporal magic surged to its zenith. However, this formidable power was but ephemeral, without the Time Stone's enhancement. Zhou remained a novice sorcerer. While his insights into time magic were noteworthy, employing such magic amidst fierce combat was beyond the capabilities of a fledgling mage like him. Observing Zhou as he adapted to the boundless energy of the Infinity Stones, Thor and Rocket finally grasped why Zhou was determined to forge an infinity gauntlet. Thanos, possessing all 5 infinity stones, had overwhelmed a multitude of superheroes, but his strength was not solely from his own might. Rather, it was his adept and cost-free utilization of each infinity stone's powers that rendered him formidable. At that moment, a communication request crackled through Rocket's radio. "Hey, have you got the infinity gauntlet? That blonde beauty has returned. I believe it is time to confront Thanos." Tony's tone was noticeably lighter, for he had foreseen his future and resolved that, even if it meant his demise at Thanos' hands or leaping off a cliff, he would never touch the infinity stones. With the burden lifted from his psyche, the lines on Tony's face softened. "Must you address me in such a manner? You ought to show respect to a super scientist like myself. This individual you brought from the past resembles a god more than Thor does." Rocket activated the holographic projection, revealing Zhou clad in golden armor, joyfully firing lasers from the Mind Stone into the cosmos. Tony remarked, "I must be getting old. I'm truly seeing things. We were supposed to be crafting the gauntlet, yet why do I see someone wearing it?" Suddenly, an alarm blared through the Avengers base, signaling the detection of a massive alien spacecraft. Just as Tony was about to speak, the warning rang out, prompting him to don his entire nanosuit and turn toward a specific direction. With a deafening explosion, Tony's holographic image vanished, and the communication was severed. Before Rocket could react, Thor summoned his Stormbreaker. "Rocket, we must return immediately. Earth is in peril." Bifrost. He raised his hammer high, intending to summon the Bifrost to transport them back to Earth. However, to Thor's astonishment, the Bifrost did not materialize. He stood there, holding his axe aloft, looking rather foolish, prompting Rocket to shield his eyes and turn away in embarrassment. Even with Thor's change in mindset, his current state was far from ideal, as he was unable to summon the Bifrost, in a manner reminiscent of Thor, Love and Thunder. Witnessing his former girlfriend wielding his once cherished weapon and ascending to the role of the new god of thunder left him profoundly shaken. Summoning the Bifrost, he found himself tumbling out of it. With a resounding clap, a lavishly adorned hand landed on Thor's shoulder, adorned with 3 radiant infinity stones. "Your current condition is less than optimal. It is only natural that you struggle to rise. After this ordeal concludes, I shall arrange for you to consult an esteemed traditional Chinese physician for some restorative treatment," remarked Zhou with a cheerful demeanor, firmly clenching his left hand as the space stone emitted a brilliant blue glow. A swirling portal materialized behind him, swiftly enveloping the trio in an instant. When Thor and Rocket opened their eyes, they discovered they had returned to the original Avengers base. A colossal black warship loomed in the sky, resembling a vast storm cloud obscuring the sun, casting a significant shadow upon them, while the warship pulsated with a crimson light. It was the Sanctum II, Thanos' personal vessel, the flagship of the Dark Order fleet. Zhou exclaimed, "Which wretched soul has stirred trouble now? Why has Thanos chosen this moment to make his appearance?" Chapter 89. Jarvis, unleash all the weapons at my command, fire. Zhou gently clenched his fists, the space gem upon the infinity gauntlet radiating a series of azure luminescence. Beneath the ruins of the Avengers base, devastated by the artillery of the Sanctum II, Zhou unearthed the buried Avengers. Alongside them, a canister of crimson ether particles floated unsteadily to his side. As he reached out to grasp this swirling liquid, he exerted a mere fraction of strength, shattering it into fragments. The vibrant red liquid writhed in the air for a moment before being drawn into the infinity gauntlet, transforming into a red reality gem, which subsequently infused Zhou with a surge of energy. It is noteworthy that the ether particles retrieved by Rocket and Thor from Asgard were, in fact, extracted from Thor's former lover. However, the primary narrative of Thor, the Dark World, revolved around extracting these ether particles from Jane Foster. At that time, Asgard's technology was incapable of safely extracting the ether particles, yet Rocket managed to do so with a mere canister. And one cannot help but suspect that Odin's meddling was absent in this process. It is utterly inconceivable to Zhou. The function of the reality gem is quite straightforward. It allows for the alteration of reality. This effect can be transient or persist for an extended period, provided the reality gem continues to supply energy. Once the gem ceases to provide power, the altered reality inevitably reverts to its original state. The Avengers, rescued by Zhou, stood resolutely behind him under Captain America's leadership. Thor, wielding both his mighty hammer and a smaller one, summoned a bolt of lightning from the heavens, instantly donning the armor he had worn 5 years prior. Though Thor had gained weight over the years, the armor remained unchanged, miraculously accommodating his bulk. However, observing Thor's flushed face and labored breathing, it appeared that this armor might have significantly diminished his combat prowess. A beam of light descended from the Sanctum II, illuminating the charred earth, and a towering figure emerged, clad in golden armor and helmet, standing tall like the Hulk, with purple skin seemingly enhanced by an abundance of stimulants. He wielded a double-edged blade in his right hand while donning a golden infinity gauntlet on his left, adorned with the Soul Gem and Power Gem, presenting an imposing figure. At this moment, Zhou too revealed his infinity gauntlet, exhaling upon it and polishing the surface. The 4 infinity gems sparkled so brightly that Thanos could scarcely keep his eyes open. Thanos felt his status as the cosmic overlord being challenged, his wrinkled chin extending long. Earthling, surrender the infinity gems in your possession and accept your destiny. Captain, I am not adept at verbal sparring. Tony claims you possess the least decorum among all the Avengers. It is your moment to shine. Go forth and berate him. Zhou reached out and pulled Steve, who stood behind him, to the forefront. As the climactic battle approached, how could it still be the case that others shielded him? It was high time for him to protect them. Steve gazed upon Thanos, once more confronting the nightmare of 5 years prior. He felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through him, as if he could summon lightning from the heavens themselves. Wait, lightning? Suddenly, Steve realized that a Mjolnir had appeared in his grasp, and he caught a glimpse of Zhou winking at him. In order to enable Steve to execute his well-practiced fluid combination moves, Zhou momentarily seized control of Thor through telepathy, effortlessly snatching Mjolnir from his hand and discreetly placing it into Steve's. The snap of the fingers had yet to occur, and a multitude of Avengers remained in their ashen state. Following Thanos' appearance, his dark army began to mobilize, including not only the already expendable Chitauri forces, but also a host of bizarre extraterrestrial beings, along with the likes of the Black Order as minor bosses. While Steve was undoubtedly formidable, capable of holding his own against anyone, he struggled with clearing minions as a super soldier. A hammer would indeed prove more reliable. 5 years prior, during the battle in Wakanda, he had found himself evenly matched against a horde of minions. Steve exclaimed, "Good brother. I knew you would provide me with a stage for grandeur." Countless witty remarks swirled in his mind, yet when it came to the final moment, he could only utter one phrase: Avengers, assemble. Thor unleashed a thunderous battle cry, his Stormbreaker crackling with immense lightning as he charged into the fray. Immediately, all the Avengers surged forward towards Thanos, their combined might echoing that of thousands. Zhou shook his head in mild disappointment. While he acknowledged the iconic nature of the captain's line, he had been rather eager to witness the captain call for Thunderbolt. Based on its portrayal in the Deadpool film, it certainly could be deemed the most uncouth exclamation among the Avengers. However, it seemed one crucial figure was still absent. Where was the promised blonde Captain Marvel? Tony, where is that stunning blonde you mentioned? Why hasn't she arrived yet? During my previous communication with you, I had already made contact with her. She said she would return shortly, but did not specify her location. I suspect she must not be far from Earth. Meanwhile, Tony unleashed a barrage of lasers and missiles, with himself and Rhodey shouldering the task of clearing minions, achieving efficiency surpassing that of their companions combined. The capacity to store such an arsenal within their armored suits was made possible through Ant-Man's shrinking technology and nanotech. Given enough time, the two of them could eradicate all the minions. But what about the gift I had reserved for Thanos? Zhou approached Thanos step by step. Aside from a few dim-witted minions, the Black Order was astutely aware, skillfully avoiding the battlefield between the two. The Infinity Stones were no trifling matter. Possessing 2 of them rendered Thanos one of the mightiest beings in the universe. Yet now, Zhou wielded a total of 4. Such formidable power was best left for the leader to handle. A subordinate should focus on their designated tasks. Summoning divine energy, he forged a golden longsword that effortlessly cleaved the approaching minions in 2. These insignificant adversaries were hardly worthy of the Infinity Stones. The gifts were still tucked away in the depths of the base, beneath the rubble over there. I will restore the base to its original state in 30 seconds. Seize the opportunity. Zhou clenched his left hand, activating the Reality Stone's energy. The once collapsed Avengers headquarters began to gradually revert to its former glory. Jarvis, activate all weapons and open fire. Chapter 90. Have I inadvertently disturbed Thanos' nest? Is this contraption available wholesale? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of Jarek missiles erupted from the Avengers base, bursting in midair into countless small bombs, unleashing a saturation assault on the Dark Cult's vast army, instantly transforming the area into a fiery inferno. The Dark Cult suffered devastating losses, and a peculiar scent of charred flesh permeated the battlefield. Yet, amidst the chaos, Thanos remained steadfast, observing Zhou wielding the Reality Stone. Impressive power, he remarked. I offer you a chance. Surrender the stones and bow to me. Zhou responded, isn't this a bit presumptuous? What gives you such confidence? With 4 Infinity Stones against my 2, the advantage lies with me. I know what you're thinking. It's not merely about the number of Infinity Stones enhancing combat prowess. Even with 4, your ignorance of this universe is palpable. In fact, you pose less of a threat to me than Tony Stark. He is the truly cursed by knowledge. Thanos adjusted his helmet and brandished his double-edged sword, charging towards Zhou. Despite possessing 2 Infinity Stones, he opted for close combat, believing there was no comparison between his might, bolstered by the Power Stone. In Suzhou's frail form, once the battle drew close, he intended to deny Suzhou any chance to utilize the Infinity Stones. However, Suzhou appeared to anticipate Thanos' intentions. With a sudden flap of the wings on his armor, he soared into the sky, leaving the grounded Thanos momentarily dumbfounded. Why should a mage engage you in melee? Suzhou teased, glancing at the bewildered Titan before executing an aerial maneuver, deftly evading the deep purple beam shot by Thanos. The Power Stone's beam was not to be trifled with, yet hitting Suzhou seemed an impossible task. Gripping his Infinity Gauntlet, Suzhou activated the full power of the Space Stone, instantly capturing the hovering Sanctum II, enveloping the entire vessel in a shimmering blue aura. Frowning, Suzhou realized that his current strength was insufficient to pull it down from the sky. The second Mind Stone lit up as he began channeling its energy into himself. You can do this, Suzhou. You're the best. You will bring that thing down. In addition to the Mind Stone, Suzhou also employed a reverse usage of telepathy, amplifying his mental power to its zenith. The glow of the Mind Stone dimmed slightly. Yet the blue brilliance of the Space Stone illuminated the entire battlefield. Come down. Suzhou's left hand clenched into a fist, as if grasping a rope tied to the Sanctum II, pulling forcefully downward. The entire spaceship lost propulsion, plummeting headfirst toward the ground. Boom. The blinding flames surged into the sky as munitions aboard the warship exploded, triggering a multitude of chain reactions. The colossal vessel disintegrated amidst the chaos, and the members of the Dark Cult aboard remained oblivious to the countless lives lost. This warship, which had long terrorized the cosmos, now faced its demise. Reminiscent of Thanos' actions in the third Avengers film, where he crushed Iron Man's head with a satellite. In a similar fashion, Suzhou decisively obliterated Thanos' flagship, destroying the Temple II warship, incinerating Thanos' grand bed, justice points. 300, eliminating the Dark Cult's Vanguard X, limit reached, not counted, justice points. 100 system. Grant me a character experience card. Suzhou found himself at his wit's end. To his astonishment, utilizing the Infinity Stones drained a significant portion of his mental energy. Although his mental capacity far exceeded that of an average individual, the moment he wrenched the Temple II from the sky, he nearly exhausted his mental reserves. This was primarily due to it being his first experience using the Infinity Stones, aside from the Mind Stone. He squandered an excessive amount of mental energy while employing the other stones. Now, having activated the character experience card of Erwa, he realized that while abilities like clairvoyance and enhanced hearing lacked combat prowess, Erwa might possess the strongest mental energy among all the Calabash brothers. For if one's mental fortitude were insufficient to process such an influx of information, madness would surely ensue. Upon using Erwa's task experience card, Suzhou's mental energy was instantly replenished, and it appeared that his overall mental capacity had increased slightly, truly a profitable endeavor. Estimating the duration of his impending battle with Thanos, he noted that Captain Marvel had yet to arrive, leaving him with no opportunity to rest. He resolved to acquire additional character experience cards as a means to restore his mental energy, ensuring his preparations were foolproof. 4 draws completed. Received 4 character experience cards. This time, the system seemed particularly considerate, sensing Suzhou's urgency and omitting the usual draw sound effects. However, this absence left him feeling uneasy. Without the garish audio cue, the thrill of the draw was diminished, fostering an ominous premonition. Indeed, upon examining the 4 character experience cards, his previously anxious heart plummeted. Master of the Flowing Water, a human weapon, only defeated by the invincible Windfire Wheel. Aobai, 13 protectors with the Golden Bell Shield. Can also retract energy into the abdomen. Chang Wei, I truly lack martial skills. I am endowed with innate divine strength. Fire Cloud, evil god. I only wish to slay 2 individuals or be slain by them. Suzhou, what a farce. Previously, I received a Calabash Brothers gift pack, and now it's a gathering of film antagonists. Isn't this system supposed to be a justice point system? Why am I being awarded so many villains? Clearly, these 4 are intended for close combat, but collectively, they cannot even contend with Thanos. Boom. As Suzhou was momentarily distracted while drawing cards, a purple energy beam from Thanos surged towards him. There was no time to evade. He swiftly conjured a Seraphim shield to guard himself. However, the golden light shield was merely a fleeting defense, shattering upon impact. With no option left, Suzhou braced himself with the Infinity Gauntlet to absorb the blow. Yet, lacking any leverage in midair, he was propelled several hundred meters away, spiraling before managing to regain his composure. A flash of green light enveloped him as the power of the Time Stone coursed through, restoring the slightly damaged Infinity Gauntlet to its pristine state. Thanos, not only do you disregard the lives of your subordinates, but you also resort to ambush. Suzhou glared fiercely at Thanos on the ground, the Mind Stone in his grasp illuminated, ready to unleash a retaliatory energy beam. However, he was abruptly struck by darkness. Instinctively, he glanced upward, only to behold yet another Sacred Temple II battleship materializing above him. Suzhou thought, Have I inadvertently disturbed Thanos' lair? Is this contraption available in bulk? Chapter 91. Just wait. I shall avenge you by eliminating those two. The emergence of the Second Sanctum 2 struck the Avengers like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Only Tony, gazing at the colossal structure before him, murmured softly, "Those who toy with time shall ultimately be toyed with by it." The primary reason for the appearance of the Second Sanctum 2 lay with the motionless Thanos, whose fate was intertwined with the failure of Nebula to retrieve him to the 2023 timeline at the appointed moment. Thanos, undeterred by any doubts regarding Nebula's loyalty, began to access the information stored in the mind of the 2023 Nebula. Although she had not participated in the specific research of the quantum realm, she had certainly gleaned some insights. Utilizing these fragmented pieces of information, Thanos swiftly deduced a method for traversing time. Let us not forget that before becoming the director of the Cosmic Population Control Commission, Thanos was, in fact, a scientist of considerable renown. It was no coincidence that he stated, "Tony is not the only one cursed by knowledge," for he himself was similarly afflicted. While the method for time travel was developed, the device for precise localization proved to be an arduous task. Consequently, after one erroneous temporal leap, they found themselves in the 2015 timeline. At this juncture, the 2023 Nebula re-established a connection with the mechanical head of her 2015 counterpart, allowing the 2015 Thanos to comprehend his future and commence research on time travel within her mind. This chain of events led to the timely arrival of the 2014 Thanos in the 2023 timeline. One could argue that the Guardians of the Galaxy, beyond their penchant for humor, are instinctual producers, with Star-Lord having single-handedly propelled Avengers, Endgame into existence, and Nebula summoning a host of Thanoses. It seems the galaxy is plagued by the presence of such unreliable characters. As for Nebula, she has become the busiest actor on set. The 2023 Nebula, buried beneath the rubble of the Avengers base, did not escape even when Zhou utilized the Reality Stone to restore the base. With the energy supply of the Reality Stone now severed, the base, after delivering its gifts to Thanos, has reverted to ruins. Zhou is now utterly convinced that the 2023 Nebula has indeed perished. Conversely, the Nebula aboard the 2014 Sanctum 2 was rescued by her dear sister Gamora. And the two have joined the ranks of the Avengers, gazing in at the Second Sanctum 2. In a similar fashion, the 2015 Thanos reappeared on the battlefield, brandishing his familiar double-edged blade and clad in golden armor. However, this Thanos possessed neither the Infinity Gauntlet nor the Infinity Stones. The 2014 Thanos had not only taken the Infinity Stones but had also slain the Dwarf King, the very one capable of forging the gauntlet. Thanos' modus operandi was to eliminate half, and as for which half, that decision was naturally his alone to make. Without the Infinite Stones, Thanos cast a glance at his 2014 self, then shifted his gaze to the formidable Zhou soaring through the sky. Impressive strength. I offer you a chance. Surrender the stones and bow to me. Thanos, Zhou, winky face, see. I told you. A boomerang tossed away will always return to strike its thrower. The only one capable of delivering a blow to Thanos is another Thanos. It wasn't until Zhou beheld the Thanos from 2015 that he comprehended why the Thanos with merely 2 infinite stones could exude such confidence. Even in the absence of the stones, his self-assurance remained unshaken. Without further contemplation, Zhou swiftly employed the Space Stone to recapture the Sanctum 2, fortifying his mental prowess with the Mind Stone, and then yanked the Sanctum 2 down from the sky, landing it squarely upon the rear of the previously grounded Sanctum 2. Thankfully, these vessels were not transformers, lest the scene become overly philosophical. Considering that Thanos typically designated the Sanctum 2 for his purposes, it could very well be seen as an auspicious turn of events. A cacophony of explosions ensued as the old model of the Sanctum 2 was utterly reduced to fragments, while the new model was rendered scrap, accurately severed in two. The Dark Cult army aboard the ship suffered significant casualties, leaving only the 4 lieutenants in the 2015 versions of Gamora and Nebula relatively unscathed. The survivors struggled from the wreckage, exchanging glances before launching into combat, while the Avengers engaged without further discourse, merely facing another wave of adversaries. Not only were the Avengers battling the Ebony Maw and his minions, but the 4 lieutenants from different timelines also conspired against one another while offering assistance. Why, you may ask? In the realm of the illustrious Thanos, there could only be one Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, Corvus Glaive, or Proxima Midnight. Zhou descended from the heavens, standing in a triad with the 2 Thanoses, observing their mutual wariness. A clever idea sparked in his mind. With a flicker of the Space Stone, he plucked a Gamora from the battlefield, her abdomen having been pierced by Corvus Glaive, rendering her unconscious. Mr. Thanos, I have heard that you exchanged Gamora's life for the Soul Stone. Now, I present you with a choice. Relinquish the Soul Stone to me, and I shall return this Gamora to you. What say you? That is my Gamora. Before the Thanos imbued with the Soul Stone could respond, the Thanos devoid of infinite stones interjected, to simplify matters and avoid confusion. Let us refer to the Thanos with stones as Thanos A, and the one without as Thanos B. Return Gamora to me. This proclamation echoed from both Thanoses simultaneously. It must be noted that this ruthless cosmic sovereign indeed harbored genuine feelings for his adopted daughter, even earning the recognition of the Soul Stone. Whoever grants me the Soul Stone, I shall hand over Gamora to them. Zhou, being a former agent, was adept at hostage situations. As he tightened his grip on Gamora's neck with his left hand, the Soul Stone emanated a brilliant light. The two Thanos exchanged glances, and within an instant, they reached a tacit understanding. First, they would incapacitate that young man, and then decide the fate of the Infinity Stones and Gamora. Very well. Let us eliminate that human first, and then utilize the power of the Time Stone to rescue Gamora. In mere moments, the two Thanos forged an agreement. Although Thanos typically did not entertain collaborative efforts, viewing all interactions as submission or death, the current circumstances were far from favorable. Thus, a temporary alliance did not seem too grievous. After all, such a confident individual as he could not afford to dismiss himself. A surge of white divine energy manifested as Zhou healed Gamora's abdominal wound. He then patted her shoulder and said, "Cease your pretense. You must have heard everything your two dear fathers just uttered. They still deem you less significant than the Soul Stone. Soon, I shall vanquish both of them to avenge you." Chapter 92. Is this the clash of deities where mortals suffer? You are not innocent either. Gamora cast a fierce glare at Zhou, who, in turn, shrugged helplessly, expressing his innocence. He was, after all, a good person. In these times, being virtuous is indeed a challenging endeavor. This Gamora is a wild version captured by Thanos A after his traversal to 2015. At this juncture, Gamora had already joined the Guardians of the Galaxy, yet she had not found the Power Stone and was taken away by Thanos A. The 2014 version of Gamora had already been transformed into the Soul Stone and was presently worn by Thanos A. This scenario only serves to validate one notion. The theory of Zhou's timeline coexisting with the multiverse is indeed true. Otherwise, how could the 2014 Gamora, who had perished, still be alive in 2015? It simply attests to the reality of the multiverse. Thanos A and Thanos B seemingly originate from different timelines. However, they actually hail from distinct multiverses within those timelines. Their abilities may be comparable, yet the complexities of their situations cannot be succinctly articulated. Those who manipulate time invariably find themselves ensnared by it. Zhou found himself in a predicament. He had genuinely considered using Gamora as leverage against Thanos. However, Rocket and Nebula, the last remnants of the Guardians of the Galaxy, were casting dubious glances his way, their weapons subtly aimed in his direction. Had he not acted swiftly to heal Gamora's wounds, he might have found himself contending not only with two Thanoses but also with two more reckless individuals eager to risk their lives. Gamora, gritting her teeth, shot another glare at the two Thanoses, her lips pursed in defiance. Stifling her tears, she picked up a weapon from the ground and charged at them. You two seem to have come to an agreement, yet there is only one Gamora. How do you intend to divide her? Shall it be an equal split, vertically or horizontally? Zhou gazed at the two Thanoses, who had successfully joined forces, feeling genuine pity for Gamora. After all, he was not the only one to notice her feigned unconsciousness. Both Thanoses had seen through it as well, yet they continued to utter cold, unfeeling remarks. Not a single Thanos was willing to exchange her for the Soul Stone. Indeed, Zhou held a deep respect for Thanos. He would not engage in deceit, something he himself could not achieve. We shall not divide her. The survivor will possess both Gamora and the Infinity Stones. However, before that, we must first eliminate you. At that moment, the two Thanoses synchronized their thoughts. If they had access to a Jaeger from Pacific Rim, they would undoubtedly be the ace pilots. They were convinced that in a 2-on-1 scenario, even with Zhou wielding 4 Infinity Stones, he would not stand a chance. Yet, Zhou excelled at the righteous art of overcoming odds through sheer numbers. The azure radiance of the space gem flickered, and Steve, wielding his shield, materialized at the center of the battlefield. Captain, it's time to showcase your silky smooth combos. I shall take on the one with the gem, while you handle the rest. Seize this rare opportunity. As Zhou spoke, he bestowed upon himself a surge of buffs, harnessing the power of the mind gem to amplify his mental acuity, instilling within himself the conviction to better master the energies of the other 3 Infinity Gems. With a powerful flap of his wings, he surged towards Thanos A, simultaneously activating his second character card. Utilizing the character experience card, Chang Wei, he declared, I truly lack martial prowess. I possess innate strength. Having recently expended a significant amount of mental energy with the Temple No. 2, he realized he was nearly drained before engaging in direct combat. Insufficient mental energy would not suffice. The character experience card served little purpose if left unused. It was far more prudent to restore his mental reserves directly. Upon activating this character, Zhou felt an unfamiliar energy swirling within him, warming his dantian before swiftly being absorbed into his stigmata. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to ponder further. The 4 gems on the Infinity Gauntlet simultaneously gleamed, and a fist, as swift as lightning, hurtled towards Thanos A, unfazed. Thanos A summoned the power of the other 2 Infinity Gems, colliding directly with Zhou's fist. The thunderous impact of their fists echoed, unleashing a cataclysmic force in an instant. Between the 2 Infinity Gauntlets, a kaleidoscopic darkness emerged as all 6 Infinity Gems unleashed their energies with fervor. A visible shockwave erupted, cascading outward, pulverizing the ground beneath them into dust, which soared skyward, enveloping both figures in its tumult. As their fists met, they remained locked for a fleeting second. However, in the contest of total energy, Thanos swiftly found himself at a disadvantage, on the verge of being sent flying by Zhou's punch. At that moment, he raised his dual-bladed knife, aiming for Zhou's neck, intending to demonstrate the grim artistry of an executioner, his intended prop being Zhou's very head. The blade's speed was formidable, yet it came to a steady halt at Zhou's throat, ensnared by a sphere of blue light. As the entire space became locked in place, the remaining 3 gems effectively suppressed Thanos, while the extra space gem held the pivotal power to determine the outcome of this battle. Before Thanos, a fist, seemingly insignificant, rapidly magnified in his sight, crashing heavily against his nose, followed by the unmistakable sound of breaking bone. Crack. The energy of the Infinity Gems was beyond what Thanos' mortal form could withstand. Zhou's punch sent him hurtling away, transforming him into a projectile that soared for several hundred meters, crashing into the debris of Temple No. 2. Zhou, what an exhilarating experience. That punch was the most powerful strike I have ever unleashed in my life. Although the Infinity Stones are external artifacts, their plug-and-play functionality is undeniably formidable. At this moment, Zhou resolved to refrain from becoming overly reliant on the Infinity Stones in the future. Otherwise, he would find himself not mastering the stones but rather being mastered by them. Should he ever encounter an entity akin to the Time Management Bureau, where the Infinity Stones might serve only as makeshift coasters, he would be left utterly defenseless. It is imperative to rely on one's own abilities. As the surrounding dust settled, Zhou realized he may have gone a bit too far, for Steve had just executed a seamless combo against Thanos B, only to be sent flying by the shockwave generated from the clash between Zhou and Thanos A, along with Thanos B, who was whisked away to an unknown destination. Is this the fate of mortals caught in the crossfire of celestial beings? Chapter 93. Today, I yearn to vanquish 2 foes or be vanquished by them. Has the Thanos adorned with jewels perished? If not, let him come forth once more. Zhou feigned ignorance of Steve, who had been swept into the fray. As he soared towards the airborne Thanos a sword of pure divine energy materialized in his right hand, signaling his intent to conclude this battle. Although Thanos served well as a formidable target, prolonging this encounter would inevitably result in extensive collateral damage, leading others to mistakenly believe my prowess insufficient. As Zhou approached the descent point of Thanos A, countless purple lights erupted from the remains of Sanctuary 2, resembling a manifestation seized by an unseen force, coalescing into an immense black sphere. This sphere hurtled towards Zhou, who initially contemplated utilizing the Space Stone to cast it aside. However, the Space Stone's power was comparable to that of the Power Stone, which possessed unique attributes, exclusively raw strength capable of shattering all constraints. Even with Zhou's spatial lock in place, the colossal black sphere continued its relentless advance. In a flash of green light, Zhou vanished. And bereft of the Space Stone's equilibrium, the massive black sphere ascended into the sky, swiftly breaching the atmosphere. Yet, amidst the ruins, Zhou's figure reemerged as though traversing the very fabric of time itself. He had just employed the Time Stone, not to reverse time, but to accelerate the flow of time around him, granting him a fleeting moment of superhuman speed akin to Quicksilver. In an instant, he propelled himself to an extraordinary velocity, though this rapid movement exacted a tremendous toll on his body. Were it not for the Mind Stone bolstering his mental fortitude, Zhou might not have endured even a second. Now, he stood before Thanos A, his divine sword poised to strike at the villain's left hand. Zhou had initially aimed for Thanos' head, but due to a slight difference in stature, he altered his target. Seizing the 2 Infinity Stones from Thanos was his primary objective. Without them, Thanos was but a worthless husk, relying solely on his combat skills. He preyed upon the likes of the Hulk, yet even a mere Scarlet Witch from the Avengers could rend him asunder. Just as the divine sword was about to cleave Thanos' arm, Zhou felt an unsettling loss of control. His body rendered immobile as his very soul was wrenched from him. Zhou, does the Soul Stone not emit light when activated? Is this truly Thanos' strategic intellect? Even in adversity, he manages to discern a glimmer of opportunity for victory. As I gazed upon Thanos A, I could see the slow encroachment of the Power Stone's influence upon him. In a desperate bid to escape the constraints of the Space Stone, he had wielded the Power Stone's might with excessive force, simultaneously channeling the Soul Stone's energy. Seizing the fleeting moment when Zhou let his guard down, He forcefully extracted Zhou's soul, not only saving one of his own hands, but also preparing to snatch the remaining 4 Infinity Stones from Zhou's grasp. Earthling, you fail to comprehend the true essence of the Infinity Stones. It is akin to possessing an extraordinarily powerful computer, yet treating it merely as a cumbersome hammer. In your hands, these stones are squandered. Better to relinquish them to me and submissively accept your fate. Thanos proclaimed, delivering a quintessential villainous monologue. His left hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, reached towards Zhou's left hand. Just as his fingers were about to brush against the Mind Stone, Zhou's right hand, faster than his, appeared and grasped the orange-yellow Soul Stone. Who told you I cannot wield the Infinity Stones? And who claimed I possess no other means beyond them? Zhou's face was mere inches from Thanos' purple visage, revealing a dazzling smile that seemed to irritate Thanos' eyes. For others, having their soul expelled from their body would spell doom, but Zhou, the cunning mage who often sought to evade his lessons, had endured having his soul forcibly extracted by Ancient One numerous times. On one occasion, he attempted to skip class 20 times in a single day. In response, Ancient One had inscribed protective runes upon his body, yet Zhou, relying on his telepathic abilities, managed to locate and re-enter his corporeal form. Now, with his telepathy having ascended to a higher level, it was no mere matter of having his soul displaced. Were it not for Thanos' possession of the Soul Stone, Zhou could have easily exerted control over him using the Mind Stone. In the midst of Thanos' slightly fearful gaze, Zhou forcibly pried the Soul Stone from the Infinity Gauntlet and delivered a swift kick to Thanos' chest, propelling him far away once more. This kick was an instinctive reaction enhanced slightly by the character experience card's augmentation of his physical energy. Clearly, the description of the character experience card was not exaggerated. Changwei truly possessed innate strength. Even Thanos could be sent flying by him. Thanos crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times before managing to rise. He found himself beside Thanos B, where Captain America, wielding Mjolnir, lay prostrate on the ground. The upper portion of his vibranium shield lay shattered, and Mjolnir was nowhere in sight. Captain America was sprawled out, in a deep slumber reminiscent of a doting father, with a pool of crimson blood beneath him. The scene was undeniably chilling. However, Zhou discerned that the source of the blood was not from Captain America's posterior, but rather a wound inflicted upon his thigh by Thanos B, which had resulted in such a significant loss of blood. The two Thanos figures exchanged a glance, reaching a mutual understanding once more. In unison, they brandished their double-edged blades and charged towards Zhou. If not now, when would they risk their lives? Once Zhou collected all 6 Infinity Stones, it would indeed be too late. Zhou placed the Soul Stone upon the Infinity Gauntlet and, with a slight smile, observed the approaching Thanos duo. He had just perused the details of another character experience card and noted that the description of the Fire Cloud Evil God card was laden with the word fate, evoking a strong sense that this was the moment to wield it. Coincidentally, the time for the Changwei character experience card was nearing its end. Thus, he resolved to embrace his destiny. System, activate the character experience card. Fire Cloud Evil God. A wave of gentle yet formidable energy surged within him, even more powerful than when he had activated the Changwei card. This energy was drawn into his Dantian, and suddenly, a plethora of arcane martial arts flooded his mind. Turning to the 2 rushing Thanos figures, he declared, "Today, I seek only to vanquish you both, or to be vanquished by you." Chapter 94, With Kindness. I allowed you both to leave some final words, yet you chose to feign ignorance. The 2 Thanos figures seemed oblivious to Zhou's remarks, relentlessly charging towards him. In synchrony, they launched their attacks, hurling dual-edged blades, one from the left and one from the right, both soaring towards Zhou. However, with the aid of the space gem, Zhou suspended the blades mid-air, effortlessly stowing them within his spatial ring. He then intercepted the punches thrown by both Thanos figures with his hands. The power of the time gem surged through him, propelling Zhou to his utmost speed in an instant. In that fleeting moment, both Thanos figures endured no less than 300 strikes. As Zhou emerged from the accelerated time, the 2 Thanos figures were sent spiraling away. Although a single punch or kick from Zhou might not phase a Titan, the cumulative impact of 300 punches landing almost simultaneously was undeniably significant. One might ponder, is it not said that the laws of physics still apply in the Marvel Universe? Wouldn't Zhou's hands ache from delivering so many blows? This is precisely why Zhou endeavored to forge an Infinity Gauntlet. The compact version of the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand is merely a detail. The armor enveloping his right hand and indeed his entire body was crafted by the Dwarf King, providing ample protection without hindering his agility. This fortitude emboldened him to engage both Thanos figures in close combat. Regardless of anything else, he first reinforced his defenses. In the realm of martial prowess, nothing is impenetrable. Only speed prevails. Zhou flashed a smile at the 2 Thanos figures, who had only just regained their footing. Showcasing the gem nestled between his left hand's thumb and forefinger, a blue-purple infinity gem, undeniably the power gem. In that very instant, as the 2 Thanos figures charged at him, Thanos' day was overexerting the power gem. Though he harbored no illusions of vanquishing Zhou, merely delaying him for a second represented their sole opportunity. Perhaps then, they might seize the Infinity Gauntlet from his grasp. Even if they failed to acquire the gauntlet, obtaining one or two of the gems would suffice. Alas, great power is futile if it cannot strike its target. Traditional Chinese martial arts emphasize the principle of yielding force. Mere brute strength honed in a gym is of little use. Now, with all 6 Infinity Gems collected by Zhou, a mere snap of his fingers would obliterate the Thanos army in this universe. However, Zhou had no intention of snapping his fingers, not solely due to the aftermath of Hulk's fateful snap or Iron Man's demise, but because he has never mastered the art of snapping his fingers since childhood. After all, with these 2 Thanos figures devoid of Infinity Gems and stripped of their weapons, there was no need for Zhou to resort to a snap. He could effortlessly subdue them both. Zhou resembled an angel gradually descending into the depths of hell, his golden wings folding behind him. As he walked, he placed the Power Stone into the Infinity Gauntlet, completing the most formidable ensemble within the Marvel Universe. A surge of power, comparable to the influence of the 5 previous stones, enveloped Zhou, instantly replenishing his depleted mental fortitude. The Power Stone was indeed a mere augmentation of raw strength, devoid of any extravagant abilities, simply offering pure power. It could be employed to bolster any conceivable power system, albeit in a rather brutish manner. Had it not been for the Infinity Gauntlet and his formidable armor, Zhou's physical capabilities would have found it challenging to endure. Just as the Power Stone exerted its control over Zhou for a fleeting second, 2 severed steel rebars hurtled toward his head. Even in this dire scenario, the 2 Thanos figures refused to relinquish their fight, having scavenged the steel rods from the rubble to hurl at Zhou. They had calculated that Zhou would undoubtedly affix the Power Stone to the Infinity Gauntlet, resulting in a momentary stiffness of 1 to 2 seconds upon the convergence of all 6 stones. This was their final opportunity. However, the steel rods came to a steady halt before Zhou, who effortlessly grasped them in his hands. His grip was akin to a hydraulic clamp, crushing the rebars into 4 segments of scrap metal. You think you can use steel rods to shatter my skull when I can catch bullets? Zhou stood firm, approximately 30 meters away from the 2 Thanos figures, calmly observing them. He refrained from utilizing the Infinity Gauntlet with his left hand. Instead, he conjured a radiant longsword of holy light in his right hand. This time, the divine energy was abundant, with not only a hilt guard adorning the sword's handle but also exquisite patterns embellishing the blade, which gleamed with a metallic sharpness. A faint trace of purple still lingered within the holy sword. Such was the nature of the Power Stone. Fully transmuting it into divine energy remained beyond Zhou's current capabilities. Even at this juncture, the 2 Thanos figures did not abandon their battle stance, assuming a boxing posture and awaiting Zhou's assault. The dignity of the Cosmic Overlord forbade them from surrendering to their foe. You too, do you have anything left to say? Zhou elevated the longsword, its tip aimed squarely at the 2 Thanos figures. Waves of energy erupted around him. He had resolved to end this conflict. The Avengers seemed somewhat overwhelmed. Steve had been lying on the ground for quite some time, and the formidable strength of the Black Order was evident. Otherwise, they would not have had the chance to become Thanos' subordinates. He needed to swiftly resolve this matter before rushing to assist them, for they represented the very embodiment of justice. I am the destined one. The 2 Thanos figures synchronized once more, uttering identical words. Everything I do is devoid of selfish intent. It is solely for the peace of the entire universe. Swish. A radiant beam of holy light, spanning 40 meters, soared forth, severing the heads of 2 Thanos simultaneously, their dark purple blood evaporating the instant it met the divine radiance. The headless corpses collapsed like mountains of gold and pillars of jade, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Thus, 2 generations of cosmic sovereigns met their demise in unison. The holy sword wielded by Zhou, after executing the 2 Thanoses, transformed into shimmering motes and vanished into the ether, effectively interrupting their synchronized utterance and delivering his own retort. I graciously allowed you both the chance to leave behind some final words, yet here you are, remaining silent, with a gentle flutter of the wings upon his back. Zhou approached Thanos and effortlessly pried off the original version of the Infinity Gauntlet. Such an artifact was difficult to remove while its owner still drew breath, but it proved considerably easier to detach from a lifeless body. Chapter 95. What are you looking at? I have never been able to snap my fingers. This Infinity Gauntlet, of course, is prepared for the Avengers of 2023, utilizing the 6 Infinity Stones to snap one's fingers. Even the Infinity Gauntlet cannot escape some degree of damage. My own Infinity Gauntlet is still pristine, having been in my possession for less than a day, and now it has been rendered battle-worn with a single snap. Who can endure that? Tossing the Infinity Gauntlet, still retaining Thanos' warmth, into the spatial ring, Zhou examined the system within his mind. Eliminated the villain leader Thanos too. Justice points 1000. Zhou, why does it feel as though something is amiss? How can a supervillain like Thanos still be counted individually? Moreover, the rewards value seems incorrect. System. I demand an explanation. The figure of justice points is off. Thanos exists across every timeline. Considering that the host may later traverse timelines using quantum pathways and exploit various Thanos from different timelines to accrue justice points. Restrictions have been implemented accordingly. Zhou, the system residing in my mind is certainly something else. I had just conceived this idea. And yet the system preemptively administered a precaution. Nevertheless, my system has been quite impressive of late. The 4 consecutive draws from the villain experience card have proven to be a remarkable boon. Zhou's physical prowess has once again seen a significant enhancement, particularly in speed, which is further complemented by the experience of bullet time. Otherwise, how could I have just slain 2 Thanoses with a single sword strike? As for Thanos B, who lacked the Infinity Gauntlet, that is another matter, but Thanos A could have defended himself with the gauntlet, even with the energy from the Power Stone. Zhou is confident that the sword formed from divine energy cannot shatter the Infinity Gauntlet. It might create a small dent, but it certainly cannot claim the life of Thanos A. As for why the Mjolnir, forged from the same Uru metal, could be crushed effortlessly by Hela, the goddess of death, it can only be said that the administrator's identity supersedes all. Originally, Mjolnir was Hela's weapon. She understands the enchanted hammer far better than Thor himself, allowing her to easily render it ineffective. The subsequent battle was purely a one-sided affair. Zhou, wielding the 6 Infinity Stones, made a powerful entrance and swiftly dispatched the Black Order. Without even snapping his fingers, he merely accelerated his own time with the Time Stone. And within a mere second, he had eliminated all 8 adversaries with his divine sword, particularly General Corvus Glaive, whose unparalleled blade could harbor the user's soul, ensuring that as long as the blade remained, he could resurrect indefinitely, even if his physical form was obliterated. Therefore, Zhou thoughtfully utilized the Soul Stone to extract his soul from the unparalleled blade, thereby adding 2 limited weapons to his spatial ring, along with an additional 1,000 justice points. Observing the battle-worn Avengers, Zhou promptly restored them to full vitality with divine energy. After all, with the Power Stone in hand, the divine energy within the sacred marks remained perpetually charged, never exhausting. Were it not for the dust on his attire, the recent fierce battle would have seemed but a fleeting illusion. Master Zhou, we are grateful for your timely assistance, Steve expressed, tenderly caressing his shield before gazing sincerely into Zhou's eyes. At that moment, he truly comprehended the implications of Zhou's actions. Had Zhou relinquished the 3 Infinity Stones to them, not only would they have failed to gather all 6 stones, but they would have inadvertently jeopardized Zhou's own 3 stones, leading to the potential demise of his world due to the absence of the Infinity Stone's power. Yet, I have another question. Why does it appear that our universe remains tranquil even after the destruction of the Infinity Stones? The world has not perished, despite their obliteration. The destruction of the Infinity Stones does not equate to the annihilation of what they symbolize. This matter involves intricate theories of quantum mechanics and perspectives on parallel universes, which you would not grasp, so it is best not to inquire further. In summary, your world is devoid of issues, so rest easy. With a dismissive wave towards Steve, Zhou pondered why the old war veteran was delving into such matters. However, upon turning, he was met with an eager Tony, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity. I understand. Quantum mechanics and multiverses are within my grasp. Please, enlighten me. My curiosity knows no bounds. You understand nothing, not even the simplest of concepts, Zhou retorted, casting a skeptical glance at Tony. Given his limited educational background, he feared that further discourse would expose him. It is often said, when in doubt, invoke quantum mechanics. When creativity runs dry, appeal to parallel universes. Yet, astonishingly, some truly comprehend these complexities. To maintain his image as a formidable figure, Zhou swiftly produced Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. Its residual warmth a testament to the last vestiges of its former wielder, for even the Cosmic Sovereign possessed a higher body temperature than that of Earthlings. Behold, the Infinity Gauntlet is ready. Who among you shall snap their fingers? Zhou declared, only to find that every Avenger had fixed their gaze upon him. For his left hand bore the 6 Infinity Stones, shimmering in unison. What are you staring at? I have never been able to snap my fingers, Zhou asserted with conviction, grateful that the other Avengers were not fools. They recognized that Zhou was not of this universe and had no obligation to sacrifice for them. He had already contributed immensely. I shall do it. I am the mightiest Avenger, bellowed the portly Thor, his face flushed as he rushed forward, his armor uncomfortably constricting. Had it not been for the hindrance of his battle attire, he would have been capable of handling the Black Order himself. A large hand descended upon the shoulder of the corpulent Thor, gently pulling him back. Thor, allow me, the voice said, as the hand, clearly designed for him, reached for the Infinity Gauntlet. Dr. Strange, with a smile, accepted the gauntlet from Zhou's grasp. Upon donning it, he found it fit perfectly. Even Thanos would not have matched it as well as Dr. Strange did. The other Avengers were filled with uncertainty, acutely aware of the devastation wrought by Thanos' snap. Even though they recognized Doctor Strange as the most suitable candidate, their hearts wavered with reluctance. However, Zhou remained resolute, swiftly removing the gems from his own gauntlet. Under the influence of the Infinity Gauntlet, Doctor Strange did not suffer the same torment as portrayed in the original film. Instead, he offered a gentle smile to everyone before closing his eyes and executing the fateful snap of redemption. A powerful energy radiated from Earth, spreading throughout the cosmos. Doctor Strange collapsed, his left hand charred and blackened. The other Avengers rushed to administer aid, while Hawkeye kicked the damaged Infinity Gauntlet far away. Zhou remarked, "What incredible luck. It's as if these Infinity Stones can be picked up at will." Chapter 96. I still wish to inquire about what happened, Dr. Green's once robust arms suddenly shrank considerably, nearly approaching the size of an ordinary human's, which appeared rather incongruous against his towering physique. Tony swiftly employed a cooling technique to freeze the afflicted arm, subsequently utilizing the armor's built-in diagnostic system to ascertain the specific condition. Meanwhile, Zhou resumed his meticulous task of removing the gems. The Reality Stone needed to be returned to Asgard in 2013 and could not be taken. The Power and Soul Stones were bound for the year 2014 and likewise could not be removed. However, the 3 Infinity Stones that he had brought with him were imperative to take back. Otherwise, the Ancient One would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Even if he sought refuge within the multiverse, and even if eliminating the Ancient One required merely a slightly elevated vantage point, Zhou believed he could not evade her grasp forever. Capture was inevitable. The Time Stone was returned to the Eye of Agamotto, while the Space and Mind Stones were once again affixed to his Infinity Gauntlet. Just as he prepared to extract the remaining 3 Infinity Stones for separate storage, he noticed that all eyes were fixed upon him. With a sigh of exasperation, he remarked, "Could you all step back a bit? You're nearly depleting the oxygen around the patient." He lifted the visibly anxious Black Widow and squatted beside Dr. Green, raising his hand to unleash divine energy for healing. The results were promising. The charred exterior of Banner's arm faded, revealing green skin, and even his expression of agony eased considerably. After a while, Zhou stood up, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Dr. Green's arm in silence. "How is it? Is it healed?" A throng of Avengers immediately encircled him, and even Zhou felt a hint of suffocation. He gently pushed aside the overly eager Avengers, who were akin to novice fathers anxiously interrogating the doctor outside the delivery room. "The situation is somewhat intricate. I cannot fully heal his arm. I can only alleviate a portion of the pain. This is the first time I have encountered such a scenario after receiving the blessing of the Divine Dimension. And due to the side effects of the Infinity Stones, the Time Stone is also incapable of providing a remedy. The only option may be what is it? Speak quickly." Zhou instinctively paused, prompting the Avengers to grow even more anxious. In truth, Dr. Green possessed commendable self-healing abilities. With ample hydration, he would surely recover. Once the energy of the Infinity Stones fully dissipated from his body, he would be nearly restored. If you're in a hurry, perhaps you should use the Infinity Stones to snap your fingers and wish for his arm to return to its original state. What one Infinity Stone cannot accomplish, 6 certainly can. Who among you is willing to make the sacrifice? With a single remark from Zhou, everyone turned their faces away, feigning ignorance as they busily retrieved their phones, reaching out to long-lost friends and family from 5 years ago. Zhou sighed, remarking on the cunning nature of people, lamenting that there were no truly honorable souls among them. The Avengers of 2023 had morphed into a cadre of seasoned veterans. Tony dialed Pepper to share the joyous news. This time, there was no sacrifice, only triumph, and he was ready to retire. Hawkeye re-established contact with his wife and children, swearing on the phone that he had not laid eyes on Black Widow even once during the past 5 years. Observing the others on their calls, Zhou recalled from the Marvel series that those who had vanished 5 years prior would re-emerge in the same location. However, if one had disappeared while aboard a vehicle, such as an airplane in flight or a ship at sea, God help them. Fortunately, the one who had snapped his fingers was not himself. The resurrected individuals were at a loss on how to navigate a world that had advanced 5 years without them. A father had been absent for 5 years, while his child had grown to 3 years old. Upon closer inspection, he found his wife had transformed into a younger sister. What sort of horror story was this? Reminiscent of an American romance. Zhou contemplated the situation more deeply than the Avengers, who were solely focused on rescuing those who had vanished 5 years ago, oblivious to the potential turmoil experienced by others. Society's issues would still be there for them to worry about later. At that moment, a voice crackled through the radio. "Captain, can you hear me?" To your left, a multitude of portals opened, and the third iteration of Captain America, Falcon, burst forth, leading a procession around the now quiet battlefield. A throng of Wakandan natives, chanting incomprehensible slogans, emerged, followed by sorcerers from Kamar Taj, surviving warriors from Asgard, the marauding legions of the galaxy. and the dance crew from Titan who had suffered at the hands of Thanos, alongside a host of Avengers who had vanished 5 years prior. They arrived at the scorched battlefield, brimming with resolve, prepared to confront Thanos in the ultimate showdown. The Avengers base lay in ruins, the battle having been ferocious. It seemed the Avengers required, or perhaps did not require, their assistance after all. 2 enormous warship wrecks loomed before them, the ground littered with the fallen bodies of their vanguard. 2 teams of the Black Order lay side by side, and 2 headless purple beings rested peacefully. A certain sorcerer draped in a red cloak stared in disbelief, his elongated face betraying his shock. Doctor Strange exclaimed, "Who on earth did this? This is not how the script was supposed to unfold. Have I truly squandered 5 years and become the Dutch kid? Was everything I witnessed merely a fabrication penned by Robert Downey Jr.? Mr. Stark, you will not believe what has transpired. Do you remember our time in space?" At that moment, I must have fainted, for when I regained consciousness, you were no longer by my side. The enigmatic Doctor Strange informed me that 5 years had elapsed. And then he began to draw circles in the air. Young Spider-Man, Peter Parker, opened his mouth and began to rap, animatedly engaging Tony with a torrent of words, gesturing as if to conjure a portal, resembling nothing more than an immature child. Yet, it is understandable. After all, the young Spider-Man is still a high school student. A true chatterbox. Observing the exuberance on the face of the young hero, Tony could not help but wear a long-lost smile, his heart brimming with unexpressed sentiments. Ultimately, he enveloped Spider-Man in a grand embrace, delivering a hearty pat on his back that resonated with the sound of metal clashing, a sound unmistakably reminiscent of Iron Man. Oh, how delightful this sensation was. Taken aback, the young Spider-Man returned the embrace with fervor, a poignant reunion between Iron Man and his protege. Tony had achieved his redemption. Having endured 5 years of restless nights, yet tonight promised a peaceful slumber. Peter, too, felt a profound satisfaction. It appeared that following Tony's demise, his name was inscribed on the list of heirs, a testament to the wealth of legacy. Doctor Strange, drifting lazily to Tony's side, interrupted their tender moment. "Ahem. I do not wish to intrude, but I must inquire about what exactly transpired."